Upon awakening, Ye Lin found himself adrift on a rudimentary wooden raft. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of azure ocean. Not only he, but the entirety of Blue Star's populace had been transported into a game known as Raft Survival. Beginning with merely a raft, survival depended entirely on oneself. Are you prepared to embark on this survival game? With a raft as the starting point, must one rely solely on a fishing rod for resources? Yet, Ye Lin, blessed with the gift of replication, remained utterly unfazed. Lacking food and fresh water? Simply replicate. Short on materials and semi-finished products? Continue to replicate. Rarely encountering high-tier treasure chests? Still replicate. Finding crafting blueprints for exquisite weapons and equipment to be woefully scarce. Replicate once more. In short, survival seemed impossible. One could only play the cracked version. Chapter 1. Oh, the sea, so much water. How peculiar. Where did all this water come from? And what is that salty flavor? As Ye Lin was lost in a delightful slumber, he suddenly felt a dampness beneath him, jolting awake to sit upright. Before him lay an infinite, cerulean sea, leaving him utterly bewildered. Am I dreaming? Or was this merely an illusion? I didn't even reward myself yesterday. Wait, where did this come from? Is this still within the country? As reality dawned upon him, Ye Lin gazed at his surroundings, muttering to himself. Initially, he suspected he had been abducted and tossed into the ocean. However, a sudden appearance of a holographic prompt clarified everything. Welcome to the world of raft survival. Please remember the following points. Point 1. Survive 2. Still survive 3. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Survive. After reading the prompt on the ethereal screen, Ye Lin was left speechless. Is this a joke? While he might grumble, he continued to examine the holographic display, for it had not finished delivering its message before disappearing. This suggested that additional information might be concealed. After a thorough investigation, Ye Lin indeed discovered a subtly placed button in the lower right corner. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed it. In the next moment, the prompt flipped to the next page. There is a survival manual on the raft. This is key to your survival. Please read it carefully. And then it vanished, following which the holographic display completely disappeared. Ye Lin shook his head in disbelief. This so-called prompt is utterly unreliable. I might as well see what the survival manual entails. His gaze swept across the raft until it settled on a thin book. Upon opening it, he found several functions. Personal attributes, construction, chat, backpack, trading. It was straightforward with 5 clear functions. Ye Lin first opened his personal attributes. A panel swiftly materialized, displaying the following. Name, Ye Lin. Talent. None awakening possible level. Ordinary attributes. Strength 4, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 4. The human limit is 5. After reviewing his attributes, Ye Lin gained a rough understanding of his capabilities. To put it simply, he was merely a mediocre fighter. Awakened talent. Without a moment's hesitation, he tapped on it. Whoosh! A blinding light flashed by. When he glanced at the attribute panel again, the talent section had already undergone a transformation. Talent. Copy 3. 3 can copy 3 items daily. Each copy yields 1 item. Talent refreshes after 12 p.m. Copy? That seems rather impressive. Ye Lin surveyed his surroundings, rapidly brainstorming what to replicate. Currently, he possessed a broken raft and a fishing rod. Damaged raft. Reparable description. Please repair it promptly, or no one can guarantee it won't be scattered by the sea. Upon seeing the information about the raft, Ye Lin felt utterly disheartened. Not only was the prompt unkind, but they also provided a dilapidated raft. Are you certain this is about survival at sea, and not merely baiting fish? Fishing rod level. Ordinary durability. 10-10 description. A fishing rod barely sufficient for fishing. It seems to be your sole tool for survival. After examining his limited possessions, Ye Lin was left in a state of shock. You expect me to survive at sea with these items? Are you sure you aren't overestimating my abilities? Regardless of his grievances, life must go on. He began to experiment with his talent on the raft and fishing rod. The result was that the raft could not be copied, for reasons unknown. However, the fishing rod was eligible for replication. Should I replicate the fishing rod? Ye Lin pondered, conflicted. With only 3 opportunities to copy daily, using one on an ordinary item felt somewhat wasteful. Yet, the fishing rod appeared to be the only tool ensuring his survival. Once its durability was depleted, it would likely become unusable. Thus, copy the fishing rod. Ye Lin grasped the fishing rod, focused his thoughts, and activated his talent. In the next moment, an identical fishing rod materialized. He picked up the replica and assessed that it felt quite satisfactory. Most importantly, the copy could also be replicated. He then settled by the raft, cast his line, and began fishing. In a moment of boredom, he retrieved a survival manual from his pocket, continuing his study. Ye Lin skipped the chat function at the top, as its purpose was self-evident. Opening the third function, construction, he found only two items displayed: repair raft and workbench. Repair raft materials required, wood 10, rope 10. Workbench construction materials required, wood 5. Iron nails for clearly he lacked the means to acquire either of these items. Moving on, Ye Lin opted not to waste time on this and checked the fourth function, inventory. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 slots. He attempted to store the fishing rod inside, then retrieved it, smiling and saying, "How convenient." The final function was trade, which, as the name suggests, required no further elaboration. At that moment, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble. Ye Lin swiftly stowed away the survival manual, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling it towards the raft. With a splash, a small fish, roughly the size of his palm, flew into the air, and Ye Lin swiftly caught it, exclaiming, "Today's meal is secured. Let me see what kind of fish this is. Sardine, common grade. A species of fish so ordinary that it is devoid of any beneficial effects upon consumption." Upon reviewing the details of the sardine, Ye Lin remained unfazed, smiling as he stowed it away in his backpack. Having something to eat was surely better than having nothing at all, wasn't it? He settled down to continue fishing while simultaneously activating the chat feature to see the ongoing discussions. The chat was divided into regional and private conversations. The number of participants in the regional chat was 10,000, resulting in a rapid flow of messages. Refreshing. Out at sea, what a delight. What's going on? What the heck? Are you feeling good again? The sea is indeed quite pleasant, the gentle breeze, and the chance to play in the water. The person above is right. I'm currently lounging on a raft with half my body submerged in the sea. It's indescribably comfortable. You lot can enjoy yourselves all you want, but wait until you run out of stamina. As if I care, let the salty eat the radish and the mild worry. Friendly reminder, the temperature is currently low because the sun has yet to fully rise. By noon, you will truly understand what refreshing means. Indeed, and also, the temperature variance on the sea can be extreme. I suggest finding something to keep warm. Here, even a simple cold can be life-threatening. Wait, is that true? Don't trick me just because I'm not well read. Safety, fresh water, temperature, and food are of utmost importance. I urge everyone not to take these lightly. Chapter 2. The copying of fishing rods and boxes. Absolutely. In this godforsaken place, falling ill or getting injured means you're left to await your demise. You can survive several days without food, but going without water for a few days is another story. Oh no. A gigantic shark is biting my raft. What should I do? Someone help. Hey, is anyone still up there? Surely they haven't been devoured by the shark. Quick, come look at the regional participant count. Upon seeing this message, Ye Lin's gaze instantly shifted to the bottom right of the chat channel. Regional participants, 99991000. The number had diminished, and it was continuing to fall. This indicated that, during this time, people were indeed perishing. Ye Lin felt a surge of anxiety, deterred from further engaging in idle chatter. As he fished, he adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surrounding waters, apprehensive that a large shark might leap from the depths and shatter his raft. After a brief moment, the fishing rod quivered, signaling another catch. Ye Lin hastily steadied the rod with both hands this time. The weight was considerably heavier. Goodness, this weight, it must be quite a sizable creature. With a sudden exertion of force, he pulled up a rectangular shadow. A wooden box? Wooden box grade. Common description. Opening it may yield some ordinary resources. Observing the box he had reeled in, Ye Lin felt little astonishment. After all, this was a game world, and it was not particularly astonishing for fishing to result in the acquisition of a box. However, rather than opening it immediately, he opted to copy. Ye Lin placed his hand on the wooden box, concentrating, activating his innate talent. In less than a second, the copying succeeded. Gazing at the two wooden boxes before him, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. The unboxing segment has arrived. Click. The first wooden crate is opened. Hint. Congratulations, you have received 3 pieces of wood, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 1 packet of instant noodles. Click. The second wooden crate is opened. Hint. Congratulations, you have received 3 pieces of wood, a drying rack blueprint, and 1 strawberry seed. This Ye Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Opening 2 crates in succession yielded rather unimpressive items. Wood, mineral water, and instant noodles require no elaboration. The strawberry seeds cannot be cultivated without soil. Drying rack blueprint level. Common required materials. 5 pieces of wood. 3 ropes description. This can be used to dry jerky, which can be preserved for a longer duration. This blueprint will disappear after single use. As expected, the purpose of a drying rack is to dry jerky. However, due to the lack of ropes, it cannot be constructed at the moment. Even if it could be made, Ye Lin would not prioritize this contraption. The most pressing matter is still to repair the raft. I will consider the drying rack once I have surplus ropes. The precarious raft beneath him serves as a constant reminder. In this boundless ocean, the raft is essential for survival. Without it, his fate would be sealed. Next, Ye Lin resumed fishing with his rod. An hour later, the durability of his fishing rod was depleted. He had caught a total of 4 fish and 1 wooden crate. A common fishing rod can only be used 10 times, and he had already wasted 5 hooks. Ye Lin was uncertain whether the fault lay with him or the fishing rod. Fishing rod level. Common durability. 0 description. It can only be used again after being repaired on a workbench. It requires a workbench for repairs. Upon reading this, Ye Lin's eyes brightened. But soon, another thought crossed his mind. Constructing a workbench necessitates iron nails, which he had yet to encounter. Never mind, I'll continue fishing. He shrugged off the thought and picked up another fishing rod he had previously duplicated, casting it back into the water. As his gaze swept over the 2 opened wooden crates, a prompt suddenly appeared. Hint: do you wish to decompose 2 wooden crates? Seeing this message, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, silently commanded decompose. The 2 wooden crates instantly transformed into white specks of light that began to dissipate. Hint: congratulations, you have received 10 pieces of wood and 6 iron nails. Well, isn't this the very essence of what you lack? You shall receive. Seeing the additional wood and iron nails in his backpack, Ye Lin could not help but smile broadly. An hour later, he had exhausted the durability of this fishing rod as well. The yield probability was identical to the previous one. 10 casts resulted in 4 fish and 1 wooden crate. Did I just waste a duplication opportunity? Upon further reflection, he realized that duplicating fishing rods was currently the most advantageous strategy, as fishing not only yielded fish but also the chance to catch wooden crates. Whatever, it's already done, it matters not. He shrugged nonchalantly. With 3 opportunities each day, he considered it a learning experience. Ye Lin stowed the fishing rod in his backpack, wary of the risk of dropping it into the sea. If the absence of a raft signifies a nearly fatal situation, then lacking a fishing rod places one in a state of near helplessness. Subsequently, he activated the crafting function to construct a workbench. Prompt: will you consume materials? Wood 5, iron nails 4 to create the workbench? Yes, Ye Lin silently affirmed. In the next moment, a series of clinking sounds resonated from the center of the raft. After a brief interval, a table, comparable in size to a school desk, materialized out of thin air. Workbench level, ordinary. Description: capable of crafting various ordinary items. Provided one possesses the necessary blueprints, it can also repair some commonplace tools. Without hesitation, Ye Lin retrieved his worn fishing rod from his backpack and placed it upon the workbench. Prompt: will you consume materials? Wood 2 to restore the durability of the fishing rod 2? 2 pieces of wood seemed a modest requirement. Yes. Upon confirmation, the workbench echoed with the familiar clinking sounds. In approximately 2 seconds, the 2 fishing rods were fully restored. Observing the rod in his hand, Ye Lin nodded with satisfaction. Restoring a fishing rod's durability with just 1 piece of wood seems quite reasonable. With that, he settled back at the edge of the raft to resume fishing. Drawing from his prior experience, this time Ye Lin wielded a rod in each hand, simultaneously fishing. An hour later, the durability of both rods was once again depleted. At this juncture, the ambient temperature had also risen. With the blazing sun overhead and heat waves shimmering over the sea, Ye Lin was drenched in sweat. He glanced up at the sun, his concerns mounting. The raft offers no shelter from the heat. If I continue to be exposed like this, heat stroke is inevitable. Given his mere 3 points in constitution, succumbing to heat stroke was a foregone conclusion. Not to mention the significant temperature drop at night. It was clear that falling ill was unavoidable. I should open the chest, perhaps I can uncover something useful. This time, he had caught 2 wooden chests, in addition to one that remained unopened from before 3 in total. Rubbing his hands together, he proceeded to open all three in rapid succession. Prompt: Congratulations! You have obtained wood 10, stone 10, rope 10, instant noodles 1, mineral water 1, lemon seeds 1. The triple opening seemed rather disappointing, yielding some materials and a seed that could not be planted at present, and not even a blueprint in sight. Next time, it's better to open them one by one. After all, a single draw can yield miracles. With that, Ye Lin casually disassembled the 3 wooden chests, acquiring wood 15 and iron nails 9. Chapter 3. Sharks and the Island. Having completed these tasks, Ye Lin opened the survival manual. He accessed the construction feature to repair the raft and create a drying rack. His backpack was filled with fish meat, and time seemed to stand still for the perishable items. The current temperature hovered around 40 to 50 degrees, and it would not be long before the meat spoiled. However, with the drying rack at his disposal, he no longer had to worry about the deterioration of the fish. Minutes passed, and the clattering sounds on the raft gradually ceased. The raft, originally measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, had now transformed into a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide structure. Its sturdiness had significantly improved, and what pleased Ye Lin the most was that the gaps that once existed on the raft had vanished after the repairs. Now, even if he lay upon it, he need not fear waking up drenched in seawater. Raft, level, ordinary, durability, 100-100. Description: the repaired raft possesses a certain degree of defensive capability, yet it is not robust enough to brave the tumultuous seas. Upgrade materials: superior wooden planks 30, superior hemp cloth 20, iron nails 15, ropes 10. Alas, he could not upgrade. The materials required for enhancing the raft made him divert his gaze. At this stage, acquiring superior grade materials proved to be quite challenging. After all, his current means of obtaining materials was solely through a fishing rod, which was merely of ordinary quality, rendering it impossible to catch superior grade items. Thus, the prospect of upgrading the raft would have to be set aside for the time being. Subsequently, he approached the newly constructed drying rack and hung the fish upon it. It appeared that the rack could hold only 6 fish at a time. After securing the fish, a number appeared above it. Drying time: 12h, 12 hours to transform the fish into jerky? Quite swift indeed. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled. It could only be said that this was truly the world of a game. He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a packet of instant noodles, beginning to consume them with eagerness. After toiling for so long, hunger had set in. Under the blazing sun, he was drenched in sweat. If he did not replenish his fluids and energy soon, he might very well perish upon this raft. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ye Lin squinted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The heat was unbearable, and the glaring sunlight reflecting off the sea was dizzying. He lethargically sprawled across the raft, dipping his arms into the water in a futile attempt to cool down. During this time, he had also accessed the trading feature in the survival manual, but regrettably, he found nothing that could offer him shade. He even called out in the regional chat channel, but no one responded. Remaining idle was not a viable option. On this raft, every action was met with a relentless sun. It would be more prudent to fish while enduring the heat, thus acquiring some resources. With this thought in mind, Ye Lin reluctantly rose to his feet. He approached the workbench and placed 2 thoroughly worn-out fishing rods upon it. However, this time, the rods could not be repaired. Notification: this item can no longer be repaired. Ordinary items can only be repaired once. Upon reading this message, Ye Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Why didn't you say so earlier? If only he had mentioned it sooner, he could have crafted another fishing rod in advance. Now, even if he were to replicate one, it would merely be a worthless rod. This time, he had completely resigned himself to his fate, lying sprawled on the wooden raft, shielding his eyes from the sun with his palm. To an onlooker, it might appear as though he were basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the bottom of the raft, as if some creature were colliding with it. What on earth is that noise? Startled from his lethargy, Ye Lin sprang upright, scanning his surroundings. Soon he spotted a dark silhouette in the water to his right. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a shark. The shark was beneath the raft, repeatedly ramming against it, its tail protruding and thrashing above the surface. Goodness, is this creature not larger than my raft? Ye Lin gasped, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. At that moment, the shark swam out from beneath the raft, revealing its full form, over 3 meters in length, complete with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. A single bite from this beast could leave him battered and bruised. The raft would likely be torn apart. Fortunately, this is a game world. As long as the raft's durability remains intact, it will not break. Honestly, this scene filled Ye Lin with a sense of despair. Here he was, a defenseless individual, confronted by such a formidable shark. What difference was there between this and a death sentence? Any normal person would surely be screaming in terror. Even if armed with a knife, he would not dare to engage in combat with this creature. Observing that the shark had ceased its assault and was merely circling the raft, Ye Lin suddenly had an idea. He hastily retrieved a fish from his backpack and tossed it into the water. If he waited too long, the shark would undoubtedly attack. It would be wiser to satiate its hunger. One by one, he threw back the freshly caught fish into the sea. The shark, ever eager, devoured them without hesitation. After 10 fish had been cast, it seemed the shark had had its fill. With a flick of its tail, it sent a splash of water cascading over Ye Lin before swimming away. Ye Lin felt no anger. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. For upon the shark's departure, he had noticed a notification. Taming level, 10-100. He understood well the significance of this message. If he could tame this magnificent shark, it would indeed be exhilarating. His sense of security would soar to new heights. However, raising the taming level would be no simple task. Feeding a fish was trivial. He feared that after this encounter, it might not return. The ocean was vast, and finding another shark would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Would this great creature return again? Ye Lin withdrew his gaze from the departing shark and reclined on the raft, dismissing further thoughts. With time to spare, he pulled out his survival manual, opened the regional chat, and glanced at the group statistics. Regional population, 9,863, 10,000. So many had already perished? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, feeling an increased sense of urgency within him. The chat channel remains vibrant and lively. It is quite sweltering. Does anyone have something to shield us from the sun? It's scorching. I am parched. Is there a kind soul who could spare a sip of water? Water? Isn't it all around you? Feel free to drink. But one must not indulge in the seawater. Have any of you tried fishing with a rod? Indeed, I have, and I even caught a wooden crate. Why Haven Tea, I caught a crate. Is it the case that everyone else has fished 10 times only to reel in 5 empty hooks? A gentle reminder to all, do not languish on the raft. Even if there's nothing to do, keep an eye on your surroundings. I have spotted a minuscule island not far away, one that may yield some valuable resources. Upon hearing this news, Ye Lin immediately perked up, rising from the raft. An island at sea? He tucked the survival manual back into his pocket, his gaze intensely scanning the horizon. He meticulously searched the visible expanse of the ocean. Time passed gradually, and by afternoon, he had yet to glimpse the island that others spoke of. Ye Lin glanced at his sunburned skin and sighed, just as he was about to lie down for a rest. A vague dark spot emerged on the surface of the sea ahead. Chapter 4. The cabin gradually, the distance diminished, allowing Ye Lin to discern the nature of what lay ahead. It was a coconut tree and a banana tree. This was undoubtedly a small island. Upon witnessing this scene, he was instantly filled with exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, the raft docked beside the island. To ensure safety, Ye Lin pulled the raft closer to the shore to prevent it from being swept away by the waves. Only then did he confidently step onto the island. The island was indeed quite diminutive. With a mere glance, one could see its entirety. The diameter of the island was at most 10 meters. In the central area, there were several clusters of bushes with 5 or 6 trees scattered around. 3 banana trees and 3 coconut trees. Instead of immediately felling the trees, he approached the thicket. Along the way, he picked up a stone from the ground and carefully pried open the bushes. To his relief, he discovered no danger within, only a wooden box lying there. Excellent, an auspicious start. Surely this time it would yield something useful, wouldn't it? Ye Lin rubbed his hands together, murmuring as he opened the wooden box before him. Hint, congratulations. You have obtained the crafting blueprint for a stone axe 1, a stone spear 1, and a planting box 1. Finally a blueprint. Observing the blueprints that appeared in his backpack, the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Here, while blueprints might not be the most vital component, they were undeniably indispensable. Almost all equipment, items, and facilities required blueprints for their creation. After opening the box, he casually dismantled it, acquiring wood 5 and iron nails 3. Next, Ye Lin's gaze swept over the surrounding bushes, where red berries, roughly the size of grapes, hung in abundance. Berries, level, common, description, edible, a small fruit after meals, can also serve as a makeshift meal. Seeing that they were consumable, he hesitated not, quickly gathering them. A few minutes later, he completed the berry harvest, securing a total of 30 berries and 5 berry seeds. Ye Lin exited the thicket and made his way directly toward the raft. Initially, he intended to use the stone to strike the trees. However, having just acquired the crafting blueprint for the stone axe, such an endeavor was rendered unnecessary. Arriving at the crafting station, Ye Lin produced the blueprint and laid it out before him. Stone axe blueprint. Level. Common. Require materials. Stone 1, wood 1. Rope 1. Description. A basic axe for chopping trees. Do not expect it to be particularly swift. This blueprint will disappear after a single use. Another one-time use blueprint. Ye Lin shrugged nonchalantly, then proceeded to craft it. The workstation immediately resonated with the sound of clanging metal. He still had one opportunity to utilize his talent today. However, using it to replicate a one-time blueprint was clearly not a prudent choice. It was far more economical to replicate the finished product. Moments later, a flash of white light illuminated the workstation, and a stone axe materialized before him. Stone axe, level, common, durability, 10 description, a basic axe for chopping trees. Indeed, it was rather rudimentary. Ye Lin picked up the stone axe from the table, scrutinizing it for a moment. Deciding it was time to test its efficacy on the trees, he turned towards the few trees on the small island. After a vigorous bout of hacking, all 6 trees on the island lay felled. He collected 30 units of wood, 15 bananas, 15 coconuts, 10 banana leaves, and 10 coconut leaves. The total haul was rather substantial, and his backpack, with its 10 compartments, could no longer accommodate everything. Thus, Ye Lin placed some less significant items on the raft to free up space in his backpack. These leaves are quite promising. Perhaps I could construct a shelter on the raft. The banana and coconut leaves are broad enough to serve as suitable materials for a rudimentary structure. Without hesitation, he set to work, utilizing the 2 types of leaves along with various materials. Before long, after just over an hour, a small leaf shelter emerged, just large enough for a single person to lie down within. Due to his lack of experience, the sunshade not only appeared rudimentary, but also somewhat unstable. Nevertheless, Ye Lin was drenched in sweat from his exertions. His short sleeves and shorts were thoroughly soaked. He longed to dive into the shelter for some reprieve from the sun. However, just as he was about to enter, a notification interrupted him. Notification: additional construction detected on the raft. Would you like to integrate it with the raft itself? Materials required: wood 10, rope 5, nails 5. After pondering for a moment, Ye Lin chose to agree. Immediately, the familiar clanging sound resonated as the newly constructed shelter began to undergo transformation and merge with the raft. In less than a minute, the clanging subsided, and a small hut materialized on the raft. Though the hut appeared quite basic, it was a significant improvement over the makeshift leaf shelter he had previously built. Eagerly, Ye Lin stepped inside the hut, and he instantly felt the oppressive heat above him dissipate significantly. Ah, this is truly refreshing. The coolness within the hut allowed him to exhale in relief. Inside, there was a workbench, albeit narrow, which brought him great satisfaction. After resting for a while, he took out a blueprint and spread it across the workbench. Stone spear crafting blueprint. Level, common description, a basic weapon crafting blueprint. This blueprint will vanish after a single use. Materials required: wood 2, stone 1, rope 1. Notification: would you like to consume the materials to craft a stone spear? Ye Lin agreed, and the familiar clanging echoed from the workbench. Moments later, a stone spear appeared atop it, measuring approximately 1.8 meters in length. Holding it in his hand, it towered slightly above him. Stone spear, level, common, durability, 10 sharpness, 3, description, a fundamental weapon. It is challenging to penetrate creatures of ordinary grade or above. Despite being the most rudimentary of weapons, Ye Lin felt a surge of joy. After all, possessing a weapon is certainly preferable to being unarmed. Moreover, the stone spear is evidently more suited for combat than the stone axe. Grasping the spear in hand, he sat within his modest abode, gazing at the expanse of the sea, which instilled within him a sense of security. Subsequently, Ye Lin retrieved a planting box. This contraption had been discovered within a wooden chest on the small island. Fortuitously, he had a few seeds tucked away in his backpack, 1 strawberry seed, 1 lemon seed, and 5 berry seeds. These constituted his entire collection of seeds. After deliberation, Ye Lin decided to plant the strawberry seed. He then arranged the planting box alongside the drying rack and took the opportunity to move the workbench outside as well. The interior had become too cramped, making it difficult to turn over in his sleep. The planting box was not particularly large, its shape being square and modest. After planting the strawberry, information appeared above it. Strawberry maturation time, 12 hours. As he contemplated the planting box before him, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Ye Lin's mind. Chapter 5: A New Day. Security deposit? Can this thing be duplicated? At this moment, the strawberry seeds and the planting box were inseparable, almost as if they were one entity. Thus, it could indeed be considered an item. Contemplating this, Ye Lin placed his hand upon it, attempting to sense its essence. Before long, his eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it can be done. I'm truly a genius." As his words fell, the planting box transformed into 2. He had activated his duplication talent. Moreover, the strawberry seeds within were duplicated as well. If the replication were to be done separately, it would require 2 duplications. However, as they were combined, only 1 duplication was necessary. Today's quota of talents had been entirely expended. Subsequently, he placed the 2 planting boxes together and left them be. After working diligently for so long and sweating profusely, he was naturally parched. Ye Lin reclined in the small cabin, casually retrieving some berries from his backpack to quench his thirst. Remarkably, each berry was plump and juicy, truly refreshing. After consuming 5 or 6, feeling somewhat alleviated from thirst, he decided against further indulgence. After all, resources were limited, and it was wise to conserve. He then activated the regional chat function in his survival manual for a brief glance. Not finding any useful information, he quickly closed it again. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a short rest, the raft sank slightly, as if something had been added. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds of pecking echoed from above. What on earth? Hearing the noise, Ye Lin felt a surge of curiosity and rose to investigate. Upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted a peculiar bird perched atop the roof. The bird had an enormous beak, and upon noticing him, it spread its wings and began to caw. Caw, caw. Its call resembled that of a duck. This sudden spectacle startled Ye Lin, prompting him to swiftly draw a stone spear for protection. Given that the bird's wingspan was nearly 2 meters, he dared not act recklessly. Instead, he held the spear firmly, aiming directly at the strange creature. Should it dare to attack, Ye Lin would not hesitate to defend himself. After several caws, the big-beaked bird paused, tilting its head to scrutinize him. It refrained from attacking, as this bizarre creature was also a first for it. After a while, the bird turned its head and snatched 5 fish from the drying rack nearby. What the heck? My fish. Foolish bird. Return my fish. Ye Lin watched as the bird gradually disappeared into the horizon, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Damn, now I'm left with only 1 fish. 10 were devoured by that shark earlier, and now 5 have been snatched away by this bird. Truly infuriating. He wondered whether this peculiar bird's consumption of his belongings would enhance its taming affinity. Calming himself, Ye Lin couldn't help but ponder. If it could indeed increase the taming affinity, then these losses would be trivial. Taming a large bird for vigilance upon the ocean would be quite advantageous. Enough of this. It's all still speculative. Ye Lin shook his head and surveyed the surrounding sea surface, finding nothing amiss before retreating back into the cabin. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Time flowed gently by. Several hours later, he abruptly awoke, rubbing his eyes as he rose and gazed outside. Upon confirming that there was no immediate danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, That was terrifying. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. In his dream, he had been encircled by a horde of sharks, nearly paralyzed with fear. As Ye Lin regained consciousness, he realized it was already dusk. The sun appeared to float upon the surface of the ocean, and the temperature had become more bearable. A gentle sea breeze occasionally wafted by, providing a refreshing respite. After several hours of sleep, Ye Lin felt a profound ache in his back and waist. The wooden plank was too hard. He desperately needed a cushion. After a moment's thought, he gathered some banana leaves to lay down. He reclined to test it out, though somewhat coarse. It was certainly an improvement over resting on the unyielding wood. Having completed this task, Ye Lin stepped out of the small hut and sat beside the wooden raft, savoring the fleeting tranquility brought by the caressing sea breeze. The temperature fluctuated greatly at night. The early morning and this hour were indeed the most comfortable times to be graced by the ocean wind. If only he had a fishing rod. Ye Lin gazed longingly at the distant, golden coastline, murmuring to himself. Alas, he had no fishing rod in hand, nor even a blueprint to craft one. Perhaps he should inquire in the regional chat. He first opened the trade interface, glancing at it to find no fishing rods available. He then entered the regional chat, attempting to call out a few times. After some time, no one responded. In fact, he was met with mockery. Who would be foolish enough to sell something as essential as a fishing rod? After all, there was scarcely enough for personal use. Trading was out of the question. A standard fishing rod had merely 10 durability, far too little. It seemed that nearly all ordinary items boasted this meager durability. Truly, this game was hardcore. This was not merely a game. Life was singular, and death was irrevocable. The chat channel seldom offered valuable information. Most participants gathered out of boredom, exchanging idle chatter or mutual consolation. Ye Lin disabled the regional chat feature and stowed away his survival manual. For a moment, he felt adrift, unsure of what to do. He considered venturing out for resources, yet the vast ocean surrounded him, leaving nowhere to go. He pondered fishing, but without a rod, it was futile. Was this what it meant to truly engage in a survival game? Ye Lin was at a loss for words. How exceedingly hardcore. Thus, with nothing to occupy his time, he curled up beside the raft, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he drifted into thought. Unbeknownst to him, the sea breeze grew colder. He was jolted back to reality by the chill, glancing around. It was dark, too dark. The twinkling stars above provided insufficient illumination for the ocean's surface. The dropping temperature hinted that time was advancing. Ye Lin felt his way back into the hut. For a modern individual, the absence of light and entertainment would undoubtedly be disconcerting. At that moment, a notification appeared. Notification: midnight has passed. A new day begins, distributing basic blueprints as a safeguard. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained the following blueprints. Fishing rod X1, stone spear X1, stone axe X1. What? There's a safeguard provision? Ye Lin hastily opened his backpack to take a closer look. Indeed, within lay 3 crafted illustrations. Moreover, his talent count had also been refreshed. However, it was too late now. The surroundings were steeped in darkness, and he had no intention of undertaking any actions. After draping several large leaves over himself, he succumbed to slumber. In the latter half of the night, a chilling breeze seeped into the humble abode. Fortunately, the ample large leaves prepared by Ye Lin allowed him to barely endure the night. At the crack of dawn, as a hint of violet dawn broke the horizon, Ye Lin awoke. Stifling a yawn, he took a moment to admire the sunrise before commencing his morning endeavors. To say he was busy would be an understatement. After crafting a fishing rod, a stone spear, and a stone axe, he approached the edge of the raft. Without hesitation, he utilized his talent twice to replicate 2 additional fishing rods. This brought his total to 3 fishing rods, with 1 talent remaining in reserve. Having completed these tasks, Ye Lin, taking advantage of the favorable sea breeze, settled beside the raft and leisurely began to fish. Chapter 6. The Fortunate Encounter with the Wolf as the Sun Rose. The surface of the sea remained refreshingly cool, unlike the scorching heat of midday that could scorch a person. With a gentle breeze caressing him, he fished, feeling as if he had unwittingly slipped into a life of leisure. Ye Lin chuckled to himself, indulging in a moment of self-mockery. Suddenly, with a splash. The first fish of the day was hooked. He swiftly stowed it away in his backpack and cast out his line once more. An hour later, the durability of the fishing rod had been exhausted. Fortune had not favored him this time. He had caught no treasure chests, only fish. Glancing at the 5 fish in his backpack, Ye Lin felt no disdain. Fish served not only as sustenance, but also as feed for taming animals, proving to be quite valuable. Once the first rod had reached its limit, he replaced it with a new one. Another hour passed. The second rod's durability waned, yielding 1 treasure chest and 4 fish. With 2 out of 3 rods now used, Ye Lin decided to reserve the last one for future replication purposes. He placed the 2 worn rods on the workbench for repairs. The tinkling sound of metal on metal lasted but 2 seconds before the rods were restored. Just as Ye Lin prepared to resume fishing, a dark silhouette appeared before the raft. Could it be another island? He mused, beginning to organize his backpack, stowing away unnecessary materials and food within his small cabin. He needed to clear space for resource collection once he reached the shore. 10 slots felt rather insufficient. How might he expand his backpack? As he pondered this dilemma, it was evident that such an expansion was not feasible at this moment. Minutes later, the raft nudged against the island's edge. Ye Lin, mindful of the tide, gently pushed the raft toward the shore to prevent it from drifting away. Armed with an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, he cautiously ventured into the island. This island appeared to be roughly twice the size of the last one he encountered, featuring a thicket of small trees and abundant underbrush. Some areas were obscured, leaving visibility compromised, and he feared that danger might lurk within. Approaching the thicket, Ye Lin advanced cautiously, pausing every few steps to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes. He halted, his expression turning serious as he focused intently ahead. With a swift movement, a gray shape leapt from the underbrush. Charging towards him, it was a wolf. Upon recognizing the creature, Ye Lin's heart raced, and any hesitation faded as he instinctively thrust his stone spear forward. With a sickening thud, the spear embedded itself into flesh. However, its insufficient sharpness prevented a clean kill. The wolf, wounded, retreated with a pained whimper. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lin hurled the spear once more. The weapon struck true, piercing the wolf's neck, and after a few futile attempts to flee, it collapsed lifelessly. Despite this victory, Ye Lin remained vigilant. Who could say whether this wolf was merely a ruse? He waited cautiously for a moment before approaching to inspect the creature. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that the wolf had indeed succumbed to its injuries. Withdrawing his spear, he let out a slight sigh of relief. If he had reacted just a moment slower, he would undoubtedly have sustained an injury. Fortunately, fortune favored him. With a hasty jab, he struck the gray wolf. This allowed him to achieve a flawless victory. In truth, the gray wolf was not particularly large, comparable to an ordinary adult dog. Any adult man, provided he overcomes his fear and wields a weapon, is nearly guaranteed to prevail. However, the distinction between being injured and unscathed is a different matter altogether. Prompt: would you like to dissect the gray wolf? Upon seeing the prompt appear before him, Ye Lin was unfazed, nodding slightly in agreement. Indeed, as his words fell, the wolf's carcass gradually transformed into white specks of light and vanished. Prompt: congratulations. You have obtained 5 pieces of wolf meat, 5 bones, and 1 wolf skin. All these materials were seamlessly integrated into his backpack. Casting a glance at his inventory, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction before resuming his exploration of the small island. 10 minutes later, he completed his survey and returned to the starting point. The entire island presented no further dangers beyond that single encounter, which allowed his taut nerves to finally relax. Subsequently, he stowed away the stone spear and, wielding a stone axe, began to fell trees. Thud, thud, thud. Prompt: congratulations, you have obtained 10 pieces of wood, 5 bird eggs, and 5 feathers. Passing through a thicket laden with berries, he did not forget to gather some. Prompt: congratulations, you have obtained 25 berries and 3 berry seeds. After finishing with the trees and berries, he stumbled upon 2 wooden chests. Ye Lin's eyes lit up as he approached without hesitation and opened them. Crack! The first chest contained some basic materials, nothing of particular interest. However, The second chest yielded a blueprint. Campfire blueprint. Level. Common description. A basic facility for warmth and grilling. This blueprint vanishes after one use. Require materials. 10 pieces of wood. 5 stones. What a valuable find. Fire is the very foundation of civilization. After a day of survival at sea, Ye Lin found himself in agreement with the notion that fire is indeed the genesis of civilization. In an environment where the temperature fluctuates greatly between day and night, having a campfire at night would significantly enhance his comfort while sleeping. Moreover, it would allow him to grill meat, ensuring a healthier and more secure meal. After all, with his meager combat abilities, consuming raw meat could very well be the end of him. On the raft, Ye Lin continued to drift with the current. He arrived at the workbench, placing the campfire blueprint upon it, prompting a notification. Prompt: would you like to consume 10 pieces of wood and 5 stones to craft a campfire? Yes. Ye Lin affirmed. The familiar sound of clanging resonated from the workbench. Moments later, the campfire was successfully crafted. Campfire, level, common description, a basic facility for warmth and grilling. There was nothing particularly special about it, just an ordinary campfire. As it was midday and the weather was already quite warm, Ye Lin decided against using the campfire, opting to wait until the evening when the temperature would drop. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach let out a mournful growl of hunger. Gazing up at the blazing sun overhead, Ye Lin chose to remain in the confines of his modest dwelling. He retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, munching on them with a series of audible bites. However, the meager sustenance proved insufficient, prompting him to indulge in some berries as well. After satisfying his hunger, he glanced outside at the sweltering heat and decided to lie down for a midday slumber. Given the oppressive warmth outside, venturing out felt like an exercise in futility. There was no need to subject himself to such torment. Time slipped away imperceptibly. Eventually, Ye Lin became vaguely aware of something persistently bumping against the wooden raft. In an instant, he was jolted awake, wiping the sweat from his brow before stepping outside. Could it be the enormous shark from yesterday? Upon discerning the creature in the water, Ye Lin felt a rush of both astonishment and delight. The shark, upon noticing his presence, ceased its nudging and opened its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, as if to signal for food. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Lin couldn't help but smile. The shark's eagerness for nourishment was precisely what he had hoped for. Thus, he generously offered the 9 fish he had caught that morning, along with the one drying on the rack, all to the great shark. Chapter 7. The mutated strawberry. Upon receiving food, the tameness of the great shark atop its head naturally increased. Tameness, 2100, an increase of 10 points is rather commendable. Observing this growth, Ye Lin stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Judging by this progression, it seems that feeding the shark a single fish yields an increment of 1 point in tameness. If this great shark visits once a day, it would take 10 days. This taming duration is indeed swift. However, one cannot help but worry that it may suddenly cease its visits midway, rendering all previous efforts futile. After its meal, the shark, much like before, circled the raft a few times, splashing water with its tail before departing. Ye Lin, accustomed to this spectacle, merely shook his head with a faint smile, preparing to return to his cabin for some rest. He discovered that the strawberry seeds sown yesterday had matured. Within the 2 planting boxes, 5 strawberries had grown in each. Ye Lin's face lit up with delight as he approached to examine them closely. Odd. Why does this strawberry emit a faint white glow? Just as he was lost in confusion, a prompt suddenly appeared. Mutated strawberry, level, ordinary, description, consuming it may randomly enhance 1 attribute. If all attributes reach 5 points, further consumption becomes ineffective. Can it enhance attributes? The moment Ye Lin laid eyes on this remarkable item, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first instance he had encountered food capable of directly augmenting his abilities. Just as he contemplated plucking it to consume, his hand hesitated. Wait, would it be a waste to eat it just like that? With this thought in mind, Ye Lin decided to utilize his final talent opportunity for the day here. He placed his hand on the planting box and activated his duplication talent. In less than a second, the duplication was complete. Not only had he replicated the planting box, but he had also duplicated the mature strawberries within it. Having accomplished this, Ye Lin proceeded to harvest all the strawberries. He obtained 13 strawberries and 2 mutated strawberries. Unfortunately, he did not acquire any strawberry seeds. It was unclear whether they simply did not drop or if it was merely a stroke of bad luck. Never mind, he would plant something else. Without further ado, he retrieved a lemon seed and 2 berry seed from his backpack and planted them one by one. The weather outside was still warm, and after sowing the seeds, Ye Lin returned to his cabin to relax. He took out the only 2 mutated strawberries and examined them closely. The mutated strawberries were evidently larger than their ordinary counterparts, surrounded by a soft white glow that highlighted their uniqueness. Of the 2 planting boxes, only one contained the mutated strawberries. Clearly, the yield of these items relied heavily on chance. Thus, Ye Lin resolved to keep one for tomorrow's duplication. He devoured one of the mutated strawberries in a single bite. After a moment, a warm sensation coursed through his body, bringing a feeling of great comfort. This warmth came swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly. Once the feeling faded completely, Ye Lin immediately opened the survival manual to check his personal attributes. Name, Ye Lin. Talent, copy 03. Level, ordinary. Attributes, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 4, spirit 4. A random point in attributes was allocated to constitution, which explains the noticeable alleviation of the aches throughout his body. Ye Lin nodded, feeling quite satisfied. He then stowed the remaining mutated strawberry into his backpack. After some time, dusk approached over the sea. The temperature had also significantly dropped, no longer as sweltering as during the noon and afternoon hours. With the beautiful scenery and a gentle breeze accompanying him, Ye Lin concluded his leisurely time. He sat by the wooden raft, retrieving his fishing rod, and began to fish in a relaxed manner. It was somewhat disappointing that the strange bird had not appeared today. He gently shook his head. Nevertheless, even if it had come, there would have been no fish to offer. All the fish he caught today had been fed to the great shark. He needed to catch more. Otherwise, if that massive shark returned tomorrow, he would have to offer himself as sustenance. Time flowed slowly. 2 hours later, the last gleam of twilight faded from the horizon, and darkness enveloped the sea entirely. At this point, Ye Lin had finished fishing and casually discarded the 2 broken fishing rods aside. He then approached the campfire and ignited it. Do not inquire why he could start a fire without any ignition source. It is simply a rule of the game, much like those survival games. A campfire can be kindled at any moment. As the flames flickered to life, the surrounding temperature gradually rose, feeling considerably warmer than the previous night. Quite nice. Ye Lin consumed some food and then lay down in his small hut, covering himself with leaves, and quickly drifted into slumber. He slept soundly through the night, not even hearing the notification sounds. Upon waking early the next day, Ye Lin discovered several blueprints lying in his backpack, identical to those from the previous day. A new day had dawned, and his talent usage had reset. He first took out the mutated strawberry and used his talent to copy one. Next, he crafted a fishing rod and, simultaneously, copied another. He utilized 2 of his 3 available uses, leaving 1 opportunity in reserve. Taking advantage of the cool morning, Ye Lin settled by the raft, cast his line, and began to fish. At the same time, he consumed a mutated strawberry, instantly feeling a warm sensation enveloping him. After a while, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, much more than the increase from 3 to 4 in constitution. Perhaps the limit for an ordinary human is 5 points. Thus, upon reaching this threshold, the enhancements become considerably more pronounced. The exact extent of his improvement was unclear to Ye Lin, and he was too indifferent to dwell on it. With one hand dedicated to fishing and the other retrieving a pack of instant noodles from his backpack, he began to eat. 2 hours passed. The durability of both fishing rods was completely exhausted. After sitting for so long, his rear felt somewhat numb. Ye Lin stood up to stretch, and then placed the fishing rods on the workbench for repairs. Both rods had yielded a lackluster catch, bringing up nothing but fish. Once the rods were repaired, he casually extinguished the nearby campfire. The current temperature was just right. The fire's warmth felt excessive. Just as he prepared to continue fishing, a shadow glided beneath the wooden raft. Ye Lin merely cast a fleeting glance, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. Clearly, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. "Ah, you have arrived at the perfect moment," he remarked, as he began to feed the recently caught fish from his backpack to the formidable shark. The 10 fish he had caught not long ago were swiftly devoured. Though he felt a twinge of loss, it was negligible. After all, exchanging a few fish for a magnificent and powerful shark was indeed a worthy trade. Once satiated, the shark departed with the same indifference as before. Taming level 3100. Despite the shark's callous exit, Ye Lin felt no sorrow. The taming level had already provided him with the answer. He smiled faintly, casting his fishing line once more, continuing his pursuit. Time drifted by slowly until the sun had fully ascended and the sea shimmered with heat. At that point, Ye Lin ceased his fishing. The 2 fishing rods had served their purpose and were rendered useless. He casually discarded them alongside the other abandoned rods. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Elite Monsters. On the raft, within a modest cabin, Ye Lin reclined leisurely, savoring plump, juicy berries while observing the regional chat with a sense of contentment. "My brothers, I am utterly suffering. I've been feasting on raw fish for nearly 3 days, and still can't adjust. Let us take a moment of silence for those upstairs." Thankfully, I managed to unlock the blueprint for a campfire. What a stroke of luck. Although I didn't unlock the campfire blueprint, I did acquire the blueprint for a drying rack, which allows me to dry meat, so that is somewhat satisfactory. Damn, I envy Gil's purple hue. Forgive the tear that escaped from the corner of my mouth. I'm in a dire situation. I haven't unlocked any blueprints, but my constitution is decent enough to barely adapt to consuming raw meat. This truly is the essence of survival expertise. Quickly now, there's fresh water available in the trade. Let us hurry and seize it. All gone, thank for the invite. You sly one. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I'm nearly parched to death. I'm back, my brothers. 10 pieces of wood for 100 milliliters of fresh water. I must say, this is quite a scam, but one cannot be choosy when it comes to survival. Is anyone selling drinkable fresh water? Upon seeing these few messages regarding fresh water, Ye Lin felt a flicker of interest. He exited the chat channel and opened the trading section. Indeed, there were individuals listing fresh water, and the quantities were visibly dwindling. At this stage, everything listed in the trade was of ordinary quality. Ye Lin casually browsed a few pages before closing the trade window. He had no intention of purchasing fresh water, primarily because his backpack was well stocked with fruits, berries, bananas, coconuts, all of which could replenish his hydration. There was no need to squander resources on 10 pieces of wood for a mere 100 milliliters of fresh water. The midday sun on the sea was scorching. Even without exertion, one would be drenched in sweat. Inside the cabin, however, Ye Lin hummed a cheerful tune, allowing time to slip by. As the hours passed, he had yet to spot an island. Today was simply not his lucky day. In the afternoon, the lemon seeds and berry seeds matured, yet no mutations appeared, which left Ye Lin feeling somewhat disheartened. After planting 3 berry seeds, he returned to the cabin. Utilizing his last talent point, he replicated a mutated strawberry. Ultimately, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. A sudden notification jolted him awake. Notification: the 3-day novice period has concluded. Generating Fog Island. Generating city ruins. Generating local factions. Generating additional resources. All mention will be completed by 6 a.m. this morning. Please be patient. Staring at the ethereal light screen before him, Ye Lin nearly leaped in fright. Now, my friend, just how hardcore are you intending to be? Over 1,000 people have perished during the novice period. Are you truly leading us to survive, or merely guiding us to our demise? Though he grumbled, sleep was beckoning him once more. At this moment, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the importance of rest. Furthermore, without adequate rest, how can one confront the perils of tomorrow? Ye Lin could no longer concern himself with such matters. He covered himself with leaves and resumed his slumber. With a blink of the eye, dawn arrived. The resources had indeed been replenished significantly. On the surface of the sea, Ye Lin observed numerous dark spots. Alas, he was unable to steer the raft. The waters teemed with an abundance of fish, more than he had previously encountered. Occasionally, schools of fish leapt from the water, or swam past with a splash. Among them, Even sharks passed by the raft, though none were as large as the first shark he had seen. Taking advantage of the coolness, Ye Lin began to fish. As he fished, he perused the regional chat. The frequency of messages in the chat channel today was markedly quicker than in previous days, akin to a screen filled with a flurry of activity, rendering it somewhat difficult for him to discern the content. However, most messages revolved around inquiries regarding the day's game updates. What is going on? I merely took a nap, and everything outside has changed drastically. Is there anyone who knows what the Misty Island is? I haven't seen it. Here, a city ruin has emerged, half submerged underwater, half above the surface. Could it be a remnant of a prior civilization? Uncertain. Goodness, brothers, I've spotted wild men. Are you serious? Indeed, there are several wild men clad in animal skins, approaching on rafts. I am terrified. What if they intend to consume me? To the brother above, what are you afraid of? Grab your weapons and confront them. Yes, fear not. Embrace the challenge. Even in defeat, one remains a hero after 18 years. You have got to be kidding. It's easy for you to say that while standing comfortably. There is no hope. Carry the next one away. Wild men? A new monster? A city ruin? Could it truly be a remnant of the world's former civilization? Some information in the chat channel proved somewhat useful. Ye Lin continued to scroll, but found the subsequent messages to be devoid of substance, prompting him to close the survival manual. He glanced at the surrounding waters, realizing no wild men had materialized nearby, which brought him a sense of relief. However, in the next moment, splash! Several crimson tentacles surged from the depths, entwining the raft and violently shaking it, attempting to overturn it. Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With a thought, he retrieved a stone spear from his backpack. Grasping the spear with both hands, he thrust it forcefully at one of the tentacles. With a series of piercing sounds, he managed to sever one tentacle after 3 swift strikes. He hastened his efforts and dispatched all 3 tentacles, ensnaring the raft. Just as he thought the ordeal had concluded, suddenly, splash! Over a dozen tentacles, identical to the previous ones, erupted from the surface, twisting in midair, each measuring an estimated 8 or 9 meters in length. My goodness, what on earth is this creature? Witnessing this, Ye Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, a panel materialized. Red tentacled octopus, level, excellent, attributes, strength 8, agility 7, constitution 9, spirit 5, an excellent grade monster. How on earth can one contend with this? At that instant, over a dozen tentacles surged forth, tightly ensnaring the raft, and began to drag it down to the ocean's depths. Ye Lin, however, would not resign himself to despair. Despite the vast disparity between them, he was determined to fight back. Gritting his teeth, he grasped his spear and thrust it repeatedly at the encroaching tentacles. The pain enraged the red, tentacled octopus, which released one of its tentacles binding the raft and lashed out at him with ferocity. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to be torn asunder, creating a deafening sound. With a strength of 8, should he be struck, any ordinary creature would be reduced to mere pulp. Evading was not an option for Ye Lin, as the red, tentacled octopus was swift. Just as he faced this life-threatening peril, a shadow suddenly leaped from the sea. Crack! It bit through the tentacle that was aimed at him. It was that great shark. Ye Lin felt a surge of astonishment and joy. He had been saved by it. All those fish he had fed were not in vain. It seemed that even without complete taming, as the bond grew, these creatures would develop a measure of fondness for him. Chapter 9. Urban Ruins, the Black Iron Box. This is undoubtedly good news. The great shark cast a glance at Ye Lin before charging toward the crimson, tentacled octopus, engaging in a fierce struggle. The two monsters exchanged blows, demonstrating that this shark was of exceptional caliber. Otherwise, it would have been swiftly dispatched in a single encounter. The situation had reached a stalemate. The octopus, with its numerous agile tentacles, moved with remarkable speed, making it difficult for most creatures to escape. However, the shark maintained a slight edge in speed throughout the confrontation. Utilizing its remarkable agility and razor-sharp teeth, it forced the octopus to retreat in defeat. Ultimately, the crimson octopus, unable to withstand the onslaught, hastily withdrew to the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. The shark then swam up to Ye Lin, expelling a mouthful of seawater, its expression one of disdain. As if to say, "You are quite pathetic." Despite the scorn, Ye Lin remained unfazed. After all, this creature had saved his life. Mutated black tiger shark. Talent. Awakening. Level. Exceptional. Attributes. Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 8, Spirit 9, it must be said. The attributes of this creature surpass those of the crimson octopus significantly, particularly in terms of spirit, which stands at an impressive 9 points. Awakening a talent? Ye Lin noted its peculiar trait. Could it be that monsters possess talents? This implied that this creature was a prodigy among its kind, reinforcing his determination to tame the great shark. After expressing its disdain, the shark opened its jaws wide, signaling for him to hasten the feeding process. It felt akin to dining at a buffet. Ye Lin sighed, rubbing his nose. However, he did not dampen its enthusiasm and retrieved fish from his backpack, tossing them into its mouth. After consuming another 10 fish, the taming degree increased by 10 points. Taming degree, 4100 this time, after satiating its hunger. The shark did not immediately depart, but frolicked beside the raft for a while. Ye Lin slowly extended his hand, attempting to caress it, but it deftly evaded him. Clearly, the shark still harbored some resistance toward him. Nevertheless, it was certainly an improvement compared to before, when it would simply gobble up its meal and swim away. A few minutes later, the shark ceased its antics, flicked its tail, and disappeared into the deep sea. Ye Lin shook his head and withdrew his gaze. The shark visited daily, yet that peculiar bird, after consuming a meal, had not returned. Oh well, if it chose not to come, so be it. He decided not to dwell on the matter. Just as he prepared to continue fishing, a shadow of a city began to materialize on the surface of the sea. Was it an urban ruin? Ye Lin rubbed his eyes, uncertain. The urban ruins were a recent update. He was unaware of what lay within, but he certainly would not abandon the opportunity. He resolved to explore it, hoping to unearth valuable resources. As time passed, the raft drew nearer to the urban ruins. Ye Lin was not merely waiting idly on the raft. He busied himself organizing his backpack, placing items he would not need shortly onto the raft. Bound with several ropes, a stone axe secured at his waist, and 2 stone spears strapped to his back with another in hand, he was indeed fully armed. After completing this preparation, the wooden raft had nearly reached the shore. Ye Lin descended with caution, meticulously surveying his surroundings. The remnants of this city lay predominantly submerged beneath the sea, with only a small portion protruding above the waves. The waters were fraught with peril. Given his current abilities, venturing into them would be tantamount to courting death. He then retrieved 2 mutated strawberries from his backpack. Having forgotten to eat upon awakening, he found himself in a rather disheveled state. Copy. Employing his gift, he expended 1 instance of his copying ability to conjure another mutated strawberry. He set one aside in his backpack and consumed the remaining 2. Soon, a warm current coursed through his body. He felt himself gradually becoming fortified, with his flesh, meridians, bones, and even brain growing stronger. After a brief moment, the warmth dissipated. Ye Lin promptly opened his personal status to inspect his attributes. Name, Ye Lin. Talent, Copy 2-3. Level, Ordinary. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 5. Spirit 4. Previously, his agility was rated at 3 and Constitution at 4. It was evident that the 2 random attribute points he had just gained from mutated strawberries had been allocated to agility and Constitution. He now felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Exhilarated, he exclaimed, "I feel as if I could fell a bull with a single punch." After a moment of calm reflection, he began to explore the city ruins. Indeed, there were numerous remnants of modern civilization scattered about, though most lay in disrepair. A glance revealed a number of rusted vehicles halted or overturned along the road. Curiosity piqued, he approached one and knocked on it. Just as he was about to proceed, a prompt suddenly appeared. Prompt: would you like to decompose the abandoned vehicle before you? This can also be decomposed? Yes. Without hesitation, he consented. Instantly, the vehicle before him transformed into a flurry of white light, swiftly dissipating. Prompt: congratulations. You have obtained Abandoned Metal 10, Abandoned Rubber 5. Abandoned Parts 3. Seeing the materials accumulate in his backpack, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. He promptly moved to another abandoned vehicle and began to decompose it. Prompt: Congratulations. You have obtained Abandoned Metal 10, Abandoned Rubber. Prompt: Congratulations. You have obtained. A continuous stream of prompts appeared until he had decomposed all 9 abandoned vehicles. In total, he acquired Abandoned Metal 90, Abandoned Rubber 45, and Abandoned Parts 27. Observing the bounty of materials amassed in his backpack, Ye Lin felt a surge of joy. Though he had yet to ascertain the purpose of these resources, it was prudent to collect them, as they would surely prove useful in the future. After completing the decomposition of the abandoned vehicles, he continued his exploration. As he traversed a stretch of roadway, residential buildings emerged ahead. Ye Lin, not allowing the recent exhilaration to cloud his judgment, remained composed, wielding his stone spear as he cautiously approached the dwelling. Creak! As the door swung open, a large black dog bolted out. With swift reflexes, Ye Lin thrust his stone spear with precision into the creature's abdomen. After a series of pitiful whimpers, the dog lay lifeless. Hint: Congratulations. You have obtained 5 units of dog meat and 5 bones. He proceeded to dismantle some remnants. The sight of the dog meat inexplicably made Ye Lin's mouth water. He had heard tales on Blue Star that a mere simmering of dog meat could intoxicate even the gods. He wondered if there was any truth to such claims. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he ventured inside to explore. After a thorough search, he uncovered various seasonings, including salt and chili peppers. He also gathered wood, discarded metal, abandoned rubber, and various other materials. Time passed as Ye Lin meticulously scoured the 5 houses. On one of the balconies, he stumbled upon a dark, ominous chest. Black iron chest, grade, excellent, description, a chest capable of yielding excellent grade items. The fact that you have found it at this stage suggests that fortune is on your side. Chapter 10. The Black Iron Box and the Seawater Separator. To his astonishment, it was a chest capable of yielding exceptional items. Ye Lin was overwhelmed with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he was about to open it when he recalled his unique talent. Such a chest, which could produce extraordinary items, was a rare find. After all these days, he had finally encountered one. With this thought, Ye Lin concentrated, activating his talent to duplicate it. Before his eyes, the black iron box transformed into 2. Excellent, he thought, keeping one for later. He stowed one away in his backpack and promptly opened the remaining one. With a creak, the black iron box slowly opened, revealing a prompt screen. Notification: Congratulations! You have obtained the Seawater Separator Blueprint 1, Flax Seeds 3, and Bleeding Bandage Blueprint 1. All were unfamiliar items, and Ye Lin's curiosity piqued as he clicked on each to examine them. Seawater Separator Blueprint. Level: Exceptional. Description: Capable of separating seawater into freshwater and salt, both of which are consumable. This blueprint can be utilized twice. Require materials: wood 30, stone 30, rubber 10, universal parts 10, any energy core 1. Holy moly! After perusing the description, he was completely taken aback. This was nothing short of miraculous. With this device, he would no longer have to worry about freshwater and salt. However, the required materials posed a challenge. He only possessed discarded rubber and parts, which would not suffice. Not to mention the elusive energy core he had never even heard of. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, deciding not to dwell on it further. He turned his attention to the next item. Flax seeds. Level: Exceptional. Description: When planted, they will mature into flax, which can be used to produce linen and bleeding bandages, among other things. This is quite splendid. If memory served him correctly, upgrading the raft required linen. That was one less worry. Next, Ye Lin glanced at the final item in his backpack. Bleeding Bandage Blueprint. Level: Exceptional. Description: An essential item for home and travel, useful for stopping bleeding and healing. This blueprint can be utilized twice, allowing for repeated crafting. These are all valuable items. After reviewing them, he decided not to linger any longer. With a heart full of excitement, he prepared to return in the direction of his raft. However, just as he took a step, he turned back, exclaiming, "Almost forgot about you." Ye Lin casually disassembled the black iron box. Notification. Congratulations. You have obtained iron ingots 5, nails 5. What a fortuitous expedition to this city ruin. Not only had he gathered a substantial amount of materials, but he had also uncovered several exceptional items. Truly, he was incredibly lucky. Upon returning to the raft, he continued to drift along with the current. By this time, it was already afternoon. The berry seeds he had planted had matured. Ye Lin harvested 14 berries, along with a mutated berry. The effects were akin to those of the mutated strawberry, randomly enhancing one attribute, but only applicable to ordinary levels. He chose not to use it immediately, instead placing the mutated berry into his backpack for safekeeping. He retrieved the previously obtained blueprints and seeds, planting 3 flax seeds in the soil. Soon, the growth time for the planting box appeared. Growth time, 24 hours. It appeared that the superior grade seeds took twice as long to mature compared to the ordinary ones. Observing the maturation time before him, Ye Lin pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. His gaze then shifted to the crafting blueprints in his hand, and he silently intoned the command to use them. After utilizing them, the 2 blueprints retained one more opportunity for use, which could be exchanged for other items. Nodding to himself, he stowed the blueprints away. Subsequently, Ye Lin busied himself within the confines of his small dwelling, organizing his backpack and the assorted resources he had gathered. His compact 10-slot backpack had long ceased to accommodate the multitude of items he possessed. How wonderful it would be to have a storage box. With this thought in mind, he opened the survival manual and first announced in the regional chat channel, selling a large quantity of fruits. Priority given to exchanging for blueprints. Private message for trades. After sending his message, he closed the chat channel. Indeed, his backpack was overflowing with fruits that he could not consume. And if he did not trade them soon, they would spoil. It was far more advantageous to exchange them for something of use. Notably, the mutated fruits, for reasons unknown, had an impressive shelf life, remaining fresh even after 3 to 5 days. I suppose a quick nap wouldn't hurt, Ye Lin mused, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, while he slumbered, several private messages were sent to him via the chat function of the survival manual. 2.5 hours later, Ye Lin stretched and awoke, noticing that his physical condition had improved. After a good sleep, he felt entirely refreshed, without a hint of soreness in his back. What a delightful slumber it had been. He glanced outside to see the sun nearing its descent, the sky painted in the hues of twilight. Not one to miss the beauty of dusk, he rose and settled by the wooden raft, kindling a campfire. He retrieved a portion of dog meat and wolf meat, placing them atop the flames to roast. At that moment, the survival manual in his lap vibrated gently. Opening it, he discovered a flurry of private messages awaiting his attention. Great one. Kind sir, please spare some food. The child had gone a day without sustenance. Assessing the first message, he deemed it a case of opportunism and promptly blocked the sender. Daddy, 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 I'm hungry, please feed me. He could only shake his head at the audacity. He certainly did not want such a large child. Blocked. Several subsequent messages sought to trade for fruits, but the items offered were too mundane, prompting Ye Lin to continue perusing. It was only when he encountered the next message that his attention lingered for a full 10 seconds. Brother, let me show you something wonderful. Followed by images, images. So large and so white. Not that. This poor girl. He decided to hold on to it for now, merely to indulge his curiosity. This is not just a free view. Consider this my token of appreciation. Ye Lin earnestly sent 3 berries in response, which elicited a grateful message from the woman known as Bai Hua, expressing her thanks for the generous gift. Ye Lin chuckled softly, finding this person rather intriguing. From the photograph, the woman possessed a striking beauty, undeniably at the goddess level. The recently posted images barely hinted at her allure, leaving much to the imagination. She certainly knew how to leverage her advantages. Not dwelling further on that, Ye Lin turned his attention to the remaining private messages. Upon reaching the final message, the accompanying photo made his pupils constrict. Goodness, has this item truly been revealed? Fishing rod blueprint, quality, excellent, description, an exceptionally crafted fishing rod that enhances quality, increases catch rate, and accelerates fishing speed, capable of reeling in superior-grade fish. Even black iron chests. This blueprint can be utilized once more. Require materials: wood X10, rope X10, scrap metal X10. The trader was a woman named Blue Sea Smoke, and her demands were rather steep. Any fruit X50 and an excellent grade crafting blueprint. It seemed quite a bit excessive. Upon seeing this condition, Ye Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He indeed had a pressing need for this item. Coupled with his duplication talent, he could potentially create an endless supply of excellent grade fishing rods. Wouldn't the resources flow in like water then? Chapter 11. The exceptional fishing rod. Ye Lin attempted to negotiate with a woman known as Lan Haiyan. However, she maintained an air of aloofness. The message she sent was blunt. If you can trade, do so. If not, leave. This message was quite unpleasant. One could only imagine how she behaved on Blue Star. Her words narrowed Ye Lin's eyes slightly. Instead of engaging in a verbal exchange, he opted to directly trade for the exceptional fishing rod blueprint, using 50 of any fruit and 1 of any exceptional blueprint, which still had 1 use left. Without hesitation, he blocked her afterward. The blueprint he relinquished was for a healing bandage, which paled in comparison to the value of the Seawater separator blueprint. He certainly was not going to let this woman benefit from him without consequence. Once he acquired the exceptional fishing rod blueprint, Ye Lin eagerly approached the crafting station to begin the creation process. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. Prompt: crafting station level insufficient to create exceptional items. Please upgrade the station. Damn, Ye Lin exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration upon seeing the notification. He had not anticipated receiving a blueprint that was unusable at his current stage. He needed to investigate how to upgrade the crafting station. He opened the building function in the survival manual, which displayed only 2 facilities, the raft and the crafting station. Crafting station, level, ordinary, description, capable of crafting some ordinary items and tools. Upgrade materials: wood 40, stone 20, scrap metal 10, scrap rubber 10, scrap parts 10. Upon reviewing the required materials for the upgrade, Ye Lin's eyes brightened. He possessed all of them. Upgrade. He promptly clicked on the option. The crafting station became enveloped in a green glow. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, revealing a significantly larger crafting station, comparable in size to an office desk, complete with a chair. Quite impressive. Ye Lin sat in the chair, carefully examining the upgraded crafting station. Crafting station, level, exceptional, description, capable of crafting ordinary and exceptional items, tools, semi-finished products, etc. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly crafted the exceptional fishing rod. Then, he used his talent to replicate another one. After completing these tasks, Ye Lin finally scrutinized the attributes of the exceptional fishing rod in his hand. Fishing rod, level, exceptional, durability, 2020 description, enhanced quality, increased catch rate, improved fishing speed, capable of catching exceptional fish and treasure chests. Quite impressive. With 20 points of durability. Does that mean he could fish 20 times? Just as Ye Lin was preparing to test the fishing rod, he suddenly noticed that the crafting list had expanded significantly. It now included healing bandages, burlap, wooden planks, stones, rubber, universal parts, iron nails, ropes, and a variety of other items and semi-finished goods. Upon witnessing the array of items he could craft, Ye Lin felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that these semi-finished products would require blueprints, which would have been quite a predicament. The superior-grade wooden planks were intended for upgrading the raft materials, so he proceeded to manufacture a few. To create a single superior plank, 10 units of wood were necessary. Fortunately, he had amassed a considerable supply of wood during his time in the city ruins. The quantity he had gathered sufficed for the planks required to upgrade the raft. Soon, the workbench resonated with the sound of clanging as the semi-finished products began to take form. These products could not be completed in a mere moment. They required some time to finalize. The superior-grade workbench featured 2 crafting slots, and Ye Lin, in a seamless motion, opted to produce some iron nails as well. The materials for iron nails were minimal. A single scrap metal could yield 1 nail. Once he completed these tasks, he settled by the raft and commenced fishing. With his physique reaching 5 points, the scorching sun above felt less intense. a clear benefit of possessing a robust body. Ye Lin couldn't help but commend himself for his enviable physical condition. Soon enough, a sizable fish took the bait. Its size was considerable, larger than what a standard fishing rod would typically catch, albeit it remained of ordinary quality. However, there was a notable improvement in his fishing speed, which had accelerated by half compared to before. The thrill of fishing surged within him. Ye Lin smiled lightly, casting his line again. Time gradually slipped away as he reeled in fish after fish. At last, with the final catch, he paused momentarily upon seeing the prize. Mutated sturdy fish, level, superior. Description: consuming this will increase your physical constitution by 1 point and additionally enhance the toughness of your skin. Consuming it at superior grade or above is ineffective. Friendly reminder: please prepare a good weapon before eating it. Incredible! He had struck gold. Gazing at the thrashing fish in his hands, Ye Lin was elated. He promptly stored it in his backpack to prevent it from slipping away. This item not only promised to enhance his attributes, but also offered additional benefits. Truly a valuable find. Indeed, mutated items were always treasures. After a moment of reflection, he approached the workbench and placed his worn superior grade fishing rod upon it. Prompt: would you like to consume 5 units of wood and 5 units of rope to repair this fishing rod? This fishing rod has 2 repair opportunities remaining. Oh, 2 opportunities. Ye Lin's eyes brightened at this notification. He clicked to repair it, and after a series of metallic clinks lasting several seconds, the repair was complete. The durability of his superior grade fishing rod had returned to 20 points. After some usage, he noted that superior grade items not only had 10 more points of durability, but also boasted an additional repair opportunity compared to their ordinary counterparts. Not to mention the enhancements in other aspects. It utterly outclassed ordinary items. An hour later, Ye Lin opened his backpack to find it brimming with fish, nodding in satisfaction. He then hung 6 of them on the drying rack as a reserve food supply. What pleased him most was that he now possessed 2 black iron chests within his backpack. One item was replicated from the remnants of a city, while the other had just been caught. With a guaranteed minimum, Ye Lin directly opened one of the black iron boxes. Hint: congratulations! You have obtained 3 flax seeds, 1 upgrade stone, and 3 apple saplings. What exactly is an upgrade stone? Ye Lin scratched his head and tapped on the newly appeared upgrade stone in his inventory. Upgrade stone, level, excellent. Description: upon use, it can elevate your level to excellent, provided that all your attributes reach a minimum of 5 points. Upon reading this, Ye Lin suddenly felt enlightened. To put it simply, it represents the upper limit of your level, and this item can break that restriction. The other 2 items, the flax seeds, require no further examination, as he had encountered them not long ago. However, the apple sapling brought him considerable delight. Apple sapling, level, excellent. Description: once planted, it can mature twice and be harvested twice, with a chance of yielding mutated fruits that, when consumed, randomly enhance 1 attribute. Ineffective for levels above excellent. Chapter 12. Excellence and Talent Enhancement. Such a splendid opportunity for agricultural development. Ye Lin mused, stroking his chin. There is nothing amiss with advancing agriculture. One simply needs to sow seeds and reap the rewards. However, he currently possessed only 3 planting boxes. Should he continue to replicate them tomorrow? He decided to postpone that thought until the next day when his talents refreshed, returning his focus to fishing. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, dismissing further contemplation. After mending his fishing rod at the workbench, he resumed his position at the edge of the raft, casting his line. With an excellent grade fishing rod, the notion of coming up empty was non-existent. He would at least catch ordinary fish. Yet, halfway through his endeavor, trouble arose. Out of nowhere, a shark emerged, attempting to snatch the fish from his hook. Ye Lin would not allow such an affront. How dare it attempt to steal what was rightfully his? With a swift motion, he brandished his stone spear and thrust it downward. He believed in striking hard against the weak while being subservient to the strong. The ordinary grade shark was swiftly dispatched with a single thrust. He had heard tales of the unpalatable nature of shark meat. Ye Lin pulled the lifeless creature onto the raft. Murmuring to himself, he proceeded to dismantle it, acquiring 5 pieces of shark meat. Shark meat, grade, ordinary, description, difficult to swallow for you, with no special effect upon consumption. Having read the information, Ye Lin promptly decided against keeping it for consumption. Instead, he placed it on the market for trade, seeking to exchange it for resources. He also offered other perishable food items he could not finish, rather than allow them to spoil. It was prudent to trade for some materials, even if they were merely the most basic wood and stone. These resources could be processed into excellent-grade, semi-finished products at the workbench, proving useful both in the early and later stages of development. Thus, stockpiling would be wise. After a flurry of activity, the sun set, or rather, sank beneath the sea. Ye Lin rose from the edge of the raft, stretching and moving his body. He then ignited a campfire, illuminating the surroundings. With no entertainment facilities at hand, he found himself counting the stars in the night sky out of boredom. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he retreated to his small abode to rest. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, dawn broke on a new day. Upon rising, Ye Lin checked his backpack. To his surprise, no foundational blueprints had been issued today. Had he perhaps outgrown the novice phase, no longer receiving the basic stipend? He shrugged, deeming it inconsequential, and stepped out of the small house, extinguishing the campfire before savoring the sea breeze. The morning breeze was refreshing, invigorating him in no time. Suddenly, a large black shark darted toward him at an astonishing speed, at least 100 meters in 5 seconds. "Good morning, little black," Ye Lin greeted with a smile. The great shark responded amicably, spraying him with seawater before expertly opening its mouth, awaiting its feeding. Seeing this, Ye Lin felt a sense of longing. He cast out 10 large fish in quick succession. The great shark relished the feast, enjoying the delightful ease of having its meals provided without the need to hunt. After satisfying its hunger, the shark's tameness level increased by 10 points. Tameness, 5100. It had surpassed the halfway mark. Ye Lin's heart swelled with joy, and he sensed that the little black creature had grown considerably more amiable. He reached out once more to stroke the little black shark, and this time, it did not shy away, allowing him to caress it several times. This was evidently a hidden effect of surpassing the halfway mark in tameness. After amusing the little black shark, Ye Lin commenced a new day. He retrieved mutated strawberries and mutated berries from his backpack, opting to consume them directly rather than duplicating them. By doing so, he could elevate all his attributes to 5 points. Duplicating them would only squander his talent points. It was far more prudent to reserve those points for duplicating fishing rods and black iron boxes. With a satisfying gulp, Ye Lin devoured the mutated strawberries and berries. Soon, a familiar warmth surged within him, gradually enhancing his physique. Once the enhancement concluded, he took out the upgrade stone he had obtained yesterday and silently invoked its power. Crack! The upgrade stone shattered instantly, emitting a crisp sound. Immediately, a cascade of green luminescence enveloped him, accompanied by a delightful sensation. It was a feeling that permeated from within, a rapture that encompassed both body and spirit, causing Ye Lin to involuntarily let out a cry of exhilaration. Only after 10 minutes did a notification pull him back to reality. Notification: congratulations! You have advanced to the excellent level. Given your rank within the top 10 of the region, you are being rewarded with a random excellent level reward. Notification: congratulations! You have received a refining furnace 1. Equipment crafting table 1, iron spear blueprint 1, burlap clothing blueprint 1, iron axe blueprint 1. Goodness, such generous rewards? Upon seeing the array of items added to his backpack, Ye Lin felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Among them were 2 facilities that could be placed without the need for crafting. Refining furnace, level, excellent, description, can be used to refine ores and various other materials. After placing this item on his raft, Ye Lin distinctly sensed the raft sink slightly. Clearly, its weight capacity seemed to be nearing its limit. Given the tightly arranged facilities atop it, he could only smile wryly. It was time to upgrade the raft. It appeared that he was merely lacking burlap. He attempted to place the other item, the equipment crafting table, onto the raft as well. Noticing that the raft did not sink further, he felt a slight sense of relief. Finally, he began to learn the various blueprints in his backpack. Excellent level blueprints could be utilized twice. Once he had learned them, he examined the materials required for crafting the iron spear, iron axe, and burlap clothing. The iron spear required iron ingots. The iron axe also demanded iron ingots. While the burlap clothing necessitated flax fabric. He had some iron ingots, but the flax fabric would take a while longer, as the flax seeds had yet to fully mature. He decided to wait and first check his personal attributes. Ye Lin opened his personal attributes, eager to observe the changes that accompanied his elevation to the esteemed rank of excellent. Name, Ye Lin. Talent, copy 4-4. Level, excellent. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5, spirit 5. Description, each point of an excellent level attribute is equivalent to double that of an ordinary level. The talent also enhances with the level, allowing for 2 during each copy. Gasp. After perusing the attributes panel, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The enhancement was truly formidable. No wonder he felt significantly stronger than before his upgrade. He had initially thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but now it was clear. However, what astonished Ye Lin the most was the transformation in the talent section. With his ascent to the excellent level, the usage frequency of his copy talent had increased from 3 times a day to 4. Furthermore, each instance of copying now yielded 2 duplicates. This was tantamount to a double replication. How utterly astonishing. Chapter 13. The Wild Man's Assault. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of his talent, Ye Lin couldn't help but smirk. Who else could possibly rival his gifts? After basking in his triumph, he swiftly replicated his fishing rods. In the blink of an eye, he found himself with 2 additional exceptional fishing rods in hand. There was no need to worry about repair counts, for as long as they were not rendered useless. The replication would reset their durability. Moreover, the duplicates could be replicated once more. With a smirk still on his face, Ye Lin began to fish. The great shark had not departed. After achieving a taming level of 50, it had garnered some degree of intimacy and swam playfully around the raft, even nudging fish toward the baited hook. This fortuitously enhanced Ye Lin's fishing efficiency. As his level surged to exceptional, fishing transformed into a simple endeavor. One hand gripped the fishing rod while the other perused his survival manual. In the regional chat channel, he engaged in lively conversation. After a period of diving, he stumbled upon something remarkable. Goodness, I see Mist Island. What? Describe it. What does Mist Island look like? Where is it located? Yes. Have you ascended Mist Island? What treasures await? Speak up, brother. You haven't been silenced, have you? It was indeed a possibility, considering the dangers that might lurk on Mist Island. After a prolonged silence, it seemed he had perished. Next, please. Ugh, I'm back. Were you wishing for my demise? Oh, you're still alive? Quickly, tell us what Mist Island is like. We crave knowledge. Well, cough. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. The location of Mist Island remains uncertain. Just moments ago, I perceived nothing around me. Yet in the next instant, Mist Island appeared nearby, seemingly spawning at random. Furthermore, Mist Island is vast, brimming with abundant resources. Along my journey, I have opened 3 wooden chests, not to mention the exceptional black iron chest, albeit guarded by formidable monsters I dared not approach. Wow, you're feasting on such riches. I'm envious. I yearn to visit Mist Island too. I too have spotted Mist Island nearby. Wait, how is this possible? Mist Island was only updated yesterday. Today, multiple individuals have discovered it, which startled Ye Lin. He had yet to lay eyes upon even a mere wisp of fog. As time passed, noon approached. The sweltering summer sun rendered the sea almost scalding. The great shark had vanished, its whereabouts a mystery. In such oppressive heat, Ye Lin lost his desire to fish, opting instead to recline and relax. Just as he prepared to return to his hut for a brief nap, several dark points suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea around him. With his level elevated to exceptional, Ye Lin's vision had indeed sharpened, allowing him to see farther than before. Although he could not soar like an eagle, he was still capable of discerning objects on the sea's surface hundreds of meters away. What he saw was a raft and wild men. Ye Lin shielded his forehead from the sunlight with his palm, squinting to discern the nature of those dark figures. There were 5 rafts in total. 3 wild men clad in animal skins stood upon each one. This sight invigorated him instantly. The rafts moved at a speed that could neither be described as slow nor fast. Yet it would take some time for the wild men to approach. Seizing the moment, Ye Lin made his way to the crafting station and selected the iron spear from the crafting menu. After a clattering of metal for 10 seconds, a 2-meter-long iron spear materialized before him. The spear was entirely forged from iron, weighing no less than 100 pounds. For an ordinary person, such weight would be formidable, making it arduous to wield, let alone to strike with. However, Ye Lin, being of an exceptional caliber, found it quite manageable. After swinging the iron spear a few times to test its heft, he nodded in satisfaction. Iron spear, level, exceptional, sharpness, 8, durability, 20 description, a commendable weapon, capable of penetrating virtually all exceptional creatures. With a sharpness rating of 8, it far surpassed the stone spear, capable of piercing through most exceptional beings. Indeed, it was a weapon of considerable merit. With this armament in hand, facing the group of wild men would prove significantly easier. Ye Lin had no intention of placing his hope for survival in the mercy of those wild men. If mercy were to be shown, it would be he who exercised it. With preparations complete, the rafts steadily drew closer. Roar! Roar! The wild men atop the rafts let out a series of guttural cries before eagerly charging forward. Ye Lin's expression turned serious. He dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the abdomen of one wild man, just as another swung a stone axe toward him. He deftly sidestepped the blow. With a resounding splash, he kicked the assailant into the sea. With a quick motion, he withdrew the spear, causing the fallen wild man to collapse to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Exercising caution, Ye Lin delivered a finishing blow, driving the spear into the wild man's skull to ensure his demise. His ferocious display momentarily stunned the surrounding wild men, but they soon rallied to attack once more. Just as Ye Lin prepared to eliminate another wild man, a cold arrow suddenly whistled through the air. Thanks to his impressive agility, he narrowly evaded the projectile. His gaze swiftly locked onto the archer among the wild men. Ye Lin deftly retrieved a stone spear from his backpack. With a whoosh, the spear flew through the air, followed by a cry of anguish. It struck true, piercing the wild man's abdomen, leaving him writhing in agony upon the raft, unable to continue his assault. Deciding to momentarily disregard the archer, Ye Lin turned his attention to the wild men who had encircled him. With swift thrusts, he dispatched them one by one. These wild men were merely of ordinary caliber, and in less than a minute, he had vanquished them all. The first time he took the life of a humanoid creature, to be honest. Ye Lin felt a tremor coursing through his entire being. His hand, clutching the spear, quivered incessantly as he fought against the discomfort to kick the corpse of the savage off the wooden raft and into the sea. Ultimately, from the body of the savage that had launched arrows at him, he obtained a blueprint. Blueprint for simple wooden bow, level, common description, the most rudimentary bow, barely sufficient for a sneak attack on ordinary creatures. Perhaps its primary purpose lies in hunting small animals? This blueprint can only be utilized once. How shall I put it? It is bland yet too precious to discard. For one who has already attained excellence, this blueprint holds little value. Nevertheless, it does provide a means for ranged attack. Ye Lin, undeterred, approached the crafting station to put to use. Prompt: would you like to consume 1 wood and 1 rope to craft a simple wooden bow? Moments later, a rudimentary bow materialized before him. Simple wooden bow, level, common, sharpness, 2, durability, 10 description, suitable for hunting wild chickens and rabbits. Chapter 14. Entering Mist Island as time swiftly passed. Afternoon arrived, and the flax had reached maturity. Flax, quality, excellent, description, can be utilized to produce linen, ropes, and other semi-finished goods, can mature twice, harvested twice. Flax, akin to apple saplings, is reusable. Glancing at the flax and the information displayed, Ye Lin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that flax had not been encountered in trade, indicating its scarcity and value, a necessary material for upgrading the raft. Copy. Contemplating for a moment, he opted to utilize a copying opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 2 planting boxes filled with flax appeared before him. What a remarkable profit. Now, not only did he have 5 mature flax plants, but the number of planting boxes had also increased to 5. After harvesting, he acquired a total of 25 flax. It required 1 flax to create a piece of linen, and without hesitation, Ye Lin crafted all of it. After 25 minutes, he obtained 25 pieces of linen. Without a moment's thought, he opened the construction function in the survival manual. Prompt: would you like to consume 30 excellent wooden planks, 20 excellent linen, 15 iron nails, and 10 ropes to upgrade the raft? Yes, let us upgrade. Without a second glance, Lin Jiang readily agreed. As the upgrade commenced, the raft, which had previously drifted aimlessly, came to a halt upon the ocean surface. The sound of clinking and clattering echoed from above. Time gradually passed. 10 minutes elapsed. A flash of green light signaled the completion of the raft's upgrade, now revitalized. Gazing at the transformed raft beneath his feet, Ye Lin was utterly astonished. Simple wooden mobile base, quality, excellent, durability, 500/500 description. The upgraded raft can barely be considered a shelter from the elements. It is now capable of directional control. Upgrade materials: refined wooden planks, superior, 100, refined stones, superior, 50, refined rubber, superior, 50, refined parts, superior, 25, linen, excellent, 25, iron nails, 100, ropes, 100. Upon seeing the extensive requirements for the next level of upgrade materials, Ye Lin felt overwhelmed. Working tirelessly for capitalists in the Blue Star was one thing, but now he found himself laboring day and night for materials in this game world. Truly exhausting. He shook his head in disbelief and casually closed the survival manual. With everything set, he still had 2 opportunities left to use his talent for the day. Ye Lin recalled that there was a black iron box in his backpack, but he had no intention of copying it. It was far too reliant on luck. He decided to postpone any further copying for now. He then began to scrutinize the upgraded raft intently. It was rather inappropriate to still call it a raft. Firstly, the area of 10 by 10 had significantly expanded compared to before. Various facilities were placed upon it, and at this moment, it felt anything but cramped. The cabin had also increased in size, now approximately 55 square meters. The facilities were arranged around the cabin, with a half-meter-high wooden railing encircling the outer edge. In the center of each side, there are wooden steps 3 tiers high, extending perfectly into the sea, facilitating easy access to and from the water. Above, a charming balcony features the number 88 and a small sailboat. This is the complete visage of the upgraded raft, aptly named the simple wooden mobile base. Ye Lin dismantled the surrounding rafts used by the wild men to procure some wood. He then ascended to the second-level balcony, where a control console awaited him, capable of steering the mobile base. After a brief attempt at maneuvering, he confirmed its ability to turn, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. After all, it was merely a rudimentary contraption, and one could not expect too much from it. Satisfied with his experimentation, Ye Lin clapped his hands and contentedly settled by the campfire. He retrieved an excellent grade firm fish that he had previously caught. Now that his level had risen to excellent, it was only fitting to consume it for the enhancement of his abilities. Prior to eating, however, Ye Lin activated his duplication talent, transforming 1 excellent grade firm fish into 3. He stowed 1 in his backpack and decided to feast on the other 2. After cleaning them, he ignited the campfire, skewered the fish with an iron spear, and set it to roast, adding a sprinkle of seasoning. The entire process was seamless, though the firm fish required a considerable half-hour to cook thoroughly. Nevertheless, the taste was beyond compare. It was tender and exceptionally delightful. 2.5 minutes later, he had devoured both sizable fish, feeling immensely satisfied. Before long, a familiar warmth surged within him, continuously fortifying his body. After a while, the warmth dissipated. Name: Ye Lin. Talent: Duplication 1-4. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 7, Spirit 5. Description: consuming the mutated firm fish has rendered your exterior more resilient 210. As expected, his constitution had increased by 2 points, significantly enhancing his strength. However, the progress indicator of 210 puzzled him. Having just consumed 2 fish, could it be that eating 10 would yield additional effects? He scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Approaching the crafting station, he used some hemp cloth to create a hemp tunic. Hemp tunic. Level: excellent. Defense: 6. Durability: 2020 description, barely capable of withstanding the attacks of excellent-grade creatures. Seeing this description, Ye Lin's eyes lit up. What a splendid item. He quickly adorned himself with it. In the heat of battle, a single strike could be fatal. With this piece of equipment, it was unlikely that even the most formidable excellent-grade monsters could eliminate him in one blow. Survival was essential for output, after all. Finally, he could rest easy for a while. Ye Lin stepped into the house and discovered, to his pleasant surprise, that a bed had been thoughtfully prepared within. He couldn't help but commend the game for finally exhibiting some humanity. He lay down on the bed and drifted into a light slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he slept soundly, a thick mist began to envelop the surface of the sea. As time passed, the fog thickened, ultimately engulfing the entire mobile base. Time slipped away unnoticed. Ye Lin awakened, gradually rising and stifling a yawn. Yet upon glimpsing the mist outside, he was momentarily taken aback. No, what on earth is this? Wait, with all this fog, could it be that I have stumbled upon Misty Isle? A glimmer of hope sparked within Ye Lin as he recalled the discussions in the regional chat, where countless individuals extolled the island's abundant resources and treasure-laden chests, deeming it a paradise not to be overlooked. Alas, its appearance was random, and whether one could encounter it depended solely on fortune. He hastened outside, scrutinizing his surroundings. He soon discovered that the mobile base had docked at the shore. The island, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, unmistakably confirmed his suspicion of Misty Isle. After inspecting his gear and organizing his backpack, he cautiously descended. His eyes were first met by a dense forest, interspersed with numerous stones, thickets, and various fundamental resources. Such resources were plentiful here. Thus he refrained from hastily gathering them, and instead ventured deeper into the heart of Misty Isle. Chapter 15. The Bronze Chest and the Mutated Stone Giant. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the grass ahead. Without hesitation, Ye Lin drew his wooden bow from his backpack and loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The wooden arrow pierced the underbrush, and to his astonishment, a man emerged from within. Wait, don't shoot. I'm one of you. A middle-aged man raised his hands, anxiety etched on his face as he stepped forward. Upon recognizing him, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you also a survivor?" Yes. Please spare me. I just arrived on Mist Island and Haven Tea, found anything of value." Seeing that Ye Lin had not attacked, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued, "I'm just frightened." Ye Lin, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why are you so afraid of me? I have no reason to kill you without cause." Don't you know? Know what? That after killing a survivor, one can plunder their backpack, raft, resources, and so forth. At this revelation, Ye Lin's expression turned grave. Survivors are turning against one another. It's a brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak. No wonder this man was terrified of being slain. Rest assured, I may not be a virtuous person, but I won't kill without reason. You Haven Tea attacked me, nor have you interfered with my interests. Why would I harm you? Ye Lin maintained his principles. Though he was not a saint, it did not mean he lacked humanity. Furthermore, he mused, robbing someone was far less efficient than duplicating resources with that. He sheathed his bow and drew his iron spear, ready to continue his exploration. Observing Ye Lin's retreating figure, the middle-aged man appeared to be wrestling with an internal conflict. Wait, I know where there's a treasure chest. At this, Ye Lin halted, turning to regard him with a measured expression. Oh, what sort of chest? A bronze one. It's a quality grade. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and whispered, "A quality grade? Above the excellent tier?" Ye Lin's surprise was palpable as he turned to scrutinize the man, seeking any hint of deception in his demeanor. If it were indeed a quality grade, he would not mind investing some time to investigate. However, if this were a ruse, he would not hesitate to make the man pay for his deceit. Under Ye Lin's piercing gaze, the middle-aged man steeled himself and explained, "I'm not lying. On my way here, I truly saw a bronze chest emanating a blue glow." "Very well, lead the way. If it exists, I might share some rewards with you." Seeing that the man seemed sincere, Ye Lin nodded, signaling him to proceed. The middle-aged man let out a long breath, nodded in response, and pointed in a direction, beginning to guide Ye Lin. Approximately 20 minutes later, they traversed through the woods and arrived at the edge of a basin. The middle-aged man glanced at the basin, then turned to Ye Lin, pointing below with urgency. "It's right there. My raft is parked on the grassland on the other side of the basin. Look. Is there not a glowing blue chest in the center of the basin?" Upon hearing this, Ye Lin followed the direction indicated and indeed spotted a box emanating a faint blue light. It was truly a bronze chest. Upon closer inspection, Ye's expression brightened with delight. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside him hastily spoke up, urging him to follow, as there was a path leading downwards that would expedite their descent, though he warned that it was fraught with peril. After a while, the two entered the basin area. Just upon entry, a pack of gray wolves emerged from behind a massive rock, charging toward them. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man was overtaken with fear, his legs trembling and his hands shaking like leaves as he clutched his stone spear. It was evident that this was the danger he had spoken of. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A howl echoed. The pack consisted of merely 5 wolves, all of ordinary rank. Although the sharpness of his rudimentary wooden bow was rather low, with his exceptional strength, he managed to fell one of the ordinary level wolves with a single shot. However, the arrows shattered upon impact, rendering them unfit for reuse. A single piece of wood could yield 5 arrows, and having crafted the bow unlocked the ability to make arrows. In any case, they were merely wooden materials, so it was of little concern. In less than 5 seconds, all 5 wolves lay lifeless. Ye Lin approached and casually dismantled the wolf carcasses, acquiring some wolf meat, pelts, and bones. Witnessing his prowess, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly trotted ahead to continue guiding the way. After several encounters with wild beasts over the next few minutes, the two finally reached the center of the basin. Here, 3 large, round boulders were clearly visible at a glance. Ye Lin felt that something was amiss with these stones. However, after scrutinizing them for some time, he could not discern any specific information and turned his attention to the chest at the center. Bronze chest, level, exquisite, description, capable of yielding exquisite level items, tools, and crafting blueprints, etc. As he examined the chest's details, a glint of greed flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, while Ye Lin was distracted, he stealthily approached. In that instant, the man's hand reached the surface of the bronze chest, just as he was about to open it. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The ground trembled slightly. A colossal hand emerged from beneath the earth, seizing the middle-aged man in an instant. Cough, cough. Help, help. Oh, great one, save me. The man was struck dumb by the scene before him, desperately calling out for Ye Lin. Yet, Ye Lin seemed unfazed, casting a glance at the man and uttering, "Good luck," before turning away without a backward glance. As the man's figure gradually faded from view, a profound despair enveloped him, and a flicker of resentment crossed his face. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel! How dare you abandon me in my hour of need? I curse you to a wretched fate." "Ah!" Before he could finish his lament, a sudden, ominous sound erupted, as if something had burst. With a splatter, blood and flesh scattered across the ground. The colossal hand then transformed back into stone, sinking into the earth. Not long after, the scent of blood here attracted numerous carnivorous creatures to feast. Not far away, behind a massive boulder, Ye Lin did not venture far, but instead poked his head out to survey the situation. The reason he fled earlier was that the creature was truly beyond his capability to confront. Mutated stone giant, talent, unmatched strength level, elite, attributes, strength 20, agility 13, constitution 20, spirit 15, description, a stone giant formed from massive boulders. It is a formidable elite creature. A mutated individual whose strength and constitution have both reached the pinnacle of the elite level, making it incredibly powerful, far beyond what you can contend with at this moment. Look at that. Just behold. This attribute panel is purely a numerical monstrosity. With 20 points of strength, it could easily dispatch Ye Lin with a mere finger. However, after observing for a while, he noticed that this creature did not seem to attack unless provoked by the treasure chest located at the center of the 3 massive stones. Chapter 16. Kill. Backpack fragments. With this thought in mind, Ye Lin mustered his courage and stepped out from behind the boulder, cautiously approaching the scene ahead. The beasts, engrossed in their bloody feast, immediately sensed his presence and launched an attack. These were merely ordinary creatures, and Ye Lin had little inclination to engage them. He swiftly drew his iron spear, dispatching several of the assailants with ease. After dismantling their carcasses, he made his way to the spot where the middle-aged man had met his demise. Observing the crimson stains littering the ground, Ye Lin sighed softly. Why go to such lengths, brother? Money over life. Truth be told, the man's death did not weigh heavily on Ye Lin's conscience. One could only blame the man himself for his carelessness. He had recklessly approached the treasure chest without properly assessing the situation. Indeed, greed is the greatest original sin. Scattered about were materials dropped upon the man's death. What is this? From the pile, Ye Lin spotted an unfamiliar item. Backpack fragment 10. Description: a single backpack fragment can expand one backpack slot. What a delightful find. An item for expanding backpack capacity. Elated, Ye Lin promptly consumed all 10 fragments. In the blink of an eye, his backpack unlocked 10 new slots, bringing the total to 20. Having completed this, he glanced back at the bronze chest with a lingering gaze. Oh, dear treasure, wait for your master to grow stronger. I shall surely bring you home. His words dripped with sentimentality, so much so that one might mistake him for flirting with a beautiful maiden. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Ye Lin traversed the basin's flat expanse. Soon, he discovered a wooden raft moored at the shore. Tip: the owner of this raft is deceased. It can be dismantled for materials. This must be the raft of that unfortunate fellow. Dismantle. Ye Lin nodded decisively and confirmed his action. Under his watchful gaze, the raft gradually transformed into shimmering specks of white light and dissipated. However, the process was not swift. It took a full minute. Tip: congratulations. You have acquired wood 206, stone 53, rope 35, iron nails 19, planting boxes 2, berry seeds 8. Upon completion, Ye Lin had amassed a considerable haul. Had he not just expanded his backpack by 10 slots, he would have struggled to accommodate these new items. It seemed that dismantling another's raft allowed one to obtain all the materials contained within. As he pondered this, he continued along the shore. Although the mist island randomly refreshed, it was unlikely that only 1 or 2 individuals would enter at the same time. Sure enough, after walking for some time, Ye Lin stumbled upon several more rafts along the coastline. However, their owners were alive, rendering them undismantlable. TSK. One wonders how many would turn against one another. Where there are people, there is conflict. Well, it is of no concern to me. I possess little ambition for strife, merely wishing to safeguard my own existence and embrace a laid-back approach. As time passed, the influx of individuals on a mist island would only increase. Thus, Ye Lin decided against lingering here. He retraced his steps, chopping down trees wherever he encountered them, wielding his iron axe with remarkable efficiency. The trees were predominantly as thick as a man's thigh, requiring 3 axe strikes to fell. Once the iron axe's durability was exhausted, he turned to foraging for berries. Occasionally, he stumbled upon strawberries, lemons, and flax, gathering whatever he encountered along the way. Mid-journey, he also spotted numerous stones and iron ore. However, he lamented the absence of a pickaxe, having forgotten to prepare one. Resolving to return, he noted that his backpack was already full. Ye Lin shook his head slightly and hastened towards his mobile base. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived safely. He first repaired the depleted iron axe, and then organized his backpack, placing unnecessary materials into his dwelling. Subsequently, he opened the crafting menu. After some searching, he successfully located the blueprints for an iron pickaxe and flax trousers. Both blueprints had one remaining usage. The iron pickaxe blueprint was acquired in exchange for the last use of the iron axe blueprint, while the flax trousers blueprint was exchanged for the flax shirt blueprint. Overall, it was a satisfactory trade. For Ye Lin, possessing the ability to replicate items rendered these blueprints virtually redundant. As long as he had one completed item, he could produce them endlessly without needing the blueprints. Before long, the crafting station resonated with the sound of metal clinking. Within mere seconds, An iron pickaxe and a pair of flax trousers were created. The pickaxe, as expected, served as a mining tool. Ye Lin's attention was primarily drawn to the flax trousers. Flax trousers, level, excellent, defense, 6, durability, 2020 description, capable of defending against some attacks from excellent level creatures, though don't expect it to withstand everything. Boasting an additional 6 points of defense, they were quite commendable. Without a second thought, he donned them. As for their appearance, apologies, but this was no time for vanity. Finally, Ye Lin glanced at a complete set of iron gear in his backpack, an iron spear, iron axe, and iron pickaxe, nodding in satisfaction before setting off once more. This time, his priority was to mine some more. His stone supply was dwindling, and he had yet to acquire any iron ore. Iron ore could be smelted into iron ingots in a furnace, an essential component for crafting iron equipment, and it commanded a respectable price in trades. After several minutes, Ye Lin arrived at the first marked mining site. Just as he was about to extract ore with his pickaxe, he suddenly heard the whizzing of arrows from the forest behind him. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 wooden arrows sliced through the air, aimed directly at his back. Swiftly, he sidestepped, allowing the arrows to fly past him. Frowning, he peered into the woods and soon discerned 2 figures emerging, their expressions malevolent. Kid, this mining site is ours now. Haha, if you wish to live, hand over everything in your backpack, and perhaps we might spare your life. With that, they raised their bows once more, aiming at him. Ye Lin merely chuckled softly, responding with an air of indifference. Since you have initiated the confrontation, I shall not hold back. With that, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as a spear of iron materialized in his grasp. The 2 adversaries, witnessing his intent to resist, exchanged sinister smiles. Seeking death, they simultaneously drew their bows and loosed their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows soared towards him, and Ye Lin could only shake his head in disbelief. These individuals clearly had yet to comprehend the disparity in their strengths. Did they truly believe they could confront an exceptional grade warrior with mere ordinary skills? This was nothing short of recklessness. With a swift motion, the iron spear danced effortlessly in Ye Lin's hands, shattering the incoming arrows that fell to the ground. The direct deflection of the projectiles momentarily stunned the 2 assailants. Soon after, they felt a chill at their throats, and as they turned their gazes backward, they beheld their own silhouettes. Their heads, akin to balls, rolled along the ground before finally coming to a halt. Subsequently, a trove of materials erupted from their fallen forms. Yet, what Ye Lin valued most was the fragments of the backpack, capable of expanding his carrying capacity. Chapter 17. Major Game Update. Hint, congratulations, you have obtained 20 backpack fragments. Upon discovering the newly acquired backpack fragments, Ye Lin felt a surge of joy within him. It became evident that defeating 1 foe yielded 10 backpack fragments. He casually tossed the materials into his backpack before directly utilizing the 20 fragments. Moments later, his backpack slots doubled from 20 to 40. What a splendid enhancement. Now, Mother need not worry about my backpack capacity anymore. With a contented heart, Ye Lin graciously accepted the offerings from the 2 individuals and turned to mine the iron ore behind him. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Mining was undeniably laborious. Ye Lin wiped the slight perspiration from his brow and hastened to the next mining site, intending to dismantle the wooden rafts of those 2 characters along the way. Within his exploration radius, he discovered a total of 3 mining locations. The Mist Island was vast, and surely there were more resources to be found. After another hour, he had fully extracted resources from the 3 sites, amassing a total of 356 stones, 101 coal ores, and 82 iron ores. Overall, the yield from the minerals was quite satisfactory. He decided against further mining. Not only was he somewhat fatigued, but time was also of the essence. Who knows if there was a time constraint on this Mist Island? It was clear that survivors would not be allowed to linger indefinitely. Otherwise, one could simply farm resources here instead of engaging in the Raft survival game. Hint, 3 hours have elapsed, and you and your mobile base will soon be teleported out of Mist Island. Please prepare yourself. After a while, the notification appeared abruptly. Glancing at the ethereal screen before him, Ye Lin was not taken aback. He casually seated himself upon a stone, awaiting the impending teleportation. Approximately 3 seconds later, he felt a darkness envelop him. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself standing on his mobile base. The surroundings were no longer the mist island, but an endless expanse of azure sea. I'm back. Is it limited to just 3 hours? Ye Lin thought to himself as he surveyed the surrounding waters. The mist island could only be accessed randomly, and he had no idea when he would return. Oh well, it matters not. Let us go fishing. He decided to use his final replication opportunity of the day on an excellent grade fishing rod. In the blink of an eye, he acquired 2 more rods, allowing him to fish with confidence. As the sun began to set, Ye Lin settled onto the wooden steps, dipping his feet into the sea, and leisurely commenced fishing. Time passed. After more than 2 hours, he concluded his fishing expedition, stood up, and stretched lazily. He then ignited a campfire, preparing to roast a fish, a portion of dog meat, and a portion of wolf meat. With his enhanced physique, his appetite had naturally grown significantly. Now, a single meal amounted to at least several times the quantity he consumed at the ordinary level. After all, a robust body requires ample nourishment to sustain itself, which is quite natural. While waiting for his dinner to cook, Ye Lin retrieved the boxes he had accumulated over the past 2 days from his backpack. 7 wooden chests and 3 black iron boxes. Most were caught from the sea, while a few were discovered on Mist Island. Without further ado, it is time to unveil the treasures within. He arranged the boxes in 2 rows, with the wooden ones at the front and the black iron boxes at the back. Do not inquire as to why. It is simply a matter of saving the best for last. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of 7 boxes being opened resounded. Indeed, all the wooden chests were opened by Ye Lin without exception. Keeping duplicates was a sheer waste of his talent. At this point, the majority of ordinary items no longer captured his interest. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained 5 wood, 5 stone, and 1 strawberry seed. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired 1 planting box. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained. As anticipated, a plethora of ordinary items emerged. Basic materials such as stone and wood, along with semi-finished products like ropes and iron nails. The seeds in the planting box were the only items that slightly piqued Ye Lin's interest. After all, the art of farming is a cherished tradition among flower cultivators, ingrained in their very genes. Consequently, he had moved the planting boxes to the rooftop balcony. In total, there were 15 planting boxes, 6 dedicated to flax, 3 to apples, and the remainder to strawberries, lemons, and berries. This area had become a modest cultivation zone. Observing the scene before him, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. As time progresses, survival at sea would increasingly hinge upon fruits and vegetables. Even if he did not sell them, consuming his own harvest would yield great benefits. At this moment, the meat on the campfire was also perfectly roasted. After devouring portions of fish, dog, and wolf meat, he retrieved some fruits for dessert. What a sumptuous dinner it was. Satiated, Ye Lin shifted his gaze to the 3 unopened black iron boxes. Following his usual practice, he set 1 aside for security. Then, with agility, he opened the remaining 2. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds of boxes opening echoed. Immediately, a notification screen appeared before him. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained 5 iron ore, 5 wooden planks, and 5 linen. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired 5 stones, 5 coal, and 1 ocean core. Black. Truly black. A glance revealed that all were mere materials or semi-finished products. Even discovering some excellent grade seeds would have surpassed these offerings. Wait, what is this? Ye Lin's gaze fell upon the last item, and he suddenly froze. Ocean core. Grade: excellent. Description: one of the cores capable of generating energy, extremely precious. Upon reading the description of the ocean core, he instantly recalled a particular item: the Seawater separator. The construction of this facility requires 1 core of any type. Ye Lin was immediately filled with excitement, ready to commence the creation of the Seawater separator, when the earlier description echoed in his mind. Extremely precious? Up to this point, he had opened nearly 8 or 10 black iron boxes, yet had only obtained a single ocean core. To use it directly would indeed be rather wasteful. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow to replicate the process before constructing the Seawater separator. With this thought, Ye Lin's inner excitement gradually subsided. He casually dismantled the 2 empty black iron boxes before him, resulting in the acquisition of 6 iron ingots. Ultimately, he reclined on his bed to rest. That night, Ye Lin enjoyed a profound and restful slumber, only to be awakened by the game's notification sound at 6 o'clock the following morning. Notification: the 7-day period has elapsed, and the regional rankings are now open. The Fog Island Stronghold battle has commenced. The currency system is now operational. Regional rankings: every 7 days, the game will assess your personal strength and raft base. The higher your score, the better your ranking. First place: 1 bronze chest, 1 blueprint for a superior weapon, 1 blueprint for superior equipment. 25th place: 1 bronze chest, 1 blueprint for superior equipment. 610th place: 1 bronze chest, Fog Island Stronghold battle. Fog Island will remain perpetually accessible, with coordinates available for viewing. However, all resources are in a non-extractable state. Only upon successfully capturing the stronghold can players begin to harvest the nearby resources. Players may form alliances, but once allied, they cannot engage in mutual attacks. Chapter 18: The Deluge and the Skylark. Currency system: shell coins. Throughout the vast ocean, there exists a probability of encountering shell vending machines, which allow individuals to exchange personal items for shell coins, and to purchase various goods within the machines using these coins. The shell vending machines may also sell rare items such as skills, upgrade stones, and attribute fruits. Moreover, the trading system has been refined, with all transactions conducted using shell coins. However, private chat interfaces still permit bartering. Notice: a heavy rainstorm is expected to arrive today, lasting for 7 days. Please take precautions. Upon witnessing the series of notifications before him, Ye Lin found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment, standing still for 3 seconds. Goodness gracious! Has it been a major update to the version? Regaining his composure, he promptly opened the survival manual. Indeed, new features had emerged. Ye Lin meticulously navigated through the options, examining each one. His personal attributes remained unchanged. The building functionalities were intact, and the backpack features were the same. However, the trading system now included a currency framework, mandating that all transactions be conducted using shell coins. The shell vending machines were not listed in the survival manual, appearing randomly across the sea. Lastly, there were 2 new functionalities. The Fog Island Stronghold battle, which upon opening revealed the precise coordinates of the Fog Island and 33 strongholds. Though 33 strongholds seemed plentiful, one must consider the number of individuals within each region. This would hardly suffice for a large-scale alliance. Only through strong coalitions could substantial resources be allocated. Upon encountering the Fog Island Stronghold battle, Ye Lin felt a pang of anxiety. He had always played solo, lacking even a single acquaintance. This stronghold battle could not be conquered alone. Even with his excellent level and considerable strength, he was not invincible. A horde of dozens, or even hundreds, could easily overwhelm him through coordination. Thus, forming alliances was imperative, albeit not at this moment. The final feature in the survival manual was shipwreck. Upon opening it, the message displayed: today's shipwreck, heavy rain. Damn, the difficulty has escalated again. Ye Lin's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath, closing the manual. Just then, droplets began to descend from the sky. Drip, drip, drip. The rain intensified, transforming from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. Ye Lin hurried inside, gazing at the relentless rain, his brow furrowed slightly. The storm was so fierce that even his mobile base swayed slightly. One could only imagine the plight of the unupgraded rafts. In the face of such a deluge, those rafts were at risk of disintegrating at any moment. After this storm, who knew how many lives would be lost? Ye Lin sighed softly. It was not that he was overly sentimental, but rather a recognition of human frailty and helplessness in the face of natural disasters. Nonetheless, he realized that breakfast was still a necessity. He moved the campfire indoors and retrieved a mutated sturdy fish from his backpack. Copy. With a mere thought, his talent usage decreased by 1, and the number of sturdy fish before him increased from 1 to 3. As before, he decided to keep 1 and consume 2. Ye Lin deftly used an iron axe to eviscerate 2 sturdy fish. After swiftly cleaning them, he inserted an iron spear and set them over the crackling campfire to roast. As the fish sizzled, he took out the ocean core he had crafted the previous night. With a flicker of inspiration, he activated his unique ability once more, and the ocean core transformed into 3. Now, he could confidently proceed to create the seawater separator. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he began gathering the necessary materials. To construct the seawater separator, he required the following components: 30 units of wood, 30 units of stone, 10 units of rubber, 10 universal parts, and 1 energy core of any type. Fortunately, the most challenging component, the energy core, was already in his possession. The remaining materials posed little difficulty. Rubber could be synthesized from discarded rubber, and universal parts could be crafted from salvage components. 20 minutes later, he had amassed all the required materials. Without hesitation, he approached the workbench to commence the crafting process. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed for a full minute before finally subsiding. This endeavor took considerably longer than the creation of other superior grade items. Seawater separator, grade, superior, description. When placed, it automatically extracts nearby seawater, consuming energy to convert it into freshwater and salt. It can convert 1 liter of freshwater and 100 grams of sea salt per hour. Upgrade materials: refined planks 100, refined stones 50, cotton fabric, superior, 30, refined parts 25, any energy core, superior, 1. Upon reviewing the description of the seawater separator, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow in intrigue. It could be further upgraded? However, the materials required were quite substantial, and he had never even heard of a superior grade energy core. Shaking his head, he dismissed the interface of the seawater separator. At that moment, the seawater separator had begun its operation. Its exterior was square-shaped, adorned with luminous patterns that gave it a distinctly high-tech appearance. A soft humming sound emanated from within as a pipe extended into the sea, continuously extracting water for separation. The separator was equipped with its own storage capacity, capable of holding up to 100 liters of fresh water and 10 kilograms of sea salt. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, reminding Ye Lin of the fish roasting over the fire. He hurried back to the campfire, retrieving the slightly charred fish, sprinkling them with seasoning, and indulging in hearty bites. A few minutes later, having consumed both large fish, he felt familiar warmth coursing through his body, enhancing his physical prowess. Name: Ye Lin. Talent: Copy 2-4. Attributes: Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 9, Spirit 5. Description: consuming mutated sturdy fish has fortified your exterior for 10. As the warmth subsided, Ye Lin casually opened his personal attributes. Unsurprisingly, his constitution had increased by 2 points, and the description now read 410. This indicated that consuming 6 more mutated sturdy fish could yield some special effect. Just as he pondered this intriguing possibility, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. A sudden noise echoed from above, as if something had struck him. With the torrential rain pouring down, he wondered if an object had been swept onto the roof. Without hesitation, he ascended to the rooftop. However, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. There, drenched and disheveled, was a large white bird, floundering in distress. So that's why it seemed familiar. It's you, peculiar bird, he mused. How have you changed so drastically in just a few days? Upon noticing its taming level, Ye Lin was instantly reminded of the strange bird that had previously stolen his dried fish. He approached it cautiously. Species: sword-billed hummingbird. Level: excellent. Attributes: Strength 7, Agility 8. Constitution 6, Spirit 7. Description: an injured sword-billed hummingbird. You could roast it for a meal, or perhaps attempt to rescue and tame it. Roast it for a meal? That seems rather wasteful, Ye Lin pondered, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. He then decided to drag the injured creature inside. Leaving it exposed to the rain would only worsen its condition, making it increasingly difficult to save. Chapter 19. The exquisite workbench and the bronze chest. Initially, the sword-billed lark believed that Ye Lin intended to harm it, prompting it to struggle. However, due to its significant injuries, it fainted after only a few feeble attempts to escape. Inside the room, Ye Lin examined its feathers to assess the extent of its wounds. discovering several injuries on its wings and chest, both deep and shallow, reminiscent of those inflicted by arrows. What could have caused this? A player? That seems implausible. Given the attributes of this creature, is there truly a player at this stage capable of inflicting such damage? Besides players, there are also local factions to consider. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin chose not to delve further into the matter. The creature's wounds continued to bleed, so he promptly approached the workbench to craft several hemostatic bandages. He swiftly bound the bandages around its injured areas, and the effects were immediate, significantly reducing the bleeding. With that, the most pressing issue of hemorrhage was resolved. The hemostatic bandages also possess the ability to accelerate the healing process, although they cannot instantly regenerate flesh. Time is required for recovery. Otherwise, they would not be classified as merely excellent grade items. Hemostatic bandage, grade, excellent, description, when wrapped around a wound. It can quickly stop bleeding and gradually promote healing of the injury, slightly realigning bones, but cannot restore broken or shattered bones. Usable twice. The description is quite explicit. In summary, the hemostatic bandages are intended solely for external injuries and have minimal effect on bone ailments. Ye Lin could not ascertain the condition of the creature's bones, so he could only wait and see if it would survive. After securing the creature, he ventured outside, retrieving his fishing rod to engage in angling. Fishing in the torrential rain is undeniably impressive. As for the possibility of catching a cold, please, with a constitution of 9. That is hardly a concern. Notification: Regional ranking reward settlement completed. Your rank, 3rd. Rewards have been distributed. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, a luminous notification appeared before Ye Lin, momentarily startling him as he fished. He quickly opened his backpack to inspect the regional ranking reward. The reward for achieving 3rd place was a bronze chest and a crafting blueprint. Gazing at the bronze chest resting quietly in his backpack filled him with exhilaration. The difficulty in obtaining such a chest is well understood. Nearly every high-quality chest is guarded by monsters. Lacking sufficient strength would only result in certain death, making acquisition impossible. He carefully examined the bronze chest, which emanated a faint blue glow, distinguishing it from the wooden chests that emit a soft white light and the black iron chests that radiate green. It was evident that this was no ordinary item. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, Ye Lin set the chest aside, resisting the urge to open it immediately. To do so would be a waste. Instead, he planned to use his talent to replicate it, ensuring a continuous supply of bronze chests at his disposal. He then turned his attention to the other reward. Windrunner boots, crafting blueprint. Grade, superior. Description: wearing these boots grants an increase of 1 point in agility and possesses the skill Windrunner Step, which, when activated, slightly enhances speed at the cost of stamina. This blueprint can be utilized 3 times. Require materials: bronze ingots 20, cotton cloth 10, animal hides 10. Note: equipment with additional attributes and skills is exceedingly rare. Upon reviewing the materials needed for crafting, Ye Lin realized that it was beyond his current capabilities. Regardless of his desire, he could only stow it away in his backpack as a treasured item. He then shifted his gaze to the bronze chest beside him. Copy. Ye Lin decisively activated his duplication talent on the chest. In the blink of an eye, the bronze chest multiplied into 3. Splendid. Following his usual practice, he decided to keep one for safety and open the other 2. He placed one of the bronze chests into his backpack and eagerly proceeded to open the remaining 2. Crack! As the chests opened, a faint blue glow emanated from within. Notification: congratulations! You have obtained 15 copper ores, 15 refined planks, and 5 cotton seeds. As for the contents of the first chest, though they were all of superior grade, they were somewhat underwhelming. Copper ores could be mined on Mist Island, while refined planks were merely synthesized from regular wood. However, the last item, the cotton seeds, caught Ye Lin's attention. Cotton seeds, grade, superior. Description: when planted, they yield cotton flowers upon maturity, which can be combined with hemp cloth to produce cotton cloth, as well as other items. Ah, I see. After reading the description, he immediately understood how cotton cloth was produced. Nonetheless, there were prerequisites. A superior grade workbench was essential. The previous outstanding workbench had not displayed the materials required for the next upgrade due to the insufficient level of the raft. The levels of both needed to be closely aligned. Now, however, the materials required for upgrading were clearly indicated. Workbench, grade, outstanding, description, capable of crafting ordinary and outstanding items. Tools and semi-finished products. Upgrade materials, planks 50, stones 25, iron ingots 20, universal parts 10. After reviewing the upgrade materials, Ye Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could manage it. He had feared encountering yet another insurmountable list of materials. Otherwise, he would have been left helpless. Upon reflection, many semi-finished products and tools required crafting at the workbench. If the upgrade difficulty were too great, it would indeed be quite frustrating. Nearly an hour later, Ye Lin gathered all the materials necessary for upgrading the workbench. He possessed the raw materials, but the synthesis required some time, which delayed him slightly. Clink, clank. Soon, the sound of hammers striking resonated throughout the mobile base, drowning out the howling winds and torrential rain outside. After 10 minutes, the workbench upgrade was complete. Ye Lin, filled with joy, promptly approached to inspect his handiwork. Workbench, level, fine description, capable of crafting ordinary, excellent, and fine-grade items, props, semi-finished products, and more. Upon noticing the prompt indicating the ability to craft fine-grade items, he could not help but raise his fist in joy. Excellent. Subsequently, Ye Lin began to gather materials to upgrade his rudimentary wooden mobile base. What lay beneath his feet was the very foundation for survival at sea. Only with sufficient sturdiness could he withstand the impending maritime calamity. Given the game's notorious tendencies, a torrential downpour would undoubtedly be the least formidable challenge among the tribulations of the sea. Thus, various semi-finished products were set into motion. Clang, clang. After the workbench reached the fine level, it boasted 3 crafting slots, allowing for the simultaneous creation of 3 items, significantly hastening the crafting speed. Onward. Seizing the opportunity while the semi-finished products were in production, Ye Lin opened the second bronze chest. Snap! Notification. Congratulations. You have obtained refined parts 15. Refined rubber 15, copper ingots 15. 6. Gazing at the notification before him, Ye Lin was left utterly speechless. Really, even if one were to be unfair, there should be some limits, right? 2 bronze chests, and not only was the blueprint for the fine-grade fishing rod absent, but not even a single other blueprint was provided? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 20. Alliances, all among the top 10 of the region? This wretched game, let those who desire to play do so. As for me, I shall not partake. Ye Lin's face flushed with frustration as he violently slammed down the item in his grasp. Bang! Yet, within mere seconds, he bent down, silently retrieving it, muttering under his breath, "Never mind, I shan't dwell on this miserable game." It's no jest. Playing this game feels akin to risking one's life. He still wishes to live for a few more years. Subsequently, Ye Lin resumed his fishing. Soon afternoon arrived. The seeds sown yesterday had matured. After harvesting a bounty of hemp and fruit, he planted another batch of seeds, including cotton. Maturation time. 36H as anticipated. The quality seeds had extended the maturation time to a full 36 hours. Frankly, that feels rather lengthy. Yet, there is no alternative. He has searched high and low for ways to accelerate crop growth, but to no avail. He scoured both the chat channels and the trading posts, finding nothing. However, today was not without its rewards. Among the fruits he had just harvested was a delightful surprise. Mutated apple, quality, excellent, description. Consuming it randomly increases one attribute by 1 point. Consumption is ineffective once the level exceeds excellent. Gazing at the vibrant, round apple in his hand, Ye Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Where is the child who cries daily? Where is the gambler who continuously loses? Isn't this turning around? With that, he activated his duplication talent, and the apple instantly transformed into 3. As per his usual practice, he kept one and consumed the other 2. Mere moments later, the 2 mutated apples were devoured, seeds and all. Almost immediately, a familiar warmth coursed through him, enveloping his entire being, bringing immense comfort. The sensation was fleeting, however. Once it dissipated, Ye Lin promptly opened his personal attributes to review the allocation of his points. Name, Ye Lin. Talent, Duplication 04. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 6. Constitution 9, Spirit 5. Description, consuming mutated fish has rendered your exterior tougher, for 10. His strength and agility each increased by 1 point. He felt significantly stronger. It was quite satisfactory. Progressing little by little each day, Ye Lin sat on a chair, cradling his head in his hands, and began to whistle a cheerful tune. After a while, he pondered his ranking. 3rd place. No. How can I be this strong and still have others surpass me? Could it be that those in 1st and 2nd possess talents even more formidable than mine? This was the most perplexing aspect for him. Nonetheless, he took it in stride. Achieving 3rd in the region was already commendable. In the past, back on Blue Star, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a feat regarding whether the 2 above him possessed talent superior to his own. Ye Lin chose not to dwell on it. He resolved to focus on the present. Others may be exceptional, but he was not lacking either. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle vibration emanated from the survival manual tucked in his arms. Ye Lin retrieved the manual and began to peruse it, discovering a private message awaiting him. Are you there? Shall we form an alliance? It was a message from an individual named Bai Chun, whose name was accompanied by the grand title of regional champion. The notion that the reigning champion sought an alliance with him initially took Ye Lin by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was ranked 3rd in the region. It was only natural for the top contender to reach out to him for collaboration. Before Ye Lin could respond, Bai Chun sent an invitation to join an ally chat channel. Contemplating this new channel, Ye Lin pondered the implications. With his ability to replicate talents, he need not fret over high-level resources. However, as time progressed, the demand for fundamental resources would inevitably increase. To amass a substantial quantity of these resources, one must secure the Fog Island stronghold. Going solo would not suffice. After a period of reflection, he ultimately clicked the button to accept the invitation to the ally chat channel. In the blink of an eye, a new chat interface materialized before him. Upon inspection, Ye Lin noted the channel was sparsely populated, with merely 10 participants. Yet, a closer examination revealed that every individual present was among the top 10 in the region. Astonishing. Were they aiming to dominate this territory? He sent a message expressing his amazement, and the ally chat began to buzz with activity. The esteemed Ye, ranked 3rd, has quite the sense of humor. One remarked, I believe Brother Ye has a point. Another chimed in. Indeed, with the top 10 congregated, we are more than qualified to rule these waters. It was worth noting, however, that those speaking were all ranked below the top 3. At that moment, Bai Chun, the top-ranked individual, began to speak. All right, everyone, please be quiet. With these words, the chat fell into an immediate silence. Ye Lin was struck by Bai Chun's formidable presence. Such authority was indeed befitting of the regional champion. Bai Chun continued, My suggestion is to commence the occupation of the stronghold tomorrow. Today, let us focus on our preparations. Securing the Fog Island stronghold is a crucial first step. With ample resources, we can solidify our position within the top 10. Hence, forming an alliance is essential. As for the specifics of the occupation, we shall discuss them in person upon our arrival at Fog Island. What does everyone think? Once Bai Chun finished speaking, silence enveloped the ally chat once more. After a brief pause, messages began to trickle in. I have no objections. I'll follow Bai Ji's lead. Neither do I. Indeed, unity is the way forward. Support. Agreed. In no time, all those ranked below the top 3 expressed their agreement. Observing this, Ye Lin chose not to stand out and also consented. At that moment, the usually aloof 2nd-ranked individual, Song Shi, also replied with a simple all right. Very well, let us proceed as such. Everyone prepare accordingly. After sending this message, Bai Chun fell silent, glancing at the remaining chatter among a few boastful participants. Ye Lin shook his head slightly and closed the group chat. Just as he was about to close the survival manual, Bai Chun and Song Shi sent him friend requests. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin readily concurred. In their perspective, the top 3 in the region represented the most formidable individuals. Thus, it was essential to cultivate alliances discreetly. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the 2, the great shark made its belated entrance. Ye Lin astutely observed several shallow, yet noticeable wounds on the great shark's body. "Oh, who have you been fighting with?" he mused. "Surely, you haven't lost a battle, have you?" The great shark seemed to comprehend this remark, and with an annoyed shake of its body, it splashed waves upon Ye Lin. Unperturbed, Ye Lin smiled gently, caressed its head, and then tossed 10 large fish as sustenance. Despite its injuries, the great shark's appetite remained as robust as ever. After consuming the 10 fish, its tameness increased by a gratifying 10 points. Tameness, 70, just 30 points away. Quite satisfactory. Ye Lin nodded in approval, chuckling softly. He then glanced at the great shark's interface, astonished to discover that it had awakened a talent. Chapter 21. The Gathering Mist Island. Mutated Black Tiger Shark. Talent. Water Flow Manipulation. Level. Excellent. Attributes. Strength 8. Agility 9. Constitution 8. Spirit 10. In comparison to the last encounter, this formidable shark not only awakened its talent to manipulate water, but also saw its spirit attribute rise to a remarkable 10 points. However, despite achieving a taming level of 70, the shark continued to playfully splash water at Ye Lin. He decided to endure its antics for now, promising himself that once his attributes improved, he would teach the creature a lesson it would not forget. Disregarding the playful shark, Ye Lin entered the dwelling and glanced at the workbench. He realized that the existing materials were insufficient for upgrading the wooden mobile base, and thus he had to abandon that idea. His gaze then fell upon the corner where the sword-billed lark lay unconscious, noticing it still breathed. He chose not to disturb it. After extracting some water from the Seawater separator, he cleansed himself. It had been nearly a week since he last bathed in this game world, and now that he had access to fresh water, he indulged in the luxury. Upon finishing his bath, he placed fresh water, sea salt, and some fruits onto the trading platform to exchange for resources. Currently, items could only be purchased with shells, and unfortunately, the shell currency was in short supply. Consequently, the rate at which goods were being sold had significantly slowed compared to before. After igniting a campfire and filling his stomach, Ye Lin lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. When he opened his eyes once more, he was startled by what lay before him. To his astonishment, the previously unconscious creature had awakened and was staring intently at him from the head of the bed. Who could withstand such a fright? Ye Lin had certainly been startled, but fortunately, the creature did not attack him. The ramifications of such an encounter would be unthinkable. He reminded himself not to act so recklessly in the future. Had he faced a more feral animal, he might have met an untimely end. At that moment, he noticed the taming level above the creature's head had reached an impressive 50 points. Taming level 5100. Could it be due to my having rescued it? Ye Lin pondered it. Suddenly, the creature opened its beak and emitted a sound reminiscent of a duck. Quack, quack. It opened its sharp jaws, seemingly requesting food. It appeared to be hungry. Ye Lin retrieved several fish from his backpack and tossed them to the creature. The sword-billed lark had an appetite that rivaled that of the black tiger shark, requiring 10 fish to feel satiated. Taming level 6100. Observing the increasing taming level before him, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. He then washed his face with fresh water and approached the campfire to prepare breakfast, replicating a mutated firm fish and a mutated apple. As he grilled the fish, he simultaneously nibbled on the apple. A warm sensation enveloped him, randomly enhancing his attributes by 2 points. Half an hour later, the 2 firm fish were cooked to perfection. After sprinkling some seasoning, Ye Lin devoured them with gusto, finishing both fish in less than 3 minutes, leaving only the bones behind. He glanced at his personal attributes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Attributes: Strength 6, Agility 7, Constitution 10, Spirit 6. Description: once excellent attributes reach 10 points, they will no longer increase. Equipment can be normally appended, but will not be counted towards the base attributes. Consuming mutated firm fish enhances the resilience of your exterior. 610. This time, the 2 mutated apples bestowed their random enhancements upon agility and spirit. Although consuming 2 firm fish was somewhat excessive regarding constitution, Ye Lin was nonetheless curious to see what changes might occur after indulging in 10 of them. Today, his strength had improved ever so slightly. He clenched his fists, feeling a significant surge of power within him compared to the previous day, and was utterly satisfied. Having filled his belly, he felt a gratifying boost in strength, indeed quite delightful. Subsequently, Ye Lin braved the fierce wind and rain, maintaining a calm demeanor as he sat on the wooden steps, leisurely casting his fishing line. After a while, he felt a subtle vibration from the survival manual nestled in his arms. Someone must have sent him a message. He casually retrieved the manual and opened the chat function. In the private messages, numerous notifications of friend requests awaited him. Glancing over them, he deemed them inconsequential and chose to disregard them. He then opened the message from Bai Chun. Gather at Mist Island in half an hour. Prepare for Stronghold Battle. She also sent a brief reminder. Stronghold Battle. It was then that Ye Lin recalled the ally chat channel he had joined yesterday. Upon opening it, a cacophony of voices greeted him. The Stronghold Battle was limited to a single day. Survive that day, and they could claim control over the stronghold on Mist Island for 6 days. Ha ha ha. Let them witness the true value of being among the top 10 in the region. But they should tread carefully. An ant can kill an elephant, and one must avoid a fall into the gutter. Speaking of which of the 33 strongholds shall we attempt to capture? Certainly, we must seize the ones rich in resources. After scanning through the fervent exchanges in the group chat, Ye Lin closed the survival manual, refusing to delay further. He ascended to the balcony of the rooftop, maneuvering the control panel of the rudimentary wooden mobile base towards the coordinates of Mist Island. He meticulously reviewed the coordinates indicated in the survival manual, which were roughly located at the center of the sea region. Half an hour later, Ye Lin piloted the rudimentary wooden mobile base, gradually approaching Mist Island. Once the base was securely docked along the shore, he glanced at the well-prepared items in his backpack and nodded in mild satisfaction. Then, he stepped on a Mist Island, extracting the survival manual from his pocket. He noted that the Ally chat channel contained shared coordinates. Following the indicated coordinates, Ye Lin effortlessly joined the main force. Among the group, a young man clad in white with glasses led the way, followed closely by a poised girl with a simple high ponytail. Their demeanor and posture clearly indicated that they were not ordinary individuals. Greetings, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bai Chun. You may call me by my name or simply Ah Chun, he stated, adjusting his glasses and extending his hand. A confident, subtle smile lingered on his lips throughout. Having been greeted so courteously, Ye Lin naturally felt compelled to respond in kind. Hello, Bai Chun. My name is Ye Lin. You may simply call me by my name. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun smiled and nodded. At that moment, a poised girl with a high ponytail, arms crossed, remarked coolly, Songshi, what's your talent? The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. After all, talent is a personal secret. Such a direct inquiry seemed rather presumptuous. Hearing this, Ye Lin scratched his head, momentarily a loss for words. Fortunately, Bai Chun stepped in to diffuse the tension. All right, Songshi, talent is a personal matter. With so many people present, how could one casually divulge it? In response, Songshi huffed dismissively, crossing her arms. With her silence, Bai Chun proceeded to introduce the other members of the team. After becoming acquainted with everyone, a sense of familiarity began to blossom. Once introductions were complete, Bai Chun finally broached the subject of the upcoming territory contention strategy. Though our number is merely 10, each of us is an elite. While we may not be able to take on 100 foes, holding off a dozen each should pose little difficulty. Chapter 22. The battle for Fog Island Stronghold commences after conducting a thorough investigation of Fog Island. I discovered that among the 33 strongholds, only the 3 located in the central region are endowed with the most abundant resources. Thus, our objective is to seize those 3 strongholds. I, along with Songshi and Ye Lin, formed a trio to capture the most perilous stronghold, while the remaining 7 would collaborate to occupy the other 2. Should any group encounter difficulties in their conquest, they are to communicate in the Ally channel, and available groups will provide assistance. Bai Chun, with his finger resting on his glasses, articulated the plan for capturing the strongholds in great detail. His voice possessed a magnetic quality, and coupled with his calm and confident demeanor, it easily instilled a sense of trust. Ye Lin was indifferent to the assignments. As long as they could secure the resources, he was content. Soon, the 10 were divided into 3 groups. The first group comprised by Chun, Song-shi, and Ye Lin. The second included the 4th to the 6th members, and the third consisted of 4 individuals from the 7th to the 10th. After some time, Bai Chun, Song-shi, and Ye Lin arrived at the most treacherous stronghold in the heart of Fog Island. Here, they not only had to guard against attacks from other players, but also fend off assaults from wild beasts. The difficulty was at least magnified several times compared to other strongholds. The rules of the stronghold contest dictated that one must withstand for a specified duration and occupy the area for a full day to claim complete control. In the subsequent 6 days, even if others returned, there would be no indication of the stronghold being contested. Sleepless for a day and night, they would endure a full 24 hours of relentless vigilance. Ye Lin couldn't help but feel an inexplicable thrill. It bore a striking resemblance to the experience of gaming overnight in an internet CAF. The sole distinction was that this was not merely a game, it was reality. Life was singular, and death meant irretrievable loss. Ye Lin surveyed his surroundings. Frankly, the geographical position was not particularly favorable for their side. The area of occupation was an open space, but just 10 meters away lay a thicket of shrubs and trees. Under such circumstances, a surprise attack could render them at a disadvantage. After scanning the area, Ye Lin turned to the composed by Chun and inquired, "What shall we do now? What else can we do? Conserve our strength. If the enemy remains still, so shall we. We wait." Bai Chun shrugged and spread his hands. In contrast, Song-shi crossed her arms and coldly asserted, "What are we waiting for? Let us charge straight in." Hearing this, Bai Chun pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. The rules for capturing a stronghold are quite clear. Stepping outside this 10-meter radius will cause our prior occupation time to dissipate. Therefore, we can only wait. Incoming, be cautious. He had barely finished his sentence when his previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of intense focus, and a long gun materialized in his hand. Song-shi also readied her bow, prepared for action. Upon witnessing the luxurious weapons wielded by the two, Ye Lin felt somewhat self-conscious about the iron spear he held. It could be said that the iron spear was the least impressive weapon among those of excellent quality. The simplicity of the iron spear was evident compared to the refined appearances of the weapons carried by his companions. Bai Chun cast a surprised glance, pondering how one could charge into the top 3 wielding such a subpar weapon. This individual was indeed remarkable, or perhaps it was their innate talent that set them apart. At that moment, those vying for control of the stronghold approached. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a volley of arrows emerged from the thicket. Fortunately, they were merely wooden projectiles, and for the 3 exceptionally skilled individuals, their power and velocity posed little threat. Standing at the forefront, Bai Chun remained composed, twirling his spear with finesse to deflect all the arrows. This spectacle made Ye Lin raise an eyebrow. Such remarkable marksmanship? Or was it a skill effect? Before he could ponder further, several figures began to emerge from the woods ahead, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. "Brother who? This situation is a bit precarious. The top 3 in the region are right here. What shall we do? What are you afraid of? With so many of us, can we not defeat just 3 of them? You know nothing. This isn't just a brawl among petty thugs from Blue Star." The crowd exchanged banter. The bald man known as Brother Who surveyed Bai Chun and his companions, his brow furrowed. "Let us retreat to the next stronghold." Moments later, they chose to withdraw. After all, the battle for the stronghold had only just commenced. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle right from the start was hardly a rational course of action. Moreover, these 3 were formidable foes should a conflict arise. It might well spell doom for everyone involved. The prestige of being among the top 3 in the region inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation. Watching the departing figures, Bai Chun, Song-shi, and Ye Lin decided against pursuing them. It was wiser to let sleeping dogs lie. Securing the stronghold remained their foremost priority. Not long after dispatching one group of players, a horde of beasts descended upon them. Roar, hiss. A dozen ferocious creatures, tigers, leopards, and wolves, charged forward, their eyes ablaze with ferocity as if entranced. Observing this scene, Ye Lin was ready to engage and slay a few beasts for sport. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows swiftly shot forth from behind. Thud, thud. Each arrow struck true, delivering a fatal blow with precision. In less than 10 seconds, before the beasts could reach them, they all lay defeated. Song she stowed her bow, adopting a stance of aloof superiority, accompanied by a dismissive scoff. TCH. The sound was unmistakably directed at someone. Ye Lin touched his nose, sensing he had been underestimated. Well, he thought it mattered little. If someone wished to showcase their prowess, he could afford to take it easy. Thus, in the ensuing battles, Ye Lin nearly coasted through, exerting minimal effort. This only served to deepen Song Shi's disdain for him, her expression dripping with contempt. Is this really someone ranked among the top 3 in the region? They must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. At her words, Ye Lin shrugged, choosing silence. He had indeed been coasting, and it was only natural for others to feel irked by it. Furthermore, arguing with a woman would only turn any rationality into folly. At this moment, even Bai Chun could no longer bear to watch. He adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he said, Ye Lin, I can sense that your strength is considerable. So, could you refrain from slacking off? Fine. Acknowledging Bai Chen's words, Ye Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment at his previous lethargy. After all, when it came time to seize the stronghold and allocate resources, those who exerted themselves would undoubtedly reap greater rewards, while those who did not would receive far less. Time slipped away, second by second. The entire day had swiftly passed. If they could endure just one more night at this resource-rich stronghold, it would soon belong to them. However, as time progressed, more individuals would inevitably choose to take the plunge and fight for it. Beneath the twinkling stars, shadows stealthily emerged from the forest, advancing rapidly towards Ye Lin and his companions. In the faint glow of the moonlight, it became apparent that this group numbered quite a few, perhaps over a dozen. Their roles were clearly delineated. Those wielding shields positioned themselves at the front, spearmen took the center, while a cadre of archers formed the rear. Chapter 23. The transaction between Bai Chun and Song Shi. The collaboration was commendable, yet, had you chosen the wrong individual? Song Shi uttered coldly, and with that, her arrow was unleashed. Crack! One shot toppled a shield bearer, shattering the shield into fragments. Bai Chun and Lin Jiang swiftly took action as well. After a day of coordination, their teamwork was commendable. Dozens of adversaries surrounded them. Bai Chun wielded his spear, sweeping it horizontally, sending 4 or 5 shield bearers flying with tremendous force. The sheer strength was evident. Ye Lin also ceased his idle pursuits, brandishing his iron spear, its cold gleam flashing as he relentlessly dispatched foes. These opponents were utterly feeble, mere ordinary ranks. Just as he lamented their weakness, a figure, having lain in ambush among the underbrush, suddenly lunged forth, brandishing 2 daggers aimed at him. This force was of an exceptional caliber. Ye Lin's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively thrust his spear upward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. The individual wielding the daggers was formidable. Ye Lin distinctly felt his spear veering off an odd angle. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant's dagger swiftly grazed the spear shaft, heading straight for his neck. Sizzle! Sparks flew. In a moment of peril, Ye Lin grasped the dagger, then executed a swift side kick, propelling the assailant several meters away, crashing against a great tree. Subsequently, he discarded the dagger and glanced at the wound on his palm. Perhaps didn't he even qualify as a minor injury? A slight scratch marked the center of his hand, with a few droplets of blood trickling forth. Such a wound would likely have ceased bleeding before he even reached the hospital. Clearly, a physique of 10 was not in vain. The resilience of his skin must have played a part as well. Ye Lin shook off the bloodstains on his hand, nodding with satisfaction. This scene was vividly observed by Bai Chun and Song Shi from a distance. A glint flickered across Bai Chun's glasses as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Song Shi's delicate face was filled with shock. Recalling her recent mockery of him, she felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto her cheeks. Impossible! How could this be? How could you possibly catch an exceptional grade dagger barehanded? The man, having been kicked and slammed against the tree, clutched his chest, his expression one of disbelief. An exceptional grade dagger could surely sever hair with ease. No, it could even slice through gold and stone. With that, he staggered to his feet and fled. Naturally, Ye Lin would not let him escape. He hurled his spear like a javelin. Whoosh! Thud! It precisely embedded itself in the fleeing man's back, pinning him firmly against a tree. In the realm of play and jest, when it came to actual combat, he would not show mercy. Bai Chun, witnessing this scene from a distance, was taken aback. For those who acted decisively, who could kill without hesitation, were the most formidable and perilous. Of course, if such a person were a teammate, they would be immensely reliable. Following the demise of the dagger-wielding man, the remaining players were thoroughly intimidated, daring not to linger, and began to disperse from the stronghold. In less than a few minutes, surrounding the stronghold, there was no one left. The three individuals disregarded those who had fled and instead settled down to rest and recuperate. At that moment, Song Yin approached, arms crossed, and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so formidable. I apologize for my previous remarks." "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't take it to heart," Ye Lin replied, glancing at her with a calm demeanor as he shook his head. Although this girl was somewhat impulsive, she displayed a commendable degree of openness. To hold a grudge would indeed make him seem rather petty for a man of his stature. She nodded, choosing to remain silent. Yet her demeanor suggested that her negative opinion of Ye Lin had nearly dissipated. After a brief period, the trio had sufficiently rested. Bai Chun rose, brushing off the dust, and turned to Ye Lin with a faint smile. "It is evident that your constitution is quite impressive. You must possess some special ingredients or tools that enhance it, correct?" Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's heart was instantly filled with caution. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "How do you know?" "I'm not entirely certain," Bai Chun replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he adjusted his glasses. "If possible, I would like to propose a trade." With that, he retrieved an item from his backpack. Mutated lychee, grade, excellent. Description, consuming this will increase mental acuity by 1 point. Ineffective for those of excellent grade or higher. After a brief contemplation upon seeing the item, Ye Lin responded coolly, "This is likely insufficient." "Insufficient?" A glint of excitement flashed in Bai Chun's eyes. "May I see your item?" Of course, Ye Lin nodded slightly, not refusing. He then casually produced a sturdy fish from his backpack. Mutated sturdy fish, grade, excellent. Description, consuming this will increase physical constitution by 1 point and additionally enhance the toughness of the skin. Ineffective for those of excellent grade or higher. A friendly reminder, please prepare a good weapon before consumption. Indeed, this was an ingredient specifically tailored to enhance physical constitution, along with additional effects. Upon reviewing the description of the sturdy fish, Bai Chun raised an eyebrow, his smile growing increasingly pronounced. "How about this? 1 use of the weapon crafting blueprint, along with 3 mutated lychees, in exchange for 10 sturdy fish like this." "A weapon crafting blueprint? Let me take a look." Intrigued by Bai Chun's display of the blueprint, Ye Lin hesitated, not rushing to decline. Straight blade long sword blueprint, grade, fine. Description, equipping this weapon grants one strength, with an innate skill that enhances sharpness slightly upon use, at the cost of stamina. This blueprint can be used 3 times. Required materials, copper ingots 30, cotton fabric 5, although the materials required for this blueprint appeared straightforward. The blueprint itself was anything but simple. With its additional attributes and skills, it was certainly on par with his gale boots. Ye Lin felt a surge of desire. He truly wished to acquire this blueprint, along with the 3 mutated lychees. However, the ability to procure 10 mutated firm fish is something that any discerning individual can readily comprehend. Not to mention someone as clever as a little fox like Bai Chun. Well, it is what it is. With these items in hand, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. While it is feasible, acquiring 10 firm fish is not something that can be accomplished in a short span of time. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin turned to Bai Chun and suggested, "How about 1 per day? If you agree, we can commence our transaction immediately." Bai Chun replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin shook his head slightly. "Let us postpone the trade until tomorrow. It can wait until after the stronghold battle." Bai Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Song Shi approached, eager to join the conversation. I want some of that fish too. I'll give you this, she said, presenting a crafting blueprint along with a few fruits. Heavy armor, level, excellent. Description: wearing this equipment increases physique by 1 and grants the skill Iron Block, which slightly enhances defense at the cost of stamina. This blueprint can be used 3 times. Crafting materials. Chapter 24, A Bountiful Harvest. Materials required: 30 bronze ingots, 15 cotton cloth. Once again, a remarkably exquisite piece of equipment has been crafted. Subsequently, Ye Lin's gaze shifted towards several fruits behind him. Mutated dragon fruit. Grade: excellent. Description: consuming this will increase agility by 1 point. Ineffective for those of excellent grade or higher. 3 mutated dragon fruits, each enhancing agility. If he were to consume all of these, he would likely be quite close to achieving an exquisite grade himself. Given the exposure risk already present, it matters little if he takes this second chance. Let us proceed. A trade is in order. However, like Bai Chun, he decided to partake of 1 a day, saving the transactions until after the stronghold battle concluded. Ye Lin turned to Song Shi, maintaining a calm demeanor, and nodded slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Song Shi retained her aloof posture, nodding in agreement. The 3 then stowed their respective items, continuing to await the forthcoming challenges. After the previous encounter, it seemed that no one dared to covet this stronghold any longer. For half a day, no one approached to seize it. Instead, the scent of blood drew numerous beasts from the surrounding areas. Bai Chun, Song Shi, and Ye Lin, however, stood undaunted. Each took a direction, guarding their position as steadfast as a fortress. Gradually, dawn broke. The morning air was refreshingly cool. The 3 sat on the ground, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. It was then that a notification appeared. Notification: congratulations to Bai Chun, Song Shi, and Ye Lin for capturing Stronghold Number 1, becoming its temporary administrators for a period of 6 days, coinciding with the next ranking rewards refresh. During this time, they may freely harvest resources in the vicinity of a stronghold. This notification not only alerted the trio, but also served as a global announcement within the game. In an instant, all players became aware of their conquest of Stronghold Number 1. At last, it is over. Time to return. Ye Lin sheathed his iron spear, stretching as he spoke. He then made his way towards the designated docking area of the mobile base. Bai Chun, trailing behind, remarked with a faint smile, "Remember our trade." "Rest assured, I have not forgotten," Ye Lin replied without turning back, and shortly thereafter, his figure vanished from sight. Half an hour later, he arrived at the front of his rudimentary wooden mobile base. Seeing it intact, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It seemed that after leaving, the raft was impervious to harm. With even the items atop, it rendered immovable. Yet, upon reflection, this made sense. After all, who could bear the thought of returning from arduous adventures only to find one as home lost? It must be that as long as one remains alive, the raft would not be subject to attacks or theft by other players. However, he pondered whether it could withstand local factions and other creatures. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin set aside his thoughts and ascended the mobile base. He first harvested the mature cotton, flax, and fruits. Indeed, they had ripened the previous afternoon. However, at that time, it was the period of fierce contention for strongholds, making it impossible to return in time for harvesting, resulting in a regrettable waste of planting time. After gathering the crops, Ye Lin sowed a new batch of seeds. He then opened his backpack and began to tally his harvest. The most abundant yields included beast meat, beast hides, and beast bones, while the materials from players were scant, as few would venture out with such an abundance of supplies. The most prolific drops were fragments of the backpack, as they were distributed based on the individual backpack slots. 10 slots yielded 10 fragments, 20 slots yielded 20, and so forth. Upon observing the backpack fragments, Ye Lin unhesitatingly chose to utilize them. In no time, he expanded his backpack to 100 slots. Note: upon reaching 100 slots, unlocking each additional slot requires 10 backpack fragments. Additionally, a special function is unlocked. Time within the backpack halts, preventing items from deteriorating. Well, that seems rather advantageous, Ye Lin thought. just as he was about to express frustration over the escalating difficulty of unlocking additional backpack slots. In the next moment, a notification about the special function popped up, extinguishing his ire. The bad news was that beyond 100 slots, every additional slot required 10 fragments. The good news was that time within the backpack was now frozen, allowing him to store food without fear of spoilage. This was indeed a practical feature. Ye Lin nodded slightly and continued to invest his backpack fragments to increase the number of slots, until he had unlocked a total of 172 slots, at which point the fragments were entirely depleted. Nevertheless, that was quite sufficient. Previously, each type of item could stack up to 100. Now, it could stack up to 200, thus accommodating all his belongings. After a thorough organization, his survival manual vibrated in his grasp. With one hand holding the fishing rod, he retrieved the manual to check its contents, discovering messages from Bai Chun and Song Shi, who wished to trade for mutated firm fish. He kept his word and used his talent twice to replicate the firm fish, yielding 6 in total. Ye Lin traded 1 to Bai Chun and 1 to Song Shi, reserving 1 for himself as a contingency. He then placed the remaining 3 mutated firm fish on the campfire to roast. Today, he could still use his talent twice. What should he replicate next? First and foremost were the equipment, items, and ingredients that could enhance his strength. He possessed the blueprints for superior-grade equipment, but lacked the necessary materials, which would take several days to gather. However, at present, there were quite a few ingredients available that could bolster his abilities. 1 mutated apple that increased a random attribute by 1 point, 3 mutated lychees that enhanced mental attributes by 1 point each, and 3 mutated dragon fruits that elevated agility by 1 point each. All were precious commodities. Such items were practically non-existent in the market. Not to mention superior-grade, mutated fruits. Even ordinary ones were exceedingly rare. With a decisive glance at the fruits in his backpack, Ye Lin unhesitatingly consumed 2 mutated lychees and 2 mutated dragon fruits. He then employed his replication talent on the mutated apple, following which he consumed 2 more. At this moment, only one of the 3 mutated fruits remained, which he decided to keep as a safeguard for replication. After fishing for a while, an enticing aroma wafted from the campfire. Ye Lin, having caught a fish, eagerly made his way to the fire. There, he noticed the injured crested lark eyeing his roasted fish with ill intent. Given that the fish still held significance for Ye Lin, he could not afford to share it. Instead, he retrieved 10 ordinary fish from his backpack and offered them to the crested lark. In response to the offering, a glimmer of human-like gratitude appeared in the lark's eyes, and it gently nuzzled against Ye Lin. Surprised by its newfound friendliness, Ye Lin smiled faintly and stroked its head. At that moment, the tameness level of the crested lark surged to an impressive 90 points. Tameness level, 9100. How could it rise so swiftly? Could it be due to my act of saving it? Ye Lin scratched his head in contemplation, but he soon dismissed the thought and focused on showcasing the roasted fish in his hands. Chapter 25. The Slave Master. Name, Ye Lin. Talent, Duplication. Level, Excellent. Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 10, Spirit 8. Description: once excellent level attributes reach 10 points, they will no longer improve. Equipment can still be attached normally, but will not count towards inherent attributes. Consuming mutated hard fish enhances your resilience. 9-10. This is Ye Lin's personal attributes for today. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, who does not appreciate gradual progress each day? The rapid increase in attributes is largely attributable to the mutated fruits. Finally, there is the progress bar in the description, currently at 9-10. Should he consume the guaranteed fish he has in his backpack? This thought crossed Ye Lin's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The primary reason being that this type of fish is notoriously difficult to catch. Ever since acquiring the excellent level fishing rod, he had only managed to reel in 1 mutated hard fish over these past few days, the sole mutant he had encountered. One can only imagine how low the catch rate is. Without the safety net of a duplicate, he would find it challenging to explain to Bai Chun and Song Shi. They had already paid, and it would be unthinkable to default on his obligation. If he were to renege, it would not take long for his reputation to be tarnished. At that point, no one would be willing to purchase his goods or exchange resources, and he would certainly face dire consequences. Thus, Ye Lin gently shook his head, took a sip of water, and resumed his fishing on steps. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the water. Observing this, Ye Lin could not help but chuckle. "Ah, little black, you truly are a glutton." As the words left his mouth, a large shark emerged from the depths, propelling a jet of water towards him, seemingly expressing its displeasure. However, Ye Lin's strength had improved significantly. He merely shifted to the side and easily avoided the water spray. He bore no ill will, chuckling as he tossed out 10 large fish. After a brief feeding session, the shark's taming level rose to 80 points. 8,100. It had even surpassed the sword-billed lark. This sudden leap caught Ye Lin off guard, but ultimately, it was a positive development, was it not? After several hours of fishing, he returned to Mist Island. Staying at the mobile base offered little in the way of activities, so it was more prudent to gather resources on Mist Island. After all, there were only 6 days of extraction time. Once the time was up, the next round would require a fresh scramble for resources, and he could not afford to squander the fruits of his labor. As he traversed several outposts along the way, he observed numerous individuals laboriously extracting resources. Whenever hunger or thirst struck, they would casually eat and drink before resuming their relentless tasks of chopping trees, mining, and gathering. It was a relentless pursuit indeed. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lin shook his head slightly. He realized that even with such fervent efforts, an individual could scarcely accumulate substantial resources in a matter of days. Not to mention that some alliances require their members to contribute a portion of their haul. Fortunately, the alliance he belonged to did not impose such restrictions. Whatever group claimed an area reaped the rewards, each according to their capabilities, with all harvested resources belonging solely to them. Half an hour later, Ye Lin arrived at Outpost 1. Utterly speechless, he lamented, "Cannot this wretched game periodically generate resources? The hard-won outposts still require personal mining." As he grumbled, he retrieved an iron pickaxe from his backpack, preparing to extract some copper ore. Copper ingots are essential for nearly all advanced equipment, making copper quite significant at this stage. Just as Ye Lin was about to commence mining at several nearby copper veins, a cacophony of mining sounds echoed in the distance. The clinking did not seem to originate from a solitary miner, but rather a multitude. Curiosity piqued, Ye Lin approached the source of the noise. What he discovered was startling. The miners were not players, but a group of primitive tribesmen clad in animal skins. What on earth is happening? Are these savages attempting to seize resources? He exclaimed, drawing an iron spear from his pack, ready to confront the intruders. Just then, a figure emerged from the underbrush, exclaiming, "Wait, do not strike." Upon hearing the voice, Ye Lin turned to find Bai Chun. No way. Is this fellow colluding with the savages? Or does he have some peculiar affinity with one of them? Noticing Ye Lin's incredulous expression, Bai Chun could not help but twitch his lips and said, "Allow me to explain." "Very well. I am listening." Ye Lin nodded, sheathing his spear, his gaze fixated upon Bai Chun. "These tribesmen are here at my behest to assist in resource extraction." Bai Chun explained. Ye Lin's surprise was evident. "You can command them?" "Not precisely. But how do you persuade them to mine obediently?" "Just give them a good thrashing and then provide them with food." "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple." After their exchange, Ye Lin wore a peculiar expression and, not wishing to linger longer, bid Bai Chun farewell and departed. At this moment, he resolved to seek out some tribesmen to labor for him. Surely this would be a swifter method of resource acquisition than toiling alone. Half an hour later, Ye Lin finally stumbled upon a group of tribesmen adorned in animal skins on Mist Island, numbering over a dozen. Without a second thought, he approached them and unleashed a fierce beating. After subduing them, he tossed some beast meat onto the ground, following a brief display of dominance. He temporarily conscripted this band of tribesmen. Once they were sufficiently fed, Ye Lin led them to the vicinity of the outpost to commence resource extraction. Due to the scarcity of iron axes and pickaxes, he provided them with stone tools, instructing them to fell trees and mine ore. Those lacking axes were tasked with gathering. Thus, Ye Lin unwittingly became a slave master. As long as he provided sustenance, these savages would toil for him throughout the day. Even capitalists would shed tears at such a sight. Upon returning to the mobile base, freed from the burdens of resource extraction. He naturally took to the seas to explore and seek out additional resources. Abandoned metals, discarded rubber, obsolete components, and various condiments can only be found within the remnants of urban landscapes. These resources are conspicuously absent on Mist Island. Moreover, the most crucial element is the shell vending machine. It has been hinted that it may dispense some precious items, such as skill books. Leaf Forest has yet to encounter such a skill book, and is thus filled with an intense curiosity. Acquiring such a tome should significantly enhance one's combat prowess. An hour later, Leaf Forest stumbled upon a city ruin. Upon landing on the island, he discovered the presence of indigenous factions within. This city ruin was quite expansive, larger than any he had previously encountered. In the central area, there stood a wooden encampment, resembling a den of bandits. Intrigued, Leaf Forest stealthily approached. As he reached the entrance of the encampment, he was met with a cacophony of roars emanating from within, as if the inhabitants were exuberantly exclaiming something. Flanking the entrance, 2 watchtowers loomed, each manned by vigilant figures. Chapter 26. The refugees of the ruins, the denizens of the deep sea observing from his concealment in the underbrush. Ye Lin scrutinized the 2 figures atop the watchtower. Their attire suggested a degree of civilization far surpassing that of mere savages, albeit with a somewhat antiquated flair. Their appearance not significantly different from that of ordinary humans. Most notably, their organization of sentinels indicated a commendable level of intelligence. As Ye Lin cautiously approached, a prompt appeared before him. Refugees of the ruins, level, ordinary, description, remnants of a bygone era. They have devolved into marauding refugees, committing heinous acts upon the high seas. Upon reading the panel's description, Ye Lin swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows from his pack. He aimed at the 2 individuals on the watchtower and released his arrows with precision. Whoosh, whoosh. Though the wooden arrows might not have been lethal in the hands of an ordinary person, in Ye Lin's skilled grasp, they transformed into instruments of death. Thud, thud. As the bodies of the refugees slumped lifelessly from the watchtower, Ye Lin scaled the structure with agility. He crouched against the wall, peering into the village below, where a grotesque spectacle unfolded. Were they engaging a gladiatorial contest? A throng of refugees surrounded a cleared space at the village's center. 2 wooden cages were slowly opened. One contained a tiger, while the other housed a young girl. Indeed, these marauders reveled in violence, forcing a defenseless girl to confront a tiger. As he witnessed this harrowing scene, Ye Lin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The inhumanity of these refugees was unmistakable. They sought merely to satiate their perverse desires through this barbaric spectacle. Brutality, bloodshed, and dismemberment. Even before the contest commenced, the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers, their voices echoing like wails of the damned, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. These were not humans. They were monstrous beings clad in human skin. With this realization, Ye Lin resolved to show no mercy. Rising to his full height, he readied his bow and aimed at the throng of refugees, releasing a rapid volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Given the distance, he could not ensure every arrow found its mark in the head, resulting in many refugees suffering grievously on the ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, the tiger, released from its confinement, lunged toward the girl with ferocity, drawn more to her tender flesh than the flesh of the refugees. As the beast charged, the girl, overwhelmed by despair, closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that very instant, whoosh, an arrow suddenly descended from above, striking the tiger in its flank. The force of the projectile caused the creature to stagger sideways. The tiger, now enraged, rose with a furious roar, scanning its surroundings yet finding nothing amiss. Fueled by its primal instincts, it lunged once more at the girl. Roar! A beast is a beast. With that, Ye Lin leaped from the lookout tower, transforming his bow into an iron spear midair. With a forceful throw, the spear pierced through the head of the leaping tiger, pinning it firmly to the ground. Man-eating tiger. Level, common attributes, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5. Spirit 5. Description. This is a tiger that delights in consuming humans. Ever since it tasted human flesh, It has lost interest in the meat of other creatures. All attributes are at 5 points, indicating that it is a tiger on the verge of becoming exceptional. Clearly, an arrow would not suffice to slay it. The wooden arrow would likely shatter upon impact with this beast's skull. Thus, Ye Lin shot an arrow at its waist, diverting it away from the little girl. The phrase copper-headed, iron-tailed, tofu-waisted aptly describes the tiger. A creature that preys solely on humans is indeed a vicious beast. Before long, Ye Lin approached the scene, coldly stating that the tiger was now dead, having been impaled through the skull by the iron spear. He withdrew the spear and flicked it carelessly, causing blood to splatter across the ground. He then walked slowly towards the little girl not far away, extending his hand and revealing a warm smile. "Come, rise. The vicious tiger has been slain." Hearing the gentle voice beside her, the little girl dared to open her trembling eyes. In that moment, it was as though she beheld a radiant light, a figure illuminated from behind, offering her a warm smile and outstretched hand, pulling her from despair. "Sea Spirit." The little girl gazed at him, kneeling in a daze, murmuring the name. "What Sea Spirit?" Ye Lin scratched his head in confusion. Soon after, a panel appeared before him. Deep Sea Descendant, talent, affinity with seawater, affinity with plants, name, Lil Tuan Tuan attributes, strength 3, agility 3, constitution 3, spirit 5. Description: the Deep Sea Descendants are the most mysterious race in this world, believed to be the offspring of the Sea Spirit. They hold this belief deeply, with their faith in the Sea Spirit etched in the depths of their souls. Deep Sea Descendants? Another new race. Sea Spirit? What could that be? She seemed to have mentioned those very words. This information left Ye Lin momentarily bewildered. Yet, what astonished him most were the 2 grand talents in her talent panel. Wow, dual talents. Sea Spirit. Big brother. You must be the incarnation of the Sea Spirit, right? Yes, it must be so. Tuan Tuan knew that the Sea Spirit would surely aid us in our direst moments. Little Tuan Tuan said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with hope. No, it should be said that Ye Lin appeared as a beacon of light in her eyes. Lito Duan Duan. I am not the incarnation of the Sea Spirit. You may be mistaken. Ye Lin, not wishing to deceive the adorable and innocent little girl, could only muster the courage to clarify. Continuing in this manner will undoubtedly lead to endless troubles in the future. You must be the embodiment of Lady Hailing, for it is impossible for anyone else to know my name. Little Tuan Tuan, with her large, innocent eyes wide open, continued earnestly, observing her earnest demeanor. Ye Lin helplessly rubbed his forehead, finding it difficult to explain. Well, call yourself whatever you wish. Where do you reside? Would you like me to escort you home? It is undoubtedly perilous for such a small girl to be alone outside. Having already rescued her, he saw no harm in extending his kindness to its fullest. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the word home, a profound sadness clouded the eyes of the kneeling Tuan Tuan. Before long, tears streamed down her face as she rubbed her eyes and choked out Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan no longer has a home. Tuan Tuan's home was taken by bad people. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin began to grasp the situation. Looking at the inconsolable Tuan Tuan, he sighed and said, "Ah, I see. Would you like to accompany me for the time being?" Chapter 27. The dual-talented little Tuan Tuan. Upon hearing the words, the perpetually weeping Tuan Tuan gradually ceased her sobbing. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Is it truly possible? Can I really stay by the side of Lord Hailing's incarnation?" Ye Lin gently crouched down, placing his hand atop Tuan Tuan's head, tenderly stroking her hair as he reassured her, "Of course, my dear Tuan Tuan. You are simply delightful, and I believe Hailing will adore you as well. And remember, you can call me Big Brother from now on, all right?" Upon hearing that she could remain by his side, Tuan Tuan's joy transformed her tears into laughter. "I understand. Big Brother, such a good girl. Now, stay close behind me and don't want her off." Thus, Ye Lin embarked on a quest through the encampment with his little companion, searching for any usable materials. The resources at the ruins of this city had been thoroughly scavenged by the refugees. Nothing intact could be found outside. However, after a meticulous search, Ye Lin discovered no valuable resources. At that moment, Tuan Tuan seemed to recall something and eagerly tugged his clothing, saying, "Big Brother, I know where the secret base of those rascals is. There must be things you can use inside." Surprised by her knowledge, Ye Lin chuckled and affectionately patted her head. I never expected our little Tuan Tuan to be so remarkable. Hee hee, come with me, big brother, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, joyfully taking his hand and leading him in a particular direction, as if the prospect of helping Ye Lin brought her immense happiness. 10 minutes later, guided by Tuan Tuan, Ye Lin discovered a hidden cellar in a secluded corner. After removing the covering above, he tossed a stone inside to gauge the depth. Thud! The sound was not muffled, indicating that the distance was not great. However, to err on the side of caution, he retrieved some rope from his backpack and secured it to a nearby heavy object. Grasping the rope with one hand and wielding an iron spear with the other, he slowly descended into the cellar while instructing, Tuan Tuan, keep watch above for me. If there is any danger, please alert me, all right? I understand, big brother, but please be careful. Tuan Tuan nodded earnestly in response. Ye Lin similait faintly, signaling her to be at ease. He then tightened his grip on the rope and swiftly descended. Before long, he found himself within the cellar. Looking up, he noticed a dimly lit tunnel ahead. Torches flickered along the stone walls, casting eerie shadows that danced in the light. Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin, armed with his iron spear, steeled himself and cautiously advanced. Each step was taken with deliberation. After several minutes, he reached the tunnel's end and exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not encountered any traps along the way. The tunnel culminated in a secret chamber, and Ye Lin swung his iron spear. Clang! The rusted iron door crashed to the ground. He picked up a nearby torch from the stone wall, carefully stepping inside. The chamber was modest in size, and after only a few steps, Ye Lin stumbled upon a tattered skeleton, half reclining in a corner. The sudden sight startled him momentarily. However, his artistic temperament soon prevailed over any trepidation. It was merely a skeleton, after all, and he quickly regained his composure. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing else of note. Undeterred, Ye Lin began a meticulous search of the chamber. What is this? After a thorough examination, he indeed discovered something peculiar. The skeleton seemed to clutch a piece of torn fabric. He tugged it free and held it up for closer inspection. Yet after some time, he could discern nothing significant about it. Could it truly be nothing more than a worthless rag? Just as he was about to discard the palm-sized scrap, a luminous prompt materialized before him. Notification: congratulations. You have obtained a rare-level treasure map fragment 1. To synthesize a complete treasure map, you need to gather 10 fragments. A treasure map? And a rare level 1 at that. Ye Lin felt a surge of surprise. Above the excellent level lies the rare level. The general classification of levels is as follows: common, excellent, fine, rare, uncommon, perfect, and epic. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon something valuable. However, this item required 10 fragments for synthesis. Well, having something is better than having nothing. He would study it further upon returning. This dwelling of the destitute was exceedingly impoverished. Ye Lin mused as he retraced his steps. Navigating with ease, he arrived at the spot he had descended from, grasped the rope, and after a few leaps, ascended back up. Big brother, are you all right? Upon seeing him return safely, the little girl, Tuan Tuan, joyfully rushed over and clung tightly to his leg. Ye Lin smiled gently, ruffled her hair, and said softly, Big brother is fine. Come, Tuan Tuan, let us go home together. Tuan Tuan wants to go home with big brother, she replied with delight. With that, Ye Lin took her small hand and headed toward the mobile base. 10 minutes later, they boarded the mobile base. Tuan Tuan was ecstatic, running about with glee. Fortunately, the presence of railings ensured she didn't tumble into the sea. Wow, big brother, is this going to be Tuan Tuan's home from now on? Indeed. Ye Lin, sitting on the steps fishing, responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Half an hour later, Tuan Tuan lay sprawled on the wooden planks, patting her belly. She shyly remarked, Big brother, Tuan Tuan is hungry. Hearing this, Ye Lin promptly retrieved some fruit from his backpack for her. He then moved to the campfire, skewering a few fish to roast. After a brief wait, the fish were ready. Ye Lin sprinkled them with seasonings, releasing a tantalizing aroma that made Tuan Tuan salivate. Look at you, little glutton. Hurry and eat, he said, handing her a roasted fish. With a gleeful grin, Tuan Tuan immediately began to devour it eagerly. It is evident that she had never truly been satiated before. Observing this, Ye Lin shook his head helplessly. Eat slowly. There are bones inside. Ah, I'm not afraid of bones. Little Tuan Tuan took a hearty bite, consuming both the meat and the fish bones. Ye Lin watched in astonishment. Once he confirmed that she was indeed unharmed, he decided to refrain from further interference. After the meal, Little Tuan Tuan regained her energy and frolicked in the planting area on the roof. Notice, your crops are thriving. Maturation time is reduced. Yield quantity is increased. Mutation probability is heightened. Suddenly confronted with this unexpected notification, Ye Lin was utterly bewildered. He had been peacefully fishing, so how could his crops be flourishing? Could it be? He abruptly stood up and looked around, discovering that the plants above exhibited subtle changes after being touched by Little Tuan Tuan. Her innate talent. Affinity for plants. Ye Lin recalled that Little Tuan Tuan possessed two inherent gifts, one of which was indeed plant affinity. Clearly, the scene before him was a manifestation of this talent. He had never anticipated that the simple act of bringing home a little girl would bestow upon him such unforeseen delight. Chapter 28. The Savage Legion. After being gently caressed by the little group, the maturation period of the crops was remarkably halved. This was undoubtedly splendid news. Ye Lin immediately embraced the little one, spinning her around joyfully, and she laughed heartily, delighted to be of assistance to him. Hours later, dusk had descended upon the horizon. Noticing the dwindling daylight, Ye Lin commanded the mobile base towards Mist Island. Upon returning to Mist Island, he stored the resources extracted by the savages into his backpack, providing them with an ample supply of meat to satiate their hunger. Consequently, the savages erupted into cheers, for to them, receiving food without battling beasts and merely engaging in physical labor was akin to a divine blessing. Had the provider of their sustenance not departed, they would have undoubtedly revered him as their leader. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. In the early morning, Ye Lin rose early, carefully removing the little one, who resembled an octopus, from his body and placing her back onto the bed to continue her slumber. He then strolled outside, where the rain continued to pour relentlessly. The sea appeared to be more tumultuous than usual. Casting a glance over the surface, he furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "It seems I must hasten to gather materials to upgrade the mobile base. Otherwise, we may not survive the next maritime disaster." Having said this, he exited the mobile base and entered Mist Island. Upon arriving at the site of yesterday's resource extraction, he was taken aback to find the group of savages had already congregated there. Scratching his head, Ye Lin resolved to feed them before commencing work. He retrieved some beast and fish meat from his backpack and mixed them together to offer. The savages, having grown accustomed to raw meat, eagerly seized the tossed provisions, devouring them with great gusto. Once they had feasted, Ye Lin distributed tools. With previous experience, the savages immediately understood their tasks without needing further instruction. Those with axes began to fell trees, while those with picks set to mining. The unarmed ones frantically gathered resources. What defines professionalism? This was professionalism. Observing the savages laboring diligently and in an orderly fashion, Ye Lin stroked his chin, pondering the potential of domesticating a group of them. Suddenly, an excellent idea flashed through his mind. He realized that solitary efforts were futile. Even for resource gathering, manpower was essential. It was impractical to undertake everything alone. No amount of toil would yield sufficient resources. As for players, Ye Lin felt he could not place his trust in them. Yet these simple-minded, physically adept savages were easily manageable. By merely providing them with food, they could assist him in his endeavors. Ultimately, equipping them with iron armor and spears would transform them into formidable meat shields. Engaging in combat alongside him is simply exhilarating. However, the concern lies in the potential for the wildlings to betray him. Thus, the challenge of fully controlling these wildlings is the most troubling dilemma for Ye Lin. Nevertheless, he resolved to make do for the time being and to keep an eye out for relevant tools in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to suppress these thoughts for now, as it was too early to dwell on them. He would revisit the possibility of assembling a heavily armed wildling army when the opportunity arose. Half an hour later, Ye Lin returned to the base and discovered that Xiao Tuan Tuan had already awakened. She was diligently tending to the crops on the rooftop, showcasing her value. This sight tugged at Ye Lin's heartstrings, prompting him to wave and ask, Xiao Tuan Tuan, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Tuan Tuan's adorable face lit up with a smile as she replied, no need. Xiao Tuan Tuan wants to help Big Brother. Seeing her determination, Ye Lin decided not to insist further, nodding with a smile as he allowed her to continue. Next, he retrieved some ingredients from his backpack to prepare a meal, including mutated firm fish. Utilizing his duplication ability twice, he transformed 2 firm fish into 6. 2 of these were exchanged with Bai Chun and Song Shi, as per their prior agreement, which he naturally could not renege on. With 3 firm fish remaining, Ye Lin grilled one for himself while setting the others aside. One was sufficient to elevate his progress to 10-10, while Xiao Tuan Tuan could make do with a regular grilled fish, as she was still at the ordinary level and consuming superior food would be excessive. The crackling of the grilled fish over the campfire filled the air with an enticing aroma. While waiting for the fish to cook, Ye Lin rummaged through his backpack. He had apples, dragon fruit, and lychees, 3 types of superior mutated fruits to duplicate. However, he had only 2 duplication opportunities for the day. Glancing at his personal attributes, he noted attributes: Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 10, Spirit 8. Strength was just 2 points shy of being maxed out, Agility was 1 point away, and Spirit was also 2 points short. After careful consideration, he chose to duplicate the mutated apple and lychee. The apple would randomly enhance his attributes, but would not exceed the maximum on any individual attribute. Once one attribute was maxed, it would allocate points to the remaining attributes. The lychee, on the other hand, specifically increased his spirit attribute. Consuming both would bring his spirit to its maximum, while retaining 1 for future duplication. As he munched on the mutated fruits, a warm current surged through his body, a familiar sensation sweeping over him, almost prompting a shout of exhilaration. At that moment, Xiao Tuan Tuan approached curiously to observe what he was doing. Moments later, the warm flow subsided, and his body ceased its enhancement. Ye Lin stretched and stood up. The sound of his joints cracking echoed in the air. Refreshing, he exclaimed, tilting his head back in delight. Upon hearing these words, the little girl Tuan Tuan tilted her head in curiosity as she gazed at him. Ye Lin, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Fortunately, the fish roasting over the campfire was ready. He swiftly picked up a piece, sprinkled it with seasoning, and offered it to Tuan Tuan. Upon seeing the mouth-watering grilled fish, her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly accepted it, devouring it with great enthusiasm, devoid of any grace. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, but chose to ignore her, focusing instead on his own piece of fish, which he seasoned and began to eat. It was simply delectable, although the mutated fish no longer enhanced his attributes. The special effect produced upon reaching a progress of 10-10 still provided him immense satisfaction. This delightful sensation lingered for approximately half an hour. Once the feeling subsided, Ye Lin clenched his fists and surveyed himself, sensing that something had changed, yet he could not discern what it was. With a sense of helplessness, he decided to check his personal attributes. Name: Ye Lin. Talent: Replication, Resilience. Level: Excellent. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. Chapter 29. New talent: Resilience. Hint: Congratulations, you have acquired the talent of resilience. By consuming a specific quantity of special ingredients, your skin has become exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding the majority of attacks of the same level. This talent strengthens as your level increases. Every talent has its significance, and while some may exceed expectations, none are without purpose. Upon reviewing his attributes, Ye Lin was greeted by a prompt that emerged before him. Initially astonished, he was soon overwhelmed with exhilaration. A second talent, Resilience? Alas, what a loss! To trade 10 exquisite fish to Bai Chun and Song, she was undoubtedly a regrettable decision. This was a second talent. Sai was done now. Having committed to the trade, he could not renege on his word. Although a twinge of regret lingered, he resolved to move forward. In an instant, Ye Lin cast aside his previous thoughts, for he now felt invigorated. His entire being was suffused with an extraordinary power. Moreover, he was but a step away from reaching the excellent tier. He recalled that upon advancing to the excellent level, he had utilized an upgrade stone. Therefore, to elevate from excellent to the fine tier, he would undoubtedly require. Where could he procure such an item? After pondering, Ye Lin withdrew his survival manual and opened a regional chat channel. He called out, offering a high price for a fine-level upgrade stone. As soon as the message was dispatched, the entire chat channel fell into silence. It was not the content of his message that held sway, but rather the 4 golden characters following his name, third in the region. This designation rendered the chat room quiet for several seconds. Yet, it was not long before the chatter erupted once more. Whoa. The third-ranked powerhouse has graced the chat channel? Am I seeing things? It cannot be mistaken. That resplendent 4-character title is indeed attached to a formidable individual. By the way, what is this item the powerhouse seeks that I have never heard of? You, insignificant one, have never heard of the upgrade stone, which signifies you are still at the ordinary level. I have heard of the upgrade stone for the excellent tier, but for the fine tier. My goodness, could it be that the powerhouse is on the verge of reaching the fine level? No, it cannot be. Is this truly the esteemed individual ranked among the top 3 in the region? I have just ascended to excellent. They're already striving for fine. Truly, one cannot underestimate such a powerhouse. I am in dire straits, still languishing at the ordinary level. Still at the ordinary level? One must occasionally reflect upon one's own efforts. How long have I been in this gaming world? Have I truly applied myself diligently? Oh, woe is me. Enough of this. Ye Lin meticulously scrutinized the chatter within the channel, only to find it filled with trivial exchanges. He realized he could not rely on them for assistance and would need to fend for himself. He shook his head slightly, closed the regional chat feature, and casually perused the trading section. As time passed, items of the excellent tier indeed appeared, albeit in scarce quantity. Amidst a multitude of pages, an overwhelming majority of 99. 9 was of ordinary quality. After sifting through the contents, Ye Lin unexpectedly stumbled upon a useful blueprint. Planting box upgrade blueprint. Level, excellent, description, upon gathering the necessary materials. One can elevate an ordinary planting box to an excellent level. This blueprint can be utilized twice. This blueprint indeed held value for him, especially since farming required no half measures. After some haggling, he exchanged a few basic ingredients and minerals for it. To be frank, the worth of this blueprint was not particularly high. The difference between having 2 additional excellent planting boxes and 2 fewer was negligible. However, for Ye Lin, who possessed the gift of duplication, it was quite significant. He could easily draw upon his duplication talent once a day to enhance the upgraded excellent planting boxes. In no time, he could replace all the ordinary planting boxes. With a blueprint in hand, Ye Lin pondered whether to duplicate the blueprint itself or the finished product directly. Should he opt for the blueprint, each could be upgraded twice, resulting in 4 boxes. In contrast, duplicating the finished product would yield only 2 additional boxes. He decided to assess the difficulty of acquiring the upgrade materials first. If they proved to be challenging, he would simply duplicate the finished product. Ye Lin made his way to the planting area on the rooftop, and a prompt materialized before him. Upgrade materials. Wood 5. Any meat, rotten meat 5. Any bones 5. Upon seeing the upgrade requirements, he felt a surge of optimism. The materials for upgrading the planting box were relatively simple to gather. He had quite a few wood, meat, and bones in his backpack. Very well, he resolved to duplicate the blueprint. With that thought, Ye Lin stowed the blueprint away. Having exhausted his duplication attempts for the day, he could only resume his endeavors the following day. Next, he maneuvered his mobile base across the ocean's surface, searching for any valuable items that might have respawned, such as a shell vending machine. As time passed, several hours slipped by, bringing him to midday. The current noon was a far cry from the previous scorching heat. After days of relentless downpours, a gentle mist enveloped the entire sea surface, and the temperature had plummeted dramatically. The midday temperature now rivaled that of the time when the sun had vanished. Nighttime temperatures had even dropped low enough to freeze. The advent of maritime disasters had led to a swift decline in the player population. Originally, the total number of players in a region was 10,000, but now it had dwindled to just over 5,000. One could only imagine how arduous survival was for ordinary individuals in such an environment. Those who managed to endure were, to some extent, quite capable. Ye Lin continued to guide his mobile base toward uncharted waters. After a while, he suddenly spotted several shadows emerging from the faint mist ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a few precariously balanced wooden rafts, alongside a rudimentary wooden mobile base not dissimilar to his own. Players stood upon them, all fixated intently on something in the sea. Was that a vending machine? Ye Lin's keen eyes discerned the object before him. It resembled a vending machine, presently resting serenely upon the surface of the sea, undisturbed by the waters. At that moment, whoosh, an arrow suddenly shot towards him. Ye Lin had sensed it beforehand. His expression remained composed as he subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the projectile. A steel arrowhead? He cast a glance at the arrow embedded in the nearby wooden plank. Slightly taken aback, this bow and arrow appeared to be of superior quality. Friend, we were the first to discover this shell vending machine, so I suggest you leave promptly, remarked the middle-aged man from the opposing mobile base, aiming his bow at Ye Lin with a nonchalant tone. Simultaneously, he subtly gestured with his eyes towards the individuals on the nearby raft. Noticing his signal, the players on the raft nodded slightly, directing their vessel to gradually approach Ye Lin's mobile base. The intention was clear, to distract Ye Lin while others launched a surprise attack, ultimately aiming to kill and seize the spoils. Chapter 30. The shell vending machine. In this perilous realm of gaming, players pose the greatest threat. One can never anticipate when a fellow player might strike from behind, seizing all that one possesses. Those who manage to survive bear the crimson stains of conflict upon their hands. Ye Lin, astute and discerning, does not fall prey to navet, easily swayed by the utterances of others. Although his gaze remains fixed upon the middle-aged man opposite him, his peripheral vision detects the wooden rafts encroaching from both flanks. Is that so? He replies with a smile. The middle-aged man on the moving base, sensing he has gained Ye Lin's attention, visibly brightens and hastens to declare, indeed, young brother, if you depart now, I swear I shall not lay a hand upon you. Upon hearing these words, Ye Lin smirks, shedding his pretense. With a casual shrug, he retorts, I would be a fool to believe you. In an instant, he swiftly retrieves an iron spear from his backpack, casting it aside without a glance. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonates, followed by the sickening thud of flesh being pierced. Thud! The iron spear embeds itself in the chest of the first player to set foot on the moving base, pinning him to the floor. A scream erupts in response. The middle-aged man, witnessing this gruesome scene, immediately darkens in countenance. Without hesitation, he draws his bow and releases another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh yet. Ye Lin remains unfazed, effortlessly vaulting over the railing onto the floor below. Thud! He deftly retrieves the iron spear, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Soon, the fallen player succumbs to his injuries, bleeding excessively. Ye Lin casts a dispassionate glance before shifting his attention to the remaining 4 adversaries. The quartet, still in shock, appears momentarily paralyzed. With a powerful stride, Ye Lin lunges forward, vanishing in an instant. The 4, now regaining their senses, are met with terror as they feel a chilling flash before warmth envelopes their necks. Gurgle in moments for heads roll to the ground, subsequently tumbling into the sea. Observing the decapitated corpses before him, Ye Lin smirks slightly before delivering a few kicks to send them further into the water. At that moment, faint sounds of arrows slicing through the air emerge from behind. Whoosh, whoosh. More arrows are launched. Ye Lin remains composed, brandishing his spear with resolve, calmly sweeping it back. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows, crafted with iron tips, are deflected to the ground. The archer, a middle-aged man, is struck by disbelief. It's impossible, this cannot be. He exclaims, I possess an elite-grade bow, even if you rank 3rd in the region. You should not be able to ward off my shots, so easily, damn it. I refuse to believe this. Undeterred by the odds, he grits his teeth and begins to furiously draw his bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as the arrows whistle through the air, Ye Lin remains serene. even choosing not to defend against them this time. It was a perfect opportunity to test the resilience of one's talents. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. With arms outstretched in a grand gesture, he seemed to embrace the impending arrows. Clang! A shocking spectacle ensued. The arrows struck Ye Lin as if they were embedding themselves in steel, bouncing off or even shattering upon impact. This sight left the adversary utterly dumbfounded. After having endured so many shots, it was surely his turn to retaliate, was it not? With that thought, Ye Lin hurled the iron spear with great force. Whoosh! As it arced gracefully through the air, the spear precisely pinned the man against the wooden board. A piercing scream followed. Fortunately, this man was of commendable caliber. Unless struck in the head or heart, he would not be mortally wounded by a single blow. Ye Lin whistled nonchalantly as he approached the mobile base. Upon reaching the middle-aged man, he casually extracted the spear from its embedded position. "Please, spare me. I can do anything you ask. I will be your servant." Faced with the specter of death, the middle-aged man, now bereft of dignity, begged in a state of sheer terror. Without a hint of empathy, Ye Lin rolled his eyes and decisively pierced the man's skull with the iron spear. Honestly, the notion of keeping him as a servant was absurd. If he truly desired a companion, it would certainly be a stunning young lady with long, elegant legs. Shaking his head, he swiftly cleaned the blood from the spear. Soon came the moment of reward. At that instant, little Tuan Tuan emerged from the mobile base, having cleverly sought refuge before the battle commenced. Clearly self-aware, she aimed to avoid hindering his performance. This thought brought Ye Lin a sense of comfort. While he disassembled the items, he gently addressed little Tuan Tuan. "You weren't frightened, were you?" "No, not at all, big brother," she replied earnestly, shaking her head. It seemed this was not her first encounter with such turmoil. Ye Lin felt a pang of sympathy for her plight, ruffling her hair without further comment. 10 minutes later, he had completely dismantled the middle-aged man's rudimentary wooden mobile base and the ordinary rafts. Before long, both the mobile base and the rafts dissipated into flecks of light. Next came the main attraction. Ye Lin fixed his gaze upon the vending machine, steadfastly positioned on the surface of the sea. As he approached, a prompt appeared. "Notification, congratulations. You have discovered the shell vending machine." Indeed, it was. In a surge of excitement, he immediately opened the vending machine. The items within were clearly displayed before him. The shell vending machine showcased a limited selection: food, water, medicine, clothing, furniture, and various other essentials for daily life. Ye Lin glanced over these items briefly before turning his attention to the most precious offerings below. Stone of upgrade. Level. Fine. Description. Upon using this item, one can elevate their level from excellent to fine, provided that all attributes have reached their limits. Price. 3,000 shell coins. The fine upgrade stone. A marvelous item indeed. It is precisely what I require. However, the price of 3,000 shell coins left Ye Lin scratching his head in contemplation. It seems I recall a prior hint indicating that shell coins could be acquired by exchanging resources at the vending machine. Let me investigate. He began to meticulously scour the vending machine interface. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a small button for exchanging shell coins. Thus, he proceeded to deposit the surplus basic resources from his inventory for conversion. The exchange rate was 1. A single ordinary material could be traded for 1 shell coin. Moreover, each shell vending machine imposed a daily exchange limit of 5,000 shell coins. This meant he would require 5,000 basic materials, a considerable quantity indeed. Fortunately, Ye Lin possessed an ample supply of resources, enabling him to acquire the full 5,000 shell coins from the vending machine. He carefully examined a shell coin in his hand. Externally, it resembled a small shell, roughly the size of half a palm. It was adorned with intricate engravings and emitted a faint glow, imparting a sense of preciousness when held. Chapter 31. The special title, Beastmaster. With an ample supply of shell coins at hand, Ye Lin purchased the upgrade stone from the vending machine without a moment's hesitation. Soon, a high-quality upgrade stone was ejected from the outlet, reminiscent of the earlier scene when shell coins were dispensed. Ecstatic with his acquisition, he caressed the stone for a brief moment before storing it in his backpack. Besides the upgrade stone, the vending machine contained another precious item: skills. Basic swordsmanship. Level. LV1, bonus. 1 increase in sword power and 1 increase in attack speed when using a sword. Description, a fundamental skill that can be enhanced through continuous practice. Price, 1,000 shell coins. Upon reading the description of basic swordsmanship, Ye Lin found it somewhat unremarkable. Indeed, it seemed exceedingly ordinary. Yet, he did not dismiss it. Perhaps, with higher levels, the bonuses would also increase. Without further contemplation, he invested 1,000 shell coins to acquire it. In the next moment, a skill book was ejected from the vending machine's outlet. Seeing this, Ye Lin promptly picked it up and used it. Coincidentally, he had also gathered the materials to forge a straight-edged long sword. Let him test the might of a high-quality long sword combined with swordsmanship skills. Before the equipment crafting station, Ye Lin first upgraded the materials to a lower grade. After all, an excellent grade crafting station could not produce high-quality weapons. He then placed the necessary materials into the crafting device for the straight-edged long sword. The sound of clanging echoed. It persisted for several minutes before gradually coming to a halt. In the next second, a long sword appeared before him on the crafting station. At the first glance of the long sword, Ye Lin was captivated. Who doesn't harbor the dream of being a swordsman? It was magnificent. The sword's appearance was simple yet exquisite, unmistakably a masterpiece. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken over 10 minutes to craft. The blade was straight, approximately 1 meter long, with a handle about 20 centimeters. It felt secure in hand, yet remarkably delicate to the touch. Straight-edged long sword. Quality. High. Bonus. Strength 1. Trait. Beginner's sharpness. Description. This longsword possesses inherent attributes and skills, a true masterpiece. After reviewing the attributes, Ye Lin, wielding the long sword, could hardly contain his excitement. With a swift motion, he swung the sword a few times, discovering it was exceptionally comfortable to handle, likely due to recently acquiring the basic swordsmanship skill. After a moment, he sheathed the long sword and turned to see little Tuan gazing intently at the shell vending machine, her small face deep in thought. After a while, she suddenly spoke. "Big brother, is this peculiar thing very important to you?" Why do you ask? The unexpected question left Ye Lin scratching his head in confusion. Little Tuan's next words, however, left him utterly astonished. "If this item holds significant importance to you, dear brother, I shall endeavor to assist in locating some for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's expression transformed into one of astonishment, gazing at her in disbelief, and inquired, "Can you truly help me find other shell vending machines?" "So this contraption is known as a shell vending machine." "It may not be certain that I can find it. I can only give it a try," replied Tuan. "Is there anything you require of me?" No. You need not do anything, dear brother. I have always felt an inexplicable connection to the sea since childhood, as long as I am not too far away. I can locate anything within its depths," Tuan said with a gentle shake of her head, her face alight with joy. However, her expression soon turned serious as she extended her small hands into the ocean, gradually closing her eyes as if attuning to something. Observing this, Ye Lin could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Is this the manifestation of Tuan's affinity with seawater? If utilized effectively, it would be akin to possessing a radar for the sea. The thought left him breathless. In the future, should he wish to find something, he need only allow Tuan to sense it. This would not only be expedient, but also save considerable time. However, it appeared that this talent might consume substantial physical energy. Approximately a minute later, Tuan opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her frail form almost collapsing. Ye Lin's heart raced, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Big brother, Tuan has failed. I cannot find what you seek." "Please, do not abandon me," Tuan stammered, her small hands fidgeting nervously at her chest. "Do not worry, dear Tuan. I shall never forsake you. Do not let your thoughts wander," Ye Lin reassured her, gently stroking her head. Before long, Tuan, with a smile gracing her lips, fell into a peaceful slumber. Gazing at the young girl in his arms, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Sigh. It would be prudent to refrain from allowing Tuan to utilize her affinity with seawater in the future. With that thought, he carried her inside and laid her upon the bed for a proper rest. His gaze then shifted to the corner, where a peculiar bird was gradually awakening. "Oh, you're awake? It seems your injuries have nearly healed." Ye Lin approached to examine the wounds beneath the bird's bandages, finding that they had mostly mended. Today, the beak lark seemed particularly calm and obedient. Just as he pondered this, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him. Notification: congratulations! You have successfully tamed an excellent level beak lark. As the first player to tame a monster, you are awarded the special title, Beastmaster. This title possesses unique effects. Please where to review the details. What is this? A title? Wait, I received a special title without doing anything? And Beastmaster, I am curious to see what this entails. Ye Lin, emerging from his astonishment, promptly opened his backpack. To his surprise, he indeed discovered a title of Beastmaster within. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to equip it. At that instant, another prompt appeared. Prompt: once the title is equipped, it cannot be traded. Do you confirm the choice to equip it? Well, yes, confirm the equipping. After a mere half a second of contemplation, Ye Lin readily affirmed his decision. Such a precious title. He would have to be out of his mind to consider trading it to another. Upon donning the title, he noticed an additional slot for titles in his personal attributes. The special effects were then displayed. Title: Beastmaster. Activates special effects upon equipping. All attributes of tamed creatures increase by 50. Wow, it truly lives up to the name of Beastmaster. It directly enhances all attributes of already tamed creatures by 50. One can only say, indeed impressive. Before long, the aura of the sword-billed lark before him had noticeably strengthened. Clearly, the special effects of the title were taking effect. Chapter 32, Taming the Trio. Ye Lin was overwhelmed with excitement as he hurriedly led the swordbeak lark outside. With his successful taming and the title of Beastmaster, he discovered that he could communicate with it effortlessly. This thrilled Ye Lin to no end, and he immediately signaled for the swordbeak lark to take him for a flight. The bird was quite substantial, particularly when it spread its wings, measuring 2 to 3 meters, easily accommodating a rider. Squawk, squawk, are you saying you're too hungry? You need to be well fed to have the strength to carry me? Upon grasping its meaning, Ye Lin promptly retrieved some fish from his backpack to feed it. One after another, the fish disappeared into its belly. Until it had consumed 10 fish, the swordbeak lark finally ceased its feeding. Squawk, it vocalized, indicating its satisfaction. Once you are full, it's time to work, Ye Lin chuckled, patting its head. Initially, he intended to ride on the swordbeak lark's back to soar through the skies. However, after attempting, he found the feathers too slippery to grasp, and had to abandon that idea. He then devised an alternative method to take flight. Woo! Liftoff! In midair, Ye Lin clung to the swordbeak lark's talons, exuberantly shouting. The sensation of flying was simply exquisite. It felt as though he had conquered both the sky and the sea. The vast world was his to explore. The relentless wind and rain lashed against Ye Lin's face until his vision blurred, prompting the swordbeak lark to return. Just as they were about to land, a massive shark suddenly surged from the ocean below. The shark opened its gaping maw, lunging towards him, or more accurately, towards the swordbeak lark. Wait a moment, little black. Ye Lin instantly recognized this formidable shark as the mutated black tiger shark he had been feeding. The reason for its attack was its belief that he was in danger, captured by the strange bird, and it sought to rescue him. In a moment of peril, the swordbeak lark flapped its wings vigorously, ascending slightly to evade the shark's gaping jaws. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lin forcefully swung himself towards the moving base. Once stabilized, he hurried to the edge of the platform to calm the agitated black tiger shark. It took considerable effort to soothe the restless creature. After all, a taming degree of 90 is no trifling matter. When it matters, it truly shows up. A confrontation between the two would yield no benefit for Ye Lin. Thus, he quickly retrieved more fish from his backpack to feed it. Once its taming degree reached the maximum, communication would become far easier. After a strenuous session of feeding, the taming degree of the mutated black tiger shark finally reached 100. Taming degree 100. Once the taming degree was full, an accompanying prompt appeared. Prompt: congratulations, you have tamed an exceptional mutated black tiger shark. Nice. Lin Jiang felt an exhilarating rush within. Today was indeed a day of double fortune. Not only had he acquired a mount to soar through the heavens, But now he also possessed a companion for the depths of the sea. Rounded off, it could be said, I am now capable of traversing both the skies and the seas. Ye Lin harbored the desire to ride atop the back of the black tiger shark and indulge in the exhilarating waves. However, the creature's slick surface rendered it impossible to grasp. He realized that with full power, it would simply toss him into the sea. Such a venture seemed unnecessary. Thus, he abandoned the notion of trying out this new steed. Instead, he took the time to familiarize the mutated black tiger shark with the sword-billed lark, expressing their newfound camaraderie. After a brief tumult, dusk began to settle. Remembering the resources awaiting him on Mist Island, Ye Lin swiftly directed the mobile base towards his destination. Once tamed, the mutated black tiger shark would not stray far, consistently following or frolicking in the nearby waters. An hour later, only a thin line of light remained on the horizon as Ye Lin finally arrived at Mist Island. Before even nearing the shore, he grasped the claw of the sword-billed lark and soared into the air. I shall name you Little White. How does that sound? He proposed. The lark squawked in protest, clearly displeased with the name. Yet Ye Lin had made up his mind. Little White it would be, leaving the lark powerless to contest. Thus, the sword-billed lark was christened Little White, while the mutated black tiger shark was dubbed Little Black. Little Black and Little White. What splendid names indeed. Ye Lin silently commended his own brilliance. The sword-billed lark, flapping its wings above, seemed to have given up on further objections. Little White it was, for he deemed it better than a name like Dog Egg, which would be utterly unappealing. However, it must be said, Little White exhibited remarkable speed. A journey that would typically take half an hour was completed in less than 10 minutes. Suddenly, Ye Lin was alerted by the sound of clashing weapons. Indicating for Little White to descend, he gauged their proximity before releasing his grip and plummeting to the ground. Thud! The dull sound of impact resonated. Ye Lin, wise to the ways of landing, rolled upon hitting the ground to dissipate the force of the fall. Otherwise, even with his current physique, his feet would surely tingle from the impact. He cautiously parted the foliage to glimpse what lay ahead. As twilight deepened, he relied on flickering lights to discern the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered players pilfering resources. Anger surged within him upon witnessing these individuals attempting to seize what was rightfully his. With a swift motion, he summoned a long blade into his hand. His gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. A flash of cold light flickered. The players, caught off guard, were swiftly eliminated before they could react. With his current strength, dispatching these ordinary players was a trivial matter. Once the deed was done, Ye Lin remained composed, wiping the blood from his blade before stowing it away. His attention then shifted to the remaining wildlings. Many had perished, leaving only 5, each bearing wounds. Nevertheless, it must be said, the few wild men who have survived possess considerable strength, each exhibiting either a physical constitution or power rated at 5 points. After some contemplation, Ye Lin decided to bestow upon them a few bandages for staunching their wounds, ensuring to instruct them on their proper use. Following their diligent efforts at self-bandaging, the wild men's injuries ceased to bleed, and their pain noticeably diminished. Now, as they gazed at Ye Lin, their eyes reflected genuine reverence. One among them even prostrated itself on the spot, chattering incessantly in a language Ye Lin could not comprehend, all the while bowing in homage. Given the linguistic barrier, Ye Lin found himself puzzled by the wild man's expressions. At that moment, a luminous screen appeared before him, bearing the message, "Congratulations, you have tamed a standard-grade Mist Island wildman O." Tamed? While the term may seem rather jarring, as it typically pertains to animals, it is undeniable that these uncivilized wild men are indeed a form of creature. At this juncture, Ye Lin began to understand the implications of the prostrating wild man's actions, a plea not to be abandoned, asserting its willingness to undertake any task. This certainly simplified matters. Chapter 33. The exquisite mobile base having tamed a wild man, it became significantly easier to command the tribe of wild men. In their society, strength reigns supreme. If you can provide sustenance for the tribe, you ascend to the position of authority, and all will heed your commands. It is as simple as that. Although Ye Lin possessed the capability to ensure their nourishment, The inherent differences among the races posed a challenge. It would be akin to entrusting a wolf to oversee a flock of chickens. However, Ye Lin had devised an ingenious plan to cultivate a king among the wild men. The chosen candidate for this role was none other than the wild man before him, whom he had just named Ada. Their recent taming had facilitated communication between them with minimal barriers. Ada, you will be responsible for managing these wild men from now on. By the way, should you encounter other tribes in the future, do consider the possibility of subjugating them with a resounding howl. Ada immediately raised his hands above his head, leaping and shouting with exuberance. Subsequently, Ye Lin provided him with a wooden bow and an iron spear from his backpack, ensuring Ada possessed sufficient strength to intimidate other wild men. Ada's excitement only intensified upon receiving these rewards as he began to dance joyously in place. Ye Lin, however, chose to ignore the rather cringe-worthy display and instead focused on the scattered remnants of their previous endeavors. He collected the materials strewn about and gathered the ores, timber, and various fruits he had harvested that day. Finally, he led Ada and the other wild men back towards the mobile base, with Xiao Bai leisurely trailing behind in the air. Half an hour later, Ye Lin arranged for Ada and the wild men to set up camp near the mobile base, as having Ada to lead the group would greatly simplify future tasks. He then returned to the mobile base and began organizing the various resources and materials within his backpack. Afterward, he examined the requirements for upgrading the facilities at the mobile base. The materials he possessed were sufficient to elevate all facilities to the exquisite level, including the rudimentary wooden mobile base itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to upgrade the mobile base first. In an instant, a shimmering, ethereal screen materialized before him. Notification. Do you wish to consume materials? Refined wooden planks 100, refined stone blocks 50, refined rubber 50, refined parts 25, excellent burlap 25, iron nails 100, rope 100. Previously, the sheer quantity of materials had been overwhelming, but now it was a different story. After days of resource gathering, Ye Lin's backpack was now bulging with supplies. Although the materials required for the mobile base upgrade appeared daunting, organizing them rendered the task manageable. The refined wooden planks and stone blocks could be crafted step by step from ordinary wood and stone at the workbench. Ordinary wood could be transformed into wooden planks, which could then be further refined into exquisite wooden planks. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the workbench itself needed to be upgraded to the exquisite level. Otherwise, he would be unable to create exquisite-level, semi-finished products and tools. Presently, aside from the workbench, all else remained at the basic level. The refining furnace and the equipment crafting station have both been elevated to this level quite early. After all, the production of copper ingots necessitates a refined-grade refining furnace. Essentially, all refined-grade equipment requires copper ingots for their creation, along with refined rubber and refined components, which are integral to the process. Therefore, it is only logical that the equipment crafting station has also been upgraded to a refined grade. Without such a station, he would not have been able to forge that weapon, the straight-edged long sword. With this weapon in hand, his offensive capabilities have significantly increased, allowing him to dispatch even superior-grade creatures with just a few strikes. Thus, the workbench, refining furnace, and equipment crafting station were upgraded promptly, consuming over an hour of his time. Finally, Ye Lin managed to gather all the materials required for upgrading the base. Without any hesitation, he clicked the upgrade button to confirm the consumption of materials and proceed with the base upgrade. Notification: materials consumed. The simple wooden mobile base is currently upgrading. Please wait. Accompanying the sound of the upgrade was the familiar clinking noise, indicating that the mobile base was undergoing a comprehensive transformation. Naturally, this process took some time. An hour passed, and as Ye Lin grew somewhat bored, the clinking gradually subsided, signaling the completion of the mobile base upgrade. He eagerly opened the survival manual to examine the details. Small, simple mobile base, level, refined, durability, 1000 description, a sturdy and reliable shelter, capable of providing protection from the elements and effectively dealing with minor maritime disasters. Upgrade materials: special wooden planks, rare, 1000, special stone blocks, rare, 500, special rubber, rare, 300, special components, rare, 300 cotton. The subsequent list of materials dazzled Ye Lin, prompting him to close the manual without further inspection. Rare grade items still felt somewhat distant for him at this stage. At the very least, he aimed to elevate his level to refined grade first. Shaking his head slightly, he dismissed such thoughts and began to survey the upgraded mobile base. In comparison to before, the most significant change was undoubtedly its size. The small, simple mobile base now measured 40 meters in length and 30 meters in width, resembling a fortress upon the sea. The interior had also undergone considerable transformation, expanding from 1.5 stories to 3. Upon entering, Ye Lin meticulously inspected the premises and discovered that all necessary household facilities had been provided post-upgrade. This was certainly commendable. Moreover, the first floor featured a basement, offering ample storage space, effectively serving as a built-in storage area for the mobile base. The second floor boasted a balcony, allowing for easy observation of the surrounding maritime conditions. The third floor housed a spacious rooftop, where the planting area was situated. A glance revealed that the rooftop was vast, accommodating dozens of plants without even occupying 1/5 of the total area. After some contemplation, Lin Jiang constructed a simple nest for Xiao Bai on the rooftop. Once this task was accomplished, he descended to the first floor and ventured outside to survey the surroundings. The changes outside were minimal. The perimeter fence remained, albeit elevated to a height of 1.5 meters. Each of the 4 directions boasted a staircase for convenient access to and from sea. After inspecting the modifications to the mobile base, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. It was time to elevate his prowess. He proceeded to organize his backpack, retrieving all items that could bolster his strength, including the blueprints for exquisite-grade equipment. The gale boots were obtained from a bronze chest, while the heavy armor was acquired through a trade with Songshi. Seeing that he had sufficient materials, he approached the equipment crafting station and initiated the creation process. The sound of clanging metal filled the air once more. Ye Lin glanced at the crafting process briefly before turning his attention to the little one, Tuan Tuan, who was joyfully playing around. With a smile, he said, "Run a little slower, Tuan Tuan. Could you help your big brother gather the crops from the rooftop?" Tuan Tuan understands. Hee. Chapter 34. Ascension to Excellence. Little Tuan Tuan responded with enthusiasm and swiftly dashed up to the rooftop of the 3rd floor. She gathered the ripe crops and placed them into a prepared wooden basin. In less than 5 minutes, she finished collecting and hurriedly descended the stairs. Observing her as she bounded down like a rabbit, Ye Lin couldn't help but smile wryly, gently ruffling her hair and saying, "I truly have no way to deal with you. Nevertheless, my little Tuan Tuan is remarkable for managing to gather so many crops." Little Tuan Tuan beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing into slits, evidently relishing both the head pat and the praise. The reason for sending her to collect was her innate talent for plant affinity. Not only could she nurture the crops, but she could also yield more fruits and seeds during harvest, which was truly impressive. Well, Tuan Tuan is indeed wonderful. Shall we entrust the planting area to her from now on? Ye Lin spoke tenderly while caressing her small head. He felt that if he did not give this little one something to do, she would merely indulge in idle thoughts. Tuan Tuan was a sensitive girl, fearful that her lack of utility would lead to her being discarded. Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously, her small face serious as she declared, "Don't worry. Big brother, leave everything to Tuan Tuan, and I promise to complete the tasks. Such a good girl. There are things I have stored in the basement on the 1st floor. If we're low on seeds, just go there to retrieve them. The harvested crops can also be placed directly inside." After a brief chat, little Tuan Tuan resumed her playful antics around the base. Both Little Black and Little White had recognized her scent and were eager to play with this adorable little creature. Ye Lin smiled as he watched her for a moment before redirecting his gaze to the crops that Tuan Tuan had just harvested. Indeed, it was no surprise that her plant affinity talent was remarkable. Among the bounty, he noticed several mutant fruits radiating a faint glow. Had he been the one to gather them, he likely would have found none, or perhaps just a single one. Yet, Tuan Tuan had collected 5 or 6 mutant fruits, such a stark contrast. These mutant fruits randomly enhanced attributes. Ye Lin took out an excellent grade fruit and began to savor it. With each delightful crunch, He felt that he was on the verge of maxing out his attributes. Consuming just one excellent-grade mutant fruit would suffice to reach the limit. As the fruit slid down, a warm current surged through his body, repeatedly washing over him. In that moment, his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit seemed to reach their zenith. To achieve further enhancement, he would need to shatter this limit. Recognizing the constraints within him, Ye Lin calmly retrieved the exquisite upgrade stone. With a slight exertion of his hand, the stone shattered like crystal. The fragmented shards did not spill through the gaps in his fingers. Instead, they transformed into specks of luminous energy, entering his body. In the next instant, a crisp sound resonated within him, akin to the breaking of shackles. Ye Lin understood that this was the herald of surpassing limits and ascending to a higher level. Soon after, a prompt light curtain materialized before his eyes. Congratulations on being the first player in this region to attain the exquisite level. You have received a reward of 3 exquisite treasure chests, 1 exquisite fishing rod blueprint, and 1 exquisite energy core. Upon discovering the rewards that had suddenly appeared in his inventory, Ye Lin could not help but smile. Among them, the item he valued most was undoubtedly the exquisite fishing rod. With this fishing rod in his possession, he would be able to continuously reel in remarkable items, a truly lucrative venture. Without hesitation, Ye Lin extracted the exquisite fishing rod blueprint and swiftly made his way to the workbench to initiate its crafting. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to consume materials? Exquisite wooden planks 10, refined ropes 10, refined rubber 10, and refined parts 10? Affirmative. Seeing that he had all the necessary materials, he promptly confirmed. Soon, the workbench was filled with the sounds of clinking and clanking, a process that lasted for over 10 minutes, akin to crafting exquisite weapons at the equipment crafting station. With a flash of blue light, an exceptionally refined fishing rod emerged on the table. Ye Lin eagerly picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. Refined fishing rod. Level. Exquisite. Durability. 30/30. Description. Compared to the excellent fishing rod, the exquisite fishing rod boasts enhanced fishing speed, catch rate, and quality. This equipment can be repaired 3 times. After examining its attributes, Ye Lin pondered thoughtfully. The durability of ordinary equipment is merely 10, allowing for only 1 repair. Upon reaching the excellent level, the durability increases to 20, with the repair count rising to 2. Now, at the exquisite level, the durability stands at 30, with 3 possible repairs. It seems the subsequent levels follow this pattern of incremental growth. With the fishing rod in hand, Ye Lin naturally desired to cast it into the waters. However, he had more pressing matters at hand, 2 pieces of equipment that had just been crafted at the equipment crafting station. The first item was a pair of shoes. Swift wind boots, level, exquisite, bonus, agility 1, trait, swift step, durability, 30/30. Description, a masterpiece among masterpieces, not only providing attribute bonuses, but also featuring a unique skill trait. After reading the description, Ye Lin immediately donned the boots. Although they were shoes, they surprisingly offered a refreshing and breathable feel. Quite impressive. They also boasted a sleek black aerodynamic design. After admiring himself for a moment, he turned his attention to the other piece of equipment. Heavy armor, level, exquisite, bonus, constitution 1, trait, iron block, durability, 30/30, description, somewhat heavy. Those lacking in strength and constitution may find their movement speed affected when worn. Indeed, it was rather weighty. Ye Lin lifted the heavy armor and gauged its heft, estimating it to weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. For an ordinary person, it would likely be crushing. However, for him, it was just right. He deftly donned the armor, and when he tapped on it with his hand, it sounded much like striking a steel plate. This instilled a profound sense of security in Ye Lin. Although he possessed an innate resilience, one can never have too many means of self-preservation. When adversaries laboriously breached his armor, they would be met with the astonishing revelation that his skin was even more formidable than the armor itself. One cannot help but wonder, was this not a delightful surprise? At this moment, Ye Lin had donned an entirely new ensemble. Grasping an exquisitely crafted longsword in his hand, adorned in heavy armor, and sporting swift boots upon his feet, he presented an oddly mismatched, yet undeniably luxurious appearance. This spectacle drew the attention of a nearby child, who approached with wide, curious eyes, examining him from head to toe. Ye Lin initially contemplated ruffling her hair, but a sudden realization struck him. The weight of the armor he wore could inadvertently cause her grave harm. Thus, he deemed it prudent to first familiarize himself with his new gear. He began to wield the straight-edged longsword, practicing his techniques. While one might refer to it as a swordsmanship, it was merely the fundamental skills he had previously acquired, basic sword techniques. These were elementary maneuvers, devoid of intricate moves or formidable stances, consisting of a few simple actions such as horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, upward thrusts, and diagonal slices, among others. Chapter 35. Upgrading the Seawater desalinator. After a series of exercises, Ye Lin discovered that the long knife in his hand was becoming increasingly manageable. He couldn't help but scratch his head, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I possess a talent for wielding a blade?" Upon reflection, he deemed it rather improbable. It was likely that his foundational knife skills could be enhanced through diligent practice, akin to the proficiency panels described in the novels he had previously read. With such a mechanism in place, even someone devoid of talent, as clumsy as a pig, could excel remarkably. His rudimentary knife skills bore a striking resemblance to this scenario. Although there were no explicit indicators of proficiency, he undeniably sensed his advancement. From a novice who had never handled a knife before, he had, in merely half an hour, acquired a preliminary understanding of its use. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger through one's own efforts was truly marvelous. Ye Lin felt a surge of excitement. He continued to practice his foundational knife techniques, as if entranced. As time swiftly passed, he lost track of the hours, and before he knew it, it was well past midnight. Covered in sweat, Ye Lin concluded his practice session. He had become so engrossed that he hadn't even noticed the temperature drop, indicating that it was indeed late. He sheathed the long knife and was about to return indoors to wash up and retire for the night when a petite figure caught his eye, causing him to pause momentarily. Little Tuan Tuan had fallen asleep at the doorway. Alas, this child, not even considering returning inside to sleep, was surely at risk of catching a chill. Ye Lin felt a pang of compassion as he quietly approached and lifted her into his arms. He then returned to the house, placing her gently in one of the bedrooms and covering her with a blanket. Afterward, he quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Following the upgrade of the mobile base, the furnishings and amenities within the house had become quite complete. There were 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The Seawater desalinator had also undergone some minor adjustments during the upgrade, connecting to the shower, sink, and toilet in the bathroom, as well as the water facilities in the kitchen. Consequently, cooking, bathing, and using the restroom had become significantly more convenient. It was as if he had transitioned from survival mode to a semblance of normal life. However, this renovation had also resulted in a slight scarcity of fresh water. Ye Lin made his way to the bathroom, shedding his gear, and while bathing, he examined the upgrade interface of the Seawater desalinator. Regarding materials, he had initially been short of a quality energy core. Yet, just recently, following a level increase, the game system had rewarded him with one. How fortuitous! Prompt: do you wish to consume the material? Yes. Without hesitation, Ye Lin clicked to confirm. The next moment, the Seawater desalinator emitted a series of delightful chimes. Paying it no further heed, he continued to enjoy his bath. A few minutes later, Ye Lin emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed, just as the upgrade of the Seawater desalinator was completed. He casually opened the interface to check the results. The Seawater separator, rated as excellent, possesses the capability to automatically extract nearby seawater and convert it into fresh water and salt, consuming energy in the process. It can produce 10 liters of fresh water and 1,000 grams of sea salt per hour. The materials required for upgrading include 100 special planks, 50 special stones, 30 rare nylon fabrics, 25 special parts, and 1 rare energy core. The upgrade materials for the next level are not particularly numerous. However, the challenge lies in procuring the rare energy core, which is notoriously difficult to obtain. Thus, it seems unlikely that another upgrade can be achieved in the short term. As for the special planks, special stones, and nylon fabric, These can be crafted once the workbench reaches a rare level. The special parts, on the other hand, necessitate a rare refining furnace. Without further thought, Ye Lin took a towel and made his way to the bedroom. Once back in his room and lying on the bed, he recalled something and quickly retrieved his survival manual to check his personal attributes. Name, Ye Lin. Title, Beastmaster. Talent, Duplication 5-5. Resilience, level, excellent. Attributes, Strength 10-1. Agility 10-1. Constitution 10-1. Spirit 10. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV1. Equipment, Straight Long Sword, Heavy Armor. Gale Boots. Description, each point of attribute at the excellent level is equivalent to double that of the good level. Talents also enhance with level progression, allowing for 3 times the quantity of identical items with each duplication. Upon reviewing his attributes, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the effects of his talent had improved. His daily duplication count had risen to 5, each yielding an additional 3 items. This enhancement was extraordinary. Whether duplicating excellent-level treasure chests or the excellent-level gear he wore, selling them in trade would yield significant profits. However, one must invest quality into their tools. With his level now excellent, what he most required were mutated fruits that could elevate his excellent attributes, along with equipment for other body parts. Raising his attributes to 20 points, paired with a set of excellent-level gear possessing additional attributes and skill traits, was a tantalizing prospect. With a smile reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior, Ye Lin drifted in a slumber without realizing it. In the dead of night, the door to his room creaked open, and a small shadow stealthily slipped inside, climbing onto the bed. Time passed swiftly, and a night had gone by. Early in the morning, as dawn broke and the sky remained hazy, Ye Lin awoke, having only slept for 3 to 5 hours. Yet, due to his remarkable constitution, he felt invigorated and alert. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, he suddenly sensed something stirring in his embrace. What could it be? Ye Lin pondered, slowly peeling back a corner of the blanket, only to discover a small furry creature. No, why was this little one, who usually slept in its own room, snuggled up in my bed? He gently brushed his forehead, noticing her peaceful slumber, and could not bear to disturb her. So he softly covered her with a blanket. Subsequently, Ye Lin quietly stepped outside, stretching toward the rising sun. At this moment, the sun had not yet fully ascended. It merely peeked over the horizon. The time was likely just past 6 in the morning. He first went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then, he approached his workbench to craft some tools, iron axes and pickaxes, among others. After completing his tasks, Ye Lin descended from the mobile base and headed towards the nearby resting place of the wild men. Upon reaching, he halted and called out to them, "Ada, gather your people and come to work." Hearing the commotion, Ada immediately rushed out with a loud cry, followed by several wild brethren. After surveying them, Ye Lin nodded and distributed the tools. Finally, he handed over his unused gear, a burlap shirt and pants, to Ada, along with several ordinary mutated fruits. For Ye Lin, the ordinary mutated fruits had lost their value. Even if he attempted to sell them in trade, they would fetch only a meager amount of shell coins. What truly held worth were the upgrade stones. These were exceedingly precious. Even if one's attributes were maximized, without upgrade stones to break through limitations, one would remain indefinitely stuck. Chapter 36 Xiao Bai. You wouldn't want to go hungry, would you? The upgrading stone, being of superior quality, is quite difficult to obtain. In any case, Ye Lin had never encountered such an item in the marketplace. Generally, these precious items are bartered among players themselves. Presently, Ada, after consuming several ordinary-grade, mutated fruits, had all attributes elevated to 5 points, evidently reaching the pinnacle of the ordinary grade. In terms of equipment, he donned a linen tunic and trousers, wielding a wooden bow and a superior-grade iron spear. Subsequently, Ye Lin fed the wildlings, ensuring they were well-nourished to perform their tasks. Take them back to the previous location to continue resource extraction and return by sunset. Remember? Ada raised the iron spear and let out a peculiar cry. Ye Lin understood his intent and nodded, allowing Ada to embark on the task. He himself had other matters to attend to. First and foremost was the issue of breakfast. Upon returning to the mobile base, he entered the kitchen, surveying the well-equipped culinary tools and nodding in approval. Quite comprehensive indeed. So today, no fish. Instead, let us prepare a pot of mixed meat stew. After some bustling about, a fragrant pot of mixed meat stew was ready. He carried it to the living room, just as Xiao Tuan emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. As Ye Lin dished out rice in a bowls, he smiled at her and said, Tuan, hurry and wash your face. Breakfast is ready. Okay, big brother. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Tuan immediately shook off her drowsiness and hastily scurried to the bathroom to freshen up. In less than 10 seconds, she was done, bursting out with remarkable speed, leaving Ye Lin somewhat embarrassed by her alacrity. Soon, they concluded a delightful and hearty breakfast. The pair, one large and one small, enjoyed some fruits to cleanse their palates. Finally, they stepped outside. Big brother, Tuan will go take care of the crops on the rooftop. Without needing further prompting from Ye Lin, Xiao Tuan eagerly set off to work. All right, understood, he nodded, setting the mobile base to automatic cruising, meaning it would navigate on its own without manual control. This feature had been unlocked once the base reached the refined grade, liberating his hands, which was quite advantageous. Next, Ye Lin began to utilize today's copying opportunities. First was the resilient fish requested by Bai Chun and Song Shi. Activating his copying talent, one mutated resilient fish transformed into 4, which he traded to each of them. Then came the refined grade fishing rods, which he deemed essential to replicate. Initially, he had intended to copy the blueprint, but gathering materials proved too cumbersome. Directly replicating the finished product was far more efficient. Ye Lin focused on the refined grade fishing rod and activated his talent. In the next moment, 3 additional rods were added to his inventory, ensuring he would have plenty for fishing. With 3 copying opportunities remaining, he pondered what to replicate. Compared to these items, he preferred the mutated fruits and equipment that could enhance his strength. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a single refined grade mutated fruit and had to set that idea aside. As for refined grade equipment, Ye Lin contemplated for a moment, retrieving his survival manual and opening the chat channel. He disseminated the schematics for the exquisite Windrunner boots, of which he had 2 remaining crafting opportunities. Accompanying the release was a note regarding the exchange of equipment from other slots. Throughout the region, exquisite-grade equipment schematics were nearly non-existent, let alone those imbued with additional attributes, rendering them exceedingly rare. As soon as the Windrunner boot schematic was unveiled, the chat channel erupted in fervor. Goodness! Exquisite-grade equipment schematics? Exclaimed one participant. This is not just any ordinary exquisite-grade schematic. I know, it's the second tier. Another chimed in. Shut up, you fool. Don't create chaos. If you examine the details closely, you'll see that these Windrunner boots come with extra attributes and traits. Wow, this is utterly absurd. Here I am, still donning ordinary grade gear, while the elite have already procured exquisite top-tier equipment. Are we even playing the same game? Ye Lin glanced over the chat channel, finding it filled with trivial chatter, and promptly closed it. The private messages were equally silent. He shrugged, unperturbed. Instead, he settled onto the steps at the edge of the base, cast his fishing rod, and commenced fishing. Remarkably, the exquisite-grade fishing rod felt exquisite in his hands. In less than 2 minutes, he had his first catch. With a vigorous flick, the fish was swiftly drawn up. It was an excellent grade fish, known to improve one's constitution with regular consumption. See base, level, excellent, description, delicate flesh and pleasant flavor. Long-term consumption can enhance physical attributes. Ineffective for those of excellent grade or higher. This. Ye Lin scratched his head, contemplating the somewhat ambiguous description of the fish. What does long-term consumption even mean? It was a puzzling dilemma, unpalatable to consume but too valuable to discard. Soon after, he cast his line again. Within 2 minutes, another fish was on the hook. See base, level, excellent description. It was the same fish as before. Ye Lin casually stored it in his backpack. It seemed that the drop rate for this particular fish was quite favorable. If he amassed enough, he could share them with Tuan, Xiao He Xiao Bai, and Da, along with the Da's companions, as they held no use for him. Thus, he continued to fish. An hour later, the durability of his exquisite-grade fishing rod was exhausted. He had successfully caught something every time. 15 ordinary-grade fish, 10 excellent-grade fish, and 5 black iron boxes. His final cast yielded a bronze box. With the rod's durability depleted, Ye Lin lost interest in fishing. It was too time-consuming. He wished to practice his basic swordsmanship to elevate his skills. Spending the entire day fishing seemed futile. I need to devise a method that doesn't require my direct involvement in fishing. Is there anyone who can assist me? Ye Lin pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Moments later, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes. I've got it. He lifted his head and called out, Xiao Bai, come down and lend me a hand. Hearing the shout, the lark, which had been lazily dozing in its nest, was immediately startled awake and fluttered down. Xiao Bai, I beg you to do something for me. Do it this way and then that way. Ye Lin instructed it to grasp the fishing rod in its beak and explained that it should tug upwards if the line twitched. Ha! Xiao Bai, clutching the fishing rod, flapped its wings in mild protest, bemused by the absurdity of a bird fishing. Xiao Bai, surely you wouldn't want to go without lunch and dinner, would you? Ye Lin remarked with a gentle smile. How? At this, Xiao Bai promptly began casting the line. Observing its swift movements, Ye Lin felt a sense of satisfaction bloom within him. Indeed, this was his faithful companion. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the survival manual nestled in his arms vibrated slightly. He took it out and opened it, discovering that someone was messaging him. There were quite a few messages. Intrigued, Ye Lin began to read them one by one. Chapter 37. The Enchanted Humpback Whale. Mission. At this moment, a private message arrived, merely concerning a trade for the crafting blueprint of the Swift Boots. Greetings. I possess a blueprint for a fine-quality piece of equipment and would like to exchange it for a chance to utilize the Swift Boots blueprint. Ye Lin opened the message, revealing the accompanying blueprint information. Blueprint for refined casual pants. Level. Fine. Description. An unremarkable fine-quality piece of equipment, lacking any additional attributes. To put it plainly, this item was rather subpar. The Swift Boots, in contrast, came with inherent attributes and traits. Ye Lin was not foolish enough to trade for such an inferior item. Thus, he continued to peruse the private messages. The next message was succinct, detailing the blueprint for direct trade. Blueprint for reinforced helmet. Level. Fine. Description. A premium piece of equipment within the fine category, possessing additional attribute bonuses and skill traits. This blueprint was commendable. He decided to keep it for the time being, not dismissing this private message outright, but setting it aside to continue reviewing the subsequent information. In less than 10 minutes, he had examined all the private messages. The only worthwhile exchanges were those two, the reinforced helmet and the reinforced greaves. Blueprint for reinforced greaves. Level. Fine. Description. A premium piece of equipment within the fine category, possessing additional attribute bonuses and skill traits. Perfectly, he could utilize both items without conflicting with his currently equipped gear. Thus, he proceeded without hesitation and completed the trade. The moment Ye Lin acquired these two crafting blueprints, he dashed to the equipment crafting table, placing the blueprints upon it. He promptly clicked to commence the crafting process. Clang, clang, clang. The familiar sounds echoed as the two items entered production. 10 minutes later, the reinforced helmet and reinforced greaves were completed. Just from the names of these two items, Ye Lin had speculated that they formed a set with the reinforced armor he was currently wearing. Now that they had been crafted, the detailed descriptions confirmed his suspicions. Reinforced helmet. Level. Fine. Bonus. Constitution trait. Iron block. Durability. 30-30. Description. Wearing this equipment grants an additional point of Constitution, allowing the use of equipment skills at the cost of stamina. Reinforced greaves. Level. Fine. Bonus. Constitution 1. Trait. Iron block. Durability. 30-30. Description. After reviewing the detailed information, Ye Lin immediately donned the items. Instantly, he felt a significant enhancement to his physical prowess. Just as he contemplated testing the iron block skill, a shimmering notification appeared before him. Notification. Congratulations, you have gathered all 3 pieces of the reinforced set. The set effect is triggered, doubling equipment skill enhancements while having consumption. The set effect has been activated? Observing the notification before him, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. What an unexpected delight this is. I must certainly explore the nature of this set skill. As he concentrated, the set skill Iron Block activated. The skin on his body instantaneously transformed into a shade of black, imbued with a certain luster. Ye Lin tapped his hand against it, his eyes widening in astonishment. It truly felt like he had become a being of steel. The consumption of energy appeared to be within an acceptable range. However, as the Iron Block skill commenced, his stamina began to wane. The rate of depletion was neither rapid nor slow, suggesting he could endure for approximately 10 minutes at most. This was under the condition that the set skill have the consumption. If he were to rely on a single item, the Iron Block would likely last only 3 to 5 minutes. Once he had thoroughly grasped this, Ye Lin drew out a straight-edged long knife and commenced practicing basic swordsmanship. Swish, swish, swish. Each strike shimmered with a cold gleam, evoking a sense of the air being torn apart. He continued to hone his sword technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Tuan tended to the crops, while Xiao Bai tirelessly fished. Thus, time gradually passed. Before long, dusk descended upon the scene. Just as Ye Lin was immersed in his sword practice, a sudden prompt illuminated before him, snapping him back to attention. Notification. Through your diligent practice, the skill Basic Swordsmanship has been upgraded. Skill Basic Swordsmanship LV2. Sword power increased by 2. Strike speed increased by 2. So, the Basic Swordsmanship has risen by 1 level, enhancing both power and speed by a mere 1. Ye Lin nodded slightly in satisfaction at the notification before him. Although the increments in Basic Swordsmanship were minimal at each level, the overall benefits at higher levels were indeed considerable. Just as he prepared to resume his practice, the mobile base beneath his feet suddenly trembled, as if something had collided against it. Perceiving the commotion, Ye Lin furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the edge of the base to investigate. To his astonishment, Xiao Hei had been knocked off by some unseen force, crashing heavily against the railing of the mobile base. Xiao Hei, what transpired? Xiao Hei shook its dazed head and turned to Ye Lin, emitting a sound. Woof. You mean to say a colossal creature is approaching the base, and in your attempt to intercept it, you were struck away? Woof woof. Xiao Hei nodded affirmatively, indicating that was indeed the case. Seeing this, Ye Lin's brow tightened in concern. If even Xiao Hei could be sent flying in a single blow, it indicated that the approaching entity was quite formidable, likely possessing a size and strength not to be underestimated. Its level would certainly not be lower than Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei was classified as excellent, nearing its limits. Yet not quite there. The creature that could defeat it in one encounter was most likely of refined quality. At that moment, the surface of the sea ahead began to churn violently. A massive entity emerged, rapidly hurtling towards the base. This creature's size must be at least several meters long. In comparison, the 3-meter Xiao Hei appeared almost insignificant. This creature seemed rather unusual, gazing at the imposing figure barreling toward him. Ye Lin's expression turned grave as he whispered to himself. Compared to the creatures he had encountered before, this being was undeniably abnormal. Its eyes glowed a sinister crimson, and a faint, eerie mist of blood enveloped its form. As the distance between them diminished, a panel materialized before him. Demonized humpback whale, level, elite, attributes, strength 15, agility 10, constitution 20, spirit 10. Description: the humpback whale is typically an exceedingly gentle creature, never initiating attacks against humans. However, this particular specimen has been demonized, rendering it ferociously savage and ruthless, consuming everything it lays its eyes upon. Alert! You have discovered a demonized creature. Unlocking the quest. Realm of Demonization. Area alert. A demonized creature has been detected. Quest features unlocked. Initiating the quest. Realm of Demonization. This is a shared task for all players. We urge everyone to diligently investigate the depths of the demonized realm. The higher the contribution to the quest, the greater the rewards. Contributions can be contested. The method of contestation is through elimination. A flurry of notifications momentarily distracted Ye Lin. By the time he regained his focus, the demonized humpback whale had already barreled towards him. Boom! Chapter 38. Regional Mission, The Corrupted Land in an instant. Ye Lin experienced the true meaning of earth-shattering upheaval. The The collision with the corrupted humpback whale sent the entire mobile base into a violent tremor. Had it not been sufficiently stable, it might have been overturned on the spot. However, this impact also significantly diminished the base's durability. Durability 950-1000. A single collision cost a staggering 50 points of durability. This is intolerable. I must prevent this beast from continuing its assault. Ye Lin's expression turned grave as he resolved to take the initiative. If this continued, it would take only 19 more hits to dismantle the base entirely. Xiaobai, coordinate with me. Jie. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately understood, promptly setting aside its fishing rod and soaring towards the corrupted humpback whale. Yet, being merely of elite caliber, Xiaobai would be venturing in a certain peril if left to face the creature alone. Ye Lin would not allow such a fate. As Xiaobai took flight, Ye Lin leapt powerfully, grasping its talons. Simultaneously, he called out to Xiao He, maneuver and attack. Divert its attention. Yu. Xiao He nodded, utilizing its size advantage to swim around the corrupted humpback whale, causing disturbances. Occasionally, it unleashed a surge of water, forming a column aimed at the beast. Boom! The damage was negligible. Nevertheless, it effectively captured the creature's focus. Seizing the opportunity while the corrupted humpback whale was preoccupied with Xiao He, Ye Lin clung to Xiaobai's talons, gritting his teeth as he executed a powerful leap, landing atop the massive creature's back. As he released his grip, a straight-edged long knife appeared in his hand, plunging deeply into the flesh of the corrupted humpback whale. It was indeed extraordinarily tough. This monstrous entity was not only resilient, but also colossal. The damage inflicted was at best a mere scratch. Roar! Though the wound was small, it was still agonizing. Much like a toothpick embedded in flesh, it was not fatal, yet undeniably painful. The corrupted humpback whale roared in fury, shifting its attention from Xiao He and violently shaking its back, attempting to dislodge the ant upon it. Ye Lin gripped the straight-edged, long knife tightly, determined not to be cast into the sea. The whale's vigorous thrashing made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his balance, let alone launch further attacks. How? In the air, Xiaobai seized the moment, its claws lunging towards the whale's eyes. Xiao He, too, expelled a column of water aimed at the other eye. Thus, the attention of the corrupted humpback whale was once again diverted. The shaking of its back also became less violent than before. Ye Lin then activated the inherent skills of his straight-edged long knife and gale boots. In the next moment, the blade in his hand became even sharper, and his speed surged to new heights. With both hands gripping the knife, he dashed forward at full speed, carving out deep gashes across the whale's back. Crimson and violet blood gushed forth, spilling freely. PSHH. The corrupted humpback whale possessed an impressive constitution, its physical resilience formidable indeed. Even in the midst of a torrent of blood cascading from its back, the roar remained deafening. It was evident that such bloodshed and injury were not fatal to it. Yet the pain compelled it to plunge into the sea, its body thrashing and rolling. Ye Lin was also drawn into the ocean, the powerful current relentlessly surging around him. Had he not clutched the hilt of his sword with unwavering determination, he would have likely been swept away by the torrent. Fortunately, he was of superior grade, adorned in exquisite equipment. Enduring in the water for half an hour to an hour posed no challenge for him. However, as the demonized humpback whale descended deeper into the abyss, the surrounding water pressure escalated. At that moment, Ye Lin's face reddened as he struggled against the overwhelming force. Iron block. With a mere thought, he activated his set skill. His body transformed, becoming as resilient as steel, dark and gleaming. The iron block skill enhanced not only his exterior defenses, but also fortified his internal organs, enabling him to withstand the crushing pressure of the ocean depths. Glancing back, he noticed Xiao He persistently pursuing from a distance. The mobile base was quite far away. Resolving himself, he withdrew his straight-edged long knife, abandoning the notion of slaying the demonized whale. Underwater, that task was exceedingly arduous, especially given the significant disparity in attributes between them. His only advantage lay in his agility, complemented by the distraction from Xiao He and Xiao Bai. However, this advantage vanished in the depths. With this realization, Ye Lin swiftly began to swim back. The demonized humpback whale continued its relentless descent. After a while, Xiao He caught up. Ye Lin grasped one of its pectoral fins, signaling it to return. Even as a superior grade, his speed in the water paled in comparison to the excellent Xiao He. This exemplified the stark difference between species, akin to fish thriving in water, while terrestrial creatures could not endure prolonged submersion. After 10 minutes, Xiao He propelled Ye Lin to the ocean surface. He expelled a mouthful of seawater and took several deep breaths before climbing onto the mobile base. What an exhilarating experience! Ye Lin mused as he began to shed his drenched gear, finding it quite uncomfortable. Subsequently, he lit a campfire to dry off. At that moment, Xiao Tuan rushed over, a look of concern etched on her face. "Big brother, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? It's nothing to worry about." Ye Lin replied with a smile, shaking his head. Once his clothes were dry, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Eating fish and meat daily had grown somewhat monotonous. How he longed for a bowl of white rice. He grumbled as he cooked. Soon, dinner concluded. Satiated, Ye Lin casually retrieved the survival manual and opened the chat channel to check for updates. The discussions predominantly revolved around tasks and the demonized lands. Has anyone located the demonized lands? No, there's no task prompt. That thing is somewhere deep in the ocean, but the sea is vast. Who knows where it might be? Spare me. I have no desire to undertake a mission. Diving into the depths is perilous. There's no telling when some monstrous entity might swallow me whole. Indeed, by the way, does anyone know who was the first to discover the corrupted creatures? The specifics remain unclear. The game announcement didn't disclose that information. After browsing for a while, Ye Lin began to feel somewhat bored. He then activated the newly unlocked quest feature. Quest, the corrupted realm. Area quest, non-mandatory. Participation is voluntary. Quest progress 0. The corrupted realm is located at a specific point in the depths of this region's sea. The first player to locate it will receive a 10 personal contribution and an additional reward of the Pioneer title, along with a mysterious gift package. Upon reading the quest description, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. The reward for this quest are quite generous. Just for being the first to discover the corrupted realm, one can earn a title. Chapter 39, The Battle for the Island Lord. The Gold and Silver Mine Island. Ye Lin smacked his lips, feeling a pang of envy. Having spent several days in this game world, he had begun to grasp certain aspects. The vast ocean was divided into countless regions, each accommodating a maximum of 10,000 players at the outset. However, the current number is undoubtedly far less, with even half of that total having long since vanished. A testament to the high mortality rate. Take Mist Island, for instance. The competition is exceedingly fierce. Despite its size, it cannot sustain 5,000 players vying for resources. There are only 33 outposts, and each one can barely support a handful of individuals. In theory, a single Mist Island could meet the needs of merely 1,000 players. In reality, however, it often boils down to just a few or a dozen players occupying an outpost. The fewer the occupants, the more resources each individual can extract. Additionally, with the newly unlocked task feature, contributions can be contested through combat. The brutality of this game requires no further elaboration. All Ye Lin could do was strive to grow stronger, ever stronger. He still had a few talent opportunities remaining for the day. Shaking his head slightly to dispel his thoughts, he retrieved several bronze chests from his inventory. He decided to keep one as a safety net and opened the rest without hesitation. Crack! Accompanying the opening of the chests were a series of reward notifications. Notification: congratulations! You have obtained refined wooden planks 20, refined stone blocks 20, refined iron nails 20. Notification: congratulations! You have received refined ropes 20, refined rubber 20, refined parts 20. Notification: congratulations! You have acquired a seedling box upgrade blueprint superior 1, rice seeds superior 5, cantaloupe seeds superior 5. The first two sets of items were rather unimpressive. However, the contents of the third chest piqued his interest, as they were nearly all beneficial to him. First and foremost was the superior seedling box upgrade blueprint, which required no further explanation. Seedling box upgrade blueprint. Level, superior. Description, can upgrade an excellent seedling box to a superior seedling box. This blueprint can be used 3 times. Next were the rice seeds. Upon seeing them, Ye Lin's eyes brightened instantly. He had been lamenting the lack of rice, and now it had arrived. Rice seeds. Level, superior. Description, upon maturation, there is a chance to yield mutated fruits, which, when consumed, can randomly enhance one attribute. Ineffective if consumed at superior level or higher. Cantaloupe seeds. Level, superior. Description, upon maturation, there is a chance to yield mutated fruits, which, when consumed, can randomly enhance one attribute. Ineffective if consumed at superior level or higher. Seeing 2 types of crops that could enhance superior attributes, Ye Lin was elated. Without delay, he dashed up to the rooftop of the 3rd floor and planted the seeds, continuing to allocate the remaining copies to this, including both the planting boxes and the crops. Once they mature, a greater harvest can be collected. It seems that Xiao Tuan has realized the significance of these crops to Ye Lin. Hence, she has been nurturing them with even greater care. After Ye Lin fed Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Ada returned with a group of underlings, presenting the resources mined that day. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction and subsequently retrieved some meat from his backpack to distribute among them. Oh, the number of wild men has increased? When he ventured out in the morning, there were only a handful. Now, upon returning, he counted a total of 12 wild men underlings, including Ada, that made 13. After the count, he refrained from further comments. The greater the number of wild men, the more resources they would procure for him each day. It merely required some meat, which Ye Lin could easily afford. The fish he caught daily, which he had no use for, were perfect for feeding Ada and the others. Time flew by, and before long, the day for the Fog Island Outpost battle reset arrived. In the early morning, at 6 o'clock, Ye Lin was awakened by a sudden game announcement. After a brief wash, he perched himself on the fence to examine the details closely. Announcement: the Fog Island Outpost battle gameplay has been updated. The outpost occupation status has been reset. All players, please proceed to reclaim your territories. Additionally, 3 new Fog Islands have been generated, now located in the 4 cardinal directions, initiating the Island Lord competition. The new islands include the Gold and Silver Mine Island. This island yields precious minerals such as silver or rare, and gold or uncommon. The Gold and Silver Mine Island is situated near the Fog Islands. Players are encouraged to occupy the outpost on this island. The Island Lord competition also applies here. The leaderboard feature has been launched. Players can open the survival manual to view regional and global rankings. This leaderboard will refresh weekly, with rewards for the top 10 in the region and the top 100 globally. This update brought a wealth of new content. Ye Lin meticulously reviewed the announcement for over 10 minutes before closing it. Next, he pulled out the survival manual from his pocket and began to peruse its contents. There, the function of the Fog Island Outpost had transformed into a contest for Island Lord. The implication was unmistakable. Players are encouraged to vie for control of the entire island. Upon success, the entire island would belong to you. There are a total of 8 islands, 4 Fog Islands, and 4 Gold and Silver Mine Islands. Once crowned as the Island Lord, one can freely exploit the resources available. Furthermore, one may allocate the various outposts on the island to others. The mined resources would be divided in a 3-to-7 ratio, with the Island Lord receiving 7 and the miners receiving 3. Essentially, it is akin to hiring players to work for you, sharing the spoils. Of course, one could choose not to delegate the outposts, opting instead to harvest everything independently. However, this approach may prove inefficient, as the Island Lord status would reset in a week, potentially yielding minimal resources. Such actions not only squander time and resources, but also fail to maximize the resources that the Island Lord could acquire within a week. However, if you possess a larger following, the situation may differ, much like Ye Lin, who commands a band of wild subordinates. This gameplay has certainly captivated his attention. With my capabilities, I should be able to seize an entire island, right? Ever since the planning area was entrusted to Xiao Tuan, there's been a near-daily harvest of mutated fruits, ranging from ordinary to exquisite grades. Naturally, with these mutated fruits at his disposal, Ye Lin would not keep them to himself. He utilizes the exquisite grade for his own needs, while the excellent grade is allocated to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada. Of course, Xiao Tuan also receives her share. It is not out of a desire to exploit child labor, but rather that the little one must be in good health to work effectively. As for the ordinary mutated fruits, they are given to Ada's subordinates, as retaining them serves little purpose. They could fetch a meager sum in trade, but it is far more advantageous to bolster the strength of the wildling army. Notably, after several days of development, Ada has successfully recruited 20 subordinates. Chapter 40. Regional Champion World 10th. Ada's strength has reached an exemplary level, and Little Tuan is likewise impressive. The upgrade stones were procured by Ye Lin, who exchanged a considerable amount of resources with other players, resulting in the acquisition of 2 exemplary upgrade stones. Unfortunately, there were none available at the refined level. Consequently, Xiao He and Xiao Bai find themselves stuck at their current level, although their attributes have each reached a commendable score of 10 points. The absence of upgrade stones prevents them from surpassing their limits, leaving them in a state of stagnation. Ye Lin himself has experienced a notable enhancement in his capabilities over the past few days. He casually opened his personal attributes. Name, Ye Lin. Title, Beastmaster. Talent, Duplication. Resilience, Level, Refined. Attributes, Strength 15, 1. Agility 14, 1. Constitution 16, 3. Spirit 15. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV 3. Sword Power 3. Attack Speed 3. Equipment, Straight Blade Longsword, Heavy Helmet, Heavy Armor. Heavy Leggings, Gale Boots. Description, each point of refined attributes is equivalent to 2 points of exemplary attributes. The rapid enhancement of his attributes can be attributed to the consumption of refined, mutated fruits, which he diligently consumes daily. With his talent, possessing just one allows for infinite duplication. In a matter of days, his attributes will reach their maximum potential, at which point he will need to seek rare upgrade stones. Alas, it is a vexing situation. Obtaining refined upgrade stones is already a formidable challenge, let alone the rare ones. With a resigned shake of his head, Ye Lin switched the interface to the rankings. World Rankings, Regional Rankings. There are 2 significant leaderboards. He first examined the regional rankings. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What? I have claimed the top spot? Mother, did you see? Your son has achieved success." Gazing at the leaderboard, Ye Lin couldn't suppress his delight. Regional Rankings. First place Lin Jiang, second place Bai Chun, third place Song Shi, fourth place. There were also rewards to be claimed. Without hesitation, he clicked to receive his reward. Notification, congratulations. You have received a bronze chest 1, shell coins 3,000. The reward was decent, although somewhat lacking compared to the initial ranking rewards. Currently, only the first place holder on the permanent regional leaderboard is awarded a bronze chest. Subsequent positions receive only shell coins. The distribution is as follows: 3,000 for first place, 2,000 for second, 1,000 for third, with diminishing amounts for lower ranks. The 10th place holder receives merely 100 shell coins. One can only say that participation is what truly matters. Shortly after the leaderboard was unveiled, numerous individuals began to message him. Ye Lin, however, did not rush to check the messages, but opted instead to view the world rankings. World Rankings. First place Long Out Yin. Second place Zhao Hao. Third place Kaiser Like. Fourth place, fifth place, 10th place Ye Lin. The disparity is quite pronounced. From being first in the regional rankings to landing in 10th place here, Ye Lin scratched his head, feeling a tinge of discomfort. With his current prowess, ranking merely 10th was indeed a disheartening revelation. Could it be that the 9 individuals ahead of him had already reached a rarefied level? No matter how extraordinary one's talent might be, such rapid ascension seemed implausible. Contemplating this, Ye Lin promptly scrutinized the ranking rules nearby. The standings were not solely determined by strength. They were a composite score that included each individual's mobile base evaluation. The creatures they had subdued were also factored into the equation. Ah, so that is how it is. After perusing the ranking criteria, Ye Lin stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, perhaps these individuals possessed remarkably advanced mobile bases? Or had they tamed numerous, formidable creatures? Furthermore, it was also conceivable that they inherently held a higher level. Never mind, he thought, dismissing the notion. Whether he held the title of World #1 was of little consequence. For him, claiming the title of regional champion was already a source of great satisfaction, a feat he once deemed unimaginable. As for being the world's best, to lead among billions, how extraordinary that must be, truly befitting the name of an ancient, quintessential protagonist. Long Aotion. Ye Lin couldn't help but scoff at the thought before turning his attention to preparing breakfast. Due to the game's recent updates, he found himself far from Mist Island. The 4 Mist Islands are situated at the cardinal points of the sea. When Ada and his underlings were refreshed alongside Mist Island, they materialized at Ye Lin's base, rather than plunging into the ocean to meet their demise. Though the game could be rather unkind, it seemed improbable that it would outright obliterate anyone. After a while, having prepared breakfast for himself and little Tuan Tuan, Ye Lin gathered Little Black, Little White, Ada, and his subordinates for a collective feeding session. The task consumed over 10 minutes, as the sheer number of creatures requiring nourishment was itself a source of vexation. Who should he assign the feeding responsibility to? Ye Lin pondered, his gaze flitting between Little Black, Little White, and Ada. Little Black was hindered by mobility within a mobile base and lacked hands for feeding. Thus he was unsuitable. Little White could potentially assist, but he was already tasked with fishing, and adding another duty would likely lead to frustration. A tentative decision. It seemed quite reasonable to entrust the feeding job to Ada. His intellect was on par with that of an average human, and his humanoid form afforded him the agility to retrieve food from the storage with ease. Yes, it should indeed be you, Ada. Ye Lin focused on Ada, beckoning him over and declaring, "Come, Ada, I have a challenging yet vital task for you." Upon hearing this, Ada rushed over with an expression of excitement. Subsequently, Ye Lin delegated the daily feeding responsibilities for Little Black, Little White, and the wild subordinates to Ada. Ada accepted the task with a vigorous nod. Ula. Foolishness is easily deceived. How fitting for my most loyal companion. Ye Lin swiftly amended his internal monologue. He then maneuvered the mobile base towards Mist Island, noting that it was closest to the eastern side. Thus, he proceeded directly to the eastern Mist Island. At that moment, the survival manual in his arms vibrated once more. He had forgotten to check who had sent him a private message. As he spoke, he adeptly controlled the base with one hand while retrieving the manual with the other, opening the chat. He glanced through the messages, automatically filtering out the trivial exchanges. Ultimately, only 2 messages warranted his attention. "Are you there? Interested in continuing our team to contend for the title of Island Master?" This message was from Bai Chun, whose intentions were quite evident. He sought to join forces with him. The other message was from Song Shi, congratulating him on achieving the 1st rank in the region. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin replied to Bai Chun, expressing his disinterest. He intended to claim the entirety of Mist Island for himself, believing that only in doing so could he maximize the potential of Ada's subordinate. Moreover, his own strength already positioned him as the foremost in the region. He was the sole elite-level player present, rendering collaboration with others unnecessary. As for Song Shi, he responded with a simple thank you. Before long, she sent another message. "Shall we form an alliance to vie for the title of Island Master?" "No, thank you." Upon receiving her proposal for an alliance, Ye Lin was not surprised and promptly declined. Chapter 41. The struggle for the islands by Chun and Song. She felt a sense of regret. Their chances of contending for the title of Island Lord diminished significantly without teaming up with such a formidable player. Both of them were merely at the outstanding level, despite their attributes nearing their limits. However, they still faced the scenario of numerous ants potentially overwhelming an elephant. Unlike the exquisite level, where each attribute was double that of the outstanding level, unless the numbers were extraordinarily high, a group of outstanding players would not necessarily prevail against a single exquisite player. After being declined for a team-up, both individuals simultaneously sent a message. "Which fog island do you plan to occupy?" Glancing at the message, Ye Lin did not hesitate much and promptly replied, "The one to the east." After sending the message, he closed the chat interface and stowed away his survival manual. The two were likely hoping to discern which fog island he would seize so they could avoid it and occupy others instead. He was quite agreeable to this outcome. Should the second and third players ally with others to contest an island against him, it could become somewhat troublesome. Therefore, it was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Bai Chun and Song, she shared a similar thought. Competing for an island against Ye Lin bore a significantly lower probability of success than contending against other players. There was no need to engage in a futile struggle. Preemptively avoiding confrontation was advantageous for all parties involved. The Fog Island to the east was the closest. Yet, it took Ye Lin a full 2.5 hours to arrive. Upon stepping onto the Fog Island, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before him. Prompt: would you like to join the island contention gameplay? This gameplay requires the elimination or expulsion of all players to achieve victory and become the island lord. This was precisely his objective for coming here. Without a moment's thought, Ye Lin agreed. Prompt: you have joined the island contention gameplay. During this period, you may view the locations of all players on this Fog Island. The emergence of this feature caused Ye Lin to raise an eyebrow. Clearly, it was designed to prevent players from slipping through unnoticed. Concealing oneself with the intent to become the island lord was an impossibility. A map-like function momentarily appeared in his survival manual, revealing numerous red dots in his vicinity. These red dots represented the players vying for the island. Xiaobai, take a da and scout the area for players to eliminate or expel. Xiaohei, swim along the shore and attack any other players you encounter. Ye Lin promptly instructed Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Ada on their tasks. Soon, Xiaobai, clutching Ada, ventured nearby to search for players to defeat or drive away. Meanwhile, Xiaohei's tail flicked as he vanished beneath the waves. Currently, the mobile base housed a group of ordinary-level wild men. Ye Lin had no intention of engaging them. They were meant to gather resources following the battle. Their strength was too feeble. Should they venture out, they would likely suffer significant losses before encountering any players. Big brother, what does Tuan Tuan want to do? At that moment, Xiao Tuan Tuan gazed up at him with eager anticipation, clearly wishing to assist Ye Lin. However, he gently declined her offer. He smiled, ruffling Xiao Tuan Tuan's hair, and said softly, Tuan Tuan, be good and help Big Brother keep watch here, all right? Make sure no bad people get close to our secret base, understood? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Tuan Tuan's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Rest assured, Big Brother, leave it to Tuan Tuan. I will certainly protect our home. After attending to numerous matters, Ye Lin set forth alone, wielding a long knife. At his current speed, even the flying unit, Xiao Bai, paled in comparison on land. It was a waste of combat power to have Xiao Bai accompany him. It would be more prudent to send it along with Ada to clear the surrounding riffraff. 5 minutes later, Ye Lin arrived at a dense forest. The thicket was devoid of life, yet the map indicated the presence of red dots nearby. The probability of error within the game system was minimal. Thus, it suggested that players were hiding in the vicinity. Ye Lin muttered with growing impatience. I detest games of hide and seek. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes behind him. He swiftly turned, executing a horizontal slash with his knife. With a swift whoosh, the towering thicket was cleaved in two, revealing a snow-white rabbit that scampered out. Was that it? Just as Ye Lin pondered, several figures leapt down from the surrounding trees. Armed and wearing expressions of triumph, they charged towards his vital points. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Lin stood with his back turned, yet a subtle smile crept upon his lips. In an instant, he pivoted and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The four assailants, still in midair, had yet to touch the ground when their expressions of exhilaration froze in place. With a soft thud, their heads detached, rolling lifelessly on the ground, crimson blood spraying skyward. Ye Lin, already aware, calmly stepped back, evading the downpour of blood. He then casually flicked the non-existent blood from his knife. So weak. If you had simply fled from Mist Island, I would have paid you no mind. He was no bloodthirsty individual. His sole aim was to vie for dominion over the island. As long as these individuals did not obstruct his path, he would not involve himself further. However, their reckless assault left him no choice. After gathering the items that had dropped, he scanned the map and promptly headed towards the location of another player. A short while later, Ye Lin arrived at what seemed to be the heart of Mist Island. Here lay a vast basin, filled with numerous colossal rocks. If memory served, this was the spot where he had encountered the rock giant before, wasn't it? Uncertain if it was indeed the same giant. The rock giant he had previously encountered was a mutated entity, boasting extraordinarily exaggerated stats, even surpassing the might of a demonically transformed sperm whale. After some contemplation, Ye Lin decided against provoking the rock giant. For now, the priority was to secure the island. As long as one refrains from disturbing the bronze chest at the center of the basin, all shall be well. With this thought, he leapt directly into the basin. The map indicated a multitude of red dots, all lying in ambush within the central region, utterly motionless. Clearly, a sinister plot was afoot. In response, Ye Lin merely smiled faintly, his pace unwavering as he brandished his long knife and advanced. Everywhere he looked, towering boulders provided players with a natural shield from prying eyes. Minutes later, Ye Lin reached the central area. Directly ahead, a dozen figures stood poised as if to greet him. Upon his arrival, they reacted as though confronted by a formidable beast. Cold sweat dripped from their brows, and they swallowed nervously. The leader, striving to maintain composure, declared, "What is there to fear? He is but one man. Let us not forget our plan. We must act according to our prior agreement." With this, the group tightened their grips on their weapons and charged towards Ye Lin, moving in a coordinated manner. Chapter 42. The Awakening of the Mutated Rock Giant. This scene intrigued Ye Lin. With a long sword in hand, he casually flicked it to block the weapon of the first assailant, then swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The impact sent the man flying as if struck by a small car, landing a dozen meters away, only to come to a halt against a large rock. Soon after, two more attackers closed in. Ye Lin remained composed, sweeping his long sword effortlessly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two were cleaved in half, blood spraying forth. Ah! Help me! They did not perish immediately despite being severed. After a few agonizing cries, they succumbed to their excruciating pain. From the moment they initiated their assault, Ye Lin had shown no mercy. Death would inevitably find each one of them. Casually dispatching the two, Ye Lin's expression remained tranquil as he turned his gaze toward the leader of the group. The man's face was pale with fear, contemplating escape. However, after a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack against Ye Lin. Clang! The sound of metal clashing sparked in the air. Ye Lin parried the attack with his longsword. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. An elite, you say? Now, this is rather interesting. It has been dreadfully dull to merely slaughter weaklings. As he spoke, excitement visibly coursed through him. With that, he brought his long sword down with ferocity. Clang! The man raised his blade above his head in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Yet, in that instant of collision, his expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force compelled him to kneel. Bang! He collapsed to his knees, gritting his teeth, desperately using his weapon to brace against the weight of the longsword. Crack! In the next moment, the blade shattered his shoulder and severed an arm. The man, displaying commendable fortitude, rolled away just in time to evade the descending sword, despite the agonizing pain. Oh, his will is indeed formidable. Regrettably, his strength is lacking. Ye Lin flicked the blood from his blade and smiled faintly. The man, pale as death, clutched his bleeding arm and stammered in agony. Spare me. I can divulge our plans. Cheng Yu sent us to thwart you and intends to exploit. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Ye Lin's long sword fell, silencing him. What nonsense are you babbling? Cheng Yu? The newly minted 10th on the regional leaderboard. Is it? Rest assured, none shall escape. Upon hearing that none would survive, the man collapsed, his eyes closing in death. Ye Lin took a scrap of fabric from the man's clothing to wipe his longsword clean. Subsequently, he collected all the dropped items into his backpack, taking no more than 10 seconds. As for the fleeing players, he paid them no mind. Clearly, they were retreating toward the edge of Mist Island, spurred by fear of him. For players departing from Mist Island, Ye Lin does not impede their exit. Leaving Mist Island equates to withdrawing from the struggle for the island, thereby posing no threat to him. There is no need for him to pursue a complete annihilation. Just as Ye Lin was tidying up his surroundings, suddenly, an arrow whizzed towards him from behind. With a swift motion, he barely tilted his head to evade it. As he prepared to turn and discern who was covertly plotting against him, a crisp sound rang out nearby. Caught by surprise, his body momentarily froze. Could it be? The arrow he dodged was now embedded in the center of a bronze chest nestled within the massive stones. In the next heartbeat, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the boulders gradually coalesced into a colossal figure. Alert! The mutated rock giant has been awakened. Within a certain radius, it will indiscriminately attack all visible beings. Realizing that someone intended to use the mutated rock giant against him, Ye Lin swiftly decided to flee. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to confront it. Rather, there was no necessity. Engaging in a battle with the rock giant would merely provide an opportunity for other players to pick up the spoils. Just as he was about to take a step, a towering wall of rock erupted from the earth, blocking his path. Immediately following, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him. The mutated rock giant was launching an attack. With his back to the giant, Ye Lin's expression shifted. There was no way to evade at this proximity. Thus, he could only resort to Iron Block. With a focused thought, he activated his suit skill, Iron Block. Instantly, his body transformed, becoming as dark as steel and shimmering with a faint luster. He barely managed to twist around, raising his hands defensively before him. Boom! The giant's colossal fist struck at that very moment. The impact reverberated, sending Ye Lin hurtling away. The imposing rock wall behind him shattered into fragments. Bang! Bang! The tremendous force propelled Ye Lin after he crashed through the stone barrier, rolling across the ground. In the midst of his tumbling, he swiftly adjusted his posture, ultimately regaining his footing after sliding for several meters. One exaggerated display of strength, Ye Lin thought gravely, shaking his somewhat numbed hands. He harbored serious doubts that this behemoth's power was limited to merely 20 points. Given his current physique, augmented by Iron Block, 20 points of force could not possibly have rendered him so disheveled. Seizing the moment while the rock giant was momentarily inactive, he glanced back in the direction the arrow had come from. There, several hundred meters away, a young man with a buzz cut gazed at him with palpable excitement. This individual was the orchestrator of it all, Chengyu, a newcomer to the top 10 of the regional leaderboard. Ye Lin surmised who this person was. Chengyu intended to manipulate the rock giant against him, waiting for them to inflict mutual destruction while he reaped the rewards. Such cunning strategies indeed, utilizing external factors to his advantage. Ye Lin murmured impressionistly. Boom! At that moment, the colossal rock giant launched another assault. A stone, exceeding a meter in size, was hurled with tremendous force. It was evident that, under such immense power, the boulder tore through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. To a certain extent, strength could indeed signify velocity. However, although the thrown stone was undeniably swift, as long as he could predict its landing spot in advance, evading it would prove relatively straightforward. There remained a discernible difference between mere speed and the ability to anticipate. With a thunderous crash, just a second before the stone struck the ground, Ye Lin's mind flickered with intent. He deactivated his skill, Iron Block, and activated his footwear's ability, Gale Step. The surge in speed enabled him to evade the impending impact in an instant. Soon after, more massive boulders descended, blocking his retreat. Observing this, Ye Lin resolved not to flee any longer. Remaining passive would only complicate matters further. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. With that thought, his eyes turned steely, and wielding his long blade, he charged directly toward the rock giant. Chapter 43. Chengyu. The beneficiary at a distance of several hundred meters, Chengyu observed the unfolding scene, a triumphant expression spreading across his face. Yes, precisely. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. Ideally, they would both suffer defeat, allowing me to reap the benefits. At this moment, he envisioned vanquishing Ye Lin and the rock giant, seizing the position of Island Master, ultimately becoming the new leader of the regional leaderboard. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Lin had swiftly approached the rock giant. Sensing his proximity, the rock giant abruptly altered its strategy. No longer hurling stones, it clasped its hands together and struck down towards Ye Lin with tremendous force. Boom! With a deafening roar, dust and debris erupted from the ground, creating a crater over a 10-meter radius. Yet, Ye Lin, leveraging his agility and marginally superior speed, evaded the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity amidst the obscuring smoke, he accelerated and executed a slide to position himself behind the giant. The rock giant, still waiting for the dust to settle, remained oblivious to Ye Lin's presence behind it. With swift precision, Ye Lin drew his blade and struck at the giant's calf, simultaneously activating a weapon skill to enhance its sharpness. Crack! The strike severed the calf cleanly. With one leg rendered useless, the rock giant's balance faltered, and it toppled to the ground. The chance had arrived. Taking a swift step towards its head, Ye Lin plunged his long knife into the eye socket. Roar! Whether from pain or fury, the rock giant let out a series of thunderous roars. The blade embedded in its head did not inflict a fatal wound. Bang! Bang! Enraged, it relentlessly pounded the ground where Ye Lin stood, yet he adeptly dodged each strike while landing several blows to the giant's chest. Unfortunately, the results were minimal and far from lethal. TCH, quite the troublesome foe. Ye Lin grimaced, creating a safe distance between himself and the rock giant. The giant soon regained its footing, legs were formed with rock. The gaps in its head and chest also filled in. However, it came at cost. Ye Lin keenly observed that the rock giant appeared somewhat diminished compared to before. Previously towering above 5 meters, it now shrank to just over 4. So that is the key. He quickly discerned the strategy needed to utterly defeat this creature, to gradually wear it down. The rock could not be entirely obliterated. Yet, the process of reformation demanded energy. Each cycle of destruction and regeneration would deplete the rock giant's strength. Though it lacked flesh and blood and bore no critical weakness, it was still subject to the laws of energy conservation. Roar! Following its reformation, the rock giant was filled with rage. Its colossal fists clenched. It hammered the ground with ferocious might. The earth trembled within a radius of dozens of meters. Ye Lin, his expression grave, continued to evade the giant's relentless assault. The might of the rock giant was formidable, and he did not dare to confront it head-on. Swiftly, during his evasive maneuvers, Ye Lin executed a familiar technique, striking twice at the giant's legs with his blade. Before he could sever the limbs, a massive hand came crashing down. With a roll, Ye Lin narrowly avoided the blow and quickly moved to the other calf of the rock giant, relentlessly slashing with his sword. Again, the giant's hand came barreling towards him. Thus, the battle continued. Time passed gradually as Ye Lin remained entangled with the rock giant, unable to destroy the giant in one fell swoop. He resorted to a war of attrition. Finally, after 2.5 hours, the rock giant could endure no longer, collapsing with a resounding crash. In the aftermath, it shattered into countless fragments. Breathing heavily, Ye Lin felt utterly exhausted after vanquishing the rock giant. Should he delay any longer, he might find himself lacking the strength to continue. Amidst the rubble of the fallen giant lay a peculiar item, radiating a brilliant blue light. Core of the rock giant. Quality, superior. Description: when integrated with a substantial amount of stones or rocks, it can conjure a rock giant for your command in battle. The higher the quality of the integrated stones, the more powerful the summoned rock giant will be. A glance at the item's description caused Ye Lin's eyes to brighten. Just as he reached out to claim it, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, aimed directly at his forehead. There was no need for speculation about the assailant's identity. Ye Lin deftly grasped the incoming arrow, while with his other hand, he retrieved the core of the rock giant and stowed it in his backpack. He then turned coldly to face the position of Chengyu. Do not rush. I shall send you to your demise shortly upon hearing this. Chengyu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha, is it really you? Let me guess. After such a lengthy battle with the rock giant, your stamina must be nearly depleted. Am I correct? You're merely posturing. Before he could finish his taunt, Chenyu's expression darkened as he drew his bow, preparing to unleash another arrow, clearly unwilling to grant Ye Lin any opportunity to approach. A faint smile played at the corners of Ye Lin's lips, inadvertently applying some psychological pressure on Chengyu. However, just as the arrow was about to be released, an unexpected quack-like sound echoed through the air. Quack! A long-beaked bird, appearing from nowhere, lunged down with its sharp claws aimed at Chengyu. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. What? What is that? Chengyu screamed in horror as the claws of the sword-billed lark pierced through his shoulder blade, pinning him firmly to the ground. The shoulder blade is indeed one of the human body's vulnerabilities. Once penetrated, the pain is excruciating. Breathing deeply, Ye Lin exhaled, a smile emerging on his face. He slowly approached the sword-beak lark, gently patting its wings, and remarked, "Well done, little white." "Caw!" In response, little white proudly raised its head, brimming with self-importance, as if to declare that in critical moments, it is indeed I who saves the day. Observing its exuberance, Ye Lin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he had indeed experienced a moment of physical exhaustion. Had it not been for little white's timely intervention, he could have easily met with disaster. He then cast his gaze upon Chengyu, firmly pinned to the ground, and said coolly, "Now, you may prepare for death." "You, despicable. Thank you for the compliment," Ye Lin replied with a nod, rotating the long blade in his hand before plunging it down with force. Thud! The blade swiftly pierced through Chengyu's skull, embedding itself into the ground. Thus, the greatest threat was neutralized, and the struggle for the island was nearing its conclusion. What remained was merely to eliminate or expel the remaining players on the island. Chapter 44. Attributes reach their limits. Time flies. 3 hours later, tranquility finally enveloped Fog Island. Undoubtedly, only Ye Lin remained as the sole player on this island. At this moment, he was by the seaside, leisurely dismantling the mobile bases and rafts of other players. Once a player perished, their base and raft became unclaimed property, ripe for disassembly. After a while, he finished dismantling all the bases and rafts that had docked at the shores of Fog Island, acquiring a substantial bounty of materials. Immediately thereafter, a prompt appeared before him. Notification: Congratulations, you have become the Island Lord of Fog Island number 1. The management period of the island is 1 week. During this week, you may freely harvest the resources on the island and assign various outposts to other players. Regional announcement: Congratulations to player Ye Lin for seizing the management rights of Fog Island number 1, becoming the island's lord. The appearance of the notification signified the conclusion of the island contention. After reading the information before him, Ye Lin unceremoniously plopped down onto a large rock. Phew! It's finally over. That was truly exhausting. He panted slightly, muttering under his breath. To think that one could stand against an entire island of players was something he had never dared to imagine before. Yet now, not only had he envisioned it, he had also accomplished it. His previously indifferent mindset began to shift. In this game world, everything was a contest. To abstain from competition, that would be tantamount to awaiting demise. Above each player's head loomed a metaphorical sword, incessantly urging them onward. After a brief respite, during which he regained some stamina, Ye Lin grasped the paw of his companion, Little White, and made his way back to the mobile base. He then crafted a variety of tools and stored them in the warehouse, instructing Ada to distribute the tools to his subordinate wild men. Once his tasks were completed, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Before long, fatigue overcame him, and he retreated to his room to sleep soundly. Contending for an island alone was quite taxing, indeed. Had it not been for the interference of a rock giant, it would have been considerably easier. However, that encounter had drained a significant portion of Ye Lin's energy. After various battles and struggles, he was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. While he slumbered, recuperating his strength, Ada pressed on, burdened with his own load, rallying his subordinates to diligently gather resources on Fog Island. The sounds of labor echoed. Clang, clang, boom, boom. Occasionally, upon discovering other wild tribes, Ada would subjugate them, thereby expanding his wild men's legion. Although referred to as a wild men's legion, apart from Ada, who donned iron armor and wielded an iron spear, the rest of the wild men were merely attired in simple burlap garments. It was not that Ye Lin was unwilling to equip them with iron armor and spears. Rather, such gear would hinder their mobility, severely impacting their actions. A complete set of iron armor could only be worn with ease by those whose level reached excellence. A group of ordinary wild men, upon donning the armor, would likely collapse under its weight after just a few steps, let alone gather resources or engage in combat. Thus, the Wild Man Legion aspires to establish itself. But first, every member must attain an exceptional level, capable of moving with agility while clad in iron armor. Otherwise, such aspirations remain mere fantasies. Time swiftly passed, and the next day dawned. It was just before 6 in the morning. After a long slumber, Ye Lin finally stirred awake, stretching languidly and yawning as he emerged from his chamber. Ah, what a refreshing sleep. Huh. I, Ye Lin, have never felt so invigorated. Ahem. What nonsense just intruded my thoughts. He scratched his head, sealing his lips to dismiss the fleeting, youthful musings that had flitted through his mind. Next, he proceeded to the washroom, freshened up, and stepped outside. Suddenly, Ye Lin recalled that there seemed to be a change regarding this week's maritime disaster. He promptly retrieved his survival manual from his pocket and began to peruse its contents. This week's maritime disaster. Minor tsunami. A tsunami may randomly occur in this sea area. Exercise caution, lasting for 7 days. A minor tsunami. Well, that's manageable. The mobile base can withstand it. With that reassurance, Ye Lin felt at ease. He then commenced the replication of today's supply of high-quality, mutated fruits, which were the most valuable items in his possession, easily tradable for almost anything. Thus, for the time being, he focused solely on duplicating these premium mutated fruits. As for the sturdy fish that Bai Chun and Song she requested, he had already prepared enough the previous day. He had replicated a few extras earlier to avoid any future accusations of untrustworthiness. Given Ye Lin's current strength, neither of them posed a threat to him anymore. They might suspect something, but it was of little consequence. If they provoked him, he would deal with them swiftly. After completing the replication of the high-quality mutated fruits, Ye Lin couldn't help but showcase his prowess. With 5 opportunities, he produced an abundance, more than sufficient to maximize his attributes. Moments later, as the warm sensation within him faded and the state of bodily enhancement concluded, he immediately accessed his personal attributes. As expected, name, Ye Lin, title, Beast Master, talent, replication, resilience, level, high quality, attributes, strength 21, agility 21, constitution 23, spirit 20, skills, basic swordsmanship LV 4, sword strike power 4, attack speed 4, equipment, straight blade longsword, heavy helmet, heavy armor, heavy leggings. Gale boots. Description. Each point of attribute at the high quality level is equivalent to double that of the exceptional level. On his personal attributes panel, all attributes reached a score of 20. The numbers in parentheses denote additional bonuses from his equipped gear. As for how his basic swordsmanship reached LV 4, that occurred during yesterday's great battle. After all, combat serves as practice for swordsmanship, often yielding better results than regular training. With all attributes maximized, it signified that he had reached the pinnacle of the high-quality level. To continue strengthening, he would need to utilize rare-level upgrade stones. Alas, the difficulty of acquiring this item is truly exasperating. After calming the excitement of his newfound abilities, Ye Lin pressed his forehead, feeling a tinge of anxiety within. Subsequently, he retrieved the survival manual to peruse while preparing his breakfast for the day. After he and his companion had their fill, Ye Lin opened the chat channel in the manual, attempting to post a message seeking to purchase rare-grade upgrade stones at a high price. He merely inquired, casually, pondering if perchance someone might possess such an item. Unfortunately, the responses were disheartening. "Oh, esteemed players, I seek your guidance. Rare-grade upgrade stones?" In that moment, the exceptional grade upgrade stones in his possession seemed far less enticing. "Father, at long last I have found you. I'm hungry. I crave nourishment. I beseech you for sustenance." The chat had devolved into a feeding frenzy. Alas, none of the messages were of any value. After a few minutes of scrolling, Ye Lin closed the chat channel. As he was about to open the trading section to search for the items he desired, he suddenly received a private message. Chapter 45, the exquisite grade upgrade stone for Ada and the heavy armor set. Ye Lin opened the message and raised his brow slightly. It was from Bai Chun and Song Shi, old acquaintances. Bai Chun's message read that while there were no rare grade stones available, he did possess an exquisite grade upgrade stone. Would Ye Lin like to acquire it? Song Shie's message was quite similar. I have an exquisite grade upgrade stone in hand. Are you interested? After reading their messages, Ye Lin felt a twinge of discomfort. Why could others obtain such items while he could not? These two must have already used one themselves before offering the surplus for trade. Nevertheless, he did not refuse and replied to both. Yes, what do you require? Exquisite grade mutated fruits. Both by Chun and Song, she responded in unison, expressing their desire for exquisite grade mutated fruits. After a bit of negotiation, they settled on a deal where each upgrade stone would cost 5 exquisite grade mutated fruits, totaling 10 fruits. Having recently consumed most of his exquisite grade mutated fruits, Ye Lin found himself unable to provide them at that moment. However, the two offered to allow for installment payments, a gesture of trust given their long-standing friendship. He accepted this proposition without hesitation and traded the exquisite grade mutated fruits that Xiao Tuan had just harvested, giving each of them one. Thus, he acquired 2 exquisite grade upgrade stones. After some contemplation, Ye Lin summoned Ada and handed him one of the upgrade stones for use, reserving the other for duplication. When he first obtained the exquisite grade upgrade stone, his excitement had caused him to forget about the duplication aspect, and he had used it immediately. This time, he was determined to keep one as a safeguard. A moment later, Ada's level soared to exquisite grade, significantly enhancing his strength. Had it not been for the lack of duplication chances today, Ye Lin would have certainly equipped him with a full set of heavy armor. The decision to elevate Ada to exquisite grade was made after careful consideration. Firstly, to establish a wildman army. A powerful wildman king was essential to command respect among all the wildman subordinates. Secondly, the stronger the wildman king, the greater the number of subordinates he could gather. Developing the entire Mist Island could not rely solely on 1 or 2 dozen wildmen. Lastly, it was inconceivable for the wildman subordinates to remain at ordinary grade indefinitely. Ye Lin intended to elevate them to excellent grade in due course. Clad in iron armor and wielding iron spears, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. All of this hinged on Ada possessing sufficient strength to dominate all wild men, compelling them to obey commands without question. Thus, granting the exquisite grade upgrade stone to Ada proved to be the most cost-effective decision. As for Xiao Bai, Xiao He, and Xiao Tuan, they could wait until tomorrow for their upgrades. By then, his talent points would refresh, allowing him to duplicate the exquisite grade upgrade stone, thus increasing his inventory of such valuable items. At present, the most pressing concern remained the rare grade upgrade stone he sought. Ye Lin nodded slightly, dismissing further thoughts. Elevating his own power was of utmost importance. As for the contention over the gold and silver mine island, it holds no significance for him. Although the silver and gold mines are rare and precious ores, there is currently no application for these materials. Even if he were to seize them now, it would serve little purpose, merely a waste of time. When a need arises later, one could simply take them by force. Subsequently, Ye Lin retrieved the core of the mutated rock giant from his backpack, an item requiring the integration of substantial amounts of stone or rock to ultimately coalesce into a mutated rock giant. The higher the quality of the stones, the stronger the rock giant would become. Of course, even the mightiest of these beings could not surpass the exquisite level, as that was the upper limit of its potential. Ye Lin bore no disdain for this. During combat, casting this creature would attract considerable firepower, allowing him to act as an assassin and reap the rewards. He contemplated using some stones for integration or perhaps refining them into superior stone blocks for incorporation. Refined stone blocks are of exquisite quality, and the resultant rock giant would surely be stronger. With this thought, he set to work, moving to the workstation to transform ordinary stones into refined stone blocks. The rhythmic sound of clanging resonated as he worked, and after a while, he had integrated 30 refined stone blocks into the core, satiating its requirements. Seemingly sensing something, he tossed the core into the air, and in the next moment, numerous stones materialized, gradually coalescing into a massive rock giant. Mutated rock giant level, exquisite attributes, strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20. Owner: Player Ye Lin. Description: a rock giant formed by the fusion of numerous refined stone blocks, exhibiting formidable strength. Excellent. At last, he had a sturdy shield. After surveying the attributes of the towering rock giant, standing at 5 or 6 meters tall, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the rock giant shrank back into the core. The rock giant could recover from injuries by replenishing stones into the core, swiftly mending any damage. After toying with it for a moment, he placed the rock giant core back into his backpack. Next, Ye Lin retrieved another item from his pack, the bronze chest previously guarded by the mutated rock giant. He hoped the contents within would not disappoint him. A chest guarded by such a formidable creature ought to yield extraordinary items. Without further ado, Ye Lin opened the bronze chest before him. Crack. Notification: congratulations. You have obtained the crafting blueprints for the Heavy Rock Ring X1, Heavy Rock Bracelet X1, and Heavy Rock Necklace X1. Good heavens! It seems to be a set. Ye Lin gazed excitedly at the notification displayed before him. Much like the heavy armor set he wore, collecting the entire set would activate a set skill. Set skills provide a far greater enhancement than individual skills. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened his backpack to examine the 3 blueprints resting quietly inside. After perusing the 3 crafting diagrams, Ye Lin discerned that the required materials were rather uncomplicated. Without delay, he approached the equipment crafting station, selected the blueprint, and initiated the crafting process. The sound of clinking metal resonated. After a mere 10 minutes, 3 exquisite pieces of ornamentation were completed. Ye Lin promptly adorned himself with all of them, feeling a surge of strength before examining the enhancements provided by each piece of equipment. Heavy Rock Ring. Level: Fine. Enhancement: Spirit 1. Attribute: Gravity, Durability, 30-30. Description: upon activating the attribute, each attack will impart a gravitational force upon the enemy, doubling the wielder's own strength. Chapter 46. The Treasure Map and the Cave Spider. Heavy Rock Bracelet. Level: Superior. Bonus: Spirit 1. Attribute: Gravity, Durability, 30-30. Description: Heavy Rock Necklace. Level: Superior. Bonus: Spirit 1. Attribute: Gravity, Durability, 30-30. Description: Note: the Heavy Rock set effect is activated, having skill consumption and doubling skill enhancement. Gravity. The moment Ye Lin laid eyes upon these items, a spark ignited within him. This device is all about striking unexpectedly. Just when an opponent parries your strike, an even greater force of gravity descends upon them, leaving them utterly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lin could effortlessly eliminate foes of the same level, and even those of a higher tier would find themselves unexpectedly challenged. Everything is in place, awaiting the final stroke of fortune. Feeling that his strength had reached a sufficient threshold, Ye Lin pondered for a moment before slowly retrieving a long-forgotten item from his backpack. Treasure Map. Level: Rare. Description: follow the location indicated by this treasure map. There may be treasures, but also dangers. Treasures and crises coexist. This treasure map began as merely a fragmented piece. Indeed, it was that rare-level fragment discovered in the cellar of the refugee camp. Collecting 10 pieces would allow him to forge a complete rare-level treasure map. Previously, whenever he had spare talent points, he would utilize them to replicate this item. And now, after diligent effort, he had managed to construct the treasure map. However, his prior weakness made him hesitant to seek rare treasures, as he feared encountering a rare-level monster, which could spell his doom. Thus, he had delayed his quest until now. Even now, he was reluctant to take the risk. After all, that was a rare treasure. For him, a mere superior-level adventurer. To interfere would be akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a restroom. With the ability to replicate items at his disposal, he could systematically grow stronger without venturing into danger. Yet, the speed at which players were advancing was astonishing. Ye Lin could not guarantee that he would remain ahead indefinitely. Without that lead, he would be vulnerable to attacks. Therefore, he resolved to take a chance, hoping that the treasure contained rare-level upgrade stones. Quietly, he thought to himself, following the directions of the treasure map, he maneuvered his mobile base toward the designated coordinates. The map provided only coordinates and guidance. He was unaware of what lay ahead. He only knew that the journey from morning to noon culminated in a small island. Ye Lin exhaled softly, relieved that the treasure was not submerged in the sea. Dangers at sea are not easily escaped as they are on land. Upon reaching the island, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, as indicated. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing of particular note, he cautiously retrieved a torch from his backpack and stepped inside. Upon entering the cave, Ye Lin discovered that the passage was a sloping incline. As he advanced, the slope became increasingly steep, ultimately reaching a vertical incline of 90 degrees. Observing this, he drew a straight-bladed longsword from his backpack, embedding it into the sheer slope while grasping a torch in his other hand, and commenced his descent. After 3 to 5 minutes, he reached the bottom. Upon landing, Ye Lin discovered that the surroundings were not overly dim. Bioluminescent plants and stones illuminated the area with a gentle glow. Once his vision adjusted to the environment, he extinguished the torch. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Notification: congratulations on reaching the treasure location. Please explore carefully within 100 meters. Upon reading this message, Ye Lin understood that the treasure lay within a radius of 100 meters. He pondered whether there were any dangers lurking nearby. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved the core of the rock giant from his backpack. With one hand wielding the long sword and the other holding the core, he began to search the vicinity with utmost caution. Before long, he discovered an underground river. The river was neither large nor deep, akin to a small stream. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon 2 chests nestled in the clear waters. The chests shimmered with a faint silver light. Silver chest, grade, rare, description, capable of yielding rare items, weapons, and equipment. Indeed, it was a rare-grade silver chest. Ye Lin was overjoyed and was about to approach and secure the chest in his backpack when suddenly a sense of impending danger surged towards him. Alarmed by his keen instincts, he rolled to the side just in time to evade a perilous attack. Bang! A large spider descended from above, its sharp forelegs piercing the ground where he had just stood. Cavern spider, grade, rare, attributes, strength 22, agility 21, constitution 20, spirit 23, skills, venom spray, web binding, description, a formidable assassin of the caves, prey targeted by it rarely escapes, as it typically enjoys toying with its victims before the kill. Gazing at its attributes, Ye Lin could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Rare grade. Although the attributes did not seem vastly superior to those of the excellent grade, the reality was that each tier represented a significant leap in power. Each point of attribute at the rare level was equivalent to 2 points at the excellent level. This disparity was insurmountable. Upon the emergence of the rare grade cavern spider, Ye Lin was prepared to flee. He had no chance against such a creature. Remaining would be tantamount to awaiting his demise. Swiftly, he snatched the 2 silver chests from the stream and stowed them in his backpack. Then, he hurled the rock giant core into the fray. Boom! With a resounding crash. Amidst swirling dust, the mutated rock giant made its grand entrance. Ye Lin did not expect it to inflict substantial harm on the cavern spider. He merely hoped it could buy him a minute or two. A rare grade opponent against an excellent grade 1 was no trivial matter. Typically, it resulted in a swift defeat. However, this cavern spider seemed to relish the sport of tormenting its prey before delivering the final blow. This presented him with a fleeting opportunity for escape. With a focused thought, he activated the skill of the Windwalker boots, enhancing his speed. In less than 10 seconds, he dashed out of the cave, racing towards the direction of the mobile base. Just as he reached the vicinity of the mobile base, a resounding crash echoed from behind him. Turning back, he felt a chill run down his spine. The cavern spider had forcefully thrust the stone giant out of the cave. Debris flew and dust billowed, even in a playful state. It took less than 20 seconds to dispatch the stone giant. Fortunately, he had already ascended to the mobile base by that time. He swiftly maneuvered the base away from the island. Simultaneously, with another thought, he retracted the core of the stone giant. This item could be summoned from a distance, which explained his rapid retreat. Just as he was about to steer the mobile base away from the island, the cavern spider let out a ferocious roar. In less than 3 seconds, it reached the shore, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The astonishing speed left Ye Lin astounded, his heart racing with trepidation. Chapter 47. The acquisition of the rare upgrade stone the speed. TSK. If I had run just a tad slower, I would have been caught right there, Ye Lin remarked with a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, this creature did not unleash its full might right from the start. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise. Nevertheless, the primary reason lies in the fact that this cave spider appears to harbor a profound aversion to seawater. It incessantly prowled along the shoreline, howling, before suddenly unleashing a torrent of green liquid towards Ye Lin's mobile base. This viscous fluid shot forth like a swift arrow, traversing hundreds of meters and striking the base with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. The areas where the green liquid splattered began to emit wisps of white smoke. Concurrently, the structural integrity of the mobile base plummeted rapidly. Structural integrity 8001000. The sight caused Ye Lin's eyelids to twitch. Goodness. A sudden loss of 200 points in structural integrity. If that had landed on me, I would have been bruised and battered. Fortunately, the mobile base was moving farther away. At this distance, the cave spider's venom could no longer reach him, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ignoring his dignity, he plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Once the danger had passed, Xiao Tuan dashed out from the house, her face filled with concern. "Big brother, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired from running," he replied. "That's good." Seeing Ye Lin safe, a smile returned to Xiao Tuan's cherubic face. Ye Lin smiled gently, ruffling her hair as he retrieved the core of the rock giant from his backpack. "Xiao Tuan, could you please head to the warehouse and infuse some stones into the rock giant core?" "Okay, Tuan will do it right away," she chirped, taking the core with both hands and nodding earnestly before scampering back inside. After a brief rest to recover his stamina, Ye Lin's lips curled into an excited grin. The rare level silver chest must not disappoint me. With that thought, he took one of the silver chests from his backpack, saving the other for a guaranteed outcome tomorrow using his talent for duplication. Rubbing his hands together, he solemnly began to open the silver chest before him. Crack! The chest opened, and a dazzling silver light erupted from within. In the next moment, a notification screen appeared. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained 5 cave, glowing mushroom seeds, rare, 1 earth core, rare, and 1 upgrade stone, rare. Nice! The items that appeared in my backpack nearly made Ye Lin leap with excitement. Everything he had opened was remarkable, especially this rare level upgrade stone. With it, he could transcend limitations and elevate his level to rare. Upgrade stone, level, rare. Description: upon use, it allows one to break through limits and elevate their level to rare. Ye Lin was elated, but decided against using it immediately. Such items are hard to come by, and he would need them for Xiao Tuan and Xiao He and Xiao Bai during their upgrades as well. As the dawn of the new day approaches and the opportunities for talent refresh, he plans to replicate a few, allowing for confident and uninhibited utilization. Subsequently, he casts a discerning eye upon the other 2 items. Core of the Earth, level, rare. Description: a type of energy core, useful for upgrading certain facilities. This sparks an immediate thought in Ye Lin's mind regarding the Seawater separator. With this energy core, he could elevate the Seawater separator to a rare level, thereby significantly increasing the yield of fresh water and sea salt. Glowshroom seed, level, rare. Description: edible upon maturity. Also serves as a source of illumination, with a chance of yielding mutated fruits. A splendid find. He had been lamenting the absence of fruits with rare attributes, but now he possesses everything he needs. Indeed, it is well worth the arduous journey he undertook to acquire these treasures. This expedition was truly worthwhile. Ye Lin nodded vigorously in affirmation. He then made his way to the planting area on the rooftop terrace, entrusting the glowshroom seeds to the little one, Tuan. With her affinity for plants, there is no doubt that she will cultivate mutated fruits for him. At this moment, Tuan is diligently tending to the planting area, while Xiao Bai fishes by the base's edge, and Xiao He roams the surrounding waters, vigilant for any threats. Meanwhile, leads his younger companions in resource extraction on Mist Island. As the elder brother, Ye Lin feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Before long, he too ceases his idleness. He retrieves a straight-edged long knife from his backpack and commences practicing basic sword techniques. To level up his LV4 swordsmanship, he estimates it will require a week of practice. Therefore, whenever he has the opportunity, he engages in sword training. This practice not only familiarizes him with his own strength, but also gradually enhances his swordsmanship. The satisfaction derived from self-improvement is truly exhilarating. As time flows by, dusk inevitably descends. Just as Ye Lin completes a set of basic sword techniques and sheathes his blade, Tuan Tuan rushes over, her cheeks flushed with urgency. Big brother, Tuan Tuan has sensed that vending machine, the strange thing you encountered at sea last time. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's desire to continue practicing evaporates, replaced by excitement. Where is it? In that direction, approximately a few thousand meters away. Excellent work, Tuan Tuan, Ye Lin exclaims, affectionately ruffling her hair before hastily making his way to the control panel to adjust the mobile base's course. In less than 10 minutes, the shell vending machine comes into view, resting steadily upon the sea's surface. It truly exists. Ye Lin quickly maneuvers the mobile base closer. The vending machine is sizable, allowing him to reach it even from the base. Eagerly, he opens it to discover a variety of items inside: food, drinks, tools, and toys, far more abundant than what he had previously encountered. Scrolling down to the very end, an item caught Ye Lin's eye, causing his expression to shift in astonishment. This is a skill book? Skill book, // price, 10,000 shell coins. Goodness. It cost a staggering 10,000 shell coins. He was taken aback upon seeing the price of the skill book. If memory serves, the basic knife skill was merely 1,000 shell coins. The price of this skill book has skyrocketed tenfold. A / priced so exorbitantly must be exceptionally powerful, right? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin decided to invest the 10,000 shell coins to acquire this skill book. He also purchased some daily necessities and other items. The accumulation of shell coins he had saved up now dwindled to just over 10,000. The primary reason being that the / skill was simply too costly. I am eager to discover what this skill book entails. Casting a glance at the skill he had just obtained, Ye Lin did not hesitate and proceeded to study it. Upon completion, a wealth of information regarding this skill blossomed within his mind. Chapter 48. Ascending Ranks, Uncommon Level. Potent Skill, // Level. LV1. Description. Execute 3 consecutive slashes in a designated direction, each capable of covering a maximum distance of 10 meters. The 3 strikes can be utilized separately. Undoubtedly, this skill is extraordinarily powerful. Upon learning about this skill, Ye Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Mastering it could rival divine techniques. A skill focused on rapid advancement is precisely what he requires at this moment. Indeed, acquiring this skill significantly enhances his combat prowess. Let us give it a try. // Having obtained the new skill, Ye Lin was eager to test it out, wielding his straight-edged longsword. His gaze fixed ahead as he activated it. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air echoed. In less than 0.1 seconds, his figure appeared approximately 10 meters ahead. He then pivoted and executed another slash. Whoosh! Ye Lin returned to his original position, delivering the third advancing slash to the right. Whoosh! Exhilarating. However, the drain on his stamina is quite excessive. He took a slight breath. After merely one execution of the skill, he felt as though 1/10 of his energy had been expended. This clearly illustrates the substantial burden that / imposes on the body. If he were to utilize it 10 times, he would likely collapse on the spot. Nonetheless, Ye Lin remained unconcerned. For tomorrow, he would ascend to the uncommon level. At that point, his attributes would experience an explosive surge. Once his physical condition dramatically improves, the frequency of using the / skill would undoubtedly increase. He decided to continue honing his swordsmanship. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, dismissing any further thoughts. Before departing, he remembered to exchange the shell coins from the shell vending machine. After setting the mobile base to autopilot, he he commenced his sword practice. Like basic sword techniques, triple slash could also be enhanced through continuous training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the blade cutting through the air resonated. Time trickled by. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Ye Lin, drenched in sweat and feeling fatigued, took a shower and retired for the night. A night of silence. The next day, at 6 in the morning, as the sun began to rise, Ye Lin awoke promptly. After washing his face, he embarked on today's replication task. First, he replicated the uncommon level upgrade stone, increasing his supply from 1 to 4. He picked up one, crushed it, and used it. The shattered uncommon level upgrade stone transformed into sparkling flecks of light, penetrating his body. A tingling sensation swept over him, a delightful feeling of breaking through physical limits. Crack! A faint sound of a shattering chain echoed from within him. Immediately following was a system notification. Notification: congratulations on breaking through your limits. You have ascended to the uncommon level. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Ye Lin, the first to reach the uncommon level, rewarded with an exclusive treasure chest. Immersed in the joy of his level increase, Ye Lin had no time to pay attention to the notification screen before him. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals in the regional chat channel were thrown into a frenzy upon seeing the announcement. Goodness, a rare level. How could it be so soon for a prominent figure to emerge? Are we not all playing the same game? It's begun. It's begun. This fellow named Ye Lin has undoubtedly made a breakthrough. Is it truly a matter of simply not closing it? Can a minor achievement be deemed a breakthrough? I have only just reached the refined level. Ah, my goodness. I am merely at the excellent level. Oh, esteemed player, I seek your guidance. Do you still require accessories, esteemed one? Young sir, I stand at 7 meters tall with long legs, capable both in intellect and strength. Pardon me, could you perhaps obscure your avatar while speaking? Ugh, a foot-picking brute. The chat channel was imbued with a buoyant atmosphere. It seemed that only here could players lower their guard and speak freely. Meanwhile, Ye Lin was meticulously examining his attributes panel. Name: Ye Lin. Title: Beast Master. Talent: Duplication 5/6. Resilience level: Rare. Attributes: Strength 21, Agility 21, Constitution 23, Spirit 23. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship LV 4, Sword Power 4, Attack Speed 4, Triple slash LV 1. Launches 3 consecutive forward slashes, each striking at a distance of up to 10 meters. Equipment: Straight Blade Longsword, Heavy Armor Set, Helmet, Armor, Pants, Gale Boots, Heavy Rock Set, Ring, Bracelet, Necklace. Note: each attribute point at the rare level is equivalent to double that of the refined level. After reviewing his personal panel, Ye Lin felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. He even contemplated returning to slay that cave spider for some excitement. However, it remained merely a thought. With his newfound prowess, he now prepared to elevate Tuan Tuan, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai. He took out the remaining refined level upgrade stones from his backpack and activated his duplication talent. In the next moment, the upgrade stone in his hand transformed into 5. As his level increased, so did his duplication talent. The daily duplication count rose to 6, with each instance yielding 4 copies. This was akin to wholesale procurement. He chuckled to himself, thoroughly pleased. He then distributed the refined level upgrade stones to Tuan Tuan, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai, giving each one a stone. Soon, they surpassed their limits and ascended to the refined level. After the upgrade, Tuan Tuan appeared unchanged, still as adorable as ever. However, Xiaohe and Xiaobai, upon reaching the refined level, nearly doubled in size. Their exaggerated stature surpassed 6 meters, rivaling even that of a rock giant. With their increased size came a corresponding boost in combat prowess. Coupled with the enhancement from the title of Beastmaster, these two were formidable even among their peers at the refined level. Xiaohe could now contend single-handedly with the previously encountered demonized orca. Xiaobai's flying speed has significantly increased, now capable of carrying multiple riders. Xiaobai, please summon Ada and his little brother, he commanded. With a sharp cry of acknowledgement, Xiaobai immediately soared towards Mist Island. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Observing this, Ye Lin nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Next time he embarks on an adventure, he can certainly bring Xiaobai along. With such speed and aerial advantage, many dangers could be evaded. It is time to establish the Wildman Legion. However, prior to that, a substantial amount of top-grade upgrade stones and iron armor, along with iron spears and iron bows, must be prepared. Ye Lin silently contemplated. He had just sent Xiaobai to fetch Ada and the Wildman underlings for this very purpose. Subsequently, he began to acquire a plethora of top-grade upgrade stones, as well as blueprints for iron armor, iron spears, and iron bows in the trading and chat channels. These items are merely top-grade. Duplicating them using his talents would be a sheer waste of opportunities. The total value of all these items may not even equate to the worth of duplicating a single rare-grade upgrade stone. Chapter 49. The emergence of the Wildman Legion. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes it, another week has passed. A new week dawns, resetting the status of many elements, the rankings, the occupation status of Mist Island, and the shipwrecks, among others. Announcement. World regional rankings have been updated. World rankings. First Long Out Yin, second Zhao Hao, third Ye Lin, fourth Elizabeth, fifth Kaiser Lake, sixth Lu Ruyan, 10th Bai Chun. Regional rankings. First Ye Lin, second Bai Chun, third Song Shi, fourth Lan Haiyan. Note. Rewards for world regional rankings have been distributed. Please check. Upon reviewing the two major rankings, Ye Lin could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, he had ascended to the top 3 in the world rankings. It appeared that the first 2 contenders had undoubtedly reached a rare level. Conversely, the top 3 in the regional rankings remained unchanged. Yet Bai Chun had surprisingly entered the world top 10 this week. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. It seemed Bai Chun possessed remarkable talent. Song Shi's ability to consistently maintain her position among the top 3 in the region and within the top 100 globally suggested her talents were not to be underestimated. This week, she had surged to the 4th position in the region. Lan Haiyan, a name both familiar and foreign to him. Familiar, for he had previously engaged in an unpleasant transaction with her. Foreign, as this marked her first appearance in the regional rankings. Had she encountered a fortuitous event, or did her talents manifest gradually over time? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on it. There was no need to fret over trivial matters. He would focus on his own path. His confidence in his own talents assured him that surpassing him would be nearly impossible for these individuals. The gap between them would only widen in the future. Today marked the day when Tuan Tuan, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada would ascend to the rare level. Their rapid attribute enhancement was a result of Ye Lin providing them with the exquisite mutated fruits produced daily, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of the exquisite level within just a few days. Now, they were set to elevate to the rare level. He possessed ample rare upgrade stones necessary for this breakthrough, as he duplicated his talent daily, ensuring a near-inexhaustible supply. After upgrading Tuan Tuan, Xiao He Xiao Bai, and Ada, he still had a substantial number of upgrade stones left, which could be utilized for trading with other players. Crack! Crack! The pleasant sounds of crystalline shards breaking resonated. Before long, Tuan Tuan, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada all broke through their limits, attaining the rare level. Ye Lin nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see his companions transforming into formidable forces. This was indeed a delightful development. Subsequently, he equipped them with the gear he had duplicated over the past few days, further enhancing their strength. Once these tasks were completed, Ye Lin set forth with Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Ada, and the Wildman Legion to contend for Mist Island. Little Tuan Tuan remained steadfast at the mobile base, guarding their home. Primarily, Ye Lin subconsciously believed that she was still a child, one too young to be thrust onto the battlefield, to witness the harrowing realities of war. On Mist Island, Ye Lin began to instruct Ada, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai on their tasks. Ada, accompany me and the Wildman Corps to engage in combat in areas abundant with players. Yura, Ada raised his bronze spear, roaring with enthusiasm. Xiao He, patrol the shoreline to repel incoming players. Should any refuse to depart, eliminate them without hesitation. In response, Xiao He nodded, indicating his understanding, before swiftly darting off, weaving around the coastal waters of Mist Island. Xiao Bai, provide aerial support as you roam the skies. After issuing these commands, Ye Lin, along with the Da and the Wildman Corps, commenced their operations. He opened the map and observed a concentration of red dots in the northwest, indicating a dense gathering of players. This would serve as an excellent opportunity to test the capabilities of the Wildman Corps. Over the past few days, Ye Lin had been diligently training Ada's unit, which now consisted of 50 wild men, each an exceptional level. They were equipped with iron spears, iron bows, and donned a full set of iron armor, including helmets, breastplates, and trousers. Though this equipment offered no additional bonuses, it still provided considerable defense and offensive power, capable of withstanding ordinary weaponry. Moreover, the wild men had been nourished with a substantial supply of exceptional mutated fruits, with half of them reaching the pinnacle of exceptional attributes. Only one exquisite upgrade stone was needed to elevate them to the next tier of excellence. 10 minutes later, Ye Lin and the Wildman Corps arrived at the densely populated northwest region. The sight of 50 wild men clad in iron armor and wielding iron spears left the gathering players in awe. After a brief moment of shock, they finally reacted, their astonishment palpable. What on earth is happening? Were we not here to conquer Mist Island? It feels as though we've disturbed a nest of wild men. Wild men? These armored figures hardly resemble wild men. They appear more akin to an ancient army. What do we do? Should we charge? Charge. Have you not seen that horde of fully equipped wild men? If you wish to charge, be my guest. I, however, am making my exit. Let us leave now. Take a good look at who's leading them. Oh no, it's the formidable Lin, ranked first in the region and third in the world. I'm out of here. That individual's strength exceeds our capabilities. Unless you can rally an entire region's worth of players to confront him, I advise you to abandon your quest for Mist Island. Indeed, while this is merely a game world, life is singular. Resources can be gathered elsewhere, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. A group of over 30 players exchanged hurried words before half of them fled, leaving only a handful behind. I've already offered you a chance. Noticing their reluctance to depart, Ye Lin's gaze turned icy as he subtly signaled to Ada understanding the cue. Ada nodded gravely. Turning to the savage legion behind him, he thrust his bronze spear forward with fervor. Yura! At the sound of his bellow, the wild horde immediately echoed his cry. Yura! 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 Ooh! As they shouted, the warriors surged forward. 50 armored savages charged simultaneously, causing the ground beneath them to tremble ever so slightly. The players who had yet to flee, upon witnessing this scene, swallowed hard, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. Some even contemplated begging for mercy at that moment. Alas, it was too late. The savage legion could not comprehend their pleas. With fierce determination, they thrust their iron spears. Splatter, splatter, blood gushed forth. The cries of anguish were relentless. From the very outset, this battle was a lopsided affair. Even without the intervention of the leader, the Savage Legion had effortlessly dismantled this farce. Chapter 50, The Dual Demand. In less than 3 to 5 minutes, a dozen mangled corpses lay strewn across the ground, their blood saturating the earth for dozens of meters around. Bits of flesh, like grotesque decorations, were scattered upon the scene. This sight and scent would be unbearable for most. However, Ye Lin remained remarkably composed, diligently collecting the items dropped by the players and stowing them in his backpack. Once finished, he led the savage horde towards another densely concentrated red dot on the map. A little while later, before noon even arrived, Ye Lin had successfully seized control of Mist Island No. 1. Notification: congratulations on acquiring management rights to Mist Island No. 1. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Ye Lin for successfully capturing Mist Island No. 1, becoming the island's sovereign. 2 notifications appeared in succession. Glancing briefly at the information displayed on the luminous screen before him, he chose not to linger further. A mere 10 minutes later, he returned to the mobile base with his savage horde. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had also gathered there. This time, the endeavor would not conclude with a simple capture of a misty isle. He sought the management rights to the gold and silver mine island as well. Ye Lin steered the mobile base towards the gold and silver mine island, which was merely a distance of approximately 10 kilometers away. In half an hour, the mobile base reached the shore. Without hesitation, he led the savage horde onto the island, adopting the same tactics as before. Upon arrival, Ye Lin discovered that the island was not littered with gold and silver mines as he had anticipated. Instead, there were only 7 silver mines and 3 gold mines. Although Gold and Silver Mine Island was not smaller than Mist Island, it contained merely 10 mineral deposits, highlighting the rarity of these ores. A little while later, Ye Lin and his savage horde reached the island center. As they stepped into the area, a prompt appeared before him. Gameplay hint: please defeat the Gold and Silver Behemoth in the central area of Gold and Silver Mine Island. Players who defeat the Gold and Silver Behemoth will gain management rights to this island, becoming the sovereign of Gold and Silver Mine Island number 1. Oh, the method of occupation differs from that of Mist Island? Well, it matters not. Let us charge forth and vanquish it. After reading the gameplay hint, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Then, without much hesitation, he advanced with his savage horde. In an open area ahead, a considerable number of players were indeed surrounding a creature made entirely of gold and silver ores. Gold and Silver Behemoth. Level: Rare. Attributes: Strength 30, Agility 25, Constitution 30, Spirit 20. Description: a creature mutated from a beast that frequently devours gold and silver ores. Is this the Gold and Silver Behemoth? Its attributes are indeed impressive. Ye Lin observed the attributes intently, murmuring to himself. The Gold and Silver Behemoth. Standing approximately 10 meters tall and composed of half gold and half silver, sparkled enticingly, exuding an air of wealth. Yet, now was not the time to contemplate its value. He scanned the surrounding players, noting that there were over 100 in total, none below the excellent level, with several even at the fine level. However, none were of the rare level. Otherwise, it would not have been entangled with the Golden and Silver Behemoth for such an extended period. This group of players seemed to function as a cohesive unit. The leader among them, upon noticing Ye Lin, furrowed his brows, halted his actions, and called out loudly, "My friend, I kindly ask you not to interfere. This Gold and Silver Mine Island was discovered by us first. I am Wang Shuang, ranked 7th in the region, and I would appreciate it if you could grant us this favor. Rest assured, there will be a reward for you later." After speaking, Wang Shuang regarded Ye Lin with a somewhat anxious expression. After all, facing the number 1 in the region and the 3rd in the world would make anyone apprehensive. Had this not been a place of significant importance, he would have already vacated the area. The critical nature of the Gold and Silver Mine Island compelled him to consider a bold move. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin stroked his chin, contemplating. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards Wang Shuang and smiled, responding, "I see, what you say indeed holds merit." Hearing this, Wang Shuang's eyes brightened immediately, and he hurriedly continued, "My friend, rest assured, once we secure this Gold and Silver Mine Island, we will definitely offer a reward to express our gratitude." "Well, that sounds quite appealing." Ye Lin nodded with a smile. Just as Wang Shuang felt confident about the situation, Ye Lin's tone shifted. "However, I must decline. I shall take the Gold and Silver Mine Island, and I also intend to seize everything you possess." At this proclamation, all players present momentarily froze in astonishment. Even if you were the top in the region, could you be so audacious? "If you wish to claim the Gold and Silver Mine Island, we might accept that, but to demand our possessions as well? That seems rather unreasonable, does it not?" Wang Shuang's expression darkened, his irritation evident. "Even if you're the regional champion with extraordinary strength, this behavior is rather excessive. Are you not afraid of being besieged by so many players? Even if you are of rare caliber, you are not invincible. You will eventually be worn down." He did not wish to confront Ye Lin directly. The prestige of being number 1 in the region and 3rd in the world is no trifling matter. His demeanor was intended to instill caution and prompt Ye Lin to retreat. Yet, contrary to Wang Shuang's expectations, Ye Lin wiped the smile from his face and, with an impassive expression, replied, "Are you implying that you can exhaust me? Then let us see who will outlast him." He clapped his hands and shouted toward the woods behind him, "It's time to get to work." Yura, upon receiving the command, Ada immediately emerged from the woods with a wild cry, followed by 50 armored, spear-wielding, fully equipped elite wild men. The instant the Wild Man Legion appeared, Wang Shuang's expression turned grim. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to back down. With over 100 players on their side, all of whom were elite or higher, they had the advantage. But what unfolded next left him utterly astonished. Ye Lin reached into his backpack and retrieved an item, tossing it forth. With a resounding boom, amidst swirling dust, a colossal rock giant made its grand entrance. For those who once contended for the Misty Island, such as Wang Shuang, the formidable strength of the rock giant is indelibly etched in their memories. Merely one of these colossal beings could halt the advance of the majority of their ranks. Not to mention, the ability to command a multitude of wild tribesmen signifies a power that likely rivals that of the rock giant itself. Ye Lin waved his hand and declared, "Ada, these individuals are entrusted to you. Go forth." With a jubilant roar, Ada brandished his bronze spear, rallying the wild horde to charge into battle. The earth trembled with a resounding rumble as dust and debris erupted into the air. This clash promised to be overwhelmingly one-sided. After all, Ada possessed a rare level of prowess. Coupled with the superior-grade rock giant and an army of well-armed, elite tribesmen, the defeat of all players, including Wang Shuang, was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ye Lin shifted his gaze towards the golden and silver beast, placing his fingers to his lips to emit a sharp whistle. In the next instant, a massive avian creature swooped down from the heavens. Chapter 51. Gathering materials, a peculiar cry reminiscent of a duck echoed through the air, emanating from the long-beaked creature known as the sword-billed hummingbird. "Xiao Bai, go and greet that giant," Ye Lin remarked with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the golden-silver behemoth. With a swift flap of its wings, Xiao Bai surged forward like a sharpened blade, aimed directly at the colossal beast. As an aerial unit, Xiao Bai possessed remarkable speed and enjoyed the advantage of height. The strike landed effortlessly upon the golden-silver giant. Crack! Xiao Bai's beak, sharp as a sword, pierced deeply into the creature's flesh. Roar! Infuriated, the golden-silver beast let out a thunderous roar and swatted at Xiao Bai with a massive paw. The size disparity was significant. The behemoth towered over 10 meters, while the sword-billed hummingbird measured only 8 or 9. Should the blow connect, Xiao Bai would find it nearly impossible to escape, losing its aerial advantage. Thus, Xiao Bai quickly withdrew, flapping its wings to create distance in midair. A fierce battle was imminent. The gold-and-silver giant exhibited terrifying strength and resilience, compelling Xiao Bai to rely on its aerial supremacy and nimble movements to wear the beast down. Meanwhile, Ada's confrontation was far less complex, bordering on a complete rout. In a mere span of a few minutes, the victor was determined. Wang Shuang discarded his belongings onto the ground and fled without a backward glance. He was the sole survivor of that encounter. Upon witnessing Wang Shuang's retreat, Ada instinctively pursued him, only to be halted by Ye Lin's voice. "No need to chase. Assist Xiao Bai instead. It could use some help." With a huff, Ada glanced in the direction of Wang Shuang's escape before pivoting to join Xiao Bai in its struggle. The two rare-class allies, though new to their partnership, wielded the title of Beastmaster, allowing them to steadily overpower the gold-and-silver giant. However, the battle was likely to prolong, as neither Ada nor Xiao Bai possessed devastating finishing moves, opting instead to gradually wear down their foe. Even so, Ye Lin observed with delight from the sidelines, relishing the experience of not having to intervene personally. Whenever a task arose, a simple gesture summoned his subordinates to assist. The Wild Man Legion was also active, equipped with iron bows, relentlessly loosing arrows at the gold-and-silver behemoth. Clink, clink, clink. The iron arrows struck the creature as if merely teasing it, inflicting no real damage, but serving as a constant source of irritation. This effectively diverted the giant's attention, creating numerous opportunities for Xiao Bai and Ada to attack. As for Ye Lin, he leisurely rummaged through his belongings, collecting items to place in his backpack. Once finished, he perched on a large rock, content to observe the unfolding spectacle. Time passed, and after several minutes, Xiao Bai and Ada finally triumphed over the gold-and-silver giant. Ye Lin, however, had no desire to deliver a finishing blow. In this game world, defeating monsters yields no experience points. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Not far ahead, dust billowed from the earth. The colossal golden and silver beast lay lifeless, having succumbed to its fate. In its wake, it transformed into a scattering of gold and silver ore. With a satisfying nod, Ye Lin approached, picking up the precious ores from the ground to examine them. Silver ore, grade, rare, description, a precious mineral material, indispensable for crafting rare-grade equipment. Gold ore, grade, uncommon, description, an exceedingly valuable mineral material, essential for the production of uncommon-grade equipment. Gold and silver ores are vital components for crafting rare and uncommon-grade equipment. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. Notification: congratulations! You have acquired the management rights to gold and silver ore island, becoming its sovereign. Now, the entirety of the island's gold and silver mines belong to him. Henceforth, he would never lack materials for crafting rare and uncommon-grade equipment. Ye Lin immediately instructed Ada to organize a team to return and gather resources. Soon, the sound of mining resonated through the caverns of gold and silver ore island. Everything was progressing favorably. However, the workforce was still somewhat insufficient. Contemplating this, Ye Lin turned to Ada and said, Ada, continue to recruit the wild men from other tribes. Let us set the limit at 100 for now. Yura, Ada responded enthusiastically, swiftly setting off to scour the mountains for tribes and recruit wild men. Observing this, Ye Lin nodded slightly and did not linger. He mounted the back of Xiao Bai and hastily returned to the mobile base. Upon his return, he immediately set about preparing materials. After several days of gathering and upgrading various facilities and base materials, he finally amassed enough. With all matters at hand resolved, he pondered whether to save the remaining resources for future endeavors. The first upgrade he initiated was the workbench, as many semi-finished products required fabrication there. The rhythmic sound of clinking echoed throughout the base as the workbench began its ascent to rare grade. Next, the refining furnace followed suit, followed by the equipment crafting station. Thus, the sounds of creation resonated continuously throughout the mobile base. Approximately an hour later, these structures completed their upgrades. Next on the agenda was the crafting of various rare-grade, semi-finished products. Upgrading the mobile base necessitated a substantial quantity of rare-grade, semi-finished products, alongside some silver ingots. Silver ingots, which are produced in the refining furnace, are of rare grade. As for gold ingots, production was not yet feasible. The refining furnace must first be elevated to uncommon grade. The primary limitation is that facilities in the base can only differ by 1 grade. To elevate the refining furnace to uncommon grade, the mobile base must first be upgraded to rare grade. Before long, the rare grade workbench echoed with the sounds of crafting various rare grade, semi-finished products. While the refining furnace operated at full capacity, specially crafted wooden planks, uniquely shaped stones, custom rubber, and specialized components, all these elements gradually passed through the hands of time. During this period, Ye Lin was far from idle. He commenced the practice of fundamental sword techniques and the formidable triple slash. The triple slash, being an exceptionally powerful skill, demanded significantly more time to enhance compared to the basic sword techniques. With the current pace of his progress, he estimated that elevating the triple slash to level 2 would require at least 10 days. Frankly, this duration seemed excessively long. Yet, there was no alternative. Without a shortcut available, he could only diligently hone his skills through persistent effort. As time swiftly flowed by, 2.5 hours elapsed. The sounds emanating from the workbench and the refining furnace finally subsided. A faint smile graced Ye Lin's lips as he realized that the materials were ready. Eagerly, he retrieved them to upgrade the base. Prompt: would you like to consume the materials? Yes, proceed with the upgrade. Before the prompt could fully materialize, Ye Lin hastily consented. In the next moment, the mobile base began its transformation, the clattering sounds once again filling the air. Chapter 52, The Small Castle, The Enchanted Land. The mobile base possesses a peculiar characteristic. Its upgrade duration far exceeds that of conventional constructions. Approximately 2 hours later, the transformation was finally complete. Upon witnessing the magnificent sight, Ye Lin was utterly astonished. Wow, this is simply enormous and incredibly luxurious. At that moment, the mobile base's side length expanded to a staggering 100 meters. Just considering the area alone was enough to illustrate its grandeur. Moreover, the original modest three-story structure had been replaced by a charming castle. Upon entering, one would discover an abundance of furniture and daily necessities, all impeccably equipped. Admittedly, these items were merely ordinary. They functioned well, but lacked any extraordinary effects. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient. Look at the materials, the patterns, the texture. Ye Lin felt like a simpleton, wandering about and touching everything in awe. After all, this was a castle. Previously in Blue Star, he was merely a destitute individual confined to a cheap rental, never having laid eyes on or touched anything of such splendor. Now, facing it was akin to a staggering descent into a realm of luxury. After some time spent marveling, Ye Lin finally remembered to access the mobile base's interface. Small castle mobile base, level, rare, durability, 5,000. Description, a splendid sanctuary, imbued with the warmth and security of a home. Upgrade materials, rare submarine driftwood, 10,000, rare submarine blue, or 5,000, rare gold ingots, 500, rare floating core 1, special wooden planks, 20,000, special stone blocks, 10,000, special components, 10,000, special. Upon reviewing the base's interface, Ye Lin's initial amusement quickly turned into a near-fainting spell. Not for any trivial reason, but due to the overwhelming quantity of materials required. So many that it made his scalp tingle. Short on materials? You ought to see what short on materials truly means. 20,000 special wooden planks, 10,000 special stone blocks, and a plethora of others. Could these materials be acquired through sheer effort? Yes. Indeed, a few grueling hours of labor would suffice. But what about the initial materials? Submarine driftwood? Submarine blue? Or? And this rare, floating core that has made its appearance. Although Ye Lin had never encountered such a core, its name alone sounded remarkably impressive. At that moment, he felt a surge of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. This was a rhythm of relentless toil. Eventually, he conceded. A true gentleman knows when to yield. For the sake of survival, what was a little labor? I embrace hard work. Ultimately, he resigned himself to this tiresome fate. After voicing his grievances, it was time to eat and drink. Life must continue. Just then, a notification appeared once more. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Ye Lin for becoming the first player to upgrade the mobile base to rare level, earning an exclusive treasure chest. Another exclusive treasure chest? After reading the prompt, Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. He then opened his backpack to find 2 exclusive treasure chests, one rewarded for reaching rare level, and the other one that he had forgotten to open yesterday. With this thought, Ye Lin hesitated no longer, took one out, and opened it directly. Crack. Prompt. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare level weapon blueprint 1, a rare equipment blueprint 1, and a rare accessory blueprint 1. 3 blueprints in succession, all of rare quality. Quite impressive indeed. He had been troubled by the lack of corresponding equipment upon reaching rare level, but now that concern was alleviated. Exclusive treasure chest, level, rare, description. There's a high probability of obtaining items you currently need, limited to rare quality. Truly worthy of being an exclusive treasure chest. It indeed provides precisely what one lacks. Perhaps he could save it for duplication. After reviewing the description of the exclusive treasure chest, Ye Lin pondered thoughtfully. Then, he turned his attention to the 3 blueprints he had just acquired. The rare level weapon, equipment, and accessory blueprints would yield random results upon use. Thus, he did not plan to use them immediately. Once used, the equipment would be fixed, by saving them for duplication. With a sufficient quantity, he might randomly obtain a full set of rare level equipment blueprints. The bonuses from a complete set are significantly greater than from individual pieces. Subsequently, Ye Lin began practicing his swordsmanship while setting the mobile base to automatic cruising mode. Swish, swish. The sound of the long sword slicing through the air was somewhat jarring. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was dusk. After finishing his sword practice, Ye Lin exhaled a breath of white-hot energy. Just as he intended to sheath his sword and prepare a meal, A hurried sound of footsteps approached. Big brother. Little Tuan rushed over from the other end of the mobile base, her small legs moving swiftly. I just sensed the same aura from that huge whale as before. Upon hearing this, a look of intrigue crossed Ye Lin's face. What whale? The one that glowed red last time. Little Tuan exclaimed anxiously, gesturing animatedly. She was practically circling around him in her urgency. You mean the demonized humpback whale from last time? Yes, big brother. I remember the aura from that huge whale distinctly. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's interest peaked, and he immediately dashed in the direction indicated by Little Tuan. At the other end of the mobile base, a faint red aura lingered over the sea. If one were not paying close attention, it would be easily overlooked. Ye Lin halted the mobile base and scrutinized the surroundings closely. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the pale red aura was emanating from the sea. This implied that below might very well be the so-called demonized area from the quest. If it were a demonized creature, it would not likely remain in one place for long. At that moment, splash! The surface of the sea surged, and a shadow emerged. It was little He, who had just gone down to investigate the situation. As the report commenced, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow in slight surprise after hearing Xiao Hei's account. Indeed, it is a land of corruption. This reward is certainly within my grasp. How could one encounter such a place and not seize the opportunity? He retrieved the survival manual from his pocket and glanced at the task information. Area task. Land of Corruption, Phase 1. Locate the Land of Corruption, Progress, 0. Contribution, 0. The first player to discover the Land of Corruption will receive the title of Pioneer and a mysterious gift. Since this task was triggered, there had been no progress for an extended period. It remained at a standstill at 0. Now that he had stumbled upon it, Ye Lin was certainly not inclined to let this chance slip away. His level had reached a rare tier, and even submerged, he could display remarkable combat prowess. Moments latte. With a splash, Ye Lin plunged into the ocean, mounting Xiao Hei as they advanced towards the depths of the Land of Corruption. After Xiao Hei's level ascended to rare, its speed in the water surged dramatically. The distance to the seabed diminished at a visible pace. The deeper they ventured, the more a crimson aura enveloped them, gradually shifting from a faint red to a vibrant hue, then evolving into a deep scarlet. Chapter 53. The Enchanted Crimson Tentacled Octopus. 10 minutes later, Ye Lin rode his steed, Little Black, down to the depths of the ocean. The surroundings were awash in a vivid scarlet hue, and an unsettling aura lingered in the water, making it quite uncomfortable. Even the usually obedient Little Black could not help but shake its head in agitation. Ye Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you, Little Black?" The creature communicated its distress, particularly regarding the area a few hundred meters ahead, which it found too daunting to approach. There must be something there. Perhaps it was the Enchanted Zone? Ye Lin patted Little Black and instructed it to wait. He then ventured forth alone, cautiously observing his surroundings. The overwhelming crimson essence severely hampered visibility, limiting his sight to barely a dozen meters ahead. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before him. Notification. Congratulations on discovering the Enchanted Zone in this area. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Area notification. Congratulations, Player Ye Lin, for locating the Enchanted Zone. You have gained 10 contribution value, and your mission progress has increased by 10. Please note, enchanted creatures have officially awakened in the waters and will actively attack players' mobile bases. Once a week, a wave of enchanted creatures will occur. For each enchanted creature slain, players will receive contribution value and enhance their mission progress. The emergence of the notification startled Ye Lin. After thoroughly reading the information, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Damn it, the game's difficulty has escalated again, and it was all his doing, which left him utterly speechless. Had he known the quest would unfold in such a manner, he would have never set foot here. However, the situation had already developed, and lamenting was futile. A glance at the rewards that had appeared in his inventory brought him a modicum of comfort. He then turned to swim back. Suddenly, a crimson tentacle shot forth. Sensing the unusual water current, Ye Lin quickly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Turning to investigate, he discovered a colossal octopus. each of its tentacles stretching an alarming 20 meters in length. The sight sent a chill down his spine, triggering his deep-sea phobia. With a jolt, he swiftly swam towards Little Black's location, pondering how this octopus felt eerily familiar. Without further contemplation, returning to the base was of utmost importance. The underwater realm was not his forte. Given the octopus's massive size, its level would undoubtedly be high, potentially rare, or even more formidable. Just as he reached Little Black, a massive figure surged forth from the crimson essence. Dozens of tentacles writhed like great serpents, sweeping towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tremendous force created a resonating cacophony in the water. Bubbling, Ye Lin dared not linger, casting a glance back before mounting Little Black and making his escape. The underwater environment was not his battleground, and his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. But Little Black was different. As a marine creature, it was swift in the water, ensuring it would not be outpaced by the monstrous entity trailing behind. Even swifter than before, the agile Black raced at full speed. In less than 10 minutes, he returned near the mobile base. Ye Lin propelled himself upward, landing upon the base. He then turned, drawing a straight-edged longsword from his backpack. Gazing intently at the ocean's surface, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Moments later, bubbles began to rise from the water, escalating into increasingly larger waves. With a resounding crash, the sea erupted as a massive crimson creature emerged. Simultaneously, dozens of robust tentacles unfurled around it. Mutated crimson cephalopod. Level, rare. Attributes, strength 30, agility 25. Constitution 30, spirit 23. Description, a mutated marine being, significantly enhanced in power. It harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you for unknown reasons. Could it truly be the infamous crimson cephalopod? Upon observing the creature's attributes, Ye Lin felt a wave of surprise. He recalled his first encounter with the crimson cephalopod. Had it not been for Black's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. Yet, was it truly necessary to hold such a grudge for merely severing a few of its tentacles? With a sigh of resignation, Ye Lin prepared for combat. Unleashing a series of 3 consecutive slashes, he lunged forward, his figure darting through the air. As he executed the skill, the first strike cleaved through the nearest tentacle with a satisfying slish. Roaring in fury, the mutated crimson cephalopod retaliated, its numerous tentacles lunging towards Ye Lin, intent on ensnaring him. Black, white, distracted, Ye Lin shouted, deftly dodging the oncoming appendages as he unleashed another swift strike. Instantly responding to his command, Black and White sprang into action. With a flurry of beats, White soared through the air, incessantly raking at the mutated crimson cephalopod with claws as sharp as iron. Each strike drew forth copious amounts of blood from its tentacles. Meanwhile, Black glided through the water, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash rapid jets of water. Focusing on long-range attacks, though both had recently attained the rare level. The enhancement from Ye Lin's Beast Master title allowed them to hold their ground against the formidable crimson cephalopod. Ye Lin, however, was no longer content to merely observe. Mutated creatures were far more tenacious than their ordinary counterparts. The most apparent difference was their formidable health and rapid recovery. The swirling red mist enveloping them seemed akin to a powerful buff, greatly enhancing their capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, while the mutated crimson cephalopod was preoccupied with Black and White, Ye Lin executed the final segment of his 3-part strike, landing a blow upon the creature's head, leaving behind a wound of moderate depth. His weapon, however, faltered, glancing at his longsword. He noted that after only a few strikes, it was already marred with dents and imperfections. Swift resolution is imperative. We cannot allow this creature to escape. If this colossal being eludes us, I shall find no peace in slumber. Xiao Hei Xiao Bai, unleash your full might, Ye Lin shouted once more. As his voice echoed, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai nodded resolutely, channeling their entire strength to assault the malevolent crimson tentacled octopus. Just as the creature attempted to retract its tentacles to fend off the onslaught, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, and he acted decisively. Gravity! The skill of the accessory set was activated, imposing a gravitational force twice that of his own attack on the adversary. Bang! This strike caused the massive form of the malevolent crimson tentacled octopus to momentarily falter. The overwhelming gravity rendered its large head uncontrollably inclined downward. This created an exceptionally advantageous opening for Xiao He and Xiao Bai S assault. With a piercing sound and a resounding impact, their attacks collided simultaneously upon its head. No matter how resilient life may be, should it not surpass a certain critical threshold, a shattered skull means a certain death. The fate of the malevolent crimson tentacled octopus is undoubtedly sealed in demise. Observing the slowly sinking carcass of the octopus beneath his feet, Ye Lin shook his head slightly. To be honest, this battle felt rather stifling. There is always a sense of being unable to fully unleash his potential. Chapter 54, Serendipity, the Silver Quartet. Alas, the ocean was not his domain. Were it on land, even with rare grade limits, Ye Lin would possess the confidence to demonstrate his prowess. However, underwater, well, no need to elaborate. Seizing the moment before the corpse of the demonized red-tentacled octopus sank completely, Ye Lin reached out and disassembled it. In the next instant, a luminous screen appeared. Notification. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 demon crystals and 10 demonized flesh. Demon crystals? What might those be? Ye Lin leaped onto the base and opened his backpack for a closer inspection. Demon crystal, description, obtained by slaying demonized creatures of superior quality and disassembling them. A special currency with unknown purposes. Exploration is encouraged. Another form of currency? A unique one at that? After reading this, Ye Lin felt perplexed. Unable to glean anything further, he tossed it into a corner of the storage without a second thought. Next came the demonized flesh. No way. Is the game truly so stingy? A single demonized creature provided merely 10 portions of demonized flesh? The system is quite miserly. Demonized flesh, description, acquired by slaying demonized creatures and disassembling them. Its purpose remains unknown. Exploration is encouraged. Great. Yet another item with an unknown function. Ye Lin carelessly tossed it into the storage as well, preferring to keep his backpack uncluttered. As for its potential to spoil, there was no need for concern. The base's storage and his personal backpack were interconnected, retaining all necessary effects. It seemed he had acquired some materials, yet it felt as though he had gained nothing substantial. Ye Lin muttered in exasperation. Raising his gaze towards the sky, he noticed the hour was growing late, prompting him to abandon further contemplation. He turned and entered the castle, making his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Little Tuan Tuan appeared from nowhere, eagerly following him to learn the art of cooking. Tuan Tuan, you can simply wait outside for the meal, Ye Lin remarked, casting a glance at the somewhat clumsy Tuan Tuan, without a hint of mockery. Tuan Tuan wants to help big brother more. Little Tuan Tuan blushed and earnestly declared, Tuan Tuan knows she is quite clumsy, but she will learn diligently. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, permitting her to continue. This little one possesses a maturity that tugs at one's heartstrings. In less than 10 minutes, a simple yet nutritious dinner was prepared. Soon, both the large and the small were well fed. Little Tuan Tuan promptly understood her cue and began washing the dishes. Ye Lin shook his head gently and stepped outside, practicing basic sword techniques and the triple slash until the late hours of the night. Only then did he conclude his practice and head to the bathroom for a shower. He had nearly forgotten to upgrade it. During his bath, he noticed that the Seawater separator remained at the excellent grade. In his focus on upgrading the mobile base, he had entirely overlooked this matter. After showering, Ye Lin opened his backpack to review the materials. Finding them sufficient, he proceeded to upgrade the Seawater separator. The familiar sound of clanging echoed once more. Had it not been for the commendable soundproofing of the castle, one might have found it difficult to sleep at night. A night devoid of conversation passed in silence, and before long, dawn broke. It was scarcely before 6 in the morning when a delicate golden hue began to appear along the coastline, heralding the sun's ascent. At that moment, Ye Lin stirred from his slumber. After attending to his morning rituals, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by something before him. Seawater separator, level, rare, description, capable of automatically extracting nearby seawater, consuming energy to convert it into freshwater and salt. It can convert 100 liters of fresh water and 10 kilograms of sea salt, along with 10 milliliters of life water, within an hour. Upgrade materials: Energy Core, Rare, 1, Undersea Driftwood, 2000, Undersea Blue, or 1000, Special Planks 500, Special Stones 500, Nylon Fabric 100. While unsurprisingly, the list of upgrade materials has grown substantially. Ye Lin had grown accustomed to the voluminous requirements for upgrading each facility. Wait, life water. What on earth is that? He promptly tapped to view the detailed introduction of life water. Life water, level, rare. Description: as the name suggests, it can restore injuries, ailments, and eliminate negative physical states, among other remarkable properties. It is exceedingly precious. Upon reading the description, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't this akin to a healing potion? Utilizing this during combat when injured should yield extraordinary results. The prospect of a sustained combat strategy was becoming tangible. Although the production rate of 10 milliliters per hour was somewhat meager, accumulating it over time could still prove beneficial. It may not be duplicable, but the potential for continuous output made wasting talent points unnecessary. Breakfast was prepared by the little one, and the taste was, how shall I put it, somewhat challenging to swallow. Nevertheless, in order to bolster the little creature's confidence, Ye Lin uttered a few kind words of praise. After the meal, he retrieved the 3 equipment blueprints obtained from his exclusive treasure chest the previous day. With a flick of his talent, he initiated the duplication process. In the next moment, a multitude of blueprints appeared in his hands. A faint smile graced Ye Lin's lips as he examined them one by one. 3 types of blueprints, with 5 copies of each. The initial selection was random, ensuring that at least one of each was retained. The remaining 12 blueprints were promptly utilized. After some time, Ye Lin's expression grew increasingly jubilant. Fortune smiled upon me, as I unexpectedly acquired a set of equipment imbued with additional attributes and traits. Silver Helmet Blueprint. Level, Rare. Description: an exquisite example among rare items, featuring supplementary attributes and traits. Silver Armor Blueprint. Level, Rare. Description: an exquisite example among rare items. Silver Greaves Blueprint. Level, Rare. Description: Silver Cloak Blueprint. Level, Rare. Description: this array of blueprints dazzled Ye Lin's eyes. A cloak as well? Thus, a complete set of equipment comprises the helmet, armor, greaves, and cloak. Just imagine the enhancement in attributes this assemblage would confer. The boost from the trait skills must be substantial. With these thoughts racing in his mind, Ye Lin could hardly contain his excitement. He hastened to the equipment crafting station. Placing the blueprints upon it, he resolved to create the items forthwith. Silver Helmet. Crafting materials: silver ingots 40. The subsequent silver armor and silver greaves required identical materials. However, the silver cloak necessitated only a modest quantity of silver ingots, with the primary material being fabric. Quite reasonable, indeed, as the demand for silver ingots was rather high. At that moment, Ye Lin found himself lacking the necessary resources, as the spoils from the Barbarian Legion's mining endeavors had yet to materialize. Perhaps a visit to the gold and silver mine island would reveal the progress of the mining operations. He set his sights on the gold and silver mine island, allowing the mobile base to navigate autonomously. Subsequently, he retrieved the remaining exclusive treasure chest from his backpack, along with a rare, mutated fruit. The rarity of this mutated fruit was notable, with a low yield probability. Even with the plant affinity talent possessed by Xiao Tuan Tuan, only 1 or 2 could be harvested daily. A surge of inspiration struck Ye Lin. With a mere thought, he beheld the items in his grasp, and in an instant, both the exclusive treasure chest and the rare mutated fruit transformed from 1 into 5. Chapter 55. The commencement of exclusive treasure chests and skill enhancement. Setting aside the exclusive chests for the moment, Ye Lin promptly seized a rare level mutated fruit and began to indulge. In comparison to opening chests, he was far more enthusiastic about items that could directly augment his strength. With a series of satisfying sounds, he consumed 4 mutated fruits within mere seconds, reserving 1 for future replication. Next came the much-anticipated chest-opening phase. 5 exclusive treasure chests radiated a dazzling silver light. Crack! Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin opened 4 of them. A cascade of notification panels materialized before his eyes. Upon inspection, he discovered that the majority contained rare-level materials, including some silver, ore, and ingots. However, a few enticing items also emerged. Blood meat fruit seed. Level, rare, description, a fruit that resembles meat in taste, requiring blood and flesh for irrigation. It possesses growth potential and has a chance to yield rare-level mutated fruits with special effects. Special building, countryside, level, rare, description, upon use. It transforms planting boxes into a countryside setting, provided there are at least 100 exquisite level planting boxes. The more planting boxes there are, the larger the resulting countryside will be, which can be further enhanced. Automatic fishing rod blueprint, level, rare, description. When placed in a coastal location, it can fish automatically. Among these 3 splendid items, the fishing rod was the most straightforward to comprehend. It was a tool for automatic fishing, transitioning the task from manual to automated, which was quite splendid. Undoubtedly, the most delighted would be Little White, who would no longer need to toil as a fishing laborer. As for the blood meat fruit and the special building, countryside, Ye Lin found himself somewhat perplexed. However, he dismissed the concern and proceeded to the top of the castle, where a vast expanse lay vacant, adorned with planting boxes. At this moment, little Tuan Tuan was tending to the crops. After a period of development, the number of planting boxes had reached precisely 100, all at the exquisite level. Tuan Tuan, come stand closer, Ye Lin beckoned little Tuan Tuan to join him. Without hesitation, she rushed over. He then produced the special building, countryside. Notification. Do you wish to convert the planting boxes into a countryside? Yes. Ye Lin responded without a second thought. The countryside is currently being transformed. Please be patient. Notification. This operation will affect the castle's appearance and layout. Do you wish to continue the transformation? What does that mean? Will it significantly alter the castle's appearance and layout? He pondered briefly, but decided it was of little concern. Let change. After a moment, Ye Lin consented once more, affirming the continuation of the transformation. Notification. Player has authorized. Changes are commencing. Buzzing, rumbling, clattering. A symphony of sounds arose as the top of the castle underwent renovation. It appears that a considerable amount of time is required. Ye Lin withdrew his gaze after a moment and opened his backpack to examine the rewards for the task associated with the Enchanted lands. 1 title, Pioneer, and a mysterious gift package. Title, Pioneer, description, equipping this title grants an additional 20 damage. An increase of 20 in damage. One might say this is rather average. A title can only be worn once, and clearly, this one pales in comparison to the Beastmaster title, which amplifies the attributes of tamed creatures by 50. Thus, Ye Lin decided against taking it along, choosing instead to consign it to his storage, where it would gather dust. Next, his gaze shifted to the mysterious gift package. The exterior indeed exuded an air of enigma. After some contemplation, he resolved to use his last talent point of the day on it. With a thought, the mysterious gift package multiplied before him, retaining 1 as a safeguard. He proceeded to open the remainder. Notification. Congratulations, you have obtained. Notification. Upon completion, he discovered that all he received were a collection of miscellaneous materials, devoid of any crafting blueprints. Ye Lin felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing he had been duped. Initially, he contemplated opening the last package as well, but ultimately decided against it, preferring to keep it as a memento, a collectible. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was rife with lamentations. Who the devil triggered the Enchanted lands? Curse it, the enchanted creatures are far too powerful. They nearly obliterated my mobile base. This game was already challenging. Now it's reached nightmare difficulty. Are you satisfied? Indeed. How are we supposed to survive? If a person is inadequate, blame the uneven terrain? What do you mean by that? You've been in this game world for so long, and you still can't handle the enchanted creatures. Have you even been trying? It seems the majority of players were simply adopting a mindset of getting through each day as it comes. You Why must you speak so harshly? Everyone is facing difficulties. If you want to offer help, at least refrain from your sarcastic remarks. Help? Who do you think I am? Your father or grandfather? If you can't take responsibility for yourself, why expect others to do so? The chat channel erupted with fervor, growing increasingly chaotic. The emergence of enchanted creatures had escalated the game's difficulty several notches. What was already a hardcore survival journey would now become even more arduous. Meanwhile, Ye Lin, who had triggered the quest, took a brief moment to mourn for his fellow players. On the golden and silver ore island, Ye Lin ascended to assess the mining situation. Ada promptly presented the gold and silver ores collected during this period. After accepting this batch of ores, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Ada, you should know the direction to Mist Island, right? Ula, very well. Remember to send a group of wild men to mine, or you may even go directly to subdue a few yourself. Hurrah! Ada understood and promptly set about his tasks. As for the rafts required for crossing the sea, the wild men are capable of crafting them, so there is no need for concern. After issuing his orders, Ye Lin returned to the mobile base and activated the autopilot mode. First, he intended to craft the automatic fishing rod. He recalled several fine items in his backpack that remained uncrafted, so he approached the workbench directly. Prompt, would you like to consume materials? Yes. Clang, clang. The sound of hammers echoed as the workbench sprang to life. Subsequently, Ye Lin moved to the refining furnace, casting in the silver where he had collected that day. With a rumble, the furnace ignited, operating at high speed to smelt silver ingots. He then ascended to a vacant space atop the castle, commencing his swordsmanship practice. Standing there, he could behold many vistas previously unseen, which deepened his tranquility as he repetitively honed his skills. By chance, he felt a surge of inspiration, sensing that the long sword in his hand had suddenly become much more manageable. In the next moment, a notification appeared. Prompt, congratulations on your persistent practice in swordsmanship. Your skill, basic swordsmanship level has increased to LV6. Your skill, / level has increased to LV2. Chapter 56. The Onslaught of Corrupted Creatures. What? My skills have improved. Ye Lin's expression froze momentarily, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Just moments ago, as he practiced his sword techniques while gazing at the surrounding sea, he felt an unprecedented fluidity in his movements. Each strike brought forth an unparalleled sense of ease. Could it be that I have just attained a moment of enlightenment? I knew it. Surely, I'm a genius. Ha ha! With tangible actions affirming his extraordinary talent, Ye Lin felt a surge of joy. He then proceeded to examine the enhancements of his two skills. Skill, basic swordsmanship LV6, sword damage increased by 6, attack speed increased by 6, / LV2, launches 3 consecutive forward slashes, each with a maximum range of 20 meters. His basic swordsmanship had ascended 2 levels, from LV5 to LV6. The improvement was considerable. However, the most significant enhancement lay in the / With LV2, the slashing distance had reached 20 meters. This range was already double that of LV1. Could it be that each level of the / increases the distance by 10 meters? After contemplating the changes in both skills, Ye Lin nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he noticed something. Oh, has the garden been completed? At that moment, the 100 planting boxes on the rooftop had transformed into a flourishing garden. This expanse of greenery now dominated the entire top floor, with all plants flourishing above. Garden, level, rare, description, accelerates plant growth, enhances yield, increases mutation probability, etc. Upgrade materials. Excellent. When combined with the affinity talent of Tuan Tuan, the effects should be even more remarkable. Ye Lin smiled contentedly. Shortly thereafter, he made another discovery. Originally, the 100 planting boxes could accommodate only 100 plants. Now, transformed into a garden, they could sustain 300 plants. This enhancement was undeniably monumental, perfect for planting those ordinary seeds he had previously neglected. With a wave of his hand, the seeds in his backpack automatically took root in the garden. All that was left was for Tuan Tuan to tend to them. It felt somewhat akin to a planting simulator. He gazed at the garden, a serene smile gracing his lips. How to describe this feeling? It was a touch of tranquility, one he greatly appreciated. The garden was expansive, with a layer of soil beneath. Ye Lin reclined amidst the greenery, savoring the gentle breeze that occasionally swept by, a smile gradually forming on his face. It had been a long time since he felt this at ease. He wondered how long this state would last. Before he could finish his thought, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before him. Area alert. The onslaught of corrupted creatures is imminent. All players are advised to prepare. You may team up to repel the corrupted creatures or face them alone. The duration is set for 6 hours, concluding after 6 hours. What the? Are you kidding me? Game system? Ye Lin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. He dared not linger. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted it was nearly noon. Upon returning to the castle, he found Xiao Tuan diligently chopping vegetables and preparing a meal. He immediately said, Tuan, there's no need to cook. We can just have something light for lunch. Although unsure of the reason, Xiao Tuan obediently nodded in agreement. After a modest meal, Ye Lin instructed Xiao Tuan to hide on the 3rd floor and handed her a finely crafted longbow for protection. Despite her rare level, her combat experience was nearly non-existent. The threat of the demonic tide was undeniably perilous. In such circumstances, he could not risk her safety. After giving her a few instructions, Ye Lin stepped out of the castle. First, he retrieved the silver ingots from the refining furnace, then approached the equipment crafting station, laying down the rare equipment blueprints, a long sword and a set of silver armor. The sound of clanging echoed as the crafting process began. Suddenly, a jet of water shot forth nearby with a resounding crash. Ye Lin turned toward the source, puzzled. Xiao Heiyu. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Hei interrupted him with a warning call. Upon understanding, Ye Lin's brows furrowed in concern. Troubles seemed to come in waves. Before long, the sea ahead surged ominously, resembling a great wave pushing forward. The leading crest had risen to a perilous height, capable of obliterating a small town. A tsunami was approaching. This was precisely the reason Xiao Hei had shot the water jet at him, to alert him of the impending disaster. In the face of such natural calamity, even human technology paled in comparison. The monstrous waves, towering dozens of meters high, instilled an immediate sense of dread. Uncertain and unwilling to confront the catastrophe head-on, Ye Lin quickly retreated into the castle. Xiao Hei dove beneath the waves, while Xiao soared into the sky, each employing their own means of escape. The tsunami crashed with a deafening roar, its duration unknown to him, but by the time it subsided, Ye Lin's head was still spinning. Fortunately, the rare mobile base had provided adequate protection against the wave, allowing them to narrowly evade disaster. However, just as one crisis seemed to pass, another emerged. Suddenly, Xiao Bai emitted a loud, quacking sound, unmistakably indicating trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin rushed out of the castle. Approaching the railing, his pupils dilated in shock. Is that? The tsunami has swept demonic creatures ashore? There were far too many to count. An endless expanse of crimson-hued creatures, all of them corrupted beings. The numbers easily reached into the thousands. Cursed be his miscalculation. He had not anticipated such a horde. Gazing at the chaotic scene before him, Ye Lin's expression turned grave. Yet he dared not hesitate. Swiftly, he extracted a finely crafted longbow from his backpack, drawing it to its full moon and releasing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The hand that drew the bow created phantoms in the air. Smoke was already billowing from the child's hands. Puffed, puff. Ye Lin's archery skills were mediocre, neither commendable nor deplorable. In terms of skills associated with archery, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. His primary focus was on swordsmanship, and at this stage, he could not unleash any sword energy or aura. Thus, he resorted to archery for ranged assaults, occasionally hurling a spear. Puff, puff. Vivid crimson blood quickly stained the waters around him. Ye Lin was not alone in this solitary battle. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai had also engaged early on. Being of rare caliber, they were capable of holding back the invading corrupted creatures. However, the most pressing issue was the sheer number of the corrupted beings. Thousands, if one were to underestimate, could easily be observed. Even slaying 1,000 pigs would be an exhausting endeavor, let alone these exceedingly savage, corrupted creatures, which typically could not be dispatched in a single blow. Ye Lin found that he needed to unleash a dozen arrows to vanquish just one of the finely crafted adversaries. On solid ground, a finely crafted monster would surely be felled in one strike. Yet, in the depths of the sea, the corrupted beings possessed thick blood and rapid recovery, rendering his arrows relatively ineffective, and thus, he was left with no other choice. Chapter 57. The crafting of rare equipment concluded Little White was fiercely engaged in combat, exhibiting a remarkable efficiency that far surpassed that of Ye Lin. This rare creature relied on its exceptionally sharp claws and powerful, expansive wings. And let us not forget its formidable beak, glinting like a sword. With each strike, it effortlessly pierced through the ranks of fine-grade mutated creatures, dispatching them with lethal precision. On the other side, Little Black seemed to have an easier time. The ocean was its domain, and being a mutated individual, it possessed an innate talent for manipulating water currents. With a swift opening of its mouth, it unleashed a rapid jet of water that pierced through a throng of low-level mutated beings. Observing the prowess of these two, Ye Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a twinge of envy. His greatest admiration was for Little White, which boasted aerial superiority and could thrive in land, sea, and sky. With a click of his tongue, Ye Lin shook his head and turned his attention back to the surging tide of mutated creatures approaching from a distance, unleashing a volley of arrows from his quiver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, he noticed that even when he paused, arrows continued to be released. Ye Lin blinket in surprise. Where were those arrows coming from? He raised his gaze and spotted little Tuan Tuan on the balcony of the third floor, tirelessly drawing her bow and shooting at the mutated creatures. Upon catching Ye Lin's eye, she beamed with joy, as if to convey that assisting her big brother was her greatest happiness. Ye Lin smiled faintly and nodded in approval. Then he redirected his focus, inhaled deeply, and murmured to himself, "Even a child is striving so hard. I cannot fall behind." With that, he switched his weapon, replacing his bow with a long sword. The straight-edged sword had been repaired, restoring it to its former glory. Swish! Ye Lin targeted the nearest mutated creature within a 20-meter range. In a flash, he executed a 3-strike combination. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, performing a lunging strike as part of the first segment of the 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, taking less than 0.1 seconds. Thud! The blade pierced through the head of the fine-grade, mutated creature. With a powerful slash, he cleaved half of its skull open. Instantly, the creature's life force waned. Such a grievous wound would spell doom for any fine-grade being, let alone a rare-grade creature. The second segment of the 3 strikes. With a swift motion, he executed another lunging strike, the blade glinting ominously. Thud! In less than a second, yet another mutated creature fell. And so, Ye Lin continued this relentless onslaught, repeatedly executing the 3-strike combination, slaying one mutated creature after another. From a distance, he resembled a phantom, constantly flickering and wielding his sword. Thud! Thud! In theory, as long as one's physical strength is sufficient, one can continuously unleash the triple slash. The skill consumes stamina without any cooldown. However, it possesses a fatal flaw. When stamina is depleted and one forces the use of the skill, a considerable amount of blood from the body will be sacrificed. The consequences of running out of blood need not be elaborated upon. Indeed, one might faint before the blood is entirely expended, in less than 10 minutes. With Ye Lin recklessly exhausting his stamina to execute the triple slash, he had slain hundreds of corrupted creatures, including several of rare caliber. Fortunately, none were the utmost rarity, otherwise, he would have found himself ensnared. Puff! Ye Lin gasped for breath as he delivered the final strike to the head of a rare corrupted beast. The prolonged exertion had rendered his breathing akin to a bellows, laborious and pronounced. His body began to ache, a wave of profound fatigue washing over him. This endeavor truly demanded remarkable stamina. With my current rare level strength, I can only sustain such relentless execution for a mere dozen minutes. Once my stamina is drained, further usage would necessitate the sacrifice of blood. Ye Lin dismissed any thoughts of continuing the battle. He dared not be so reckless. Recklessness is reserved for dire circumstances. The present situation was far from desperate. Therefore, Xiaobai, save me. With the last vestige of his strength, Ye Lin called out, his head tilted back. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, Xiaobai, who had been hurrying towards him upon hearing the call, felt a twinge of awkwardness. To mask the discomfort, it let out a couple of screeches. How? How? Moments later, Xiaobai whisked Ye Lin back to the mobile base. How? He collapsed onto it, gasping for breath, not wishing to move an inch. It was not until several minutes had passed that he began to recover. After regaining some stamina, Ye Lin retrieved a mutated fruit to consume, having discovered that it not only enhanced attributes, but also effectively restored stamina. Half an hour later, his stamina was fully replenished. After swiftly dispatching the corrupted creatures attempting to scale the mobile base, he immediately approached the equipment crafting station. Inside, 4 pieces of gear had been completed. A longsword and a silver 4-piece set awaited him. Ye Lin first picked up the longsword, swinging it a few times before quickly inspecting its attributes. Silver Tang Sword, level, rare, bonus, strength 2, trait, sharp, durability, 40/40 description, an exquisite longsword among rare items, granting an additional 2 points of strength and a sharp trait skill upon equipping. Among the 4 random weapon blueprints, this was the finest. The others offered no additional bonuses. Weapons and gear without extra enhancements only displayed sharpness and defense values. Swish! Swish! After reviewing the longsword's attributes, Ye Lin's expression brightened. A splendid sword. Truly a remarkable sword. With that, he tossed the previously used exquisite grade straight sword into the storeroom. Ridiculous! With a rare longsword now in hand, who would still deign to use that inferior piece? With 2 swift strikes, he vanquished the rare creature, leaving it in a disheveled state. The silver longsword felt exceptionally comfortable in his grip, its keen edge a source of great satisfaction for Ye Lin. He then turned his attention to the silver 4-piece set, donning each piece while meticulously examining their attributes. Silver armor, level, rare, bonus, constitution 2, trait, silver body, durability, 40/40 description, an exquisite piece of equipment among the rare grade. It grants an additional 2 points to constitution and the silver body trait upon equipping. The silver body trait offers a defensive enhancement akin to that of iron, augmenting overall bodily protection. The silver helmet and silver greaves provide identical bonuses to the armor. However, the cloak presents a delightful deviation. Silver cloak, level, rare, bonus, agility 2, constitution 2, trait, silver body, durability, 40/40 description, equipment of the cloak variety is exceedingly rare. Is it truly that remarkable? It astonishingly bestows 2 types of attributes, each enhancing by 2 points. Upon witnessing the attribute enhancements of the silver cloak, Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. But that astonishment swiftly morphed into joy. With this formidable set of equipment at his disposal, he was poised to embark on a rampage of destruction. / Notification. Chapter 58. Slaying the corrupted humpback whale. Tip. Set activated, skill consumption halved, skill effects doubled. Ye Lin paid no heed to the game system's notifications. Grasping a silver tang dao in his hand, he swiftly executed a 3-hit combo. With a sharp thrust, the long blade plunged accurately into the skull of a corrupted creature. The sensation was utterly smooth, effortlessly. It penetrated the beast's flesh without any hindrance. What a delightful experience. 1 strike, instant kill. Moreover, it required minimal exertion. Ye Lin was increasingly exhilarated. With each swing, he executed the 3-hit combo, darting across the surface of the sea. To be precise, he was maneuvering atop the corpses of those corrupted creatures. Without such makeshift stepping stones, he would have likely sunk beneath the waves long ago. Despite his newfound strength, moving across the water without assistance remained an unrealistic endeavor. Thousands of corrupted creatures swarmed the area, their sizes formidable. The smallest among them measured 5 or 6 meters, while some giants reached as much as 20 meters. This expanse of ocean had transformed into a crimson sea, the scarlet aura nearly enveloping the entirety of the surface. The acrid scent brought Ye Lin back to a state of clarity. As he attempted to calm his racing heart, he surveyed his surroundings. After such an extensive killing spree, the number of corrupted creatures had indeed diminished significantly. Just as he was about to take a breather, a sudden commotion erupted from Xiaohei's vicinity. Ye Lin immediately stood up, peering into the distance. Was that a corrupted humpback whale? Before him loomed a colossal whale, its massive body creating substantial waves that crashed against the mobile base with each roll. They had failed to slay it last time, and now it had returned, engaging in fierce combat with Xiaohei. The size disparity was immense. Even Xiaohei, categorized as rare, could not compare to the exceptional size of the corrupted humpback whale. However, in terms of strength, it certainly matched up. Yet, the fact that the corrupted humpback whale could still contend with Xiaohei indicated that it too had ascended to the rare tier, and was now at the pinnacle of rare attributes. Ye Lin's gaze fixated intently on the scene, his voice low and grave. The last encounter with the crimson, tentacled octopus had raised suspicions in him. Just weeks ago, it had been classified as excellent. Now, it had skyrocketed to rare status in such a short span. This rate of evolution was astounding, perhaps even surpassing that of players. Therefore, let me speculate. There must be an undisclosed secret within the realm of corruption, a mystery that enables marine life to grow at such an accelerated pace. As Ye Lin pondered, the corrupted humpback whale suddenly broke free from Xiaohei's grasp, charging directly toward the mobile base. As the whale drew nearer, Ye Lin beheld its full form, at least 20 meters in length. What an exaggerated physique it is. However, this time, feel free to collide as you wish. He stood before the railing, arms crossed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The rare mobile base was indeed formidable, rendering this creature insignificant in comparison. The mutated humpback whale was large, yet before the mobile base, it appeared no more substantial than a child. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air, followed by a slight tremor in the mobile base. It was the mutated humpback whale that had crashed into it. Ye Lin's smile broadened as he glanced at the base's durability, which had only decreased by a few points. He then turned to the creature, his expression teasing as he remarked, "Is this all you've got? I expected more from you, my dear brother." The rare mobile base boasted a remarkable durability of 5,000 points. Such a collision had merely cost a handful of points, truly insignificant. He chose to disregard it entirely. Roar! The taunts from the humans above ignited a ferocity within the mutated humpback whale. Its gaze turned savage and bloodthirsty, compelling it to ram the base with reckless abandon. Bang! Bang, bang! Once, twice, thrice. Despite enduring such relentless assaults, the mobile base remained unscathed, with its durability only diminishing by a few hundred points. In contrast, the mutated humpback whale appeared somewhat dazed. Ye Lin observed this scene intently, swiftly brandishing his blade. Triple slash, seizing the opportunity to strike while it faltered. Xiaohei and Xiaobai also took their chance to attack. With a swift thrust, the first strike landed, immediately followed by the second and third. Only after executing the full sequence of the triple slash did Ye Lin momentarily pause. For now, Xiaohei and Xiaobai unleashed their assaults. A compressed stream of water surged into the creature's wound, piercing through to the other side. Xiaobai attacked from a similar angle, its claws as sharp as tempered iron, slashing down, then flapping its wings to tear viciously. With a swift thrust, in the wake of their combined assault, they severed a substantial portion of the mutated humpback whale's head, leaving it bloodied and battered. Roar! With a substantial part of its head missing, the mutated humpback whale emitted a mournful cry before its vitality began to wane. Not long after, it succumbed entirely. Phew! At last it was resolved. Disassemble. Ye Lin exhaled in relief as he proceeded to dismantle the corpse of the mutated humpback whale beneath his feet. Notification. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 magic crystals and 10 pieces of mutated flesh. How stingy. Such a grand creature left behind only this meager bounty. He shook his head in disbelief, somewhat accustomed to such outcomes. Then, he commenced the extermination of other mutated beings. Time gradually passed. 6 hours later, the tide of mutated creatures had come to an end. The mutated beings of the sea began to reseed. The crimson aura upon the water dissipated in tandem, leaving only the lingering scent of blood. After the battle concluded, Ye Lin did not rest immediately. He still needed to dismantle the corpses of the mutated creatures. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, some corpses have already sunk to the seabed. Thus, it took half an hour to essentially decompose all the carcasses of the mutated creatures. After completing the task, Ye Lin returned to the mobile base to tally his gains. In this gaming world, there is no concept of monsters dropping equipment upon defeat. It cannot be stated with certainty, but at least at this stage, the creatures have not yielded any drops. The decomposition of these mutated beings resulted solely in magic crystals and mutated flesh. Furthermore, creatures of inferior quality do not produce magic crystals upon decomposition. They only yield a meager amount of mutated flesh. Only those of the refined grade can yield 1 magic crystal, while the rare grade can produce 2. After a thorough inventory check, Ye Lin found he possessed 99 magic crystals and 865 units of mutated flesh. The magic crystals were scarce, barely numbering over 100, while the mutated flesh was rather abundant. What purpose does this substance serve? Ye Lin regarded the mutated flesh in his backpack with a hint of disdain. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to store it in the warehouse, along with the magic crystals. Later, during dinner, Xiao Tuan suddenly remarked, "Big brother, the blood flesh fruit seed we planted last time isn't growing properly. Tuan feels like it wants to consume me." "Huh? Really? Does it need me to grow?" Ye Lin was taken aback, having assumed the name was merely peculiar. After finishing their meal, Ye Lin took Xiao Tuan to the top of the castle. There, they found a pastoral scene filled with robustly growing plants. Chapter 59. The effects of enchanted flesh, a vibrant expanse of greenery. However, among it lies a peculiar plant that remains dormant in its seed state, showing no signs of sprouting. Bloodfruit seed. Status: necessary materials not applied. Unable to grow normally. Upon reading the prompt, Ye Lin thoughtfully stroked his chin. An idea sparked in his mind. Could it be? The warehouse is filled with so much enchanted flesh. It cannot be consumed anyway. Perhaps it could serve as a growth medium for the blood fruit. Who knows? After this filtration process, the resulting fruit might actually be edible. With this thought in mind, Ye Lin resolved to act. He waved his hand decisively and retrieved 100 portions of enchanted flesh from the warehouse, casting them near the bloodfruit seed. Before long, the prompt for the bloodfruit seed indeed changed, indicating that the material requirements for growth had been met. Seeing this, little Tuan hurried forward to tend to it. Ye Lin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "All right, it's getting late. You should rest soon." I know. I'll head to bed after I finish taking care of them." Hearing this, Ye Lin felt a bit helpless, but decided to let her be. He then found a suitable spot and began practicing his swordsmanship. Swish, swish. To elevate his swordsmanship level, perseverance was essential. Moreover, through the practice, he could gradually acclimatize himself to all the power within his body, becoming familiar with adapting to and ultimately mastering it. Before he knew it, a week had passed. The rankings, Mist Island and Silver Gold Mine Island had reset once more. A new round of competition was about to begin. As time progressed, particularly for players who had survived the onslaught of enchanted creatures, their strength was far from ordinary. There were hardly any common levels left. The weakest were exceptionally skilled. Naturally, Ye Lin was not idle either. He meticulously replicated various rare, mutated fruits and other items each day. Now, all of his attributes had reached their limits. Indeed, he had hit a level cap once more. Unless he found a rare upgrade stone, he would remain stagnant. Ye Lin rubbed his temples and opened his attribute panel for review. Name: Ye Lin. Level: Rare. Talent: Replication. Resilience. Title: Beast Master. Attributes: Strength 32, Agility 33, Constitution 38, Spirit 33. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship LV7, Sword Power 7, Strike Speed 7, /LV2, launches 3 consecutive forward slashing strikes, each with a maximum reach of 20 meters. Equipment: silver tang dao, silver set, helmet, armor, pants, cloak, gale boots, heavy rock set, ring, bracelet, necklace. Note: each point of rare level attributes is equivalent to double that of fine level. The personal panel had undergone some changes, albeit minor. All attribute points had reached 30, marking the rare level limit. In terms of skills, basic swordsmanship had improved by 1 level during this period. The trio of consecutive slashes remained utterly motionless, rendering advancement rather challenging. The most significant change lay in the equipment, adorned with 5 pieces of rare-grade gear: a silver tang dao, a silver helmet, silver armor, silver greaves, and a silver cloak. The enhancements brought forth by these rare-grade pieces were indeed substantial. As for the absence of upgraded footwear and accessories, it was merely due to the lack of superior items from the random blueprints. The unique skill of the gale boots proved invaluable during critical moments, while the heavy rock accessory, with its commendable skill traits and set bonuses, posed considerable difficulty in replacement. Regardless, on this particular day, Ye Lin had yet to procure a set of accessories that he desired. Either there were no additional bonuses within a set, or there were bonuses, but only singular items. It was rather disheartening, as if his luck had been entirely depleted. Upon reviewing his attributes, Ye Lin casually closed the panel. In truth, the most significant improvement during this period was not his own prowess, but rather the Wildman Legion under Ada. Each Wildman had reached an exquisite level, and their equipment was also quite commendable. While they certainly could not afford a complete set, exquisite sets were a tad costly. Equipping 100 Wildmen with complete sets would undoubtedly deplete Ye Lin's resources. Therefore, they made do with whatever they had. Duplication was not feasible. Opportunities were limited to a few each day and must be utilized to enhance one's own strength and that of Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Ada, and the team. Though their equipment might be somewhat lacking, their combat effectiveness was not to be underestimated. It could be said that even without Ada's direct involvement, the Wildman Legion could still dominate on Fog Island and Gold and Silver Mine Island. In the rankings, Ye Lin remained first in the region and third globally, unwavering in his position. He possessed something substantial. Yet, with his current strength and resources, he could not surpass the top 2, Long Outyin and Zhao Hao. One could only imagine the magnitude of their innate talents. However, this mattered little to Ye Lin, as he was not particularly fixated on the notion of being first. With a slight shake of his head, he dismissed the thought and continued to focus on his own development. Subsequently, he dedicated half a day to seizing control of Fog Island No. 1 and Gold and Silver Mine Island No. 1. During this time, he also noticed a considerable increase in player strength. While the global rankings were uncertain in terms of the number of rare-grade players, he was aware of the regional standings. Apart from himself, Bai Chun and Song, she had attained rare-grade status this week. The remaining players were at least at the peak of excellence, with many reaching the pinnacle of exquisite levels. The most striking factor, however, was the drastic reduction in numbers. Following the tide of demonic creatures, the population had plummeted from over 5,000 to just above 3,000, and it continued to decline. It had only been a few weeks. The channel, initially boasting 10,000 participants, had dwindled to a mere few thousand, which was quite disheartening. Observing the displayed number of survivors in the channel, Ye Lin could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Life is resilient yet fragile. To survive and thrive, one must tirelessly strive for strength. With this thought, any lingering sense of complacency and lethargy within him vanished in an instant. The weight of pressure and urgency surged within him, not only bringing heaviness, but also instilling an undeniable impetus to move forward. With a swift motion, Ye Lin dispensed with any semblance of complacency. In the next instant, he drew forth a Tang Dao from his backpack and commenced his practice of swordsmanship. The foundational techniques were relatively simple to master, being merely rudimentary. However, the triple slash was an entirely different matter. It was a formidable skill, and progress within a short span was hardly discernible. As he honed his swordplay, he could not help but delve into contemplation. This should not be the case. The pace of advancement in the game world was astonishingly rapid. A skill as powerful as triple slash could not be elevated merely through practice, even over the course of 10 days to half a month. Was this a vicious cycle? It should not lead to a dead end. Could there be an undiscovered shortcut? As time elapsed, the creatures in the sea and on the island grew increasingly formidable. The mutated beings were no exception. Now, even rare-grade monsters were becoming commonplace. Yet, the rate at which players grew stronger seemed to lag behind that of the monsters. Where did the problem truly lie? Chapter 60. The sublimation of flesh and blood. Ye Lin was enveloped in a haze of confusion, which rendered him somewhat distracted during his sword training. Suddenly, Xiao Tuan came rushing over, holding something with palpable excitement. "Big brother, look at this." She raised the object triumphantly before Ye Lin's eyes. Mutated flesh fruit. Level: rare. Description: consuming it enhances 1's flesh and blood. Prolonged consumption can yield special effects. 020. Mutated fruit? No, this was not merely an ordinary variant. It possessed unique effects, akin to the previously encountered tough fish. After consuming a certain quantity, one would unlock a particular talent. "Well done, Tuan." Ye Lin exclaimed as he accepted the fruit, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hee. "I'm just glad to help big brother." With that, she turned and scampered off to attend to her own pursuits. Ye Lin, Mutated, immediately began to replicate the flesh fruit. Upon activating his talent, a moment later, he found himself in possession of a plethora of mutated flesh fruits, 30 in total. Each activation allowed for the replication of 5 fruits. With 6 opportunities, he had maximized his yield. Without hesitation, he picked one of the fruits and began to consume it. With a satisfying crunch, he swallowed, and the red juice burst forth. The flesh of the fruit, indeed, bore a resemblance to that of blood and meat. However, in truth, while the flesh fruit was nurtured with enchanted blood, it still belonged to the realm of fruit. The flavor was a delightful balance of sweet and sour, devoid of any hint of sanguinity. Soon, the first mutated flesh fruit was consumed. Ye Lin felt a fiery sensation coursing through his veins, not in a literal sense, but rather a warm, almost searing heat emanating from within. After a few moments, the intense warmth subsided, and his body returned to a state of tranquility. It seemed. His physical form had indeed been bolstered somewhat. Ye Lin clenched his fist, nodding in affirmation. The mutated flesh fruit undeniably enhanced his corporeal essence. However, the increase was rather modest, likely less than 30%. Perhaps it was due to the limited quantity consumed. With renewed determination, he continued to devour the second, then the third, and fourth, until he had consumed a total of 20. At this juncture, the sensation of heat within his body was unmistakably pronounced. It felt as if his very being had transformed into a furnace, incessantly refining his blood and flesh. The blood felt as though it were igniting. Pain, an excruciating agony, suddenly engulfed him, as if something were striving to break free from within. Crack! The sound resembled that of shackles shattering. In an instant, Ye Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Avigohating. After the discomfort, he realized his body was sticky and reeked of an unpleasant odor. Ugh! With that thought, he hurriedly made his way to the castle's bathroom. Splish splash. A few minutes later, cleansing himself of the filth that clung like mud, he stepped out feeling refreshed. Let me see what these special effects are all about. Ye Lin curiously opened his personal panel. To his surprise, he noticed new entries under the talent section. Talent: Copy, Resilience, Flesh Transcendence, Active Talent. Upon activation, releases all bodily constraints, significantly enhancing combat prowess for a duration of 10 minutes. Post-activation, the user experiences a state of weakness for 24 hours and must consume a substantial amount of blood fruit to maintain bodily vitality or face irreversible damage. What an elaborate description. After reading the information about this talent, Ye Lin found himself momentarily bewildered. It was indeed an active talent, and it appeared quite formidable. Why? Simply because of its extensive text. This talent was undeniably powerful, yet bore certain risks. If activated without sufficient blood fruit, it could inflict irreversible harm on the body. However, Ye Lin was not overly concerned, for his companion, Little Tuan, possessed a plant affinity talent. Each time he harvested, he was guaranteed to obtain its seeds, which explained the proliferation of his botanical endeavors. With his strength further augmented, Ye Lin resumed his swordsmanship practice. Swish, swish. Repeated drills allowed him to gain greater mastery over his physical abilities. Days swiftly passed. This week's maritime disaster was marked by a raging storm. The sea roared ominously, as if blades were slicing through the air. On the castle's uppermost level, Ye Lin stood with his eyes closed, unwavering against the howling wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fixating on the incoming gale, and brandished his silver dagger. Swish, swish. Each stroke cut against the wind. The pressure of slicing into the wind was immense, not merely a mental strain, but a physical one as well. Yet, with each strike, he began to sense something uniquely different. However, the feeling was faint, eluding his grasp. With a resigned shake of his head, he sheathed his dagger and ceased practice. Just as he was about to rest, a prompt appeared before him. Area alert. A wave of corrupted creatures is imminent. All players should prepare. Note: following this wave of corrupted beings, a sea city will emerge, containing unexpected treasures. A sea city? What could that possibly be? Ye Lin scratched his head in confusion as he read the information on the prompt. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. The crimson aura began to spread across the sea ahead, an omen of the approaching tide of corrupted creatures. It was imperative to prepare. Ye Lin instructed Ada to set aside his current tasks and summon the Wildling Legion. In no time, 100 equipped wildlings, exuding an impressive aura, assembled. Ada led them, stationed at the mobile base. With this arrangement, they would be far better equipped to confront the impending wave of corrupted creatures. Ye Lin nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Xiao He swiftly swam from the nearby waters, signaling that the tide of corrupted creatures was approaching. Ada understood the implication without needing any command from Ye Lin, and he promptly instructed the wildling army to ready their bows, aiming towards the expanse of the sea. Should any corrupted creatures appear, they would undoubtedly be turned into a sieve. The tide of corrupted creatures has arrived. A scarlet aura enveloped the waters ahead, as waves of corrupted beings surged toward the base. Hurrah! With a single command from Ada, the wildling army immediately unleashed a volley of arrows that had long been prepared. Thwack! Thwack! Each arrow struck true. The wildlings possessed a certain innate talent for hunting. With just a bit of instruction, they could adeptly wield spears and bows, improving through practical experience. As a flurry of arrows rained down, another wave followed suit. The wildling army continued to fire arrows in rapid succession. While the spectacle appeared grand, in reality, it was merely effective against lesser minions. Alas, the power of the arrows was insufficient against larger foes. Nevertheless, clearing out the lesser minions was a sufficient task. At this juncture, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also joined the fray, targeting only corrupted creatures of elite quality and above for their hunt. Chapter 61. Is rare level becoming commonplace? With the assistance of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the Wildman Legion found their task significantly eased. Their primary responsibility was merely to eliminate the minor adversaries. Subsequently, Ada and Xiao Tuan also made their move. Both of their strengths had been elevated to the rare level limit by Ye Lin, and each was equipped with a rare grade bow that offered additional enhancements. With their current prowess and the bows in hand, they were entirely capable of slaying rare-level demonic creatures. Thus, the 4 elite fighters engaged in relentless hunts for demonic beings of exceptional quality and above. Ye Lin, however, did not rush into action. With a furrowed brow, he meticulously observed the unfolding situation. This wave of demonic creatures was far more terrifying than the first. The most apparent aspect was the sheer increase in numbers, which had nearly doubled. The density was staggering, far more alarming than before, almost triggering his fear of crowded spaces. Moreover, there were numerous rare-level demonic entities among them. Enough of this. Let us engage. Ye Lin nodded slightly, his gaze grave as he extended his hand, summoning his silver Tang Dao. With a swift movement, he executed a triple slash. He stepped forward forcefully, his long blade transforming into a flash of cold light. His entire figure flickered past in an instant. The chilling gleam flashed forth. In the blink of an eye, a rare-level demonic creature had its head severed. Ye Lin maintained a calm demeanor. leveraging its corpse to propel himself into a second thrusting strike. Another rare-level demonic creature fell. Then, a third one perished, and so it went. As time flowed slowly, under Ye Lin's full offensive, he managed to suppress this wave of demonic creatures. However, complete annihilation was still far from reality. At this moment, his form resembled a silver flash, darting across the sea, the triple-slash skill uninterrupted throughout. This relentless effort, however, greatly drained his stamina. Thanks to enhancements from attributes and equipment, Ye Lin could execute the triple slash continuously for over 20 minutes before fatigue set in. Nevertheless, in such perilous circumstances, he was determined not to exhaust himself. The dangers were too great. Who could predict what might transpire in the next moment? He needed to conserve some energy for unforeseen events. After several minutes, following the slaying of another rare-level demonic creature, Ye Lin swiftly retrieved an item from his backpack. It was an exceptionally clear vial of water. He promptly uncorked it and took a small sip. This was the water of life, produced after the Seawater separator was upgraded to rare level. It not only healed injuries, but also replenished stamina, making it quite valuable. After taking a small sip, Ye Lin hastily secured the water of life once more. Such a precious item could not be squandered. If he mishandled it, it would be a tremendous loss. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he immediately resumed his hunt for the demonic beings. 6 hours later, the tide of demonic creatures receded. The battle seemed endless. No matter how many he dispatched, new waves of demonic beings would soon emerge to take their place. It was as if there was an endless supply of these corrupted creatures. Where could they possibly be emerging from? They resembled the Zerg, seemingly inexhaustible. Wait, the Zerg. Could it be that the land of corruption is continuously hatching or producing them? The thought of the Zerg immediately led Ye Lin to a multitude of connections. It is highly plausible that the corrupted beings, much like the Zerg, are being birthed from the land of corruption. This would explain the relentless and rapid emergence of these creatures. Nevertheless, now is not the time for such musings. It would be prudent to first disassemble all the corpses of these corrupted beings. Shaking his head, Ye Lin decided to refrain from overthinking and commence the swift disassembly of the bodies floating on the surface or sunk beneath the waves. A series of notifications promptly appeared. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired 2 magic crystals and 10 corrupted flesh. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained a magic crystal. Notification: congratulations. The sheer number of corrupted corpses was overwhelming. It took nearly an hour to completely dismantle them all. Just as Ye Lin lay on the mobile base, preparing to take a brief respite, the troublesome notification screen reappeared. Area notification: the tide of corrupted beings has been repelled. You have demonstrated your strength to the Sea City. Thus, the inhabitants have decided to permit your entry. Sea City is currently generating. Located at the center of the ocean. Please be patient. The primary information on the notification screen pertained to the aforementioned Sea City. Ye Lin was uncertain of what Sea City entailed, yet a sense of curiosity welled within him. Previously, the notification had hinted at unexpected treasures within Sea City. The inhabitants? They must possess intelligence, likely remnants of a prior civilization. Thus, as Ye Lin rested, he quietly awaited the emergence of Sea City. Several hours later, the notification finally reappeared. Area notification: Sea City has been fully generated. Players are encouraged to proceed to the Central Ocean Zone to explore. Caution: Sea City is not entirely safe. Players are advised to exercise restraint in their actions and speech, or risk being eliminated on the spot. Upon reading the notification, Ye Lin furrowed his brow slightly. After some contemplation, he decided to take a look. From the notification, it seemed that Sea City was not particularly dangerous, provided one adhered to the established rules. Consequently, Ye Lin maneuvered the mobile base towards the Central Ocean Zone. He was not alone. Other players who had seen the notification also made their way towards Sea City. Thus, after a while, mobile bases from all directions converged in the Central Ocean Zone. The sight that greeted all players was nothing short of astonishing. Sea City truly resembled a grand castle. Can you believe it? A magnificent city perched atop the ocean. Towering, Dark walls appeared to be forged from solid iron, soaring to a height of at least 100 meters. A veritable steel behemoth, not to mention the high-tech items and protective shields suspended in mid-air. This is truly a fusion of ancient and futuristic technology, unprecedented and unseen. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lin was left in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The other players stood transfixed, caught in a limbo of indecision, unable to advance or retreat, until a few audacious players approached the base, made their way to the city gate, and engaged in a brief conversation with the guards, after which they were granted passage. Observing that no danger had arisen from the encounter, Ye Lin too maneuvered the base forward. Upon reaching the city gate, he beheld the attributes of the guards stationed on either side. See City Guard, Level, Rare. Attributes: Strength 28, Agility 26, Constitution 27, Spirit 25. Skills: Basic Marksmanship LV 5. Description: Soldiers guarding the gates of Sea City, commonly found. A swift glance revealed to Ye Lin's astonishment that these Sea City guards were all of rare grade, and their attributes were remarkably high. Goodness, is Sea City truly this formidable? Chapter 62. The reinforced hall, even the guards stationed at the city gate exhibit remarkable prowess. One can only imagine the formidable strength of those in the upper echelons within. Are they of rare caliber? Or perhaps a perfection? Could they even ascend to the realm of the epic? As for levels beyond the epic, Ye Lin had not contemplated such heights, for the game system did not reveal the tiers beyond. Recovering from his astonishment, Ye Lin approached one of the guards to engage in conversation. Greetings. I wish to enter the city of Haicheng. The guard cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his expression impassive as he replied. Entry requires a fee of 100 shell coins. For outsiders, the fee is doubled. The notion that outsiders are subjected to a doubled entry fee suggested that Haicheng's attitude towards newcomers was less than hospitable, Ye Lin mused. He then inquired, very well, when might I pay this entry fee? As he spoke, he discreetly retrieved 100 shell coins and placed them into the guard's hand. The guard smiled with satisfaction and remarked, upon entering, take a left and proceed 100 meters. There you will find the payment hall. He added, by the way, given your understanding, allow me to advise you, do not park your mobile base haphazardly. It is best to use the designated area or the consequences could be dire. At this, Ye Lin's eyes brightened, internally exclaiming that his coin had not been given in vain. He then discreetly pressed another 100 shell coins into the guard's hand. Further inquiring, may I ask where the mobile base should be parked? Well done, the guard replied. After entering, turn right and walk 300 meters. There is a dock specifically managed for situations like yours. You seem reasonable enough. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out. As the saying goes, one is often beholden to those who extend kindness. Indeed, after slipping the guard coins twice, his demeanor had softened considerably. Evidently, navigating this world required an understanding of social nuances. After expressing his gratitude, Ye Lin hastily entered the gates of Haicheng. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by an air of civilization. The architecture, the roads, the pedestrians, and the vendors all represented a fusion of ancient and futuristic elements. One moment, he might glimpse an armored figure, only to be followed by an individual wielding advanced weaponry. The array of vendors was equally intricate and dazzling, overwhelming his senses. After a brief observation, Ye Lin set about his business. He turned left and made his way to pay the entry fee. Failure to do so would result in immediate ejection by the ever-watchful patrol guards. Having paid the 200 shell coins and received his entry permit, he proceeded to the dock as previously indicated by the guard. A corpulent, greasy middle-aged merchant greeted him with a smile. Ah, an outsider looking to dock a mobile base, I presume. Indeed, what must I do? Ye Lin nodded slightly. The merchant extended his hand, his voice tinged with cunning. Pay the fee. Docking for 1 hour costs 100 shell coins. Any excess paid is non-refundable. How much does the outsider intend to pay? Hearing this, Ye Lin couldn't help but smirk. Such audacity. To claim that excess payments would not be returned was quite brazen. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. He refrained from engaging in banter with the merchant before him. Promptly exchanging 600 shell coins, equivalent to 6 hours of docking time, and subsequently received a docking certificate. Without lingering any longer, he turned to depart. With the necessary documentation in hand, including the city entry permit and the docking proof, the guard would not impede these outsiders. Those who entered the city without paying the requisite fees or obtaining a docking certificate would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At best, they would endure a severe beating and be expelled. At worst, their possessions would be seized, and they would be slain and discarded into the sea to feed the fish. The sight of natives preying upon players was indeed a peculiar reversal of roles. Nevertheless, every guard in the coastal city was of rare caliber. Such regulations were not to be trifled with. Among the players, undoubtedly, some harbored a sense of recklessness, with so many individuals neglecting to settle their dues. Could it be imagined that all would escape unscathed? The outcome was all too predictable. In this coastal city, the rules could not simply be disregarded at will. Without the strength to defy the established order, one must adhere to the norms and conduct oneself discreetly. As he strolled through the marketplace, the cacophony of vendors peddling their wares filled the air. Curiosity piqued, Ye Lin glanced at this and that, though most offerings were rather unimpressive, with some even being fraudulent. Indeed, deception seemed a universal constant across worlds. The coastal city was expansive, replete with venues for dining, entertainment, and even establishments deemed unsuitable for minors. Hey there, handsome. Come play. Look at these legs and waist. Not $9.98 or $668, just $388, and you can take me home for a night of unbridled passion. The currency these women spoke of was shell coins. After a mere glance, Ye Lin withdrew his gaze. Primarily, he was not overly desperate regarding women. Moreover, he deemed that honing his swordsmanship would be a far better use of his energy, as enhancing his strength was far more appealing than fleeting pleasures. Most importantly, the overwhelming scent emanating from them was far too intense, as if they had been marinated in it. To say they had been with 100 men would be an understatement. Ever since acquiring the talent for fleshly transcendence, Ye Lin had developed an acute sensitivity to the sense of individuals, or rather, the essence within their flesh. Though faint, it was perceptible nonetheless. After steering clear of the unsuitable establishments, Ye Lin arrived at the Lord's Manor 2.5 hours later. This was the most opulent and imposing location in the coastal city. Even the guards here were of remarkable rarity. Lord's Manor guards, level, rare. Attributes, strength 35, agility 36. Constitution 37, spirit 35. Skills, basic swordsmanship LV 10. Description, powerful guards of the Lord. Please do not attempt to approach unless seeking demise. What an astonishing revelation. Level 10 in basic swordsmanship. This was the highest level of skill he had ever encountered. Upon witnessing the cold, menacing gaze of the guard, who appeared ready to strike at any moment, Ye Lin promptly turned to leave. What ist? If this fellow believed he could act with impunity, wielding his blade without consequence, it would spell disaster. Who would he turn to for justification? Beside the Lord's mansion stood a grand edifice, rivaling the opulence of the main building, yet devoid of any guards. Curiosity piqued, Ye Lin ventured inside. Just as he began to survey his surroundings, a prompt illuminated before him. Notification, congratulations. You are the first player to discover the Enhancement Hall. You have earned a complimentary opportunity. The Enhancement Hall features facilities for attribute allocation, equipment enhancement, and skill upgrades. Players are encouraged to explore at their leisure. Upon reading this announcement, Ye Lin felt invigorated. If it meant the potential to augment his strength, fatigue was the last thing on his mind. With renewed enthusiasm, he swiftly examined the facilities within the Enhancement Hall. Indeed, as the prompt had indicated, there were provisions for allocating attributes, elevating skill levels, and enhancing equipment. However, all of this was contingent upon possessing magical crystals. Chapter 63, Basic Swordsmanship Level 9. The magic crystal serves as the currency that underpins all of this. Various attributes can be enhanced through the expenditure of magic crystals, with the specific allocation rules outlined as follows. For the ordinary level, 1 magic crystal grants 1 point to any attribute. For the excellent level, 2 magic crystals yield 1 point to any attribute. For the fine level, For magic crystals, bestow 1 point to any attribute. For the rare level, 8 magic crystals provide 1 point to any attribute. The quantity of magic crystals required for subsequent levels follows this pattern. Upon reviewing these allocation rules, Ye Lin felt utterly bewildered. Isn't it enough, game system? Can you not be more exploitative? Defeating a fine-level mutated creature yields just 1 magic crystal upon disassembly. Yet you require 4 crystals to enhance a single attribute at the fine level? This is outrageous. Ye Lin shook his head, diverting his gaze from the attribute allocation facility and moving to another apparatus. Upon opening it, he discovered it was meant for upgrading skill levels. This revelation sparked his interest, and he immediately examined the upgrade cost for basic swordsmanship. To elevate basic swordsmanship from level 1 to level 2 requires 20 magic crystals. Level 3 necessitates 30 crystals. Level 4 requires 40 crystals, and the subsequent increments follow this pattern. Glancing at his basic swordsmanship, currently at level 7, he noted that ascending to level 8 demands 80 magic crystals. He was at a loss for words. Damn it. After toiling and laboring to slay mutated creatures, it turns out this enhancement haul is such a ripoff. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, he knew he had to upgrade. After all, hoarding magic crystals was of little use. It was far better to utilize them for enhancing his own capabilities. He possessed a total of 224 magic crystals. Not rushing to elevate basic swordsmanship, Ye Lin examined the upgrade requirements for another skill, triple slash. To advance from level 1 to level 2 of triple slash would require a staggering 200 magic crystals. What? This is outrageous. 200 crystals? Why don't you just go and rob someone? He fumed. He realized that the total number of magic crystals he possessed wasn't even sufficient to raise triple slash by 1 level. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Subsequently, Ye Lin shook his head and activated the equipment enhancement machine. After glancing at it, he promptly closed it again. Damn it, equipment enhancement is indeed the most costly aspect in all games. The enhancement prices vary with equipment levels, but the one constant is that each enhancement doubles the consumption for the next level. Furthermore, success is not guaranteed. Failure could result in a downgrade or, worse, an explosive failure during enhancement. Thus, Ye Lin took one last look before swiftly shutting it down. This was clearly beyond what he could handle at this stage. I shall focus on upgrading my skill levels, he resolved silently. He then returned quietly to the skill upgrading facility and clicked to upgrade basic swordsmanship. Prompt: do you wish to expend 80 magic crystals to elevate basic swordsmanship to level 8? Yes. Ye Lin did not hesitate and readily agreed. Subsequently, his skills began to improve. Before long, a flash of white light enveloped him, accompanied by a notification. Notification: congratulations! Your basic swordsmanship skill has successfully risen to level 8. Having leveled up, he was eager to continue. With a gentle tap of his finger, he received another prompt. Notification: would you like to consume 90 magic crystals to elevate your basic swordsmanship skill to level 9? Without a moment's thought, he confirmed. In the next instant, a flash of white light signified the completion of the upgrade. His basic swordsmanship skill reached level 9. However, he found himself short on magic crystals. Although there remained one free opportunity, Ye Lin chose not to utilize it just yet. A few dozen or 100 magic crystals, to be candid, was not an excessive amount. With perseverance and effort, he could easily amass the required resources. This free opportunity seemed to be limitless. Thus, he resolved to save it for a crucial moment. After enhancing his skills, Ye Lin was just about to exit the enhancement hall when several figures entered. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as familiar faces, by Chun and Songshi among them. What a coincidence! Ye Lin, do you know where this place is? Bai Chun inquired with a smile. Songshi nodded, a stiff smile gracing her lips, her icy demeanor easily overlooked. Ye Lin inclined his head slightly, shrugged, and casually replied, "Oh, this is the enhancement hall. As the name suggests, it allows players to enhance their strength. That's truly astonishing." Bai Chen's eyes gleamed as he adjusted his glasses, excitement evident in his voice. But what is the cost? He was no fool. The game system would not allow players to enhance their abilities without some form of payment. You need this, Ye Lin stated, producing a magic crystal effortlessly. So, is the magic crystal? Bai Chan seemed to piece together the implications, nodding without surprise. Observing his seemingly knowledgeable demeanor, Ye Lin curiously probed. Oh? What do you know? Well, it's not so much that I know anything definitive. It's merely my personal conjecture, Bai Chen replied, adjusting his glasses as he lowered his gaze slightly, his tone unremarkable. Enhancing strength in the hall requires magic crystals as currency. Magic crystals are obtained by hunting and dismantling corrupted creatures. Thus, the game system's objective is to push players against these corrupted beings. In doing so, players will be motivated to hunt them, suggesting that there lies an unspoken secret within. As Bai Chan spoke with increasing fervor, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Akin to a lovesick fool beholding an unparalleled beauty, Ye Lin instinctively took a couple of steps back. This individual seemed rather dangerous. Daring to speculate on the intentions of the game system, it was prudent to maintain some distance. Bai Chan, unaware of his subtle retreat, continued with enthusiasm. Ye Lin, join us. With your strength, you could undoubtedly uncover the truth of this world, and then we shall. I decline. What did you say? I refuse. With that, Ye Lin departed without a backward glance. As he observed his retreating figure, Bai Chan licked his lips, a glimmer of light flashing across his glasses, and he chose not to utter another word. Ye Lin's reputation as a lone wolf was not a recent development. His inability to recruit him did not come as a surprise. Songshi stepped aside and remarked casually, "That guy won't join. I can sense it. He is far too formidable. Wolves thrive in packs, while tigers walk alone." Bai Chan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Subsequently, the two began to examine the machinery within the enhancement hall. Outside, after exiting the enhancement hall, Ye Lin resumed his exploration of the coastal city. After all, he had paid for 6 hours, and less than 3 had elapsed. The greedy merchant would not refund his money. Time passed gradually. 6 hours later, Ye Lin had nearly exhausted his tour of the coastal city, gaining a general understanding of the surroundings. He then timed his departure accordingly. At the mobile base, Ye Lin gazed at the massive city gradually fading from view and murmured to himself, "With such a colossal city emerging, I wonder what even more terrifying entities lie ahead." Chapter 64. The magnificence of the flesh Ascension talent. With the emergence of the Sea City, the player's prowess has accelerated once more. Previously, they would shy away from the demonic creatures, evading them at all costs. Now, they charge headlong into battle upon sighting them. If encounters were scarce, they would actively seek out demonic beings to hunt not for any other reason, but for the precious demon crystals. Vanquishing a creature of the superior quality yields a demon crystal upon disassembling its remains, and the significance of such crystals is beyond question. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. Ye Lin's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the tide of demonic creatures advancing from the sea. This marked the third occurrence, with their numbers doubling since the last. A week has elapsed, yet his level remains stagnant at the rare tier. The reason is simple. Acquiring the upgrade stone for the rare tier has proven exceedingly arduous. Within the enhancement hall, one cannot elevate their level using demon crystals. Only upgrade stones can shatter the barriers of advancement. Fortunately, this wave of demonic creatures does not include any exceeding the rare tier. After careful observation, Ye Lin felt a modicum of relief. At this moment, the Wildman Legion had already assembled. Thanks to a week of development, their ranks had swelled to 200, all possessing superior quality. They unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the demonic horde. The arrows fell like rain, saturating a vast area, leaving the demonic creatures with little room to evade, forcing them to absorb the damage. The Wildman Legion's role is to clear the lesser foes, while the higher-tier combatants are needed for the oncoming challenges. Without needing any command from Ye Lin, Xiao He and Xiao Bai charged toward the elite tier and above demonic creatures. Ada and Xiao Tuan were equally engaged, wielding rare-tier bows to specifically eliminate the rare-tier demonic beings. Yet, despite their efforts, the tide of demonic creatures showed no signs of abating. It felt as though they were akin to a swarm of insects. Endlessly proliferating, Ye Lin's expression soured as he spat expletives. After vanquishing one batch of demonic entities, another wave emerged from the rear sea. At this rate, unless they could endure for 6 hours, the fight would never conclude. Half an hour passed, and the situation began to spiral out of control, relying solely on Xiao He. Xiao Bai Ida, Xiao Tuan Tuan, and the Wildman Legion, they were struggling to withstand the onslaught of demonic creatures. Witnessing this dire scenario, Ye Lin ceased his observations. He drew a silver Tang Dao from his backpack and plunged into the fray. With a 3-hit combo, a swift advance cut through the air. Splat! He instantly dispatched a rare tier limit demonic creature. Following this, he executed a second thrust with effortless grace. 20 meters away, a flash of silver light illuminated the battlefield. Splat! Another rare tier limit being lost its head at his hand. The Flesh Ascension talent, while an active ability, also passively enhanced Ye Lin's physique, significantly augmenting his strength. As it stands, he finds no equal among his peers of the rare tier. Indeed, with the activation of the Flesh Ascension, he may even contend with the beings of the elusive tier Splat. With a soft sound, glimmers of silver light flickered across the surface of the sea. Ye Lin's figure darted nimbly amidst the tide of mutated creatures. In that moment, he resembled a general traversing through a throng of soldiers, powerful, majestic, and invincible. Not a single mutated beast could withstand his might. Each flash of silver blade resulted in the severing of a creature's head. As time gradually slipped away, 6 hours had finally elapsed, and the tide of mutated creatures began to recede. With swift and decisive strikes, Ye Lin's silhouette materialized atop the mobile base. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the railing, gazing at the retreating horde of monsters, panting for breath. Exhausted, this time, he had fought relentlessly for over 5 hours without pause, without even a sip of life water. Yet, an inexhaustible vitality surged from within his flesh. It was unmistakably the result of his blood-flesh ascendancy talent. This talent was astonishingly powerful. Ye Lin murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement and exhilaration. The blood-flesh ascendancy was an active talent, yet even in its passive enhancement state, the effects were overwhelmingly potent. One could only wonder how terrifying it would be when fully unleashed, perhaps akin to summoning the grandmotherly, opening all 8 gates, or unleashing a kick that rivaled the Night Kai. The mere thought was daunting, and he was reluctant to wield it lightly. Although the side effects of blood-flesh ascendancy were not as severe as those of Night Kai, they were still significant. It must not be utilized except in critical moments of peril. After resting for a while, Ye Lin commenced the disassembly of the mutated creatures' corpses. This time, the number of bodies was substantial, and the quantity of magic crystals obtained would likely be several times greater than before. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired mutated flesh 2. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired magic crystal 1, mutated flesh 5. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired magic crystal 2, mutated flesh 10. Notification: congratulations. You have acquired. Following the disassembly, a series of material acquisition notifications rang out. An hour passed. The battlefield was thoroughly cleansed, with all mutated creature corpses meticulously dismantled. Ye Lin opened his backpack to tally his gains. 386 magic crystals and 3964 mutated flesh. This harvest was quite bountiful. With nearly 400 magic crystals and almost 4,000 units of mutated flesh, he no longer needed to worry about the materials for cultivating blood-flesh fruit seeds. Moreover, with the magic crystals in hand, it was certainly time to indulge in some spending. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction before turning to enter the castle for a refreshing bath. Subsequently, he maneuvered the base towards the central area of the coastal city. As the base navigated halfway through the ocean, the small figure of Tuan Tuan suddenly grew serious. Stating earnestly, "Big brother, Tuan Tuan has sensed the position of the shell vending machine." "Oh, where is it?" Not far ahead, there was a throng of individuals in contention. "So be cautious, dear brother." "All right, I understand." Ye Lin smiled as he affectionately patted the little one's head, signaling her not to worry. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a multitude of mobile bases emerged in the surrounding waters, each bustling with numerous individuals. This week heralded the introduction of a new feature, player merging. This implies that a collective of players can unite to form a guild, embarking on adventures together for survival. Clearly, the players in the vicinity were indeed small factions. This shell vending machine was my discovery first, so step aside. One shouted, "You fool! Who are you cursing at?" "I'm cursing you, you idiot. Dare to utter another word." "Idiot, idiot. What can I do by cursing you? Are you scared? Everyone come here. Let us teach this scoundrel a lesson. I'll reward anyone who takes him down with 1,000 shell coins." The leader of one faction, Red One, quickly ignited a fierce conflict between the two sides. It appeared that tempers were running high. Observing this scene, Ye Lin silently reflected. Perhaps he should intervene to cool their tempers later. Both factions consisted of dozens of individuals, and the skirmish was soon brought to an abrupt halt. Realizing that neither side could gain the upper hand, a stalemate ensued. At that moment, an untimely voice broke through the tension. "Everyone, you must be weary from fighting. Why not take a breather and entrust this matter to me?" Chapter 65, Basic Skill Advancement Card, Task Triggered. As the words fell, the two small factions immediately fell silent. After a moment of bewilderment, they turned to look. The leader of the Crimson faction began to curse vehemently. "Who do you think you are to compete with me?" The head of the other faction, upon recognizing the newcomer, suddenly shrank back in fear. "Why you, esteemed one? This item is yours. I shall take my leave." With that, he swiftly maneuvered his mobile base, hastily departing with his comrades. Soon, they vanished from the expanse of the sea. "Did you just insult me?" Ye Lin inwitted, retrieving the bow, an arrow from behind the small group, and slowly drawing it back. "I pride myself on my manners, so please express your gratitude." At that moment, the leader of the Crimson faction completely regained his composure, having recognized the individual before him. Instantly, he forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "And master, why didn't he mean it? Thank you." Whoosh! As soon as his words of thanks escaped his lips, an arrow was loosed. Thud! A rare grade arrow was not something a mere refined grade could evade. Consequently, what happened next was rather predictable. The arrow pierced through his skull, his eyes widening in shock as his body slumped to the ground. Until the very end, he remained perplexed about why his gratitude had not spared him. After dispatching the man, Ye Lin expressionlessly returned the bow to the small group, stating coolly, "You're welcome. As a token of my goodwill, I shall send you off to rest. Indeed, I am truly benevolent." The remaining members of the Crimson faction were handed over to Ada. Upon hearing this, Ada bellowed for his wild men to draw their bows and shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows descended upon the remaining members. "No, please. Spare me. Ah." Thud, thud. The wails ceased after a while. Hundreds of arrows had turned those few dozen players into mere pincushions. Once the deed was done, Ye Lin piloted the base forward, gazing at the multitude of corpses. He fell silent for a moment before unable to suppress his thoughts as he dismantled their remains. Unbeknownst to me, I have become this cold-blooded. I must be in the right, yes? Indeed, I am certainly justified. The fault lies with them. Ye Lin continuously sought excuses and rationale for his actions. He did not relish killing, nor did he possess any interest in it. Therefore, after taking so many lives, he found himself reflecting on the weight of his actions. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, after breaking down the player's possessions, Ye Lin turned his attention to the shell vending machine. This was the true purpose of his visit. His heart raced and his hands trembled. "Let there be a rare grade upgrade stone, please. Just one." He opened the vending machine and slowly scrolled down. No upgrade stones appeared. Ye Lin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The prospect of upgrading would have to be postponed. However, he was not without gains. Basic Skill Advancement Card, Description, can be used in the Enhancement Hall to upgrade max-level basic skills to master-level skills. Price 10,000 shell coins. A skill advancement card? Master-level skills? It appears to be another new item. Ye Lin, intrigued, decided to spend 10,000 shell coins to acquire it. Upon obtaining the Basic Skill Advancement Card, he immediately copied it. After all, this item was worth a significant amount, surely a valuable asset. The remaining items in the vending machine were of little interest. Everyday necessities, ingredients, and seasonings were unnecessary to purchase here. He had seen these items at the marketplace in Sea City before, and they were considerably cheaper. Indeed, They were more affordable than those sold in the shell vending machine. Ultimately, he exchanged some materials for 5,000 shell coins and departed. In the heart of the sea city, Ye Lin returned once more. Navigating with ease, he struck up a conversation with the guard. After some idle chatter, he discreetly slipped the guard a few shell coins. The guard's smile broadened, and he babbled a stream of incomprehensible words. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Alert! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Personal guard considers you a good friend and wishes to entrust you with the task of locating an item to deliver to the guard John at the Lord's Manor. Yours, brother. Quest requirements. Basic skill advancement card 1. Condition met. Quest reward. Rare upgrade stone 1. Given by John. A hidden quest has been triggered? Splendid. This money has not been wasted. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the quest notification, Ye Lin felt a surge of excitement, especially regarding that reward, the rare upgrade stone. This was precisely what he needed. He must obtain it. After bidding farewell to Ye Lin hastened into Sea City. First, he paid the entrance fee. Next, he proceeded to the dock to pay the docking fee to the corpulent merchant for his mobile base. Truly, a cycle of earning and spending. Each entry into the city and docking required payment. Finally, he eagerly made his way toward the central area, the Lord's Manor. Arriving at the Lord's Manor, he was once again struck by the opulence of the estate. Ye Lin could not help but feel a twinge of envy, pondering that he too would someday reside in such grandeur. The manor was encircled by towering walls, their craftsmanship even more elaborate than those of Sea City. At the entrance stood 2 squads of soldiers, all rare level guards. Just as Ye Lin intended to inquire, he was met with crossed weapons from the 2 guards. Who goes there? Bold intruder, this is not a place for you. The 2 guards, their gazes icy, exuded an air of menace. Should the individual fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, they would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. Do not be alarmed. Gentlemen, please remain calm. I have come in search of John, sent by his brother, Joel. Please relay this message. Ye Lin raised his hands above his head, displaying an amiable smile, and hastily explained. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards of the Lord's estate momentarily paused, exchanging glances. After a brief contemplation, they retracted their crossed weapons and subdued the hostility that had emanated from their presence. Yet, they maintained a demeanor that was cold and unwelcoming, stating indifferently, Captain John, outsider, please wait here. With that, one of the guards turned and entered the walls of the city. Goodness, a captain, you say? I never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary guard from Haicheng would possess such a background. Curse you, Joel, with your bushy eyebrows and bright eyes. I had thought you a brother. Ye Lin couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This expenditure is truly worth every coin. Before long, the guard from the Lord's estate reemerged, accompanied by a towering and robust figure, exuding an aura of formidable pressure. Ye Lin's expression shifted slightly. This individual could be regarded as the strongest he had ever encountered. Name, John. Level, Rare. Chapter 66. Rare level name, John. Talent, Extraordinary Physique. Level, Rare. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 40, Constitution 40, Spirit 40. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV 10, Basic Marksmanship LV 10, Leap/LV 5. Description, possessing an extraordinary talent and formidable power. He has reached the pinnacle of the rare level, merely a step away from achieving the perfect level. Lo and behold, this attribute template is undeniably that of an elite creature. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a boss. Goodness, 3 skills, I envy him to the core. Such a wealthy individual. Though I may grumble inwardly, I must maintain an outward demeanor of respect. Ye Lin wore a smile filled with warmth. It is crucial to adopt a humble posture in the presence of the strong, for it is not a loss of dignity. Are you the outsider seeking me? Did you send you? John inquired directly, his expression stern. Indeed, you mentioned you would require this, Ye Lin replied, retrieving a basic skill advancement card from his backpack. Upon seeing the item, John's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, a skill advancement card? Excellent, just what I need. In that case, this is for you. He accepted the skill advancement card Ye Lin offered and subsequently tossed something toward him. Ye Lin caught it and examined it closely. Stone of Upgrade. level, rare, description, can elevate a level to rare, provided that all attributes have reached their limits. Accompanied by the system notification sound. Notification, congratulations, you have completed the task. You have gained a small amount of favor from John. You have gained a significant amount of favor from your. Favor, indeed. Ye Lin pondered silently. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Since the stone of upgrade was in hand, it was imperative to elevate his level to rare. After bidding John a friendly farewell, Ye Lin proceeded to the enhancement hall. He activated the skill upgrade facility. Notification. Do you wish to consume 100 magic crystals to elevate basic knife technique to LV10? Yes. Without hesitation, he agreed. With a wave of his hand, 100 magic crystals vanished from his backpack. Before long, a flash of white light illuminated the space. Skill enhancement was complete. Notification. Congratulations. Your basic knife technique has reached LV10. The basic knife technique has reached its maximum level. Would you like to advance this skill? Notification. Advancing this skill requires the consumption of basic skill advancement card 1. Consume the skill advancement card, Ye Lin declared. He had replicated several basic skill advancement cards, so it was only natural to utilize one now. Notification. The basic knife technique is currently advancing. Please wait. This time, the duration was slightly prolonged, around 10 minutes perhaps, before the skill advancement was completed. The basic knife technique evolved into Mastery of Knife Technique. Skill. Mastery of Knife Technique LV1. Knife Technique Power 22. Attack Speed 22. On the interface, the power and speed enhancements of the knife technique had significantly improved, though it seemed there were no drastic changes. However, this was not the case. Ye Lin discovered a plethora of memories regarding swordsmanship swirling in his mind. To put it simply, he found himself wielding the blade with greater flair and finesse. Subsequently, he upgraded his skill, Triple Slash, to the next level. Elevating it from LV2 to LV3 required the expenditure of 300 magic crystals. Skill, Triple Slash LV3. Execute 3 consecutive forward slashes, with each slash reaching a maximum distance of 30 meters. The enhancement of Triple Slash was visibly remarkable. Each forward slash now extended to 30 meters. Satisfied, Ye Lin nodded approvingly before striding out of the enhancement hall. This time, he refrained from meandering through the coastal city and instead eagerly returned to the mobile base. He then produced a rare-grade upgrade stone and initiated the duplication process. With a mere thought, he utilized his innate talent, transforming the singular rare-grade upgrade stone into multiple pieces. He distributed one to each of his companions, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, Ada, and Tuan Tuan. Finally, he crushed the remaining upgrade stone in his hand. Crack! The shards of the upgrade stone disintegrated into motes of light, which penetrated Ye Lin's body. In a daze, he once again heard the familiar sound of breaking chains. Crack! Accompanying this were waves of warmth, a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through him. Crack! Minutes later, this feeling began to fade. Crunch! Crunch! Ye Lin slowly opened his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he felt a continuous surge of power within him, filling his heart with joy. He promptly accessed his personal panel to check his status. Name, Ye Lin. Title, Beastmaster. Talent, Duplication Resilience. Flesh and Blood Transcendence. Level, Rare. Attributes, Strength 32, Agility 33, Constitution 38, Spirit 33. Skills, Sword Mastery LV1, Triple Slash LV3. Equipment, Silver Tang Dao, Silver Set, Helmet, Armor. Pants, Cloak, Gale Boots, Heavy Rock Set, Ring, Bracelet, Necklace. Description, each attribute point at the rare level is equivalent to double that of the uncommon level. On the panel, his attributes appeared unchanged at first glance. However, the reality was that upon elevating to the rare level, everything had transformed significantly. Coupled with the enhancement of his skills, his power had surged immensely. His equipment remained unchanged, exhibiting no alterations. After reviewing his attributes, Ye Lin casually dismissed the panel. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was growing late. At this moment, Xiao He Xiao, Bai Ada, and Tuan Tuan had all ascended to the rare level. These companions were instrumental in augmenting his own strength. Following this, Ye Lin and Tuan Tuan busied themselves with preparing dinner. Xiao He and Xiao Bai required no oversight, venturing out to forage when hunger struck. Ada and the wild man army under his command were similarly self-sufficient, demanding not an ounce of his concern. This, indeed, exemplified the essence of mature companions. After satisfying their hunger, night enveloped the world, and a tapestry of stars twinkled in the vast sky above. This can be considered one of the few picturesque scenes upon the vast ocean. Night falls, and both Ye Lin and Xiao Tuan Tuan remain awake. One diligently practices swordsmanship, familiarizing himself with the strength of his body, while the other flits through the fields, tending to the plants. Everything appears to be progressing in a positive direction, and Ye Lin quietly nods to himself, contemplating that better days are surely ahead. The night passes in silence. Upon rising the next day, they resume their busy activities. Ada leads the Wild Man Brigade to Mist Island and Gold and Silver Mine Island to extract resources. Xiao Tuan Tuan continues to nurture the plants, and Ye Lin engages in further sword training. The mobile base autonomously patrols. Xiao He and Xiao Bai scour the surroundings for demonic creatures to hunt. After a successful kill, Ye Lin approaches to dismantle the carcass, obtaining demonic crystals and flesh infused with dark magic. Simultaneously, he ponders the upgrades for the mobile base and various facilities. Several materials remain elusive, as no one has encountered them thus far. For instance, the underwater driftwood and deep-sea blue or seem to exist in a realm beyond reach. Despite Ye Lin's exhaustive search and inquiries, not a trace has been found. Reluctantly, he must set aside thoughts of upgrading the mobile base and its assorted facilities to devote himself to rigorous sword practice and the acquisition of demonic crystals through the vanquishing of dark creatures. Chapter 67. Discovering the Abyssal Blue, or A New Week has dawned. This week's maritime disaster, a medium-sized calamity caused by a whirlpool. Ye Lin cast a glance at the report of this week's misfortune, and a grave expression settled upon his face. The devastation wrought by a medium-sized disaster is immensely formidable, far surpassing that of a minor catastrophe. Even his mobile base would struggle to endure such a crisis for any extended period. As time progresses, the terror of maritime disasters will undoubtedly escalate. Thus, enhancing the capabilities of the mobile base has become an urgent necessity. Unfortunately, procuring the required materials proves to be a daunting task. Just as Ye Lin found himself at a loss, a notification from the game system abruptly appeared. Area alert. Players in this region have successfully repelled 3 waves of corrupted creatures. The Dominator battle is now officially underway. Phase 1 of the Dominator battle. Players are requested to venture to the Abyssal Corrupted Zone and eliminate the Corrupted Flesh Mountain. Notice, underwater resources are being refreshed. Underwater resources are now generating. Refresh complete. Underwater resources have been generated, including driftwood and abyssal blue, which can be mined in the corrupted zone. Yet another significant version update. Phase 1 of the Dominator battle. Ye Lin pondered, realizing that this moment marks the true commencement of the game. The previous encounters were merely trivial skirmishes. Should he proceed? After some contemplation, he resolved to descend and investigate. Naturally, he could not embark on this venture alone. First, he must assemble his elite forces. Xiao Bai would be left behind. As a bird, it could manage short dives due to its elevated level, but venturing deep into the abyss would be folly. Therefore, Xiao Bai and Tuan Tuan would remain to safeguard the base. Xiao He and Ada would accompany me. Ye Lin issued his orders, preparing to mount Xiao He with Ada and plunge into the depths in search of the corrupted zone. Just as they were about to set off, Tuan Tuan mustered her courage and said, "Big brother, please take Tuan Tuan along. I can guide you in the water." Upon hearing this, Ye Lin paused momentarily. It did seem advantageous. Navigating such a vast expanse of ocean alone to locate the corrupted zone would be an arduous task. But would it be too perilous for a little girl like Tuan Tuan to accompany him? "Tuan Tuan, are you certain?" "Big brother, Tuan Tuan is certain." "Very well, then. Come aboard and hold on tight." "Yay." Upon receiving the joyful news that she could join, Tuan Tuan leaped up in delight and hurried over, swiftly climbing onto Xiao He's back. And thus they set forth. Once reaching the rare level, Xiaohei had grown to an impressive length of over 10 meters. Its broad back could comfortably accommodate several individuals. Moreover, it possessed the innate ability to manipulate water currents, allowing it to part the waters slightly, ensuring a more stable ride for Ye Lin and his companions. Tuan Tuan, can you sense which direction the corrupted zone lies? I'll give a try. With that, Tuan Tuan closed her eyes and began to attune herself to her surroundings. Ye Lin faintly perceived concentric waves radiating outward in all directions. This must be the innate talent of Tuan Tuan. A few minutes later, Tuan Tuan suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Big brother, Tuan Tuan has found it. Over there." Ye Lin followed the direction pointed by Tuan Tuan. "Well done, Tuan Tuan. Xiaohei, head that way." As he spoke, he patted Xiaohei's back, signaling it to change course. After an hour of vigorous swimming at full speed, the group finally arrived. Ahead of them lay the demonic realm, exuding a crimson aura. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he nodded in acknowledgement. "At last, we have found it. Let us venture inside." With that, he mounted Xiaohei and entered directly. Times have changed. With everyone at the rare level, even if they encountered something formidable within, they could still escape. This is what they call having great skill and courage. Upon traversing the outer layer of the crimson aura and stepping inside, Ye Lin noticed that the scarlet mist within was somewhat less dense than the last time. Previously, visibility extended only a few meters, but now he could barely see around him for a dozen meters. What exactly is this mountain of flesh? Surely, it cannot be a literal mountain of flesh. Suddenly, after a moment of movement, Ye Lin caught a glimpse of a flash of blue light. He quickly urged Xiaohei to approach. Upon nearing, he discovered a large, dark mass, with a sharp tip emitting a subtle blue glow. If one had poor eyesight, they might easily overlook it. Undersea blue, or level, rare, description, a mineral that has evolved due to the influence of demonic energy. It truly is undersea blue, or... After discerning the information about this item, Ye Lin promptly retrieved a silver pickaxe from his backpack and handed it to Ada. "Ada, go and excavate it. I will keep watch around us." Ada took the silver pickaxe without a moment's hesitation, leaping down to begin his laborious task. Clang, clang, clang. The undersea blue ore was encased in a layer of dark shell, producing a sound akin to iron when struck, and it was indeed quite resilient. Nevertheless, it could not withstand Ada's determined blows with the silver pickaxe. Clang! Before long, a crisp and melodious sound resonated as the undersea blue ore was unearthed. After several minutes of effort, the message appeared. "Notice, congratulations. You have obtained undersea blue ore X20. Phew, that's a relief. A whole batch yielding 20. If it had only produced one at a time, how long would that have taken?" Ye Lin turned to Tuan Tuan and asked, "Tuan Tuan, can you locate this type of mineral?" "Yes, big brother, as long as I remember its aura." With that, Tuan Tuan closed her eyes once more to sense her surroundings. This time, her perception was swift. In less than 3 seconds, she pointed in a direction and said, "Big brother, there are several minerals that emit the same aura. Let us go, Xiaohei." As Ada ascended, Ye Lin promptly patted the back of Little Black, signaling it to swim in that direction. A few minutes later, 3 identical ore deposits emerged before them. "Ada, proceed, continue mining," he instructed. Ada nodded and ascended with the silver pickaxe. Clink, clink, clink. After nearly 10 minutes of labor, a notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have obtained 20 deep-sea blue ores." Another notification followed. "You have acquired a total of 60 deep-sea blue ores." They were now ready to embark on the mining phase. With the small group assigned their roles, the little one was responsible for locating the ores while Ada took on the task of excavation. As for Ye Lin, he was tasked with maintaining vigilance over their surroundings, or rather, leisurely reclining on Little Black's back, reaping the rewards without effort. However, danger stealthily approached at that very moment. A gigantic anglerfish abruptly surged forth from the crimson mist, its cavernous maw wide open, poised to snap at Little Black. Given Little Black's size, it was naturally the most conspicuous. Yet in the presence of this anglerfish, Little Black's stature seemed utterly insignificant. Judging by size alone, the anglerfish could effortlessly sever Little Black in two with a single bite. Chapter 68. the enchanted lanternfish and the driftwood of the abyss, however. Strength cannot be solely measured by size. As the lanternfish lunged forward with its gaping maw, a high-velocity jet of water erupted from Xiaowi's mouth. With a splashing sound, it pierced straight through the lanternfish's mouth. The intense pain caused it to slow down momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Lin discerned its attributes. Enchanted lanternfish, level, rare. Attributes, strength 32, agility 31, constitution 40, spirit 30, description, an extraordinarily large enchanted lanternfish. Indeed, this creature was massive, measuring around 40 to 50 meters, exuding a formidable presence. Yet, Xiaowi was undaunted, boldly confronting the enchanted lanternfish head-on. Bolstered by the title of Beastmaster, Xiaowi pressed the attack against the creature. Bang! Boom! The tumultuous waves intensified as the two titans clashed, creating a whirlpool that threatened to upheave the very fabric of the enchanted realm. Size, while imposing, had its advantages: tough skin, abundant vitality, and rapid recovery. In summary, it was remarkably resilient, a testament to its 40-point constitution. After a grueling half-hour of combat, neither side had yielded. With more enchanted beings converging upon their location, Ye Lin resolved to take decisive action. Let us strike together and vanquish it. With that declaration, he drew forth a silver tang dao from his backpack and initiated a series of 3 swift slashes, charging forward. With a slicing sound, the blade met the tough hide of the lanternfish, barely managing to carve a few meters into its flesh. This was accomplished only due to Ye Lin's mastery of swordsmanship. Generally, rare-grade weapons struggle to penetrate the skin of rare-level monsters. Unbeknownst to him, the rare silver tang dao was beginning to falter. Its sharpness. Observing the situation, Ye Lin swiftly activated the intrinsic skill of the silver tang dao. In an instant, the blade gleamed with newfound sharpness, radiating a chilling light. Gravity! He then activated the characteristic skill of his heavy rock accessory. With a series of slashing strikes, he unleashed the remaining 2 segments of his assault. Empowered by multiple skills, these 2 strikes cleaved 2 gaping wounds approximately 10 meters in length into the enchanted lanternfish. The creature roared in agony, thrashing its colossal body in response. At that moment, Ade joined the fray. Equipped with rare-grade gear and bolstered by his title, he too inflicted damage upon the rare-level enchanted lanternfish. Meanwhile, little Tuan Tuan provided support from the rear, shooting arrows. Her talents were ill-suited for direct confrontation, and her lack of combat experience would only lead to unnecessary suffering if she engaged directly. Xiaowi was entangled with the enchanted lanternfish, while it flanked and attacked. Ultimately, the burden of inflicting damage rested upon Ye Lin. With each flash of the silver blade, a long gash appeared on the lanternfish's body, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The surrounding waters were stained a deep crimson. After a period of time, as the wounds on its body multiplied and deepened, the corrupted lanternfish suddenly descended into madness. Its gaping maw emitted a deafening roar. Soon after, the light atop its head grew increasingly bright. Initially, Ye Lin paid it no mind, continuing to wield his tang dao in attack. Yet, as the illumination intensified, it became so blinding that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. To his astonishment, this bulb possessed such utility. The radiance was so piercing that Ye Lin had to squint, shielding his eyes with his hand. In that fleeting moment, the corrupted lanternfish locked onto him, striking fiercely with its tail. The water surged violently, rushing back. Bang! Unable to see, Ye Lin was caught off guard and flung away by the tail. Even underwater, this strike was no trivial matter. He coughed up blood on the spot, feeling as though his very organs had been shaken. Fortunately, with his resilience and the enhancement of his blood vitality, he emerged without severe injury, suffering merely from some internal damage. Had an ordinary rare-tier individual been struck, they would likely have exploded into a fine mist of blood. Ye Lin grimaced, rubbing his aching chest. At that moment, the light emanating from the corrupted lanternfish began to diminish, the blinding sensation fading away. It was evident that such brilliance could not be sustained for long. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lin, despite the pain, grasped his silver tang dao and charged once more. With a swish, his figure transformed into a fleeting glimmer of cold light. Slicing, slicing. A series of 3 cuts were unleashed from his hands. The corrupted lanternfish had no chance to react, forced to endure the full brunt of the damage. Thus, after a span of 10 minutes, Ye Lin severed the head of the corrupted lanternfish, utterly exhausted himself. Being at the ocean's depths, where pressure was immense and breathing was impossible, the toll on his stamina was significantly greater than on land. Subsequently, he casually disassembled the corpse of the corrupted lanternfish. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained 4 magic crystals and 40 corrupted flesh. The magic crystals doubled? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow at the notification before quickly dismissing it from his mind. It bore little significance. The rare-tier corrupted creatures were somewhat challenging for him to slay. Expending such effort for a mere 4 magic crystals was hardly worth it. He would be better off hunting some rare-tier corrupted beings instead. The battle here had indeed attracted numerous corrupted creatures, including some rare-tier ones. Without Ye Lin's intervention, they were swiftly dispatched by Xiao Tuan, who shot them down effortlessly. Although she struggled against opponents of her own tier, she had no trouble punishing those of a lower rank. Following this, Ye Lin took a moment to rest while Xiao Tuan handled the minor foes. Xiao He was on the move, and Adele was mining. The group worked diligently and methodically. Hadn't they set out to eliminate the corrupted flesh mountain? Why could he not find it? Ye Lin scanned the corrupted territory, yet no sign of the flesh mountain appeared. Huh, what was that? Driftwood on the ocean floor. Beneath the waves, a towering and robust tree flourished, emanating a gentle luminescence that instantly distinguished it from ordinary flora. Ye Lin approached, intrigued, to examine the details of this remarkable specimen. Undersea driftwood, level, rare, description, grows beneath the sea, an exceptionally precious timber, renowned for its remarkable hardness and flexibility. Upon reading this, he promptly produced his silver axe and began to chop with fervor. The reason for not enlisting Ada as a laborer was due to the inability to extract blue or from the depths. Hence, to save time, Ye Lin resolved to take matters into his own hands. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired 20 undersea driftwood. 1 tree yielded 20 pieces of driftwood, a commendable haul. Subsequently, he allowed Xiao Tuan to sense the essence of this extraordinary tree. Thus began the arduous journey of gathering materials. Ding, 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 bang, bang, bang. In the realm of demonic transformation, the sounds of mining and tree felling resonated incessantly. The urgency of this endeavor stemmed from the limited resources within a single sea. If one did not seize the moment to gather as much as possible, they would soon find themselves in a situation of scarcity as players became aware. Chapter 69. The Special Building Crusher in the Blink of an Eye. 3 days have passed. The once desolate land of demonic transformation is now teeming with players, each vying fiercely for the submerged timber and azure minerals beneath the sea, engaging in battles that leave them battered and bruised. Drop it. I command you to relinquish it. Why should I? I discovered first. Huh. Does it truly matter who found it first? Here, strength reigns supreme. Don't let him escape. The resources are scarce and must be seized. Hurry over. There are numerous demonic creatures here. What the hell? Is that a rare one? I'm out of here. Players falter under the slightest adversity. When faced with opportunity, they flock like bees to honey. Yet at the first sign of danger, they scatter faster than rabbits. Ye Lin, observing from a distance, shook his head. He mounted his steed, the little black horse, and accompanied by Ada and Xiao Tuan, returned to the mobile base. Over the past few days, he had nearly gathered all the materials he required. The remainder he would leave to other players. He had no interest in monopolizing resources. Upon reaching the mobile base, Ye Lin began to take inventory of his materials. He set to work crafting semi-finished products and refining those that required the refinement furnace. This process was rather tedious and time-consuming. It took him the better part of half a day to gather all the materials necessary for upgrading his facilities. Subsequently, he began the upgrade process one by one. Workbench, refinement furnace, equipment crafting station, and so on, each producing a symphony of metallic clinks and clatters. The endeavor lasted approximately 2.5 hours, as the transition from rare to uncommon grade inevitably demanded considerable time. The next step involved preparing the semi-finished products required for the mobile base upgrade. The sounds of tinkering echoed again. After some time, Ye Lin murmured to himself, "The majority of materials and semi-finished products are in place. I only lack that elusive floating core. How on earth am I to acquire it?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Upon ascending to the uncommon grade, the system had granted him certain rewards. Naturally, he was the first person in this maritime domain to attain the uncommon level. At the time, he had scarcely paid attention to the system's notification. The rewards were akin to previous ones, merely with the item levels corresponding to his own. He received a crafting blueprint for a random uncommon weapon, a crafting blueprint for a random uncommon piece of equipment, a crafting blueprint for a random uncommon accessory, and lastly, an exclusive uncommon treasure chest, which would yield items based on current circumstances. He wondered if it might contain that elusive floating core. It was worth a try. Ye Lin retrieved the exclusive uncommon treasure chest from his inventory. With a swift motion, he initiated a replication. In the next moment, 5 additional chests appeared before him, totaling 6. With the level upgrade, the number of talents had increased to 1, and the replication count was also 1. After setting aside one of the treasure chests, Ye Lin opened the remaining 5. Crack, crack. A series of notifications followed suit. Congratulations on acquiring various materials, including semi-finished products and gold ingots, as well as unique facilities such as a crusher and a special agricultural farm. However, upon discovering that the coveted floating core had not materialized, Ye Lin felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he soon realized that he had unearthed 2 remarkable items. The special facility crusher is of rare grade, designed to disintegrate obsolete or damaged weapons, equipment, tools, and semi-finished products into raw materials. This contraption piqued Ye Lin's interest. As he progressed, low-tier equipment and items had become largely redundant, occupying space without purpose. Rather than discarding them, which felt wasteful, he could utilize the crusher to repurpose them into raw materials for further use. Without delay, Ye Lin entered the castle, selected a secluded chamber, and set the crusher down. With a thunderous roar, a large machine materialized before him, its creaking sounds echoing through the room. Towering nearly to the ceiling, it emitted steam and the rhythmic motion of gears, evoking a nostalgic aura reminiscent of the steam age. After admiring it for a moment, Ye Lin began to feed the crusher with his surplus weapons, equipment, and items. As the crusher roared to life, producing a deep rumbling sound, he turned his attention to another intriguing item, the special agricultural farm, also of rare grade. This farm not only facilitates crop cultivation, but also livestock raising, alleviating concerns regarding sustenance. The prerequisite of possessing a pastoral land was already fulfilled, making it all the more compelling to deploy. Ye Lin hurried to the uppermost level of the castle, adjacent to the pastoral land. With a sweeping gesture, he attempted to place the farm. In the next instant, although the farm itself did not materialize, a notification appeared. Moving base does not meet the level requirement. Please elevate the base to rare level. With a sigh, Ye Lin shook his head in bemusement, setting the matter aside. Just then, the survival manual in his possession vibrated. Upon inspection, he found that a message had been sent to him. By Chun inquired, "Are you interested in joining me to slay the mutated meat mountain?" Ye Lin raised an eyebrow at this message and replied, "Have you located the mutated meat mountain?" Shortly thereafter, Bai Chun responded, "Not yet, but I have some leads. Would you like to join?" Ye Lin pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, when shall we depart?" Bai Chun suggested, "How about we meet in Haiching tomorrow at noon?" Ye Lin, "Very well. Let us meet at the Sea City Enhancement Hall tomorrow noon." Bai Chun, "Sounds good." The demonized meat mountain is crucial for the first phase of the dominance battle. It must be vanquished. After searching for several days, Ye Lin has yet to discover the whereabouts of the demonized meat mountain. Rather than squander time alone, it would be wiser to accompany this individual to investigate. Night falls. Scattered stars twinkle against the darkened sky, casting their light upon the boundless ocean. After sharing dinner with Xiao Tuan, Ye Lin diligently practices his swordsmanship. Although reaching a proficient level makes significant improvement in a short span challenging, It is always beneficial to exercise more. Relying solely on the enhancement hall for skill advancement leaves him with a lingering sense of incompleteness. A night passes in silence. The next day arrives. In the morning, as the first rays of sunlight break through, Ye Lin awakens promptly. After washing up, preparing, and enjoying his meal, he directs his mobile base towards Sea City. Upon arrival at Sea City, Yule greets Ye Lin warmly, expressing gratitude for resolving the long-standing issue troubling his elder brother. "Ah, my friend, please take this token. With it, you shall have unrestricted access to Sea City, free from those tedious tax obligations." Chapter 70. Forming a team as he spoke, Ye handed over a palm-sized black token, inscribed with the characters for Sea City. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable, yet granted unrestricted access to Sea City, exempting one from taxes. "Thank you, my friend." Ye Lin expressed his gratitude as he accepted the token, waving in acknowledgement. He then proceeded into the city. It was still early, around 8 or 9 in the morning, and he had arrived somewhat ahead of schedule. Therefore, Chun was likely not yet present. As Ye Lin strolled down the main street past the city lord's mansion, a guard called out to halt him. "Halt! Lord John wishes to see you. Please accompany me." John? What would he possibly want? Ye Lin felt a tinge of confusion, yet he nodded and followed the guard into the city lord's mansion. After all, his rapport with John, albeit modest, was sufficient to prevent any drastic measures against him. It would be prudent to ascertain what this fellow desired. Before long, they arrived at a grand and imposing building. The guard instructed Ye Lin to wait outside while he went in to announce his presence. Shortly thereafter, John emerged. "You've arrived. What brings you here? Your strength has certainly increased considerably." "Well, it's acceptable," Ye Lin replied modestly, feeling the slight favor he had amassed begin to bear fruit. John engaged him in a few casual exchanges before getting to the crux of the matter. "The reason I summoned you is to inquire if you still possess the basic skill advancement card from our last encounter." "Yes, I do, but I no longer require the rare grade upgrade stones." "In that case, how about I offer you a perfect grade upgrade stone in exchange for 10 of your basic skill advancement cards? What do you think?" "What? A perfect grade upgrade stone? Wait, aren't you only at the rare grade? Where did you acquire a perfect grade upgrade stone? Do you think I'm easily deceived? Hold on. Could it be that his level?" "Name, John. Talent, remarkable physique. Title, City Lord's personal guard. Level, perfect. Attributes, strength 41, agility 41, constitution 41, spirit 42. Skills, mastery of swordsmanship LV2, basic marksmanship LV10, leap strike LV6. Description, due to his mastery in swordsmanship and exceptional talent, John garnered the favor of the higher echelons of the City Lord's mansion, ascending from squad leader in the guard to the City Lord's personal guard, attaining a perfect level. Goodness, not only has his power surged, but his rank has also elevated. Incredible. He must be the protagonist template. After a moment of astonishment, Ye Lin couldn't help but inwardly scoff at John's attributes. After a short while, John smiled and spoke again. "So, have you given it some thought?" "Absolutely." Ye Lin nodded, retrieving a set of skill card from his backpack and offering them as a gesture of sincerity. Should this individual harbor any greed and intend to renege on the deal, Ye Lin was prepared to accept the consequences, recognizing that this was John's domain. Nevertheless, he resolved that he would cease all dealings with the City Lord's mansion thereafter. Fortunately, John's character seemed akin to that of his brother. Yeah, he was indeed a robust man with strikingly thick brows and large eyes. Casually, he produced a stone of perfect grade enhancement, exchanging it for payment with effortless ease. Enhancement stone. Grade, perfect. Description, capable of breaking through the limitations of rare grade, thereby elevating the level to perfect. It was genuine. After discerning its authenticity, Ye Lin nodded with a smile. Since the transaction was complete, I shall take my leave now. Well, having conducted 2 pleasant transactions, you may consider yourself a friend of mine, John. Come, my friend, allow me to see you off. Huh? No need, no need. It's not far. Before long, the two exited the Lord's mansion and arrived at the main street. John halted his steps as well. Observing this scene, Ye Lin felt a slight sense of relief. Phew. I had feared this fellow might seize the opportunity under the pretext of seeing me off to make a move. After all his words, my friend, let me see you off, were somewhat suggestive. However, upon witnessing John pause for a moment before turning back to the mansion, Ye Lin shook his head slightly, brushing aside further thoughts. Regardless, the perfect grade enhancement stone was now in hand. The path to elevating to rare grade was now clear. Next, he meandered through the marketplace, occasionally purchasing seeds for various crops such as chili peppers, green onions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and assorted vegetables and fruits. It was not until close to noon that Ye Lin made his way to the enhancement hall. While upgrading his skills, he awaited the arrival of Bai Chun. After progressing his basic knife skills to mastery, the resources required for further enhancement matched those needed for the triple slash. After a series of clicks to upgrade, skill notifications appeared. Notification: congratulations! Your skill in knife mastery has been upgraded to LV4. Notification: congratulations! Your skill in triple slash has been upgraded to LV4. Both knife mastery and triple slash reached LV4, a fair distribution of advancement. He had nearly exhausted all the magic crystals he had accumulated during this period, returning to the sensation of having empty pockets. Well, it was somewhat disheartening. Just then, Bai Chun arrived, accompanied as before by Song Shi. It seemed these two had formed an alliance. Am I late? Bai Chun adjusted his glasses, smiling as he spoke. Not at all. I arrived early. Shall we set off now? Ye Lin casually replied. At that moment, the stern-faced Song Shi interjected. Wait a moment while I enhance my attributes and skills. With that, she approached the attribute enhancement machine and clicked a few times, then proceeded to the skill upgrade machine, performing similar actions. After her operations, the trio exited the enhancement hall. Not long after, they left the coastal city. The three maneuvered their mobile bays toward a specific direction. A few hours later, they halted upon a vast expanse of ocean. This is the spot. The traces of the mutated meat mountain should be beneath us. Bai Chun surveyed the surroundings, nodding solemnly as he spoke. It appeared he had observed something, leading him to express such certainty. His talent. Could it possibly be of a probing nature? Ye Lin pondered it. At that moment, Song Shi, with a sense of urgency, exclaimed, "Let us go. What are we waiting for? We must descend immediately." Bai Chun nodded in agreement, and just as they prepared to proceed, Ye Lin interjected, "Hold on. How long can we rely solely on our swimming skills? Xiaohei, come here." Upon uttering these words, the waves in the distance began to churn. As the commotion drew nearer, the group soon discerned the cause: a massive shark, measuring over a dozen meters in length. It was an extraordinarily rare creature. Song Shi, in a state of disbelief, exclaimed, "To think that you possess such a creature. It is hard to believe." She was well aware that both she and Bai Chun had barely reached the pinnacle of the rare tier. "Is this your pet?" "Indeed. Its name is Xiaohei. Let it guide us across," Ye Lin replied with a gentle pat on Xiaohei's head, smiling. Upon hearing this, Song Shi's previously composed demeanor shattered, revealing her profound dismay. "This is absurd. We are all part of the same cohort of players. It is one thing for you to surpass me, but now even your pet's level exceeds mine? Where's the justice in this?" Chapter 71. The Sovereign Awakens. Bai Chun gazed at Ye Lin with a smile, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Subsequently, the three of them ascended onto Xiaohei's back. With a whoosh, once they settled, Xiaohei surged forward, transforming into a streak of black as it sped away. Being a creature of the ocean, it was only natural that its speed surpassed that of humans underwater. Both Song Shi and Bai Chun were taken aback by Xiaohei's velocity. Song Shi was astonished by how fast it was, while Bai Chun felt a sense of relief, knowing that with such a swift steed, even if their journey encountered difficulties, their chances of escaping were significantly heightened. Half an hour later, the trio, riding Xiaohei, descended into the ocean's deepest depths. Strangely, there was no red mist emerging or enveloping the area, which puzzled Ye Lin as he scrutinized the surroundings. However, after a prolonged observation, he could not discern anything conclusive. "Bai Chun, are you certain the demonized Flesh Mountain is here?" "I'm 70% sure." Bai Chun adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Just take a look beneath you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ye Lin swam to the bottom. As he brushed aside the sediment, he was astonished to find a mass of crimson flesh pulsating beneath, almost as if it were alive. Is this the demonized Flesh Mountain? Yes and no. This is merely a part of the Flesh Mountain's essence, by Chin elucidated. Ye Lin was taken aback by this revelation, contemplating the enormity of what lay below. He instructed Xiao He to sweep away the sediment with its tail. Indeed, what met their eyes was a vast expanse of scarlet flesh, covering the ocean floor entirely. The undulating mass was enough to send chills down one's spine, eerily grotesque and terrifying. Should we take action? Song Shi, drawing a long sword from her backpack, aimed it at the crimson flesh and looked towards her companions for guidance. Let us refrain from alarming the beast. This is likely just a small portion of the demonized Flesh Mountain. We should continue our search, Bai Chun replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression grave. Ye Lin chose not to press further and followed Bai Chun in their quest. Before long, they indeed stumbled upon a cave. Entering, they descended deeper until they dropped at a 90-degree angle. Crack! With a thought, Ye Lin summoned his Silver Tang Dao and thrust it into the adjacent wall. His formidable physique easily supported such an action, and even by Chun and Song, she employed similar methods to decelerate their descent. Gradually, their speed diminished. Curiously, there was no seawater present in this underwater cavern. It was perplexing, for they were at the ocean floor, yet surrounded by dry earth. Could this be the depths of the crust? Ye Lin mused aloud. Bai Chun seemed to have made a discovery, nodding in agreement. It appears so. The deeper we go, the higher the temperature rises, indicating that we are nearing magma. Close to the Earth's core, look, there's a red glow. Song Shi pointed to the faint glow below, exclaiming, that red light is emanating from the molten lava. Gurgle, gurgle. As the three descended further, the sounds and heat of the lava became increasingly pronounced. The surrounding temperature rose, and the noise resembled water reaching a boil. What is that? Ye Lin exclaimed, his pupils contracting in shock as he glanced around. Below, amidst the lava, a mass of crimson flesh writhed incessantly, an utterly repulsive sight. Bang! As they drew nearer, the mass of scarlet flesh suddenly trembled violently, and then emerged from the molten rock. This was not merely a clump of flesh, but an entity. As the crimson mass continued to rise, more than half of its form surfaced from the lava, leaving the three in utter astonishment. Corrupted Flesh Mountain, Stage 1. Title: Overlord. Level: Perfect Attributes. Strength 50, Agility 45, Constitution 50, Spirit 50. Skills: Overlord skill system is undetectable. Player detection talents are effective. Description: even a Stage 1 initial Overlord possesses unparalleled terrifying strength. Proceed with caution, as a momentary lapse could lead to. Notice: the Overlord will grow over time. It must be thoroughly eliminated within a specific time frame, or it will advance to Stage 2 or even Stage 3. Of course, the reward will be even more substantial with each progression. By my Vort, is this truly the Overlord? Its power is extraordinarily overwhelming. At this stage, within this maritime expanse, Ye Lin stands alone as the sole player of rare caliber. A mere handful have attained the rare level, and only a select few have reached its pinnacle. Yet, the Overlord emerges at the perfect level, with strength, constitution, and spirit all at a staggering 50 points. How can anyone contend against this? Thankfully, its speed is only 45 points. It is not an entirely hopeless situation. Song Shi, however, appeared eager for the challenge. Glancing at Ye Lin, as if to inquire, what do you say? Shall we engage? Ye Lin's expression grew grave as he slowly nodded to the two. Just as Bai Chun and Song Shi anticipated an imminent confrontation, he uttered, the wind is fierce. Without a backward glance, he ascended rapidly, employing both hands and feet. Witnessing this, Bai Chun and Song Shi fell silent for a moment. Is he leaving? Just like that? They had expected an immediate clash. Bai Chun felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Ye Lin's full prowess. As for Song Shi, she was an unthinking warrior with a penchant for battle, always the first to charge into conflict. Soon, the trio burst forth from the underwater cavern, just as they climbed onto the back of the dark creature. Several tendrils of crimson flesh erupted from the ground below, surging toward them. Xiao He moved. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohei transformed into a shadow and darted away. The crimson tendrils pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, Xiaohei's speed in the water was commendable, allowing them to evade capture, maintaining a crucial distance. Gurgle, whoosh! Xiaohei broke through the ocean surface, leaping up near the moving base. The three individuals on the back swiftly ascended to their base. Upon returning, Ye Lin immediately took control, steering away from the vicinity. Just as they had traveled a mere 100 meters, those crimson tendrils erupted from the sea. Soon after, a mountain of flesh gradually emerged from the depths. Area alert. The dominant monstrous flesh mountain has awakened. All players are advised to prepare. The dominant has awakened. The dominant has awakened. The dominant. At that moment, even the luminous screen before them displayed warnings and red lights. It was evident that the threat posed by the dominant was exceedingly formidable. Even the game system deemed it necessary to issue warnings and flashing alerts. Listening to the alarms, Ye Lin felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, wishing he could simply evacuate with the base. After a while, they had managed to distance themselves from the dominant monstrous flesh mountain without encountering any peril. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the dominant's emergence had incited a mix of shock and excitement among the players in this maritime region. The regional chat channel became a cacophony of chaos. Oh my goodness, what is happening? How did the dominant emerge? The dominant has awakened. The game system has even begun to issue warnings. Goodness gracious, I have never witnessed the game system react in such a manner. This indirectly signifies the immense power of the dominant monstrous flesh mountain. Chapter 72. The rare longsword no matter, we shall see for ourselves. Where to look? The survival manual has just introduced a feature to view the coordinates of the Dominator. By clicking on it, one can discover the precise location of the Dominator, the corrupted flesh mountain. Wow, how convenient. I too wish to glimpse what the Dominator entails. Hold on. Are you all truly daring enough to venture there? What is there to fear? We are not engaging in a death struggle with the Dominator. We merely seek to observe the situation. If there are no benefits to be gained, we shall simply return. TSK, with your exceptional prowess, you would likely be obliterated by a mere aftershock from the Dominator. Fortune favors the bold. Do you not understand? The greater the tempest, the more valuable the catch. Is it possible that you're merely fish caught in the storm? I do not believe so. I am determined to go and see for myself. Very well, travel safely. I shall not be idly seeking trouble, wandering about. Coward, let us depart and gather at this coordinate. All right, no problem. On my way. The emergence and awakening of the Dominator ignited a frenzy in the regional chat channel. Some audacious players banded together, heading towards the coordinates of the corrupted flesh mountain. Others, however, exhibited a carefree attitude, adopting a mindset that the sky could fall, yet a tall person would bear it. Ultimately, a group of spectators remained, hoping to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. Ye Lin likely belonged to this category. He wished to slay the corrupted flesh mountain, for the rewards for such a feat were exceedingly generous, enough to make anyone envious. Yet, this was not the opportune moment. The corrupted flesh mountain S level was perfect, and a sweep of its crimson tentacles could easily annihilate a multitude of lower-level players. Nonetheless, those who have survived to this point possess some hidden cards. Allowing them to expend their resources first, then swooping in to claim the kills would be most advantageous, would it not? At the mobile base, a slight smile graced Ye Lin's lips, his expression rivaling that of the crooked-mouthed war god. This old sly fox, he had it all figured out. With the arrival of the Dominator, the number of corrupted creatures in the sea escalated, rivaling even the tide of corrupted beings from before. It was certain that these corrupted beings were under the control of the corrupted flesh mountain. Ye Lin maintained a careful distance from the Dominator, continuously harvesting corrupted creatures, collecting magic crystals and corrupted flesh. The following day, he opened a rare-level longsword blueprint from the exclusive treasure chest he had replicated. It appeared that the higher the level of weaponry blueprints, the more challenging they were to obtain. In the past 2 days, he had opened dozens of exclusive treasure chests, and only this single weapon crafting blueprint emerged. Fortunately, it was suitable for his use, Otherwise, he would indeed be exceedingly unfortunate. Golden Tang Sword Blueprint. Level. Rare. Description. Possessing this blueprint allows the crafting of an exceptional longsword with inherent attributes and traits. The blueprint can be reused 5 times. Crafting materials. Gold ingots 10, silver ingots 20, refined iron 30. Refined iron is derived from smelting iron ore. Iron ore is smelted into ingots, which are then refined into high-quality iron. A series of processes can be accomplished within the smelting furnace, and this intermediary step is unlocked once the furnace reaches the rare level. 10 units of iron ore yield 1 ingot, and 10 ingots produce 1 unit of refined iron. The same applies to other ores. These procedures can be somewhat tedious, requiring an hour to gather all the materials necessary for crafting a golden long knife. Subsequently, one approaches the equipment crafting table to forge this weapon. After laying out the blueprint, submitting the materials, and clicking confirm, the familiar sound of clanging resonates, echoing for a full 2 hours before finally ceasing. Thus, a rare-grade long knife was crafted in 2 hours. The crafting time for subsequent items is surely destined to increase. Nevertheless, the wait is worthwhile. Ye Lin's expression bore a hint of excitement as he eagerly picked up the long knife from the table. Golden Tang Knife. Level. Rare. Bonus. Strength 4. Trait. Golden Radiance. Durability. 50/50. Description. An exceptional long knife among rare-grade weapons. Although the additional attributes are rather standard, the trait skill possesses some intriguing qualities. The weapon's description was somewhat different this time. The trait skill is intriguing. The system's evaluation seems quite favorable. Unable to resist, Ye Lin swung the knife a few times. It felt just right. The grip and weight surpassed that of the Silver Tang knife. Next, he decided to test the trait skill. Golden Radiance. With a flicker of thought, the trait of the long knife was activated. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling golden glow enveloped the Golden Tang knife. Impressive. You may now call me Golden Flash. Triple slash. Ye Lin gazed at the long knife, radiating golden light, excitement shimmering in his eyes. He proceeded to execute the skill, Triple Slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, 3 beams of golden cold light emerged. In the blink of an eye, Ye Lin's figure vanished, only to reappear at the same spot a moment later, leaving behind a faint glimmer of golden radiance in the air. Remarkably, it did resemble a golden flash. The Golden Radiance trait not only looks splendid, but also enhances attack power and sharpness, particularly proving effective against mutated creatures, imparting a hint of magical damage. Ye Lin was quite satisfied with this. He continued to practice his swordsmanship, familiarizing himself with the Golden Tang knife. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time progressed to the 3rd day of the week. Players tirelessly surrounded the boss, the Mutated Flesh Mountain. The power of the Mutated Flesh Mountain was formidable, rendering most attacks ineffective. Therefore, the prospect of defeating the boss to claim exclusive rewards and the boss treasure chest seemed utterly impossible. Yet, some players remained undeterred in their persistence, perhaps believing in their good fortune, hoping to snag a lucky break. As time passed, the waters surrounding the boss, the Mutated Flesh Mountain, became filled with players. However, they dared not approach too closely. Those below the rare level would be swiftly annihilated by a single swipe of the crimson flesh appendage from the Mutated Flesh Mountain. They dared only to linger at a distance, launching feeble arrows and engaging in remote assaults. Perhaps it was due to the relative ease of the initial phase. Within a certain radius of the Dominator's corrupted Flesh Mountain, it refrained from attacking players, which could be deemed a minor flaw. Nonetheless, it posed little threat. The players' ranged attacks were akin to mere tickling for the corrupted Flesh Mountain, inflicting no significant damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, Ye Lin continued to hone his swordsmanship, vanquishing corrupted creatures to acquire magic crystals. He subsequently utilized these crystals to enhance his own power, occasionally observing the state of the Dominator's corrupted Flesh Mountain. It seemed unlikely that he could defeat this formidable foe in the first phase. One could only speculate how formidable the corrupted Flesh Mountain would become in the 2nd and even 3rd phases. Thus, he must rapidly strengthen himself. As time swiftly passed, night fell. After completing his sword training, Ye Lin seated himself upon the ground. He retrieved his exclusive treasure chest from his backpack and initiated the copying process. With a mere thought, he activated his talent, and the singular exclusive treasure chest before him instantaneously transformed into 6. Chapter 73. Mastery of Blade Technique LV6. 6 rare exclusive treasure chests. Ye Lin's eyes widened with excitement as he effortlessly opened 5 of them. A cascade of notification screens appeared. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired materials. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained gold ore. Notification: congratulations, you have received a semi-finished product. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired bloodfruit seeds X5. The last item brought a glimmer of excitement to Ye Lin's eyes. The bloodfruit was of rare quality, possessing the potential to yield mutated fruits that could enhance rare attributes upon consumption. The specific details were as follows. Bloodfruit seed. Level: rare. Description: this fruit can be regarded as the advanced version of the flesh fruit, requiring cultivation within the flesh fruit to survive. Take root and sprout, with a chance to produce mutated fruits. Note: the effects of bloodfruit and flesh fruit are fundamentally the same, so there's no need to worry about talent-related issues. After perusing the description, Ye Lin ascended to the pinnacle of the castle. He entrusted the bloodfruit seeds to the little round figure and explained the necessary steps for successful cultivation. Following this, he resumed the treasure chest opening segment. Duplicate. Today's secondary duplication was again employed on the exclusive treasure chests. Ye Lin was in urgent need of enhancing his strength. Without a doubt, duplicating the exclusive chest before him was the optimal choice. Not only could it yield weapon schematics, but it also had the potential to produce rare seeds. These were all excellent means to bolster his power. Crack! Crack! The 5 chests were simultaneously opened. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired the schematic for the burst step boots X1. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained materials. Notification: among the 5 chests, the first item opened seemed somewhat useful. Up until now, Ye Lin remained stubbornly in denial of his misfortune. Perhaps it was simply due to the fact that he had not washed his hands or face before opening the chest today. With that thought, he examined the schematic for the burst step boots. Burst step boot schematic. Level: rare. Description: a top-tier equipment among the rare level with additional attributes and special skills. Require materials: refined iron X10, special rubber X10, nylon fabric X10. The materials required were quite straightforward. After reviewing, Ye Lin promptly approached the equipment crafting station. He laid out the schematic, submitted the materials, and clicked to craft, performing the process seamlessly. The sound of clanging and clattering echoed. Ye Lin paid it no mind, instead pulling out a stack of schematics to duplicate. First, he attempted to duplicate random weapon schematics, then random equipment schematics, and finally random accessory schematics. After this flurry of activity, today's duplication opportunities had successfully decreased by 3. Regrettably, he still had not managed to unveil the desired equipment and accessories. Most were solitary items. Ye Lin yearned for a complete set, as the bonuses from a set were significantly greater than those from individual pieces. 2 hours later, the sound from the equipment crafting station ceased. In the next moment, a brand new pair of boots materialized before him. Explosive step boots. Level: rare. Bonus: speed 4. Trait: explosive step. Durability: 50/50. Description: an exceptional piece of equipment of rare grade, boasting conventional attribute enhancements and commendable trait skills. Upon reading the description, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, a commendable trait skill? It appears this piece of gear is quite impressive. According to the game system's evaluation, the explosive step trait can be compared to the golden radiance trait. Let me see just how remarkable it truly is. He swiftly donned the explosive step boots and activated the trait skill. Explosive step. Bang! With a dull thud, Ye Lin's figure instantaneously appeared 100 meters away. In less than 0.1 seconds. What does this even mean? 100 meters in 0.1 seconds. What difference is there from stopping time in the eyes of an ordinary person? Even Ye Lin himself was astounded. With a combination of explosive step and triple slash, could he not advance even further? I wonder if the effects can stack. With that thought, he resolved to test it out, simultaneously unleashing triple slash while employing explosive step. Whoosh! In an instant, Ye Lin's figure materialized 140 meters away. This was the maximum distance for a dash. Within this range, he could maneuver freely. Is it truly possible? However, the consumption seems rather excessive, doesn't it? After gauging the physical toll, Ye Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Using triple slash and explosive step at the same time would drain his stamina in no more than 30 uses, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Well, if the consumption is high, so be it. I can utilize the combination of triple slash and explosive step as a trump card. Ye Lin nodded, setting aside his concerns. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. After practicing his swordsmanship, Ye Lin took a shower and returned to his bedroom for rest. A night without incident. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Ye Lin awoke promptly, refreshed. After washing up and having breakfast, he resumed his sword practice, hunting demonic creatures to acquire magic crystals. A week passed in this manner. Believing he had accumulated a fair amount of resources, Ye Lin returned to the coastal city once more. Oh, my friend, you have finally returned. This time, we must enjoy a drink together. I know a splendid tavern. Shall we go this evening? Certainly, no problem, Mirror. Where shall we meet tonight? My friend, how about right here? In half a day, someone will come to relieve me. All right, I'll come find you at dusk. After exchanging a few pleasantries with you at the city gate and agreeing to meet for drinks that evening, Ye Lin entered the city, heading straight for the enhancement hall. It would be absurd not to utilize the magic crystals accumulated over a week's time. Skills? Let me elevate them with great fervor. Inside the enhancement hall, Ye Lin stood before the machine designed for skill enhancement. Upon opening the interface, he selected the skill of Blade Mastery and invested the corresponding magic crystals. A low hum resonated as the machine began to operate. After a brief moment, a flash of white light surged around him. Notification: congratulations! Your skill Blade Mastery has successfully upgraded to level LV5. The transition from level 4 to level 5 required 500 magic crystals, a consumption that left Ye Lin feeling a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, I have overestimated the capacity of my purse. With a slight shake of his head, he proceeded to enhance his Blade Mastery further. Notification: congratulations! Your skill Blade Mastery has successfully upgraded to level LV6. Skill: Blade Mastery LV6, Blade Power 32, Blade Speed 32. After reviewing the enhancements to his Blade Mastery, Ye Lin nodded with a hint of satisfaction. A 32 increase in both Blade Power and Speed is indeed substantial. Each level of Blade Mastery augments Blade Power and Speed by an additional 2. Now, it is time to focus on upgrading the triple slash. Ye Lin glanced at the magic crystals within his inventory, pondering. Merely upgrading Blade Mastery twice had cost him 1,100 magic crystals. Ascending from LV6 to LV7 would demand 700 more. That is excessive. Even if I were to upgrade Blade Mastery further, the increase would be minimal. It would be more prudent to distribute my resources evenly and elevate triple slash by 2 levels instead. Chapter 74. Triple slash LV6. The remaining magic crystals were nearly sufficient to elevate the triple slash by 2 levels. Ye Lin nodded, without further contemplation, and swiftly clicked twice. Notification: congratulations, your skill triple slash has successfully leveled up to LV5. Notification: congratulations, your skill triple slash has successfully leveled up to LV6. With the triple slash now at LV6, his stock of magic crystals was nearly depleted. This was quicker than a return to liberation overnight. Just a few clicks, and it took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Skill: triple slash allows for 3 consecutive forward slashes, each with a maximum charge distance of 60 meters. At LV6, the charge distance of a triple slash naturally reached 60 meters. Coupled with the explosive steps, this constituted a significant enhancement. After upgrading his skill, Ye Lin left the enhancement hall without looking back. His pockets were emptier than his face. Staying would only tempt him to dine further. Upon exiting the enhancement hall, Ye Lin meandered through the bustling Sea City. Unknowingly, he wandered near a tavern. Having been in Sea City for some time, it struck him that he had yet to savor the local cuisine. After pondering, he resolved to have his lunch there. Upon entering the tavern, he found it packed with patrons. It seemed this establishment enjoyed great success, which typically indicated delectable fare. After a considerable search, he finally found an empty table and ordered several signature dishes of the tavern. After a hearty meal, Ye Lin patted his stomach, nodded in satisfaction, and exited the tavern. The flavors were indeed delightful, and he would return for another taste when the opportunity arose. With his hunger sated, Ye Lin resumed his leisurely exploration. There was still ample time before his appointed meeting with Yor. Unconsciously, he found himself at the marketplace. The Sea City marketplace was a vibrant tapestry of humanity, teeming with all manner of individuals. While it was not devoid of treasures, such finds were rare. Most wares were of little merit. With an eye for hidden gems, Ye Lin began to browse slowly. After some time, he truly stumbled upon a treasure amidst an unremarkable carpet. Fragment of a treasure map, level, perfect, description, a piece of a perfect treasure map. When 30 pieces are gathered, they can be combined to form a complete treasure map. I knew it. How could I possibly be so unfortunate? Fortune has indeed smiled upon me. How is this item traded? A fixed price of 1,000 shell coins. 500. Take it or leave it. After some haggling, Ye Lin acquired it for 500 shell coins. Even though it was a fragment of a perfect treasure map, it seemed worthless. With just one fragment, how could one hope to locate a treasure? Such dreams. Thus, in the hands of others, it was merely a tasteless trinket, regrettably discarded. Only in Ye Lin's possession could it realize its true potential. 30 fragments of a perfect treasure map may be unattainable for others, but he had the ability to replicate them. He could simply copy one and then combine the pieces. The exquisite treasure map has finally come into view. After wandering for a while longer and realizing there was nothing of value left, Ye Lin turned towards the city gate as the time was drawing near. At the city gate, upon seeing Ye Lin arrive punctually, Yor greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, my friend, how wonderfully punctual you are. Let us proceed to the Rose Tavern. My dear brother has been waiting there for quite some time." "Your brother? John is also present?" Ye Lin expressed his surprise, having initially assumed it would be a simple gathering between the two of them. The fact that John was involved indicated that this meeting held greater significance. Yor nodded with a grin. "Indeed, there is something. Well, let us call it a good thing. My brother wishes to discuss a matter with you. Come, let us not linger." "All right." At this remark, Ye Lin felt a sense of assurance. A good thing, one hopes. The Rose Tavern, as Yor mentioned, was somewhat distant from the city gate. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, which was centrally located. Establishing a business here required a notable background. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was dimly lit, and the colorful array of beverages possessed an enchanting allure. "Isn't this reminiscent of the bars back on Blue Star?" Ye Lin remarked as he glanced around. Before long, the two settled beside John. Upon their arrival, John clapped his hands, summoning more drinks. "This is the tavern's signature beverage, the Rose Sprite. Here, my friend, do give it a taste." John pushed a glass of the crimson liquid towards him with a smile. Ye Lin accepted the offer without hesitation. Adhering to the adage of not refusing a friendly gesture, he reciprocated with a smile and a nod, saying, "Thank you." Lifting the glass, he took a gentle sip. After savoring it briefly, a subtle hint of rose lingered on his palate, causing his eyes to brighten in pleasant surprise. This Rose Sprite was indeed delightful. "How does it taste?" John inquired with a grin. "Quite delightful." Ye Lin nodded, speaking honestly. At that moment, Yor, filled with eagerness, swiftly downed his drink in one gulp. This is how one should truly enjoy it. John's brother's boldness took him by surprise, prompting him to cast a meaningful glance at Ye Lin before getting to the point. "Very well, I shall be direct. By a stroke of fortune, I have come into possession of a treasure map that conceals a perfect grade treasure. I have reservations about involving others, but Yor insists that you're a trustworthy friend. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us in seeking this treasure. The spoils will be divided according to the efforts contributed by each participant." With this statement, Ye Lin did not rush to respond. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask how far this treasure location is? And is it perilous?" If the distance were excessive, he would prefer not to make the journey. Likewise, if it posed significant danger, he would rather abstain, as it might prove to be a fruitless endeavor entirely unnecessary. Subsequently, John's words changed his perspective entirely. The distance was not great, merely a few hours would suffice. Should danger arise, I shall stand in the forefront. I, John, pledge to you in the name of knighthood that I will never abandon a friend to flee in perilous times. Furthermore, irrespective of your contributions on this journey, I shall bestow upon you certain rewards and usher you into the clandestine markets of the coastal city. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin was taken aback. His gaze fixated upon John as he sought to discern the truth within his expression. Could this man truly be a knight, a paragon of integrity? Observing John's serious demeanor, unwavering gaze, and resolute eyes, Ye Lin found himself believing in him to a considerable extent. A person's countenance can convey much. A liar is inevitably betrayed by their own fabrications. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. However, I do have one question. What exactly is this black market you just mentioned? The coastal city has its marketplaces. I have perused them myself. Yet this so-called black market that John spoke of was a novel concept to him. Could it possibly be something concealed in the shadows? Chapter 75. The Enchanted Saber-Toothed Tiger. The black market of Haicheng is a clandestine bazaar, accessible only to those deemed worthy, or perhaps only to the strong. Within its confines, one can find an array of valuable weapons, equipment, artifacts, skills, and even rare potions. John elaborated on the nature of this underground market, his expression growing increasingly grave, especially when he broached the topic of potions, a matter he treated with utmost seriousness. It was clear that these were no ordinary concoctions. What exactly are potions? Ye Lin inquired, his curiosity piqued. However, John merely shook his head, opting not to divulge further details. Potions are essential items that transcend the epic tier, even relating to the concept of sequences. At this point, his voice fell silent. Potions? Sequences? Beyond the epic tier? Sensing John's reluctance to elaborate, Ye Lin wisely refrained from pressing further, silently committing these terms to memory. The game system categorizes levels as follows: common, excellent, fine, rare, uncommon, perfect, and epic. Beyond that, there seemed to be no further tiers. Initially, Ye Lin had assumed that epic was the pinnacle of achievement. Yet, having just heard John mention tiers beyond epic potions and sequences, doubt began to creep in. Could it be that the game system intentionally conceals subsequent levels? Or is it truly beyond display? After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. He turned his gaze to John and inquired, "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow morning at 8. I and Yule will gather the city gate," John replied. "Just the three of us?" Ye Lin asked. Indeed, a larger group would only complicate matters. With their plans settled, the three shared a knowing smile, raised their glasses in a toast, and downed their drinks, as if preemptively celebrating their anticipated victory. After the revelry, the hour had grown late. Ye Lin declined John's suggestion to rest in Haicheng for the night. He felt an unsettling lack of security away from his mobile base. Upon returning to his base, he exchanged greetings with Xiao Tuanshuan before retreating to his room for the night. The night passed without incident, and soon it was dawn. Ye Lin awoke promptly, completed his morning routine, and shared breakfast with Xiao Tuanshuan. After their meal, they made their way to Haicheng. Upon arriving at the city gate, he spotted John and Yule, both ready and waiting. Not only had they arrived on time, but they were also early. Fortunately, Ye Lin was not late either. "My friend, you've arrived quite early," Yule remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "Isn't that the case for you as well?" Ye Lin replied with a smile and a nod. "Now that you're here, we shall set forth," John announced, whistling towards the sea in the distance. Before long, several seahorses emerged from the water. Remarkably, these seahorses resembled horses, albeit creatures that swim rather than trot upon land. They were specially bred mounts in Haicheng, designed to assist the guards on their maritime excursions. Despite its modest size, it possesses remarkable speed, and even the most adept swimmers might find it challenging to keep pace with it. John explained, pointing to several seahorses. Thus, Ye Lin nodded, feeling enlightened. Soon after, the three mounted a seahorse each and plunged into the vast ocean. During their journey, John occasionally consulted a map. As they ventured further from the coastal city, they encountered various marine creatures and magical beings, all swiftly dealt with by John. He showed little concern for the corpses, as they would yield scant monetary value. Without a game system, they could not be disassembled. Ye Lin trailed behind. Collecting the spoils, the gathered materials found their way into his backpack, amounting to an unexpected bounty. Without lifting a finger, he was able to procure sustenance, which was quite satisfactory. Hours slipped by, and the trio halted in an uncharted expanse of sea. John scanned the surroundings and then pulled out the map for reference. Following its guidance, he quickly discerned their destination. "This way," he exclaimed, urging his seahorse toward a specific direction, with Ye Lin and Joel in close pursuit. Gradually, a faint white mist enveloped them, obscuring the surrounding scenery. Upon emerging from the fog, they arrived at an unfamiliar isle. "This is the place," John declared, glancing at the map with a hint of delight. "I must say, dear brother, this island appears rather ordinary," Joel remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ignoring him, John continued to study the map, while Ye Lin patted Joel's shoulder, cautioning, "Let us tread carefully. After all, we have never been here before. Who knows what dangers lurk?" Joel nodded, his demeanor growing serious. Typically jovial, he recognized the need for vigilance in critical moments. Otherwise, they would surely find themselves in dire straits. The trio cautiously ventured deeper into the island. Silence enveloped them. Not a single creature stirred. No birds chirped nor insects buzzed. Such an eerie stillness could signify two possibilities. Either this was a dead island where life could not thrive, or a formidable presence resided here, deterring any living being from dwelling in its vicinity. Observing the lush trees and vibrant flora, Ye Lin surmised it was the latter. John and Joel had already drawn their shields and greatswords, their expressions grave as they scanned their surroundings. "Be alert. Something is charging from the thicket," John suddenly warned. Ye Lin's expression turned tense as he drew his dagger, bracing for confrontation. In a flash, a lightning-quick figure burst forth from the underbrush. Roar! It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the trio. The sound distorted the air momentarily. Ye Lin, fighting through the ringing in his ears, looked up to discern the creature before them. It was a colossal feline beast, measuring an impressive 10 meters in length. Enchanted saber-toothed tiger, level, perfect. Attributes, strength 45, agility 45, constitution 45, spirit 41, skill, enchanted roar, emits a deafening roar that may interrupt the opponent's skill casting. Description, a creature imbued with enchantment. Its attributes have been enhanced in all aspects, except for some mental instability. Approach with caution. It is evident that the recent roar was the skill enchanted roar. No wonder it was so piercing, causing great discomfort. As the roar subsided, the enchanted saber-toothed tiger lunged forward with alarming speed. Thunderous roars echoed as its massive form did not hinder its velocity, but rather endowed it with a terrifying force. Each step reverberated as if the very earth trembled beneath it. John disregarded the tremors beneath him, raising his shield, towering above him, and shouted, "I shall hold it off." You two seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin and you nodded in unison. Bang! The enchanted saber-toothed tiger was upon them in an instant, its claw crashing down upon the shield. The sheer force compelled John to brace himself, his body sinking slightly as he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, striving to remain standing. Observing that its first strike had not crushed this insignificant ant, the enchanted saber-toothed tiger roared in fury, delivering another ferocious swipe. Bang! Chapter 76, The Ascendance of Flesh and Blood. Show me your limits. With a resounding slap, John was sent sliding backward for several meters, shield in hand. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. "Beast, taste my blade," he bellowed, one hand bracing the shield while the other brandished his great sword. The shield, capable of withstanding the brutal blows of the enchanted saber-toothed tiger, was clearly no ordinary equipment. The great sword, shimmering with a silvery cold light, effortlessly sliced through the skin and muscle of the formidable beast. Crimson blood, rich and dark, gushed forth as if unrestrained. Despite John's swift retreat, he was splattered with a vivid red liquid, which only intensified his ferocity. The battle with the enchanted, saber-toothed tiger raged on. Both combatants grew more fervent with each exchange. Particularly the tiger, driven mad by its transformation, fought recklessly, its regenerative abilities astonishingly potent. If this relentless conflict continued, John's defeat was all but inevitable. There remained a significant disparity between his attributes and those of the enchanted beast. Coupled with the tiger's monstrous nature, its ferocity and recovery were unmatched by ordinary creatures. "Damnable monster, I shall fight you to the bitter end," bellowed Joel, charging forward with shield and sword in hand. With the backing of his brother, Joel had significantly enhanced his strength, rising from rare to uncommon tier. Yet, as he drew near, he was abruptly sent flying by the tiger's tail. Crack! The shield and armor shattered into fragments. A torrent of blood erupted from Joel's mouth as he was hurled against a massive rock, slowly sliding down, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Joel! Seeing his brother struck down, John's heart spiraled into chaos, leading to a series of mistakes in the ensuing battle. The initial vigor he had displayed dissipated, and he found himself overwhelmed by the enchanted tiger. This sequence unfolded with alarming swiftness, leaving Ye Lin no time to intervene. Rushing to Joel's side, he was struck with dread upon witnessing the grievous injuries. The chest was a blur of crimson, exposing fragments of bone. Thankfully, the heart had not ruptured and continued to beat faintly. "Hang in there, Joel." Ye Lin dared not delay any longer. He swiftly retrieved a vial of life water from his pack. With urgency, he pried open Joel's mouth and poured the entire contents down his throat. Gurgle, gurgle, drip, drip. A substantial amount of life water flowed into Joel's body. Yet a trickle escaped from the wound on his chest, a frustrating waste to behold. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. Joel's character resonated deeply with Ye Lin. He could not bear to watch him perish. Fortunately, the life water began to take effect. It preserved half of Joel's life, gradually stabilizing his breathing and heartbeat. Though still weak, he had, at last, emerged from the perilous brink. "Thank you, my friend. You must flee at once. This beast is beyond your capability to confront. Now is the moment my brother can hold it off for a while longer. You must leave quickly." Joel awakened, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In his dim eyes, there was a flicker of solace intertwined with concern. What kind of gaze is this? Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he smiled. "Joel, my friend, rest assured that no harm shall befall anyone today." With that, he turned and strode toward the direction of the monstrous saber-toothed tiger, murmuring to himself, "Blood and flesh transcend. A talent unfurled. Let me witness your limits." As his words fell, a tremendous roar erupted. Flames suddenly engulfed his entire being. Gradually, his limbs, hair, eyes, and breath erupted into flames, the hue of vivid crimson. Ye Lin grinned widely. He now comprehended the essence of the transcended blood and flesh. It was the blood and flesh that ignited. "I shall burn myself, elevate myself." As he spoke, he positioned his long blade before him, raising a hand to sweep across its surface. Boom! The blood-red flames burst forth, dazzling, beautiful, yet perilous. Explosive steps, golden radiance. A triple slash. Ye Lin activated the special skills of both his blade and his footwear simultaneously, followed by the triple slash. The three consecutive strikes materialized almost in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crimson flames danced in midair, subtly revealing a glimmer of golden light within. The three strikes cleaved the air, seemingly suspended in time, until Ye Lin's figure reappeared. With his back to the monstrous, saber-toothed tiger, he gently lowered his blade. Simultaneously, a series of piercing sounds erupted. 3 deep gashes, revealing bone, manifested. The final strike severed the tiger's neck. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the saber-toothed tiger fell rigidly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The beast lay vanquished. At this moment, both John and Joel, who witnessed the scene, stared wide-eyed. A rare-level reverse slash, perfected, or a swift execution. John's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Having battled the monstrous saber-toothed tiger for so long, he was acutely aware of its formidable strength. His brother Joel, also of rare caliber, had been sent flying with just one encounter, his fate uncertain. Wait, Joel, are you all right? With this thought, John's astonishment faded as he rushed to the boulder to check on him. Seeing that his brother had only a large bloodstain on his chest and otherwise appeared unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm fine. It was Ye Lin who saved me. Joel lay weakly on the ground, smiling as he spoke. John nodded, helping him up, his arm resting on Joel's shoulder as he turned to glance at the silhouette engulfed in crimson flames, feeling an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. Yet before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by a sudden cough. Cough, cough. With a sudden gasp, Ye Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression marred by pain as he collapsed onto the ground. The agony was unbearable. As he spoke, crimson flames danced erratically around him, only to be extinguished moments later, fading into nothingness. His skin flushed a deep shade of red, resembling that of a lobster. The enhancement of his innate abilities had been lifted, revealing the side effects that soon followed. Waves of torment coursed through every inch of him, inside and out. Ye Lin's visage contorted in distress as he knelt, burying his head deep into the earth, his hands clutching the soil, trembling for what felt like an eternity. He finally managed to endure the excruciating pain. Damn it, it hurts. The searing anguish was something he never wished to experience again. After regaining some composure, Ye Lin staggered to his feet, exhaling deeply. Noticing the worried gazes of John and Joel, he forced a weak smile and declared, I am fine. A man must never admit defeat. No matter how much it hurts, I must endure. At his words, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a joy akin to that of surviving a calamity. Ye Lin, my friend, inviting you along has proven to be the wisest decision of my life. Chapter 77. The mutated bloodfruit, John remarked with a smile, had it not been for Ye Lin's explosive prowess at a critical moment. They might have truly met their demise here. The demonic saber-toothed tiger was far too formidable. Its true combat strength was likely on par with that of ordinary perfected extreme beings. From this day forth, you shall be my closest friend, Ye Lin. Should you require assistance in Haicheng, do not hesitate to ask. John expressed sincerely. Although they missed out on the treasure, gaining a true friend made it all worthwhile in his eyes. Joel also expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Oh, my friend, please do not decline. This is rightfully yours. Upon hearing their words, Ye Lin felt a renewed fondness for them. However, while fondness is one thing, even brothers must keep accounts clear. No, my dear brother John contributed significantly as well, so I propose we split the treasure equally, 50-50, he stated earnestly. Without John's initial efforts to engage and draw the attention of the demonic saber-toothed tiger, it would have been far more challenging for him to succeed. Talent and the elevation of flesh and blood were the ultimate trump cards and could not be employed continuously. A full-force strike that failed would truly mean disaster. At this, both John and Joel looked at him in surprise. After a long moment, the three of them sat down on the ground, bursting into hearty laughter. After taking a brief respite to regain some stamina, Ye Lin, John, and Joel commenced their search for the treasure. Eventually, they discovered the treasure's hiding place within the lair of the demonic saber-toothed tiger. There were not many items, just 4 in total. Dividing them equally, each would receive 2. Once they had completed their division of the spoils, the trio retraced their steps. Several hours later, they returned to Haicheng. After bidding farewell, John and Joel entered the city, while Ye Lin made his way back to his mobile base. First, he consumed several ripe blood fruits to calm his nerves. These fruits alleviated the burdens placed on his body by the use of his talent, the elevation of flesh and blood, proving far more effective than the ordinary blood fruit. After consuming 3, Ye Lin felt significantly improved. He then began to meticulously examine the 2 items he had acquired that day. Skill book, Tiger Roar, description, sound wave, a mental type skill. The greater the mental strength, the more powerful the skill when unleashed. This was a rare mental type skill book, and Ye Lin's expression brightened with joy as he immediately learned it. This addition enriched his repertoire of combat techniques. The second item was Tiger Head Banner, level, perfect, Description: worn on the back, it enhances the combat power of subordinates and induces a frenzied state, making them fearless in battle. This item resembled a tool, yet also bore characteristics of equipment. It did not occupy any equipment slots. Although worn on the back, it did not conflict with cloak-type gear. After some contemplation, Ye Lin decided to bestow this item upon Ada. He possesses a multitude of followers, adorned with the tiger banner, which enables him to maximize his benefits. Just then, another delightful piece of news emerged. Little Tuan Tuan came running over, her face beaming with excitement. She raised a large, vividly red fruit in her hand, exclaiming, "Big brother, look! This is the mutated blood fruit." Mutated blood fruit. Rarity. Rare. Description: consuming it can randomly increase one attribute of a rare-level creature by 1 point. After consuming a certain quantity, special effects may also be obtained. If a special effect is already present, it will be enhanced. What is this? Ha! My Tuan Tuan is simply amazing. Upon seeing the mutated blood fruit, Ye Lin was instantly exhilarated. He lifted little Tuan Tuan high into the air and spun her around several times, eliciting her delightful laughter. After frolicking with little Tuan Tuan, Ye Lin eagerly activated his talent to replicate the mutated blood fruit. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired 25 of these fruits. He placed the replicated one into his backpack and began consuming them one by one. Smack! Smack! The taste was delightful. The mutated blood fruit not only enhanced attributes but also strengthened special effects. This effect was the blood-flesh sublimation talent. Notification: congratulations, your strength has increased by 1. Notification: congratulations, your talent blood-flesh sublimation has been enhanced. Notification: congratulations, your spirit has increased by 1. Notification: congratulations, your talent blood-flesh sublimation. Notification: congratulations, your constitution has increased by 1. The notifications continued to appear before him. It was only after Ye Lin had consumed all 25 mutated blood fruits that they ceased. Feeling the surge of power within him, he was immensely satisfied. He then promptly opened his attribute panel to examine it. Name: Ye Lin. Title: Beast Master. Talent: Replication, Resilience, Blood-Flesh Sublimation. Rarity: Rare attributes: Strength 37, 4, Agility 38, 6. Constitution 35, 8, Spirit 35, 3. Skills: Mastery of Blades, LV 6, Blade Power 32, Blade Speed 32, Triple Slash, can execute 3 consecutive thrusts forward, each with a maximum distance of 60 meters. Tiger Roar LV 1, the stronger the spirit, the greater the power. Equipment: Golden Tang Dao, rare. Explosive Battle Boots, rare. Note: each point of rare level attributes is equivalent to 2 points of uncommon level. The most significant change on the panel was in the attributes. However, upon careful reflection, Ye Lin discovered that the most substantial enhancement was not merely from the increase in attributes, but from the blood-flesh sublimation talent. To put it simply, after consuming so many mutated blood fruits, his talent had been significantly enhanced. Not only was his physical body amplified more than once, but his control over flesh and blood had also improved considerably. For instance, he could now manage simple wounds, preventing them from bleeding and facilitating rapid healing. Of course, this endeavor would undoubtedly expend a considerable amount of physical energy. Yet, it has already reached an extraordinary level, to say the least. Moreover, this is merely under normal circumstances. Should the talent of blood and flesh sublimation be activated, the situation would become even more extreme, likely resulting in greater consumption. Ye Lin stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Before long, the day had turned anew. Ye Lin resumed, utilizing his talent to replicate the mutated blood fruit. Once again, he exhausted his talent quota for the day. In the next moment, 25 mutated blood fruits materialized before him. Without hesitation, he indulged voraciously. Notification: congratulations. Your physique has reached level 1. Notification: congratulations, your talent for blood and flesh sublimation has been enhanced. Notification: in the interim, the notification screen displayed that his attributes had reached the rare level limit. Even with further consumption, his attributes would not improve. Nevertheless, Ye Lin remained undeterred, continuing his feast. For the mutated blood fruit still held efficacy for the blood and flesh sublimation talent. It was only after he had consumed all 25 mutated blood fruits that the game system issued its notification. Notification: you have reached the consumption limit for mutated blood fruits. Further consumption will yield no additional enhancement. Chapter 78. The Rise of the Overlord. Difficulty intensifies the emergence of split bodies. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Lin nodded slightly, setting aside his thoughts of continuing to replicate the blood fruit tomorrow. Instead, he began to sense the changes within his body. The talent of flesh sublimation had once again amplified, enhancing his physique significantly. However, this increase did not manifest in numerical form on the panel. It seemed to be a latent attribute conferred by his talent. Moreover, all his attributes had risen to a remarkable 40 points, reaching the pinnacle of rare-level attributes. To achieve further enhancement, he would need to elevate his level to perfection, which required the elusive perfect upgrade stone. Fortunately, he possessed one, acquired in a previous exchange with John. Yet, there was a tinge of regret. He could not utilize it for an immediate upgrade because he had yet to replicate it. The rarity of perfect upgrade stones is beyond question. At this stage, players could hardly procure even rare-level stones, let alone the perfect ones. This scarcity explained why. In any given region, the number of players above the rare level remained pitifully low. Regrettably, today's replication attempts had all been expended on the mutated blood fruit, leaving him to wait until tomorrow to use the perfect upgrade stone for leveling up. Ye Lin expressed his disappointment. He was not alone in his need for the perfect upgrade stone. Xiao He, Xiao, Baya Da, and Tuan Tuan all required it as well. Elevating their levels would, in turn, bolster his own strength. Additionally, once Ada's Wildman Legion raised their levels, they would also necessitate such stones. Thus, it was prudent to exercise a bit of patience. With a slight shake of his head, Ye Lin suppressed his urge for immediate advancement and began practicing his swordsmanship. He also dedicated time to honing his newly acquired skill, Tiger Roar. With a mighty shout, he indeed produced a sound reminiscent of a tiger's roar. However, compared to the ferocious roar of the demonic saber-toothed tiger, his was still too juvenile, eliciting only a somewhat jarring noise with no substantial effect. Roar, roar, roar. Thus, Ye Lin persistently unleashed the tiger roar, directing his ferocity toward the sea. As he practiced, his proficiency grew, eventually managing to create ripples in the water that surged up to 1 or 2 meters high. After some time, he coughed and remarked, "By heavens, this truly tests the lungs." Rubbing his throat, which had become somewhat hoarse, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He focused intently on precisely manipulating his flesh to heal his throat. A miraculous scene unfolded. Mere seconds later, the soreness and hoarseness that had plagued him vanished. It was indeed effective. The passive effect brought about by his flesh sublimation talent allowed for a subtle control over his own flesh. Of course, this subtlety was relative to his previous mastery over his corporeal form. If he could subtly manipulate cells, it would be nothing short of a dream. Should he attain control over cells, Ye Lin would likely be on the brink of divinity. I could simply develop cells, grow stronger, and continue to enhance my power. However, such aspirations remain mere fantasies. For now, it is prudent to remain grounded, embody perseverance, and strive for strength. Area notification. Half a month has passed. The power of the Overlord has significantly increased, and the difficulty of the Overlord battle stage has escalated. Area notification. The Overlord's splinter entities have emerged. They will depart from their territory and launch indiscriminate attacks on players. Note: the Overlord's splinter entities, small individuals derived from the Overlord, possess rare-level strength. Although they are considerably weaker than the Overlord, they still surpass their counterparts in the same tier. Just as Ye Lin prepared to duplicate a perfect grade upgrade stone, a notification screen suddenly appeared. The Overlord's splinter entities? Far exceeding their tier? With such overwhelming power, who would dare to engage in a contest of equal rank? Upgrade stone, grant me your Ascension. With that thought, Ye Lin activated his talent to replicate a multitude of perfect grade upgrade stones. He then seized one, crushing it for immediate use. Crack! With a crisp sound, the fragments of the upgrade stone transformed into luminous points that entered his body. A familiar sensation enveloped him. A warm, comforting feeling coursed through him. Faintly, Ye Lin heard a sound akin to shackles breaking. Crack! Instantly, he felt a lightness and clarity from within. Even his mind became significantly sharper and more efficient. Truly, the perfect grade is exceptional. Even the intellect undergoes evolution. What perfection! After experiencing this formidable sensation, Ye Lin could not help but appraise his transformation. His appearance and skin had undeniably improved remarkably. It was not merely a cosmetic change. His skin had become smoother, fairer, and more refined, better than that of an infant. His physique had nearly been corrected to the epitome of human form. Moreover, the most notable aspect was the unique aura he now exuded. Amidst a crowd, one could instantly discern that he was no ordinary individual. Ah, no. It was evident that he was far from ordinary. The perfect grade truly is unparalleled, he mused, admiring himself in the mirror. If this visage were to be placed in Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be considered a paragon of male beauty. At that moment, a piercing roar reverberated across the entire sea. The Overlord's splinter entities had arrived. From a distance, they appeared as miniature versions of the Overlord, roughly 1/10 in size, accompanied by a throng of corrupted creatures. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lin felt a surge of battle fervor. So, you are the Overlord's splinter entities? You claim to surpass your tier? Having just ascended to the perfect grade, I am eager to test my newfound strength. Overlord's splinter entities, let me witness your limits. // Without further ado, as the split body drew near, Ye Lin swiftly extracted a golden longsword from his backpack. With a respectful display, he executed a // omitting the use of explosive steps, instead opting for a straightforward yet powerful lunge. In a mere 60 meters, not even a tenth of a second was required. With a swift flash, the chilling blade severed several crimson tendrils from the dominant split body. Each tendril was dozens of meters long and several meters thick. Viscous, purplish-red blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters. A furious roar erupted from the dominant split body. Hundreds of scarlet tendrils shot towards Ye Lin with alarming speed. The air was pierced, and their velocity was astounding. It would be nearly impossible for any being of rare caliber to evade them. Yet to Ye Lin, they appeared merely as a sluggish threat. With a swift motion, he executed the latter two segments of the / almost simultaneously. The icy gleam of the blade glinted across the surface of the sea. The sound of severing flesh echoed as nearly half of the crimson tendrils from the monstrous split body were cleaved away. The thick blood sprayed everywhere, and the surrounding corrupted creatures became increasingly ferocious upon contact with this blood, as if driven into a frenzy. Chapter 79. The terrifying life force of the corrupted flesh mountain splitter. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Lin narrowed his eyes, a sense of gravity settling in his heart. The blood of the corrupted flesh mountain splitter seemed to possess some kind of enchantment. Any corrupted creature that came into contact with it would become extraordinarily fierce and experience a surge in strength. How infuriatingly absurd that it even grants a buff. Ye Lin jurset inyardli. Then, with a powerful stride, he returned to the mobile base and shouted, "Duh! Summon your entire tribe of wild men." "Yes, at once," Ada promptly replied, his response devoid of the usual war cries. Perhaps due to the prolonged companionship or his elevated rank, Ada's intelligence had noticeably improved, allowing him to communicate with Ye Lin more effectively. Although still somewhat halting, it was a significant improvement from his previous inability to articulate a single word. In no time, Ada had gathered all 300 members of his Wildman Legion, each boasting at least a superior level, with a few even reaching the rare tier. The sheer number necessitated the selection of several Wildman captains to prevent chaos during the ensuing skirmish. The rare tier Wildmen exhibited a far superior cognitive agility compared to their superior tier counterparts. Typically, at a single roar or action from Ada, they would instinctively know how to respond. Those designated to shoot arrows would do so, while those tasked with throwing spears would follow suit. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under Ada's command, the 300 wild men began their counteroffensive, repelling the corrupted creatures that sought to approach the base. Naturally, the wild men could only deal with the lesser foes. The rare tier and above would be left to Xiaohe, Xiaobai, Ada, and of course Xiao Tuan, who would provide support from the rear. Although Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and Ada had yet to reach the pinnacle of the rare tier, their mastery in beast taming afforded them the capability to withstand and even slay rare tier corrupted creatures. Thus, the battlefield took shape, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. What lay ahead was the ultimate confrontation. King against king. Golden radiance. Triple slash. Ye Lin directed his long sword towards the ground, golden glimmers appearing along the blade. Then, with a sudden decisive step, he executed a triple slash. In the blink of an eye, he closed a distance of 60 meters. Whoosh! Slash! A decisive thrust sliced through the air. The corrupted Flesh Mountain Splitter was caught entirely off guard, losing a significant portion of its grotesque flesh. Roar! In a fit of rage, it flung the remaining crimson appendages from its body, launching dozens of foul-smelling tendrils toward Ye Lin. Swish! Swish! Without even glancing, Ye Lin unleashed the remaining thrusts of his triple slash, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the crimson tendrils while severing them in the process. Splatter! The viscous, purplish-red blood gushed forth like water from a spigot, spraying across the surrounding waters and significantly heightening the corrupted creature's desire to attack once more. Fortunately, the enhancement in strength had its limits, and this time, they did not become substantially stronger. With a deep exhale, Ye Lin finally felt a sense of relief. If these entities were allowed to amplify indefinitely, the mobile base would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. Casting a glance at the remaining small black, small white, and Ada, who appeared to be holding their ground, Ye Lin refocused his attention on the foe before him. At that moment, the demonic mass of flesh had been severed of all its crimson tendrils, presenting a visage of desperation. Ye Lin would not let this opportunity slip away. He would strike while the iron was hot. With that resolve, he unleashed a trio of skills. Explosive Step, Golden Radiance, Triple Slash. The sequence of skills landed with precision. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The demonic mass was nearly cleaved in twain, viscous blood gushing forth. Disturbed by the gruesome sight, Ye Lin executed an explosive step back to the safety of the base. To him, such injuries were undoubtedly fatal. The creature's form was nearly split asunder, held together only by sinewy threads of flesh that writhed grotesquely. However, as time passed, the scene grew increasingly bizarre. The demonic mass did not perish. Instead, it began to heal slowly. The severed body was soon rejoined. Countless crimson tendrils writhed in a most repulsive manner. How could it still be alive? Stunned by this revelation, Ye Lin quickly regained his composure, brandishing his long blade once more and initiating another triple slash. Splatter, splatter. Each strike landed accurately upon the demonic mass, yet it appeared to have little effect. Even after enduring numerous blows, the creature remained vigorous, a testament to its tenacity. Before long, the severed tendrils reemerged, once again launching themselves at Ye Lin. Whoosh, whoosh. Each tendril, like a javelin, sliced through the air with alarming speed. Explosive Step, Triple Slash. Ye Lin calmly employed Explosive Step to evade the incoming tendrils, then retaliated with a triple slash. Throughout this encounter, his Golden Radiant skill remained activated, maximizing the damage of each strike. Splatter. The creature's recently healed form was once again torn open, thick blood gushing forth unabated. Damn it! Is your blood free-flowing? After all this spillage, it still thrives. Ye Lin, feeling a pang of frustration, continued to swing his blade relentlessly. He dare not pause, fearful that if he did, the creature would recover entirely. This indomitable vitality was truly terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. After a flurry of strikes, he took a moment to survey the battlefield behind him. The tide of demonic creatures had encircled the mobile base, swarming it in concentric rings. The slaughter seemed endless, utterly relentless. It would not be long before the base succumbed to destruction. There was no time to waste. I refuse to believe that such a grotesque creature cannot be vanquished. Ye Lin's eyes glimmered with determination as he resolved to unleash his full power. Initially, he had deemed it merely a rare entity. Even if it were a dominant split form, how formidable could it truly be? However, it became evident that he could not hold back any longer. Triple slash, triple slash, triple slash. I shall cleave you to oblivion. Ye Lin recklessly began to execute his skill, triple slash. The cost was the rapid depletion of his stamina, yet every ounce of effort was worth it. As long as he could inflict wounds upon the demonic flesh mountain split form that it could not recover from, victory would be his. If a mere half-slice cannot slay you, then I shall reduce you to minuscule fragments. Let us see how you recover from that. With each strike, the air crackled with the golden glint of his cold blade, flashing incessantly across the surface of the sea. It even seemed to freeze mid-air for a moment before vanishing. Faced with Ye Lin's relentless assault, the demonic flesh mountain split form stood utterly defenseless. Its crimson appendages could not reach him, leaving it to endure the onslaught passively. The massive form bore more and more wounds with each passing moment. Chapter 80. The False Overlord's Treasure Chest. The Universal Core. Several minutes later, after Ye Lin expended his strength recklessly and unleashed his skills with fervor, the corrupted flesh mountain split body was riddled with cracks, resembling a tattered cloth on the verge of disintegration. Now, explosive charge, golden radiance, triple slash, Ye Lin Belovit, channeling all his offensive capabilities to deliver the final 3 strikes. Splat, 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 hiss, roar. Just before its demise, the corrupted flesh mountain emitted a fierce and reluctant roar. In an instant, it shattered into countless pieces of flesh, cascading into the sea. Thick, purplish-red blood engulfed a vast expanse of the surrounding waters, accompanied by a foul stench. Phew! Finally vanquished, with nearly half of his stamina remaining, he felt sufficiently prepared. Ignoring the unpleasant odor, Ye Lin exhaled deeply, gauging his stamina. He then turned to eliminate the remaining corrupted creatures. Swish, swish, swish. With each flash of his icy blade, yet another corrupted creature fell, occasionally encountering rare variants. They managed to endure a few strikes due to their massive size, while most others succumbed to a single blow. Thus, half an hour passed. The once boundless sea, teeming with corrupted creatures, gradually receded. After this fierce battle, Ye Lin found himself with only 30% of his stamina left. Disregarding appearances, he collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with his hands while gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Exhausted, he realized he needed some nourishment. With that, he retrieved the water of life and gulped it down. As a being of perfect caliber, he required generous swigs of the rare water of life for it to be effective. This elixir not only healed his wounds, but also replenished his stamina. After a while, Ye Lin's stamina had recovered significantly. He clenched his fists and nodded slightly, casting his gaze upon Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada. Among them, Xiao He bore the most wounds, having fought valiantly against the corrupted creatures in the water. Gradually, the evidence of battle adorned its body, though none were life-threatening. Yet, the pain was evident. Xiao He looked at him with a pitiful expression, eyes fixed on the water of life in his hands, its bloodied appearance amplifying its plight. What a crafty little shark. Fine, here you go. Ye Lin Mutated in Enchanted. Ultimately, he poured the remaining water of life into Xiao He's mouth. After consuming it, the gory wounds quickly ceased bleeding and began to heal. As for Xiao Bai and Ada, they had sustained minimal injuries but were on the verge of exhaustion. With no more water of life left, Ye Lin could only allow Xiao Bai and Ada to rest and recuperate. The same applied to the Wild Man Legion. Lastly, there was the sweat-drenched little Tuan Tuan, who had also contributed significantly to this battle. The number of times the bow and arrow in hand has failed to strike is no less than 10. My stamina has nearly replenished, and I find myself with some leisure time. Ye Lin then set about the task of meticulously disassembling the corpses of the corrupted creatures from the sea. Notification: congratulations, you have acquired a magic crystal. Notification: congratulations, you have obtained corrupted flesh. Notification, congratulations, you have acquired. Notification. With each disassembly, a series of notifications followed suit. Ye Lin was caught in a whirlwind of both agony and delight. The agony stemmed from the sheer number of corrupted creature corpses, leaving him to ponder how long this task would take. The delight, on the other hand, arose from the gratifying notifications received with each successful disassembly. Thus, time trickled away. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had passed. After a thorough 2-hour effort, Ye Lin finally completed the disassembly of the corpses strewn across the surface and the depths of the sea. Upon returning to the mobile base, a smile graced his lips as he excitedly tallied the spoils of this battle. Phew! Along with the remaining magic crystals from before, the total now stands at 3,000 pieces, 3,000 magic crystals, ample enough to level up his skills several times. The quantity of corrupted flesh, too, was beyond reckoning, nearly surplus. Truly remarkable. Oh, right. It seems there are notifications I have yet to peruse. After accounting for his gains, Ye Lin opened the notifications he had previously overlooked. With a swift motion, a translucent blue light screen unfurled before him, displaying area notification. Congratulations, player Ye Lin. Your level has risen to perfect level. Notification. Congratulations. Your level has reached perfect level. As you're the first player in this region to achieve this, a special reward has been issued. Notification. Congratulations, you have received a perfect level exclusive chest 1, random weapon blueprint 1, random equipment blueprint 1, random accessory blueprint 1. These notifications were triggered by his ascension to perfect level, an event he had no time to acknowledge due to the onslaught of the Dominator's split body and the wave of corrupted creatures. There were further notifications. Area notification. Congratulations, player Ye Lin, for defeating a Dominator's split body. A reward has been issued. Notification. You have received a Dominator's chest 1. Warning. 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 You have defeated a split body and have been marked by the Dominator. The Dominator will launch attacks on you at unpredictable intervals. What the hell? I have been targeted by the Dominator? The realization struck Ye Lin with a jolt. It had taken him quite some time to finally defeat a single split body. If the Dominator were to come after him, wouldn't that mean certain doom? Damn it. Fortune favors the bold while misfortune befalls the timid. What a predicament. First, let me examine what this Dominator's chest entails. Quickly, Ye Lin suppressed his rising panic and composed himself. He retrieved the Dominator's chest and began to inspect it closely. Dominator's chest, pseudo, level, rare, description, a chest obtained after defeating a Dominator's split body. Although it is not a true Dominator's chest, it still has a chance to yield some valuable items. A pseudo-Dominator's chest? Ye Lin murmured to himself, gazing at the chest before him. As my thoughts subtly shifted, I expended one instance of my innate talent. I initiated the replication. In the next moment, 6 Dominator chests materialized before me. With my level elevated to perfection, the frequency of my talent replication reached 6 instances daily, yielding 6 replicas each time. Snap, snap, snap. Without further contemplation, I proceeded to open them. Notification. Congratulations. You have acquired Crimson Blood, or 10. Notification. Congratulations. You have acquired Crimson Blood, or 10. Notification. Congratulations. You have acquired Crimson Blood, or Egan. Notification. Congratulations. You have obtained Universal Core 1. After exhausting the 6 pseudo-Dominator chests, the first 5 yielded nothing but Crimson Blood, or totaling 50 pieces. Crimson Blood, or description, a special material that can only be obtained by vanquishing Dominators or their splits. Its purpose remains unknown. Perhaps it can be fashioned into something? Observing the heap of crimson ore before me, I curiously picked up one to scrutinize it closely. Its exterior resembled the sanguine flesh of the demonic flesh mountain, each piece about the size of a fist, imbued with a metallic texture. A special material, capable of being crafted into something? After a prolonged examination, I could discern nothing further. I lightly shook my head and casually tossed it into my storage. The forthcoming item, the Universal Core, promised to be the true highlight. Chapter 81. The Floating Castle, Universal Core. Rarity, rare, description, capable of substituting all cores of the same level. The introduction was succinct yet striking, capturing Ye Lin's attention instantly. What a remarkable find! He immediately grasped it in his hands, exclaiming in awe. Let's not forget that his mobile base was still of the rare grade. To achieve an upgrade, he required a rare grade floating core. This was something he had neither seen nor heard of before. Where could he possibly procure such an item? Yet, this universal core before him seemed to perfectly resolve his dilemma. It could replace all cores of the same level, alleviating his concerns not only for the base upgrade, but also for the enhancement of the Seawater separator. Copy. He hastily initiated the copying process without a moment's hesitation, utilizing his third chance of the day. In an instant, 6 additional universal cores materialized in his grasp, nearly overwhelming him. 1 for the mobile base, 1 for the Seawater separator. The abundance was beyond measure. Ha! Ye Lin erupted in ecstatic laughter. He then proceeded to upgrade the mobile base. Long ago, apart from the floating core, all other materials had been gathered. Now that the core was in hand, there was no time like the present for the upgrade. Mobile base. Ascend. Prompt. Do you wish to consume materials to upgrade the mobile base? Yes, let us proceed swiftly. Prompt. Materials consumed. The mobile base is now upgrading. Please be patient. Clang, clang. Buzz, buzz. Boom, boom. As the upgrade notification appeared, an array of sounds erupted from every corner of the mobile base. Vibrations, tremors, cacophony. Previously, such noises would have been quite bothersome. However, now, Ye Lin found these sounds oddly pleasing, a symphony of excitement. With a heart full of anticipation, he began practicing his swordsmanship, immersing himself for 6 continuous hours. Finally, after this duration, the upgrade of the mobile base was complete. Oh, but no longer could it be referred to as a mobile base. It was now the aerial fortress. Floating castle, rarity, rare, durability, 10,000. Description, a castle capable of floating, possessing remarkable mobility, equipped with high-tech devices that can harness solar, hydraulic, and wind energy to supply power. Upgrade materials, floating planks, perfect 100,000, blue sea stone blocks, perfect 10,000, mithril, perfect 3,000, floating core, perfect 10. There is a plethora of specialized materials required, far too many to list. Ye Lin hastily glanced at the floating castle's panel before closing it. The transformation of the rare-grade floating castle was indeed monumental. Firstly, its area expanded from 100 meters by 100 meters to an impressive 200 meters by 200 meters. At a glance, it appeared significantly larger, almost endless in its expanse. Moreover, every corner has been exquisitely refined, exuding an air of luxurious grandeur. While it may not quite compare to the Lord's Manor of Haicheng, it is certainly not far behind. The internal and external facilities and structures have undergone a complete transformation. After the upgrade, everything appears brand new. Each item, tables, chairs, beds, doors, and rooms, bears intricate and elegant patterns. Upon entering, one is greeted by a wave of vintage charm and a subtle scent of wood. How refined! It is truly remarkable in its elegance. Ye Lin, once again, transforms into an innocent country bumpkin, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny with a face full of excitement. Is this not akin to the abodes of ancient nobility? Most importantly, there are now electricity and water. Previously, the mobile base had only water, which was obtained through a Seawater separator. Now, after upgrading to an aerial castle, it is equipped with advanced technology capable of harnessing solar, hydraulic, and wind energy to produce clean water and electricity. Incredibly convenient and immensely powerful. The small castle has transformed into a grand fortress with upgrades in every aspect. Upon activating the electricity, the entire castle is instantly illuminated. In that fleeting moment, it feels as though one has transcended from ancient times into the modern era. After experiencing the castle's transformation, Ye Lin also decided to upgrade the Seawater separator and the automatic fishing rod. These 2 facilities required minimal materials, a mere trifle compared to the aerial castle. The delay in upgrading had merely been due to the lack of a rare-grade energy core. Now that the scarcity is resolved, it is only natural to proceed with the upgrades. These two facilities would take several hours to reach the rare grade. Ye Lin was not surprised by this. Instead, he took out his exclusive treasure chest along with several random blueprints, rewards for achieving the perfect grade. Today, he still had 3 opportunities for duplication, so he decided to duplicate the treasure chest first. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin resolved to replicate the chest. The exclusive treasure chest at the perfect grade could yield some excellent items. At the very least, it would likely provide numerous perfect grade materials. With these materials, crafting equipment and upgrading facilities would become much easier. As for duplicating the blueprints, there was no immediate need, primarily due to the lack of perfect grade materials. Without materials, weapons and equipment could not be crafted. Thus, Ye Lin expended all 3 duplication opportunities on the exclusive treasure chests. He stored the original treasure chest, leaving 18 remaining before him. Rubbing his hands together, he expressed a hint of satisfaction. Now it was time for the chest opening segment. Crack, crack, crack. As the words left his lips, Ye Lin swiftly opened the 18 exclusive treasure chests. A continuous stream of notification screens appeared before him. Notification, congratulations. You have obtained perfect grade materials. Notification, congratulations. You have obtained perfect grade materials. Notification, congratulations. You have obtained. A series of notifications, all indicating the acquisition of various materials. Upon surveying the results, not a single valuable item was in sight. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Lin felt no irritation. He was in dire need of perfect grade materials. Although they were not particularly exceptional, their utility sufficed. It was not until the final exclusive treasure chest was opened that something caught his eye. Notification, congratulations, you have obtained a demonized blood sapling 1. A demonized blood sapling? What could this possibly be? Ye Lin, somewhat perplexed, opened the item description and examined it closely. Demonized blood sapling. Level, ordinary, can grow. Description, a legendary plant, seemingly possessing the potential for infinite growth, provided it receives ample nutrients. Blood and flesh? A legendary plant? Capable of infinite growth. It requires sufficient nutrients. Could it be that this thing needs blood and flesh for sustenance? Ye Lin pondered, stroking his chin, deeply contemplating this item. The description was rather vague. Apart from mentioning its legendary status and infinite growth potential, it offered little else. So, should he consider planting it? After all, this entity boasted the possibility of limitless growth. It appeared rather prestigious. Surely, it would not disappoint him, would it? Chapter 82. The Enchanted Blood Tree and the Transformation of Blood at the pinnacle of the castle. Ye Lin arrived. Following his recent upgrade, the area of the top floor had expanded significantly. It now appeared as though the farmland was somewhat diminutive. This is the perfect opportunity to set up the farm he had previously acquired. A unique structure, however. It required the mobile base to reach a rare level before it could be placed, which had delayed its deployment. Now, the timing was opportune. Ye Lin waved his hand and retrieved the mini farm from his backpack, selecting a suitable area for its placement. A peculiar humming sound emerged as the farm enveloped the land in a radiant white light, the two gradually merging into one another. This process would take a considerable amount of time. After observing it for a few moments, Ye Lin turned his attention elsewhere, choosing to practice his swordsmanship and skills instead. With his level having ascended to perfection, the power coursing through his body surged dramatically, necessitating time to master this newfound strength. Otherwise, it could lead to complications in his daily life. As evening descended, the Seawater separator and automatic fishing rod completed their upgrades, both reaching the rare level. The Seawater separator primarily enhanced the quality of life-giving water, increasing its hourly output, while the automatic fishing rod was now capable of catching rare fish. The changes brought Ye Lin a sense of satisfaction. However, the fusion of the farm and farmland at the castle's apex remained incomplete, likely requiring additional time. After finishing dinner with the little group, Ye Lin continued to hone his sword skills until the midnight hour before returning to his room to rest. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered in, Ye Lin awoke from his slumber. After washing up and having breakfast, he made his way to the castle's top floor. By this time, the farm and farmland had successfully merged. Farm, level, perfect, description, capable of cultivating various plants and crops, as well as taming and raising animals, which aids in the growth of both flora and fauna. A vast farm now nearly enveloped the entire upper level of the castle. Observing the scene before him, Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. He then took the enchanted blood tree sapling from his backpack and placed it in the center. The sapling was modest in size, roughly half a person's height. Intriguingly, upon making contact with the ground, the roots seemed to come alive, burrowing energetically into the soil until they found stability and ceased their movement. Alive? No wonder it required blood and flesh. Ye Lin pondered, recalling the considerable amount of enchanted blood meat stored in his warehouse. He realized that even a fraction of it would suffice for nurturing blood fruit. With this thought in mind, he took out a substantial chunk of enchanted blood meat and tossed it towards the sapling. As the blood meat landed, the roots of the enchanted blood tree shot forth with remarkable speed. With a sudden thrust, the roots penetrated the enchanted blood meat, beginning to voraciously absorb its nutrients. Before long, the massive, blood-soaked mass was completely consumed, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the blood tree appeared insatiable, its roots incessantly searching for more flesh. It seemed to have grown taller by a fraction. Ye Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the sapling of the blood tree. When it was first planted, it barely reached his thigh, but after devouring a significant portion of flesh, it had risen to his waist. Such an appetite! He decided to indulge it further, smiling slightly as he retrieved more of the enchanted flesh from his storage and tossed it to the tree. He lacked for nothing except this substance. Simply slaying a few magical creatures would yield an abundant supply. Let me see just how much you can consume. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The blood tree had just finished one portion when he tossed it another hefty chunk. Thus, the enchanted flesh in his storage gradually diminished, while the tree steadily grew taller. This visible transformation stirred Ye Lin's excitement. The more he fed it, the more vigorous it became. He took a moment to check the tree status. Blood tree. Talent. Immortal. As long as it is nourished with flesh, it cannot truly die. Even the gravest of wounds will heal. Level. Excellent attributes. Strength 10, Agility 0, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. Description. A legendary plant that seems out of place in this world. After absorbing ample nutrients, it has begun to regain its strength. Immortal. This talent is extraordinary. The moment Ye Lin laid eyes on this panel, he was taken aback. He craved this ability. Moreover, after just a brief feeding, it had reached the excellent level. It bore a resemblance to the guardian of the great tree. No matter, he thought, continuing to feed it. Ye Lin shook his head and resumed retrieving more enchanted flesh from his storage. It was a bold exchange. One dared to feed while the other dared to consume. This state of affairs persisted for a full 2.5 hours. Blood tree. Talent. Immortal. Level. Rare. Attributes. Strength 30. Agility 0. Constitution 30. Spirit 30. Skills. Blood transformation. Blood armor bestowal. Description. After continuous nourishment, it has successfully awakened its inherent skills. After 2.5 hours of feeding, the blood tree seemed to reach a point of satiation, not so much unable to eat, but rather in need of time to digest. Not only had its level risen to rare, but it had also grown to an astonishing height of 15 or 16 meters. Even from a distance, the blood tree was conspicuous, a testament to its prominence. This skill appears intriguing. Ye Lin couldn't help but ponder the utility of the blood tree's two skills. Blood transformation allows ordinary creatures to be transformed into enchanted ones, significantly enhancing their combat and restorative capabilities. There exists a certain strength, yet one cannot help but wonder whether it might lead to the obliteration of reason, transforming into a bloodthirsty, murderous creature of dark magic. The blood armor bestows upon the transformed being a layer of sanguine protection, imperceptibly clinging to the skin, offering both defense and the potential for survival. In essence, the two abilities of the enchanted blood tree are remarkably potent. Moreover, they exhibit a sustainable nature, which is rather commendable. Ye Lin harbors a desire to experiment with the blood transformation and blood armor bestowal, for even a slight enhancement in strength is a boon. However, He remains uncertain about the possible side effects of such powers. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek alternative options first. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Ada to capture 2 wild men. Naturally, these were not members of the Wild Man's Legion. He had not yet descended to such a level of madness. The Wild Man Legion, despite their shortcomings, had endured their share of hardships. To utilize them without consequence would weigh heavily on his conscience. If there were side effects, it would amount to a death sentence following their transformation. He was not yet so cold-hearted. Ye Lin cast the 2 captured wild men beneath the enchanted blood tree. Though they struggled, they were swiftly ensnared by roots surging from the ground, binding them tightly until they resembled mummified figures, impermeable to escape. Subsequently, the roots acted like intravenous tubes, flowing with a liquid that was introduced into the bodies of the 2 wild men. Thus, the process of blood transformation commenced. Chapter 83. The mithril jewelry set the roots of the blood tree, infused with dark magic, appeared as terrifyingly red as veins. The 2 wild men, bound like mummies, initially struggled violently before succumbing to a profound stillness, resembling lifeless corpses. It seemed that the transformation induced by the malevolent blood would require an extensive duration. Ye Lin, unwilling to remain idle, retreated to a nearby open space to practice his swordsmanship and skills. Swish, swish, swish. Following his encounter with the magical Flesh Mountain's split form, he became acutely aware of his deficiencies. He lacked a decisive strike, an advanced sword technique. Thus, every time he trained, he endeavored to devise a formidable sword technique of his own, no longer relying solely on skills. Swish, swish, swish. With each glimmer of cold light, Ye Lin deepened his understanding of swordsmanship. Although he aspired to create a unique technique, he regrettably met with failure each time. 2 hours passed. Sigh. Was my accumulation and insight still insufficient? Ye Lin furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply. Once again, he had failed to forge his own specialized sword technique. However, turning around to survey his surroundings, he noticed that the 2 wild men suspended from the blood tree had transformed. Their skin had become a vibrant red, adorned with crimson patterns across their chests. After a while, the redness faded, revealing their normal complexion. Transformed wild man. Level, rare. Attributes, strength 25, agility 22, constitution 26. Spirit 21. Description. The transformed wild man has experienced a significant enhancement in strength, possessing some extraordinary abilities that cannot simply be called talent, and his mental state is notably stable. When epic enhancement, Ye Lin was astounded by the attributes of the transformed wild men. Previously, they had been mere ordinary beings. After just an hour of transformation by the blood tree, they had metamorphosed into rare-level experts. And not just any ordinary rare level. One must understand that the combat and recovery capabilities of magical beings surpass those of their mundane counterparts. With the blood armor bestowed by the blood tree, their prowess was further amplified, rendering them practically augmented magical beings. Just imagine if all the wild men in the army were replaced with such transformed wild men. Their strength would be beyond compare. The mere thought exhilarated Ye Lin, prompting him to beckon Ada. Ada, bring the wild man army over for transformation. Yes, boss. Upon receiving the command, Ada promptly gathered his contingent of wild men. He had witnessed the transformative power of the malevolent blood and was eager to enhance his subordinates without causing them harm. Soon, Ada arrived with the wild man army in an orderly procession of 300, lined up beneath the blood tree. After several attempts, Ye Lin discovered that the blood tree could only transform a maximum of 4 individuals at a time. Any more than that was unfeasible, and the transformation process took 1 hour. 300 wild men required several days for transformation. Furthermore, the conversion levels were constrained, determined by the grade of the blood tree of demonic transformation, which currently stood at the rare level. Consequently, the highest grade of transformed demonic beings attainable was also rare. Anything above the rare level could not undergo the blood transformation process, which temporarily extinguished Ye Lin's aspirations for conversion. The inability to immediately enhance his strength left Ada somewhat disheartened. As time passed gradually, the second day arrived. Ye Lin proceeded to replicate the necessary items, including exclusive treasure chests, weapon blueprints, and various other essentials. Upon completion of the replication, he surveyed his gains. The exclusive treasure chests yielded an assortment of materials and semi-finished products. However, the random weapon blueprints brought forth a delightful surprise. Blueprint for Mithril Ring, level, perfect, description, bestows additional attributes, trait bonuses. Crafting materials, Mithril 100, blueprint for Mithril Necklace, level, perfect, description. Crafting materials, Mithril 100, blueprint for Mithril Bracelet, level, perfect, description. Crafting materials, Mithril 100. The 3 Mithril accessories constituted a perfect grade set, igniting a spark of excitement within Ye Lin. His rapid ascent in levels had inadvertently rendered his current equipment somewhat obsolete, except for his weapon and boots, which were of rare quality. Other equipment paled in comparison, particularly the accessories, which were notoriously difficult to acquire. The rarity of a complete perfect grade accessory set was evident, leaving Ye Lin curious about the unique traits and skills it might confer. Without hesitation, he approached the equipment crafting station and upgraded it to a higher level. As he possessed the necessary materials, he had obtained a considerable amount of perfect-grade materials and semi-finished products from his treasure chests, making the upgrade of a small facility quite manageable. With a clatter and clang, the equipment workstation began its upgrade process, alongside the tool station and refining furnace. Facility upgrades required a certain amount of time, especially as the levels progressed. The time consumed increased. The game system indicated that beyond the perfect grade, only the epic grade remained. Was he nearing the pinnacle? For a moment, Ye Lin felt bewildered, realizing that he had yet to venture beyond this particular sea region, having encountered only individuals from the same expanse. In this game world, each player was confined to their own sea domain. Could it be that the epic grade was merely the beginning? Ye Lin recalled John's previous remarks. Above the epic grade, potions and sequences? These elements were surely not trivial. Several hours later, the tool station, refining furnace, and equipment workstation completed their upgrades, reaching the perfect grade. Now capable of crafting perfect-grade semi-finished products, weapons, and more. Ye Lin placed the Mithril accessory blueprints onto the workstation and commenced the crafting process. He still possessed the requisite 300 Mithril, a perfect-grade material. One can procure exquisite treasure chests or refined silver ingots to acquire them. The melodious sound of clanging emanates from the equipment workbench as the mithril jewelry set is being crafted. The creation of perfect-grade equipment requires considerable time, 12 hours, to be precise. Ye Lin embarks on honing his swordsmanship and skills, hunting corrupted creatures to obtain magic crystals and corrupted flesh. At present, both magic crystals and corrupted flesh hold immense value in his eyes. The benefits of magic crystals are well known. They enhance attributes, elevate skill levels, and strengthen equipment. Corrupted flesh, on the other hand, can nourish the corrupted blood tree, fostering its rapid growth to perfection and even beyond. This peculiar entity seems to possess no upper limit to its development. However, consuming too much at once necessitates a period of digestion. Not long, merely a day or two. Before he knows it, 12 hours have swiftly passed. The clanging subsides, revealing 3 flawless pieces of jewelry before him. Ye Lin, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly adorns himself with them, replacing his erstwhile heavy rock jewelry. Though that set had accompanied him for quite some time, he hesitates to dismantle or discard it. Instead, he gives it one last glance before placing it in his warehouse as a cherished keepsake. Chapter 84. Just get it done. Mithril Ring. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Spirit 6. Attribute. Exorcism. Upon activation, the body and weapon will be enveloped in a silvery radiance, capable of negating half the attacks from demonic beings and doubling the damage inflicted upon them. Durability. 60/60. Description. An intriguing attribute. Perhaps it could yield unexpected results against the Overlord. Mithril Necklace. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Spirit 6. Attribute. Exorcism. Durability. 60/60. Description. Mithril Bracelet. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Spirit 6. Attribute. Exorcism. Notification. Congratulations! You have assembled the mithril accessory set. Notification. Set attributes activated. Notification. The effects of the set's attributes are doubled. The consumption of attribute skills is halved. Behold, this is the effect of the set. Simple. Uncomplicated. Hee. I like it. Ye Lin chuckled, growing increasingly satisfied with the mithril accessories adorning him. Curiosity piqued, he decided to test the exorcism attribute. In the next instant, a silvery glow enveloped his body, imparting a sense of divine majesty. To be honest, it did have a certain flair. He then retrieved a long sword from his backpack to assess the effect. The silvery brilliance instantly covered the weapon as well, although the power remained unchanged. When striking demonic beings, the damage would be catastrophic. The stamina cost was also minimal, largely due to the half consumption effect of the set. Furthermore, it seemed this description hinted at a possible counter against the Overlord's monstrous form. With that thought, Ye Lin deactivated the exorcism attribute, watching as the silvery glow gradually dissipated from his body and weapon. Should he attempt to confront it? Test the might of the Overlord's monstrous form? The game system's description of the Overlord stated that its strength surpassed players' imaginations, instilling an overwhelming dread. Yet, the extent of its power remained a mystery. Let us do it. A trial by fire. Ye Lin gritted his teeth and directed his floating castle towards the location of the Overlord. It is rare. I am perfect. The advantage lies with me. Even if I cannot prevail, I can escape. I refuse to believe you can instantaneously overpower me across a vast level gap. The more Ye Lin contemplated, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. Thus, 2.5 hours later, he arrived at the lair of the Overlord's monstrous form. Numerous players hovered around the perimeter, uniting to confront the Overlord's fragmented body. The strength of the fragmented body was something Ye Lin had personally experienced. At this stage, no. Even in the forthcoming phase in this region, there was no one who could match him one-on-one. It was indeed insurmountable. Players could only band together to resist. Otherwise, they would be systematically dismantled by the fragmented body. Since this entity emerged, it seemed to have remained largely dormant. What was it doing? Gazing from a distance at the towering monstrosity, looming hundreds of meters high, Ye Lin could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. From beginning to end, the Dominator, the demonized flesh mountain, seemed never to have taken direct action. It merely dispatched its avatars to confront the players. Was it constrained by some force? The game system. He sensed something amiss. The game system must undoubtedly restrict the Dominator's movements. Otherwise, with such formidable strength, this behemoth could effortlessly annihilate the players. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. Without such limitations, what would be the point of playing? It will be akin to a mere gift. If that is the case, there is nothing to fear. A straightforward, reckless charge would suffice. With this thought, Ye Lin ascended. The floating castle could hover hundreds of meters in the air. Upon reaching a safe point, he leaped down directly, initiating the faith leap. No, rather it was the explosive step followed by 3 consecutive slashes. Then, with his left hand resting on the back of his sword, a golden glimmer emerged, looking quite dashing. Whoosh! Under various enhancements, his blade struck the Dominator, the demonized flesh mountain. What the hell? What the hell? Someone has engaged. Who is it? So fierce, charging straight in? Ghostly it hit, and the Dominator is bleeding. This is the top player in the region. Is it Ye Lin? Then the rest no problem. The player has reached a perfect level, and not long ago, he even defeated an avatar of the Dominator. No matter how strong the demonized flesh mountain is, it should be manageable, right? Who knows? The game system rates the Dominator far above players. Incredibly terrifying. Look, the Dominator's wound is healing. What the hell? This is dire. A full power strike from the player, and the Dominator is unscathed. Let alone a perfect level. Even an epic level would struggle to defeat it, right? Players wandering along the edge of the sea watched the distant battle, engaging in lively discussions in the chat channel. They did not believe Ye Lin could defeat the demonized flesh mountain. After all, its might was evident. Previously, several hundred-person teams had formed temporary alliances, sending 300 to 500 to subdue the Dominator. The outcome was disastrous, with many players perishing. At a mobile base, a man and a woman stood side by side. They were familiar with Ye Lin, Bai Chun, and Song Shi. Seeing Ye Lin confront the Dominator took them both by surprise. Recently, the game system had indicated that his level had reached perfection, so he should have a chance to defeat the demonized Flesh Mountain, right? Song Shi, observing the battle from afar, coldly analyzed with a thoughtful expression. She had witnessed Ye Lin's prowess firsthand. They had fought side by side at the beginning. Now, he had ascended to an insurmountable lead. The remaining players had no hope of catching up. His rapid growth and strength. What could his talent possibly be? Bai Chun shook his head slightly, adjusting his glasses that glimmered with a flash of white, and spoke softly. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. The prowess of Ye Lin is indeed beyond question. Even as the world's top-ranked contender, I sense he could put up a formidable fight. Yet the Overlord is no ordinary being, and it may not even belong to this realm. Its strength is acknowledged by the very game system, which even imposes restrictions upon it. Its terrifying might is thus evident. Upon hearing Bai Chun's analysis, Song Shi's cold demeanor momentarily faltered. Game system restrictions? Are you suggesting that the Overlord's demonic manifestation is still being constrained? Upon hearing such a thoughtless remark, Bai Chun cast her a sidelong glance and elucidated, "What else would you suppose? If my conjecture is correct, the Overlord battle is an ordeal that every region must confront, and there are but two possible outcomes. Either the players of the region are annihilated by the Overlord, or they unite to vanquish it. Ultimately, the restrictions on the region will be lifted, and at that moment, the entire world shall become its stage." Chapter 85. Confrontation. And Bai Chun's calculations. The individual referred to by Bai Chun is, of course, Ye Lin, who is currently engaged in a fierce battle against the Overlord. Upon hearing such high praise for someone, Song, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Bai Chun had always exuded an air of strategic mastery and self-assured control over all situations. Yet now, he proclaimed that the entire world would become the stage for that person. This implied that not only would she become a mere supporting role, but even he himself would be relegated to the background. What should we do next? After her initial shock, Song, she regained her composure and could not help but inquire. Bai Chun seemed to have anticipated this question. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What else can we do? He is beyond our control. Forcing our way forward will only lead us to destruction. But if we follow him, placing him at the forefront, we too shall rise alongside him. By aligning ourselves with him, we can elevate our potential. Otherwise, we risk fading into obscurity. The talents among the top 10 in the world rankings are all extraordinarily exceptional, and I doubt I could even break into the top 100, let alone you." As his words hung in the air, Song, she felt a lump in her throat, her expression turning somewhat grim. Whether in Blue Star or in the current gaming realm, she had always considered herself a paragon of excellence, unparalleled by any. Her position among the top 3 in her region was sufficient proof of her prowess. Yet, she seemed to overlook the fact that there were 10,000 individuals in a single region. Her ascent to the top 3 was merely a reflection of the limitations of that pool. Meanwhile, Ye Lin's dominance at the summit was indicative of an entirely different echelon. The difference between first and third may appear slight, but in reality, 100 individuals like Song, she would fall short against Ye Lin. With 10 regions, that translates to 100,000. With 100, it becomes 1,000,000. Once the regional restrictions are lifted, would she not risk becoming just another face in the crowd? After a moment of contemplation, Song, she reluctantly acknowledged this truth. Her ability to stand out among 10,000 did not guarantee her prominence among 1,000,000 or even 10,000,000. What if he refuses? She pondered aloud. Given his current strength, even if we wish to join him, he may dismiss us as mere dead weight. Moreover, considering his long-standing solitary nature, he likely harbors a disdain for teamwork. Song, she expressed her inner thoughts candidly. While she had no objections to the idea of aligning with Ye Lin, indeed, she found it quite appealing. The crux of the matter lay in whether he would accept them. Bai Chun, however, wore a confident smile as he responded, "Rest assured, if my predictions hold true, we may soon witness the emergence of a team combat mode. In that case, even the world's top-ranked individual will have a team to rely on." Ye Lin is undeniably powerful and possesses immense potential. But he is human, not a deity. As a human, he too experiences vulnerability. He grows weary, feels thirst, hunger, and yes, he is susceptible to injury. Each individual has their role. He is the main character, and we shall serve as his support, assisting him in combat, enhancing our strengths, and growing together. He is exceptionally intelligent and fully understands the significance of teamwork, especially in a group led by himself. As long as an additional layer of assurance is provided, there will be no issues. The conversation between the two was barely audible, so faint that no one could hear it. Meanwhile, a figure engaged in combat against the formidable, demonized flesh mountain appeared somewhat beleaguered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of crimson flesh tendrils, extending hundreds of meters, surged forth. The air resonated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. This scene sent shivers down Ye Lin's spine as he faced his adversary. He executed rapid strikes and swift movements, the golden glimmer of his blade flashing across the surface of the sea and into the air. The height of the demonized flesh mountain exceeded 300 meters, truly embodying its name, a mountain of flesh. Its enormous form lacked a head, arms, or legs, only possessing those spine-chilling crimson tentacles. In comparison, the tendrils of its split forms were utterly insignificant, lacking any comparability. Each crimson tentacle of the demonized flesh mountain measured hundreds of meters in length, with an attack range that could extend beyond a kilometer. In simpler terms, each tentacle was thicker than a human being, an absolute monstrosity. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of crimson tendrils crashed violently against the ocean's surface, sending towering waves soaring dozens of meters high. From a distance, it resembled a monstrous sea creature stirring up chaos. Its colossal and terrifying form was truly spine-chilling. After narrowly evading the strikes of over 100 tendrils, Ye Lin pressed on with his assault against the demonized flesh mountain. He unleashed a series of skills, swift movements, golden brilliance, and rapid slashes, but only managed to scrape the surface of its defenses, inflicting mere superficial wounds. Remarkably, the injuries he inflicted began to heal within seconds. The tentacles were as resilient as steel, proving impossible to sever. In this fierce battle, Ye Lin found himself thoroughly suppressed by the rare-level demonized flesh mountain. Although this creature's movement speed was sluggish, it was unrelenting due to its multitude of tentacles, each thicker than a human's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of each crimson tentacle struck with the force of missiles, slicing through the air and emitting plumes of white smoke. Bang! With so many tentacles and such relentless attacks, Ye Lin was caught off guard by one of the crimson appendages. Instantly, it felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body violently propelled backward. Crash! He landed on the ocean's surface, tumbling uncontrollably for an uncountable number of rotations before finally coming to a halt. Cough! Cough! This terrifying force, and you dare tell me it is rare level? Ye Lin furrowed his brow, clutching his chest and painfully coughing up blood. Damn it, this power feels more akin to epic level. A blow like that would likely obliterate any other perfect level opponent. Had it not been for his innate resilience and the enhancement effects of his flesh transcendence talent, he would have sustained severe injuries from such an attack. With these two talents bolstering him, he had only suffered minor wounds from the onslaught of the demonized flesh mountain. No matter, onward he must charge. Exorcism. Ye Lin gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve as he activated the unique skill of his mithril adornment. Exorcism. A radiant silver light enveloped his entire being, intertwining with the long blade in his grasp. If the dominant flesh mountain could not vanquish him, then the battle was far from over. With explosive speed, he surged forth. Whoosh! Cloaked in shimmering silver, he dashed across the waves, swiftly closing the distance between himself and a monstrous abomination. In an instant, triple slash. Upon nearing his foe, he unleashed the triple slash skill. 3 rapid, successive strikes sliced through the air almost simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The glimmering silver blade seemed to freeze in midair, lingering for an eternity before dissipating. With a piercing sound, A single crimson tentacle severed and plummeted into the ocean below. Indeed, the effect was remarkable. With the exorcism activated, he effortlessly severed one of the tentacles of the dominant flesh mountain, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Without hesitation, he pressed on. Triple slash, triple slash, triple slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gradually, the battle transformed from a one-sided onslaught into an exchange of fierce blows from both sides. Chapter 86, Fleeing. Bai Chun and Songshi arrived. Suddenly, Ye Lin, having severed dozens of crimson tentacle from the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain, made a startling discovery. His expression turned to one of shock, and his previously heightened battle spirit began to wane. It was simply because the severed tentacles had regrown. Damn it! How was he supposed to fight now? Ye Lin erupted in frustration. Was this Dominator not excessively monstrous? His full-powered skills could not even match its recovery speed. The prospect of victory seemed utterly impossible. Time to retreat. If this continued, he would exhaust his stamina first. At that point, devoid of energy, he would be incapable of confronting the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain. Even the ability to remain afloat on the sea would pose a challenge. Given his current attributes, he could momentarily sprint across the surface with skills interspersed. However, without stamina to employ skills, he would not be able to run far before plunging into the depths. With this thought in mind, Ye Lin executed 3 consecutive explosive steps, distancing himself from the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain. Whoosh! Then it was run. Due to the disparity in speed, as long as he managed to escape a kilometer away, the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain would be unable to strike him. After employing over 10 skills, Ye Lin's figure appeared atop the floating castle. He glanced at the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain, which had entered its berserk mode, and without a moment's hesitation, he maneuvered the floating castle to retreat swiftly. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Players observing from the edge of the sea were utterly astounded. The regional chat channel erupted once more. Oh my, Ye Lin is truly my deity. Single-handedly battling the Dominator's demonized flesh mountain, severing dozens of its tentacles and retreating unscathed, simply astounding. I've made my decision. I wish to ally with this great figure. Me too. Count me in. The folks upstairs should get some rest. The boss doesn't need any deadweight. And surely, no one would take on a burden. Does that mean there's no hope of allying with the boss? There is, provided you possess sufficient capital. Men should have a skill, and women should be sufficiently appealing. Just kidding. Don't take that seriously, everyone. Brothers, look at this. Picture. Phew, quite impressive. Such milky whiteness. Holy smokes, those two must be at least a D cup, right? Based on my years of experience, I suspect it's even more than that. Gradually, the tone of the regional chat channel began to shift. Yellow, radiant, celestial might. Meanwhile, having retreated to a safe location, Ye Lin sensed his survival manual vibrating incessantly in his arms. With some confusion, he took it out to peruse. It was a private message. Upon opening it, he found a plethora of flattery and requests for companionship. Ignoring them, Ye Lin casually skimmed through the messages. Just as he lifted a cup of water to drink the next moment, phew, seriously, are you using this to test the officials? In a private chat message, several selfies were attached, showcasing an abundance of creamy white skin. At first glance, it was large, immense, devoid of any fabric to conceal it. It surpassed the explicitness found in the regional chat channel by several magnitudes. With a swift motion, Ye Lin solemnly closed the survival manual, his countenance devoid of expression. Am I truly such a person? Just one more glance. This would be the final look. After a struggle of thoughts, he critically reopened the manual. Unbeknownst to him, 3 minutes had slipped by. After a meticulous critique, Ye Lin closed the manual once more. Returning to his serious demeanor, he calmly stated, "It is merely a superficial facade. Am I truly that shallow? Beautiful appearances are ubiquitous, yet intriguing souls are exceedingly rare. On another note, it seems that the aforementioned creamy white skin, in its immensity, is perhaps even rarer than an interesting soul." Ye Lin shook his head slightly, dispelling the errant thoughts that had wandered into his mind. He retrieved a long knife from his backpack and began to wield it. Women only affect the speed at which I grow stronger. Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my blade. Swish, swish, swish. Thus, he resumed his diligent practice with a knife. Since mastering the knife technique, he felt restless if a day passed without practice. Once he began, he was filled with vigor. Could it be that he possessed some innate talent in the art of the blade? As dusk approached, the last rays of golden sunlight lingered on the horizon, reminiscent of dawn yet akin to a curtain call. At that moment, two mobile bases emerged from the distance. Big brother, someone is approaching. Little Tuan Tuan, with her keen perception, could sense even from a kilometer away. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin furrowed his brow and halted his knife practice. With a few leaps, he ascended to the castle, overlooking the two approaching mobile bases from a vantage point. Being of perfect caliber, his vision was naturally exceptional. It didn't take long for him to identify the two individuals atop, familiar faces indeed. He turned and remarked, "Ada, instruct the Wildman Corps to lower their weapons." "Yes, boss." Upon receiving the command, Ada immediately gestured to several leaders of the Wildman Corps. Soon, the Wildman Corps set down their bows and spears, which they had been poised to launch. Moments later, floating ladders extended downward. Bai Chun and Song Shi, with little hesitation, hastened to board the airborne castle. "What brings you two here?" Ye Lin inquired with a hint of perplexity at the sudden visit from the two, who were typically as silent as the dead. However, whenever they made a move, it was always significant. "We have come to." Song Shi began to speak, but was interrupted by Bai Chun beside her. "Allow me to explain. We have come to seek to join your team." At this revelation, Ye Lin scratched his head, bewildered. "Join my team? What team do I have? Have I ever been anything but alone?" Bai Chun adjusted his glasses and offered a faint smile. "You're a team in yourself. Allow me to share my perspective on this game. You may have already surmised some aspects, particularly regarding the limitations imposed on the Dominator's power, correct?" Ye Lin skaze filikerit, his expression gradually settling into calmness as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Dominator is constrained by the game system?" "Astute," Bai Chun continued. "The Dominator's strength may not entirely belong to this realm. Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture. The Dominator's battle is crucial for each region. If the Dominator remains undefeated, the fate of that region is destined to become a wasteland. You are undoubtedly the most aware of the formidable strength of the Dominator's monstrous form, having experienced it firsthand. Even someone as powerful as yourself requires the assistance of a team at such moments, do you not? Furthermore, following the Dominator's battle, it is highly likely that regional restrictions will be lifted. At that point, even you may find yourself overwhelmed. For it is a truth of humanity that everyone possesses moments of vulnerability." Chapter 87. You make a valid point, but I must still decline. This was the first time Ye Lin had heard Bai Chun speak so extensively, and the wealth of information was somewhat overwhelming. Yet, it was undeniable that Bai Chun's words held merit. He was human, not divine. As a human, one experiences fatigue, weariness, thirst, hunger, and moments of frailty. Ye Lin had also encountered the might of the dominant demonized flesh mountain, and it was nothing short of formidable, indeed astonishingly so. Even equipped with perfect level skills, numerous talents, and exceptional gear, he found himself unable to contend with the rare tier dominant. This exemplified just how terrifying it was. The game system had previously indicated that the dominant demonized flesh mountain strength would escalate over time, advancing into its second and even third phases. The current difficulty, merely at the first phase, was a daunting prospect. The subsequent challenges were simply unfathomable. To think that one could face the dominant demonized flesh mountain alone was nothing short of folly. Moreover, Bai Chun speculated about the potential lifting of regional restrictions, a notion that Ye Lin could vaguely grasp. At that point, it would not be just a handful of players in one region, but rather all the survivors worldwide. Any player who managed to endure the battle against the dominant would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. United in strength, they would only grow more formidable. Not to mention, two individuals consistently occupied the top ranks on the global leaderboard, Long Outyin and Zhao Hao. What kind of power did they possess to maintain their positions at first and second place? After some contemplation, Ye Lin's gaze settled on Bai Chun, and he nodded, saying, "You make a valid point, but I must still decline." Upon hearing this, even Bai Chun could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he quickly reverted to his characteristic smile. It was as he had anticipated. Was it due to a lack of trust in them? Bai Chun adjusted his glasses and replied with a calm smile. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, unable to refrain from expressing his admiration. "I must admit, you are indeed clever. Having you on my team would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency and convenience. However, I must confess, I am not entirely at ease with you, or for that matter, anyone besides myself." He spoke candidly. Bai Chun was indeed astute, and Ye Lin pondered that if this fellow possessed a talent for duplication, he could surpass him effortlessly. Acknowledging the strengths of others is nothing to be ashamed of, and in this world, there are no what-ifs. A simple alliance does feel somewhat untrustworthy. We could merge our mobile base with your floating castle. This way, you would be in command. As long as you disapprove, we would be unable to separate, and you would have priority access to our resources. There would be no concern about us turning against you or pilfering your resources. The moment our mobile base integrates with your floating castle, our assets would become yours, while yours would remain solely yours. Should we wish to utilize facilities or allocate resources, your consent would be imperative. With that, he concluded his statement. Ye Lin was somewhat taken aback by the actions of the two individuals. He inhaled sharply, trying to steady his emotions. Do you truly trust me this much? Just so you know, I'm not exactly a good person." He was genuinely astonished by Chen's audacity. Who would dare to undertake such a gamble? It was akin to placing oneself in a life-or-death situation, entrusting everything to another. Such a feat was beyond Ye Lin's capabilities. However, the thought of others placing their faith entirely in him was rather appealing. "All right then, you do possess some discernment, so I shall reluctantly accept your partnership." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Chun extended his hand with a smile, proclaiming, then, "May our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so." Ye Lin nodded and shook his hand. Meanwhile, she was left in the background. With her ample figure but lacking intellect, she could at best be considered an exquisite ornament. Seeing the two of them smiling so joyfully while she was neglected, she naturally wore a displeased expression, crossing her arms, rolling her eyes, and turning her head away in disdain. Thus, two more individuals joined the floating castle. Before long, Bai Chun and She's mobile base merged with the castle. The structure remained unchanged, save for the addition of two houses on either side, designated for Bai Chun and She. Ye Lin, of course, would not reside with them. Nevertheless, it must be said that their presence indeed brought a lively atmosphere to the floating castle. The trio conferred and decided to venture to Haicheng the following day to utilize the accumulated magic crystals for personal enhancement. After a brief adjustment period, Ye Lin chose to focus on his own practice, retreating to a spacious area to hone his swordsmanship. Observing his diligence and commitment, Bai Chun remained impassive, showing no surprise. In contrast, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight, unable to restrain her curiosity. "You're already so strong. Why still practice swordplay? Why not just head to the enhancement hall in Haicheng tomorrow?" Without pausing, Ye Lin continued his training, eventually responding, "I'm not merely practicing swordplay. I'm cultivating my mind." He uttered the words casually. Upon hearing this, She appeared somewhat dumbfounded. "Cultivating the mind? Have you read too many novels? Practicing swordplay to refine the mind?" She muttered under her breath, arms crossed, and a stern expression on her face. Ye Lin paid her no mind and continued with his sword practice. Ever since reaching the perfect level, he had noticed his body's sensitivity to the external environment had significantly heightened. The sea breeze often caressed the surface, and sometimes he would swing his sword with the wind, other times against it. Each swing brought him a deeper understanding and insight into swordsmanship. It was a bit esoteric, yet undeniably true. Bai Chun pulled She aside, shaking his head slightly to signal her not to disturb him. "What are you doing?" "I am merely observing. I have no intention of interfering," She remarked, her expression one of perplexity. Bai Chun responded gravely, "Do not disturb him while he is honing his blade. He is on the verge of accessing an entirely new realm of power. Your every word and action could potentially disrupt his momentum or shall we say, his enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Songxi's face was etched with confusion as she inquired, "What do you mean? Blade momentum? Enlightenment?" She was on the verge of suggesting that Bai Chun had become ensnared by fictional tales, yet the thought of his extraordinary talent caused her to swallow her words. Instead, she redirected her curiosity, asking, "What have you discerned?" Bai Chun nodded, his demeanor serious. "Well, you should be able to infer the type of talent I possess. Through my observations, I have discovered that each stroke he practices is accompanied by a subtle, almost imperceptible, unique resonance. It resembles the blade intent or momentum often depicted in fantasy literature. Such abilities are particularly vulnerable to interruption during their cultivation. Even the slightest disturbance can hinder one's comprehension. He is likely still unaware that he is grasping this capability." Chapter 88, A Bug-Level Talent Guaranteed to Hit. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Songxi was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Is it truly the case that while others practice martial arts, one engages in the pursuit of immortality? Promptly, she closed her mouth obediently, refraining from further interruption. Thus, the two stood at a distance, observing. Songxi found the entire process rather tedious, whereas Bai Chun appeared contemplative, engrossed in the spectacle. Occasionally, a flicker of brilliance would flash in his eyes, elevating his assessment of Ye Lin to a new echelon. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. At 8 in the morning, the floating castle reached the gates of Haicheng. Ye Lin, Bai Chun, and Songxi descended. Where's Yuer?" As Ye Lin glanced at the guards upon entering the city, he noticed the absence of Yuer, stirring a hint of curiosity within him. However, he dismissed it and proceeded directly to the enhancement hall. After a mere 10 minutes, the trio appeared within the hall, approaching the device for skill upgrades. Ye Lin was about to activate it when she hesitantly spoke up. Ye Lin, do you possess any rare grade upgrade stones?" Upon hearing this, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, pausing his actions to regard her. "Rare grade upgrade stones, you say?" "Indeed, I have some. What do you wish for one?" He had momentarily forgotten that she was still at the mere rare level. Despite her attributes being maximized, without an upgrade stone, she could not transcend her level cap. This was true not only for her, but also for Bai Chun. They both understood how challenging it was to acquire rare-grade upgrade stones. The avenues for obtaining them were exceedingly scarce. To procure them from wild treasure chests was a daunting task. One had to defeat rare-grade creatures first. Only then could one have a chance of opening a rare-grade treasure chest, which was invariably guarded by creatures of the same rarity. This led to a vicious cycle. Without rare-grade upgrade stones, one could not advance to the rare level, and to obtain them, one needed the strength to vanquish rare-grade beings. It was rather difficult to assess. At this stage, Ye Lin was the only player in this region who had surpassed the rare level. The others, at most, were like Bai Chun and Songxi, having maximized their attributes to reach the limits of the rare level. "Yes, I wish to," she began. But Ye Lin interrupted her directly. "Seeking a handout? Not a chance. You must exchange something of value with me." Hastily, she waved her hands. No. I did not intend to imply that." Then, she continued, "How about I trade you a rare-grade upgrade stone for magic crystals?" Upon hearing her offer to exchange magic crystals for his upgrade stone, Ye Lin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That's acceptable. But how many magic crystals are you willing to part with?" "It cannot be insufficient." Would 1,000 magic crystals suffice for a single upgrade stone?" She asked nervously. At present, rare-grade upgrade stones were priceless in the market. Even with magic crystals, one could scarcely acquire them. At this moment, possessing a mere 1,000 crystals was certainly insufficient to acquire a rare-grade upgrade stone, yet represented her entire fortune. Hunting magical creatures to obtain an ample supply of magic crystals at the rare level was no trivial endeavor. If it proves inadequate, I can always owe you for now and repay you slowly after slaying some magical beast. Songxi's cheeks flushed slightly, mentally preparing herself for a long-term commitment to labor. Ye Lin, however, disregarded her words and calmly articulated his terms. 1,000 magic crystals and 5,000 units of magical flesh. If agreeable, we can transact immediately. The magical flesh held considerable utility for him. as it could nurture the magical blood tree and produce blood fruits. Of course, at this stage, the combined resources would not suffice to exchange for a rare-grade upgrade stone. His acquiescence stemmed merely from their shared team affiliation and the fact that the item held little value for him. Thus, he deemed it an investment. The rare grade was still too weak. During future team engagements, he did not wish to be burdened with caretaking. Ye Lin had no intention of playing the role of a babysitter. Should one be incapable of providing support, he would promptly expel them from the team rather than allow them to siphon off his resources. Before long, the transaction was completed. She obtained the rare-grade upgrade stone she desired, her face alight with excitement. Without a moment's thought, she crushed it and used it. Crack! As she upgraded, Bai Chan adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "I too wish to exchange for a rare-grade upgrade stone very well." Ye Lin nodded, not refusing. After all, exchanging one for another was the same as exchanging two. Presently, Bai Chan exhibited greater potential for development than Shi. Thus he readily consented. Following the trade, Bai Chan likewise crushed the upgrade stone and began elevating his level. At this juncture, She completed her upgrade, her excitement palpable as she attained the rare grade. "This is the rare grade. How formidable!" "Thank you, Ye Lin." Feeling the surge of power within her, she immediately expressed her gratitude. Ye Lin, casually digging at his ear, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then perhaps you could share your talent with me." He uttered this casually, not genuinely expecting her to comply. Just as he was about to upgrade his skills, Shi approached and displayed her personal panel to him. Name: Shi. Talent: guaranteed hit. As long as the mind is focused, the arrow in hand will surely strike the intended target. Title: Divine Marksman. Arrow power 30. Arrow speed 30. Level: rare. Attributes: Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Spirit 30. Skills: Basic Archery LV 10, Arrow Power 10, Arrow Speed 10. Guaranteed hit. This bug-like talent left Ye Lin momentarily dumbfounded. Subsequently, his gaze towards She grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed to convey the sentiment. With such extraordinary talent, how did you end up in this predicament? She discerned the meaning reflected in his gaze and let out a wry smile, offering an explanation. "Do not be misled by the appearance of my formidable abilities. Well, I concede they're indeed quite impressive. However, forcibly striking beings stronger than oneself is particularly taxing on one's stamina. Moreover, given my current attack power, even if I were to manage a hit on a creature superior to me, it would scarcely yield any significant impact." Upon reflection, this realization was indeed accurate. An arrow would struggle to breach the defenses of such beings, rendering a successful strike virtually futile. Nevertheless, the potential of this talent is exceedingly high, and not merely in an ordinary sense. With a powerful bow and an enhancement skill for arrows, one could truly soar. "This talent of yours is undeniably potent," Ye Lin remarked, stroking his chin and nodding in acknowledgement. Perhaps a boost for her might indeed serve to assist himself. There was no rush in this matter. That which is easily acquired is often taken for granted. It would be wiser to allow her to gradually exchange for magic crystals. Ye Lin cast a deep glance at Shi. She certainly qualified to be a member of his team. With a slight shake of his head, he temporarily set this thought aside, refocusing his attention on the skill upgrade interface before him. Chapter 89. Mastery of Blade Techniques, LV10. /LV10. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to elevate his mastery of blade techniques to level 10. Prompt: Would you like to consume? Yes. Before the prompt could finish, Ye Lin decisively clicked yes. Whoosh! A flash of white light enveloped him as his mastery of blade techniques ascended. Prompt: Congratulations. Your skill in blade mastery. Proceed. Without further hesitation, Ye Lin continued to upgrade his mastery of blade techniques. Prompt: Would you like to consume? Yes. Whoosh! Another flash of white light. After several consecutive instances, he finally maxed out his mastery of blade techniques. Skill: Blade Mastery LV10, Blade Power 40, Blade Speed 40. This is the attribute enhancement upon reaching the pinnacle of blade mastery. The power and speed of his blade techniques have nearly doubled. Such a figure is indeed remarkable. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced at his pouch and discovered that he had enough magic crystals to upgrade triple slash. Onward. Triple slash upgrade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each click of the upgrade button, a beam of white light flashed from his form. Correspondingly, the magic crystals in his pouch were visibly depleting at an accelerated pace. Whoosh. Finally, with one last click to upgrade, white light surged forth. Prompt. Congratulations. Your skill triple slash has successfully upgraded to LV10. Triple slash has reached level 10. As expected, this skill has peaked. The upgrade button has turned gray, indicating that no further upgrades are possible. Although there is a tinge of regret, Ye Lin feels quite content. Skill, triple slash LV10. Execute 3 high-speed slashes in any direction within sight, each with a maximum range of 100 meters. The transformation of triple slash at LV10 is substantial. Each successive slash can now reach a distance of 100 meters. 3 consecutive strikes amount to a staggering 300 meters. If interspersed with a burst of speed, the velocity would be astonishing. Ye Lin mused. Given his current speed, coupled with this skill under peak conditions, traversing a kilometer in a single second should pose no difficulty. A kilometer, that equates to 1,000 meters. Such speed must surely exceed the sound barrier. He pondered silently. Subsequently, he closed the skill upgrade interface. The magic crystals amassed during this period had been completely expended. Upgrading skills is indeed a colossal pit. It is insatiable. There is no end to it. As for triple slash, he was uncertain. However, after maxing out Blade Mastery, it would undoubtedly be eligible for further advancement. Yet, he was unsure how to obtain the advancement card from Mastery Skills. Perhaps he could try acquiring it from a shell vending machine? Never mind. Whether it be the shell vending machine or attempting to procure the advancement card from Mastery Skills from it, both require a stroke of luck. Fortune favors those who possess it. Those who exhaust their luck first must depart. Ye Lin harbored no envy for those fortunate souls. Meanwhile, Bai Chun had also completed his level up. Originally, he and Song Shi had come to the enhancement hall with the intention of upgrading their skills and fortifying their equipment. However, their magical crystals have been entirely depleted in pursuit of the elusive rare-grade upgrade stones. Consequently, they found themselves in a position of mere observation. Despite their desire to enhance their attributes, they were devoid of funds. At that moment, Bai Chun seemed to have an epiphany and directed his gaze toward Ye Lin, who had just completed a skill upgrade, inquiring, "Your level has reached perfection. You must possess some mutated fruits that can enhance rare-grade attributes, correct?" Attributes can be elevated in the enhancement hall and also through the consumption of mutated fruits. "Oh, you mean that?" "Yes, I do," Ye Lin replied calmly, nodding his head. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then how about this? Song Shi and I exchange our magical crystals with you for the rare-grade mutated fruits." The moment he uttered these words, Song Shi's eyes lit up, her previously aloof demeanor softening. "Sure, let us proceed as you suggested." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Lin did not decline. He had a substantial amount of rare-grade mutated fruits. Previously, while opening chests, he had acquired numerous rare-grade seeds, all of which he had planted in his farm. Under the diligent care of little Tuan Tuan, some mutated fruits had indeed borne fruit. This particular item held no use for him, so he had merely accumulated it. Of course, little Hey, little Bai, and little Tuan Tuan had all maximized their attributes as well, reaching the rare-grade limits. However, for the indigenous creatures, well, that term sounded a bit harsh. The enhancement of local species could not be expedited. It required time to mature. Unlike players, who benefited from a game system that allowed for rapid ascension, provided they had sufficient resources. Selling items of rare grade or above to other players could be construed as aiding the enemy. Bai Chun and Song Shi were considered as teammates. So bartering magical crystals for the fruits did not equate to obtaining them for free. Overall, it could be said that Ye Lin was at a slight disadvantage. At this stage, acquiring upgrade stones of rare grade or above was exceedingly challenging. None? Then your level will remain stagnant. With the enhancements complete, the trio departed the enhancement hall. As they passed by the Lord's manor, a guard suddenly obstructed their path. "Please halt. Young sir, Lord John requests your presence." "Very well, lead the way." Ye Lin replied with a slight nod, indicating for the guard to proceed. Observing this, Bai Chun and Song, she exchanged glances, following closely behind, both feeling a measure of astonishment. This guy actually knows someone from the Lord's Manor. It was worth noting that the Lord's Manor was shrouded in mystery. Since the emergence of the Sea City, numerous players had conducted extensive explorations, only to discover that certain areas were strictly off-limits. The Lord's Manor was among those. Those who ventured too close faced severe consequences, ranging from grievous injuries to outright death. Previously, a few players, undeterred by warnings, attempted to breach the manor's defenses, only to have their heads severed by sudden strike before they could even set foot inside. The scene was truly chilling, serving to remind the eager players that this was no mere game, but a reality. While engaging in games, one often finds themselves yearning to uncover information, albeit at the risk of their own life. Regrettably, such endeavors prove futile here, for life is but a singular thread. Once severed, all is lost. Within the Lord's Manor, in a side hall, the guards ushered Ye Lin and his companions into the room before hastily departing. As Ye Lin stepped inside, the jovial voice of John resonated in the air. "Ah, my friend, you have finally arrived. Come, take a seat, and let us engage in a meaningful conversation." Upon hearing this, Ye Lin graciously accepted, nodding with a smile as he settled into the chair opposite. "These two are my friends. I hope it is not too presumptuous to intrude," he added. "Of course, since they are your friends, they shall henceforth be considered friends of John as well. Please, be seated." John replied with a warm smile, gesturing for them to sit. This scene left Bai Chun and Song, she somewhat astonished. Yet they quickly regained their composure and politely expressed their gratitude. Goodness, it appears that Ye Lin is quite familiar with this individual from the Lord's Manor. This fellow truly possesses remarkable social prowess, thriving in any environment. How indeed. Chapter 90. The true purpose of the enchanted blood tree, my friend. It has been several days since our last farewell, has it not? Indeed, it has been a few days since I last visited Haiqing. I wonder how Brother John and your have fared recently? We are all quite well. But what of your? Why is he not stationed at the city gate? Oh, that lad, he is currently in the process of advancing to perfection. I see. Hearing that your is on the verge of achieving perfection, Ye Lin felt a twinge of surprise. It hasn't been long, and both John and your are on the cusp of perfection. Is the fare at the Lord's Manor truly this sumptuous? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a hint of envy towards Christ. As for Bai Chun and Song Shi, who were seated nearby, they had grown somewhat numb. The term perfection had become so commonplace that it dealt a significant blow to the two who had only just reached the rare level. Amidst their idle chatter, Ye Lin took a moment to glance at John's current attributes. Name, John. Talent, incredible physique. Title, Lord's Bodyguard. Level, perfect. Attributes, Strength 47, Agility 46, Constitution 48, Spirit 45. Skills. After a cursory glance at the attributes, Ye Lin was once again taken aback. What the? The speed of this attribute enhancement is astonishingly faster than his own. This is irrefutable. This fellow must have some hidden advantage. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, John began to speak of the last time he had intended to take him to the black market. Casting a glance at Bai Chun and Song Shi, he hesitated momentarily, but proceeded to speak. Ye Lin, do you recall what I mentioned about the black market last time? The black market? Is that the place where... Of course, I remember. Ye Lin was about to elaborate on the place where magical potions were sold at random, but upon seeing John's expression, he quickly changed his words. Clearly, the mention of magical potions and sequences pertained to matters of epic level and above, which John preferred not to disclose to anyone else. The reason was simple, a lack of trust. Song Shi, with her ample figure and unassuming intellect, failed to perceive anything amiss. However, the astute Bai Chun, upon hearing this exchange, felt a sudden sharpness in his gaze. He sensed that the black market John spoke of, along with the unarticulated details from Ye Lin, was anything but ordinary. What could possibly provoke such caution from two individuals of perfection? Could it be something beyond the epic level? It must be acknowledged. Bai Chun had indeed deduced the truth. At this moment, Ye Lin was engrossed in conversation with John regarding the black market. completely unaware that this perceptive individual had gleaned critical information from their brief dialogue. Half an hour later, their conversation drew to a close. A week from now, the black market will open for a duration of 12 hours. I shall take you inside, where you should find what you seek, Jean stated earnestly. Ye Lin, naturally, would not decline. He had long desired to explore the black market. Very well, I shall be punctual, and I will meet you at the Rose Tavern. Having spoken, he rose and departed, prompting Bai Chun and Song Shi to hastily follow suit. Jean accompanied them to the gates of the Lord's mansion before coming to a halt, watching as the three figures faded from view. Once Ye Lin and the others were no longer in sight, he murmured to himself, "My friend, I hope you can survive the trials that lie ahead." The trials he referred to were the conquest of dominance. There would be no hostilities between the Sea City and the Overlord. Even if these waters transformed into a desolate realm, the Sea City would endure. As long as certain rules were not violated, the Sea City would remain uninvolved in the matters of the conquest. In another part of the sea, aboard the floating castle, Bai Chun and Song Shi were in search of mutated creatures to hunt. Ada and the Barbarian Legion had been entrusted to Bai Chun for command. With his intellect, he would undoubtedly maximize the potential of the Barbarian Legion. Ye Lin was not concerned about the two absconding with the Legion from the beginning. Only Ada could effectively command the barbarian forces. Ye Lin ascended to the uppermost level of the castle, where Tuan Tuan was diligently tending to the plants, a task she regularly undertook, especially feeding the mutated blood tree with flesh and blood. Gently stroking the little Tuan Tuan's head, Ye Lin spoke softly. "Tuan Tuan, do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health." "I'm fine, big brother." "Tuan Tuan is not tired. Helping you brings me great joy." The little one shook her head, her adorable face radiating with smiles. Seeing this, Ye Lin chose not to press the matter further. He approached the mutated blood tree and carefully examined its attributes. Mutated blood tree, talent, immortal, level, rare, attributes. It had leveled up, having absorbed sufficient nutrients. The mutated blood tree's level increased once more, reaching the rare tier. It could now mutate rare creatures. Ye Lin's heart swelled with joy as he immediately called over the slumbering swordbeak lark nearby. "Little Bai, would you like to become a mutated creature?" He did not compel it to undergo the blood transformation. Little Bai was his companion, while the Barbarian Legion was merely expendable. The decision of whether to mutate lay directly with him. However, for Little Bai, he wished for it to make its own choice. Little Bai tilted its head, gazing at the mutated blood tree. The tree extended its tendrils in a friendly greeting. "How? How?" Little Bai chirped in agreement. Having witnessed the transformations of the Barbarian Legion, it understood that there was no adverse effect on consciousness or life. In fact, their strength had increased. Truth be told, Little Bai felt a tinge of envy. Since the advent of the floating castle, it had sensed its own significance diminishing. If it did not enhance its abilities soon, it might face obsolescence. Noticing Little Bai's consent, Ye Lin naturally did not object. He beckoned the mutated blood tree to proceed with the transformation. With a crack, dozens of roots broke through the ground, ensnaring Little Bai in a manner reminiscent of a mummy. Had the mutated blood tree not leveled up to the rare tier and grown to a height of 30 to 40 meters, it might have struggled to restrain Little Bai. Soon, the blood transformation commenced. The transformation to a rare level progressed rather slowly. Time passed swiftly, and after nearly 6 hours, it was finally completed. As the bundled roots fell away, a sound reminiscent of a duck's quack emerged. Quack! Before him stood Xiao Bai, its feathers aglow in a striking crimson hue, as it vigorously spread its wings and let out a triumphant cry to the heavens. Was it larger now? Could it be that Xiao Bai had not only undergone a transformation, but had also ascended in rank? Upon observing Xiao Bai's size more closely, Ye Lin was taken aback. It measured over 20 meters. Its wingspan was even grander. He immediately examined Xiao Bai's detailed attributes. Sword-billed lark, talent, transformation upon activation. Blood-red patterns envelop the body, resulting in a significant enhancement of power. Level, perfect attributes. Truly perfect level. The transformation allowed for an elevation in rank. Initially, Ye Lin had assumed that the wild creature's feebleness was the reason for the rank increase upon transformation. Now, he was utterly astonished. Did this imply that once the blood tree of transformation reached perfection, he could undergo the blood transformation and break through the level limitations to attain an epic rank? Chapter 91. The mithril set if this were indeed the case. Ye Lin could scarcely fathom it. Could this truly be the correct application of the demonic blood tree? The transformation of demonic blood, a breakthrough in levels. This would render the epic upgrade stones unnecessary. The means of acquiring such a thing is utterly elusive. When at the Lord's mansion, Ye Lin had inquired about it with John. John's response was that the epic upgrade stones would not be released to the public. The higher-ups would only internalize them. Besides the fact that the epic upgrade stones themselves are exceedingly precious and difficult to forge, there exists another reason. That is, the epic level is merely a step away from the potion of magic, from the sequence. This step entails a qualitative change in power. Such overwhelming strength is challenging to manage. Of course, there must be more to it. John was also not entirely aware of the specifics. He was merely a personal guard of the Lord, with a level that barely reached perfection. It was unlikely for him to possess comprehensive knowledge of significant matters. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought. His gaze swept over to the dazed little Tuan beside him. Assuming she also wished to undergo the transformation of demonic blood, and attempted to inquire, "Do you wish to transform too, Tuan?" No, Tuan does not wish to transform. Upon hearing this, the little Tuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Her aversion to the transformation was evident. Ye Lin chuckled softly, not pondering it further. If she did not want to transform, so be it. The adorableness of little Tuan was such that the thought of her undergoing transformation and initiating demonization was somewhat disconcerting. This was not a sight he would relish. However, while little Tuan was unwilling, others were not. At that moment, Ada's voice resonated from distance. "Boss, I wish to transform." His face was alight with anticipation. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Xiao Bai break through to perfection following her transformation. The aura emanating from her was so potent that it made him feel slightly uncomfortable from afar. It was evident how drastically her strength had surged post-transformation. "Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked," Ye Lin replied with a slight smile and a nod. He certainly would not refuse Ada's request. The stronger Ada became, the more wildlings he could subdue. This would consequently elevate the upper limit of their wildling legion's numbers. It was hopeful that their ranks might swell to 500 or even 1,000. Imagining 1,000 wildlings, all having undergone the transformation of demonic blood, was exhilarating. With high-end combat strength secured, mid-tier power was not neglected either. It was a comprehensive development, indeed. At this moment, Xiao Bai had finally acclimatized to her physical changes and the enhancement of her power. Her once blood-red feathers gradually transformed back to white. Flap, flap. Her strong and powerful wings stirred the surrounding air currents, causing the garments of those nearby to rustle. Xiao Bai soared to great heights, diving into the clouds, continuously ascending, then gliding. Observing the joyful antics of Xiao Bai, Ye Lin shook his head with a smile, choosing to ignore her. "All right, Ada, you may proceed with the transformation." "Yes, boss." Upon hearing that he could undergo the transformation, Ada was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. With several large strides, he arrived beneath the enchanted blood tree. However, this time, the transformation did not commence immediately. The enchanted blood tree extended its roots, demanding enchanted blood flesh. Transformations involving entities of equal caliber are exceedingly energy-intensive. Moreover, the energy required for the subsequent breakthrough must also be supplied by the tree itself. Thus, this endeavor necessitates a substantial amount of enchanted blood flesh. Observing this, Ye Lin smiled faintly and remarked, "Hurry and initiate the transformation for Ada. I shall provide you with an ample supply of enchanted blood flesh." As he spoke, he retrieved a considerable quantity of enchanted blood flesh from the warehouse, spreading it around until the surrounding land was covered for dozens of meters. Upon witnessing this scene, the enchanted blood tree obediently commenced the blood transformation for Ada. simultaneously absorbing the enchanted blood flesh while performing the transformation. Time flowed slowly by. This spectacle was also observed by Bai Chun and Song Shi, particularly the change in expression on Song Shi's face, which Ye Lin perceived with clarity. You two need not dwell on it. It is not that I am unwilling to allow your transformations. Rather, it is imperative to maximize your attributes first. Upon hearing this, Song Shi's expression immediately shifted to one of disappointment. Conversely, Bai Chun adjusted his glasses, revealing a contemplative demeanor. That towering tree was exceptionally remarkable. After employing his talent for probing, he discerned that it was a plant not native to this world, possessing a high upper limit. As time passed, a day slipped by. Xiao Bai, Ada, and Xiao He all underwent blood transformations, breaking through their limits and achieving perfection in their levels. Their power surged dramatically. They also acquired a talent known as enchantment. Upon activation, crimson lines would emerge, enveloping their forms. Their speed, strength, and recovery capabilities would significantly enhance. Bai Chun and Song Shi gazed upon them enviously. After the transformation, there would be no need for upgrade stones to reach the perfect level, and their strength would surpass that of ordinary beings of the same level. Alas, Ye Lin would not allow them to reap the benefits without reciprocation. Wishing to elevate their attributes with rare, mutated fruits? Certainly, they could trade magic crystals for that. Aspiring to ascend levels through the enchanted blood tree? That too was feasible, provided they offered magic crystals in exchange. In essence, to obtain, one must contribute. It could be considered a form of equivalent exchange. 3 more days elapsed. Ye Lin diligently employed his duplication talent each day, replicating perfect-level exclusive treasure chests and perfect-level random equipment blueprints. The items obtained from the chests were predominantly perfect-level materials and semi-finished products. As the level increases, the corresponding equipment blueprints, items, seeds, and so forth become increasingly challenging to acquire. Nonetheless, even amidst such challenges, the sheer volume was overwhelming. If one was difficult to procure, then there would be 10. If 10 proved insufficient, then 100 could be opened. Eventually, he would manage to procure some desired items. Perfect-level fruit seeds were also obtained from the exclusive treasure chests. Even a single seed would allow Ye Lin to replicate an infinite quantity. However, the most significant gain over these days was not merely these items, but an entire set of perfect-level equipment. After an arduous process of incessantly replicating random equipment blueprints, he finally succeeded in crafting a set that met his expectations. The Mithril set. In stark contrast to scattered pieces, the Mithril set exhibited a significantly greater potency. Moreover, this set harmonized splendidly with Mithril accessories, resulting in even more substantial enhancements when combined. Eagerly, Ye Lin placed the set upon the equipment crafting table and commenced its construction. After expending considerable time and materials, he triumphantly completed the creation. Mithril helmet. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Constitution 5. Trait. Mithril body upon activation. The power of Mithril envelopes your entire being, greatly enhancing your defense and providing superior resistance against the assaults of demonic entities. Durability. 60/60. Description. The radiant essence of Mithril shall shield you from the taint of malevolence. Mithril armor. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Constitution 5. Trait. Mithril body. Durability. 60/60. Description. Mithril greaves. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Constitution 5. Trait. Mithril body. Mithril boots. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Agility 5. Mithril cloak. Level. Perfect. Bonus. Constitution 5. Spirit 5. Chapter 92. Song Shi's perfect breakthrough. Congratulations. You have assembled the complete set of Mithril armor and Mithril accessories, which doubles the benefits when worn. Adorned in a full ensemble of Mithril gear, the enhancements it provides are truly beyond imagination. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin resolved to remove the explosive step boots. Currently, with his triple slash, each of his thrusts travels a distance of 100 meters. The unique skill of the explosive step boots has become somewhat superfluous. While not entirely useless, It pales in comparison to the comprehensive attributes and enhancements offered by the Mithril set. By the way, the equipment's attribute enhancements mirror those of the character. Each point of attribute at the current level is equivalent to double that at the next level. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 5th day of the week. After several days of relentless training, the level of the demonic blood tree finally reached perfection and even its limits. With the exception of agility, which remained at 0, all other attributes had peaked. This signified that Ye Lin could now proceed with the blood transformation. However, he was not in a hurry. He felt a flicker of concern regarding any potential repercussions this transformation might have on the player. Thus, a volunteer was needed for an initial trial, and that person was none other than Song-Shi. With the aid of the Barbarian Legion, she had been fervently hunting demonic creatures over the past few days, acquiring demonic crystals and demonic flesh. The crystals were hers to keep, while the flesh was to be surrendered to Ye Lin. In the end, Song-Shi exchanged the freshly obtained demonic crystals with Ye Lin for rare-grade mutated fruits, intended to enhance her attributes. At this moment, her attributes had all reached the rare-grade limit. Not only her, but Bai Chun had also achieved the same. However, Bai Chun was not anxious about the blood transformation. He shared a glance with Ye Lin, nodded slightly, and a smile graced his lips. That cunning fellow, Ye Lin muttered under his breath, realizing Bai Chun's intention. Much like himself, he wanted Song-Shi to go first and undergo the blood transformation to observe any potential effects on players. The voluptuous yet somewhat simple-minded Song-Shi was already brimming with anticipation, eager to be the first to undergo the transformation, which perfectly suited her desires. Suddenly, beneath the ground, dozens of roots from the demonic blood tree burst forth from the soil, ensnaring Song-Shi in a binding embrace, leaving her limbs stretched and suspended in midair. Hey, Ye Lin, I have some doubts about whether this tree is a lecherous old thing. Song-Shi shouted, her expression tinged with alarm. Yet before long, she found herself wrapped up like a mummy. The blood transformation was underway. This was the first transformation of a player, and the significance of the process was self-evident. Ye Lin and Bai Chun stood by, meticulously observing, fearful of missing any crucial details. Time flew by, and after 6 hours, a rustling sound echoed through the air. The roots of the enchanted blood tree have loosened and retreated into the earth. Upon catching sight of Song-Shi as she fell to the ground, Ye Lin was taken aback by her formidable presence. During the transformation process, her garments were gradually eroded, leaving her in a state of undress. Such a splendid sight was not one to be missed by Ye Lin. With a serene expression, he stroked his chin, transforming into an art connoisseur, appraising her form with a discerning gaze, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. His eyes bore no hint of desire, as if he were merely admiring a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Bai Chun turned her head away, for reasons unknown, unable to bear the sight. Is this the strength of perfection? How remarkable! At that moment, Song-Shi was oblivious to her lack of clothing, lost in the euphoria of having reached a perfect level of power. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Awakened from her reverie, she glanced down in confusion. My clothes. No peeking. Ye Lin. No peeking. Hearing her exclamation, Ye Lin merely scoffed, dismissing her words. You think just because you said not to look, I won tea? Do I have no pride? Besides, I've already seen it all. Shaking his head, he turned to re-enter the building. At that moment, Song-Shi hastily donned her attire. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation, and she retaliated with a punch. The wind from her strike sliced through the air, showcasing her power. Yet, Ye Lin did not even glance back, slightly shifting his body to evade her blow. Realizing her strike had missed, Song-Shi's frustration intensified. In an instant, she retracted her fist and executed a high-side kick aimed at Ye Lin's head, channeling all her strength into the blow. Whoosh! The air around them crackled with the force of her attack. Is this not over yet? Ye Lin remarked calmly, still not turning to face her. It seems it is not. Upon hearing this, Song-Shi's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fury. She braced herself against the ground and launched another kick. Ye Lin, at an unusual angle, turned to block with one hand while delivering a powerful punch with the other. Just as his fist was about to connect, he transformed it into a palm strike, landing it on her abdomen. The speed of his attack was so swift that she had no time to react, and she was instantly sent flying through the air, landing gracefully several meters away. Coughing and clutching her abdomen, she found herself unharmed. Ye Lin had exercised restraint. However, had it been a fist, she would have surely spat out a significant amount of blood. Ye Lin, you scoundrel! Lecher! Peeping Tom! How could you take advantage of me while I was undressed? I truly misjudged you. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her lovely face reddening to a shade akin to a ripe peach. In response to her words, Ye Lin nonchalantly dug at his ear and casually replied, "Ah, yes, you are right. However, I must correct you on one point. I did not sneak a glance. I observed quite openly. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask Bai Chun." With that, he shrugged and disregarded her, turning to enter the house. With no clear target for her frustration, Shi's gaze shifted to Bai Chun, who was watching the spectacle from a distance. Upon sensing the murderous glare directed at him, even the typically unflappable Bai Chun could not maintain his composure. He raised his hands, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful, and said, let me explain. I truly saw nothing, I swear. Shi, you must trust me." Crack, crack. Shi clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously, her expression growing increasingly menacing as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "How can you expect me to believe that? Go to hell." Boom. With that, she launched a punch. Sensing the impending danger, Bai Chun immediately turned and fled. Thus, one ran ahead while the other pursued relentlessly. Ye Lin stood by the window, observing the scene with a mischievous grin. She chased him, and he was left with no escape. Chapter 93. Bai Chen's Gift, the Eye of Truth. After the farce concluded, the three gathered together. However, Shi's expression remained exceedingly grim, typically cold and aloof. She now exuded an aura interlaced with a hint of murderous intent. Each time her gaze swept over him, Bai Chun could not help but shiver. In contrast, Ye Lin appeared indifferent, turning to Shi to inquire about certain matters. "How does it feel after the demonic transformation? What aspect are you referring to?" Shi retorted through clenched teeth. At that moment, Bai Chun interjected, "After the conversion of demonic blood, has there been any adverse reaction to your identity as a player?" Contemplating his words, Shi shook her head in response. "There are no adverse effects. I feel significantly stronger, and my talent has gained a demonic aspect that I can activate at will." After elaborating on her sensations from the blood transformation, a sudden realization struck her. She exclaimed, You all are using me as a subject for experimentation?" Even though she was not particularly astute, she grasped the implication of Bai Chun's words and became even more incensed. "Huh, what experimentation? Let us not frame it in such a harsh light. We are a team, and you're making a substantial contribution to our collective efforts." Bai Chun adjusted his glasses, somewhat awkwardly. In response, she let out a cold snort, crossing her arms and retorting with icy indifference, "Oh, you speak so eloquently. Since I am making such a significant contribution, shouldn't there be some form of reward?" At this, Bai Chun fell into a contemplative silence. What valuable items could he possibly offer? If anything, the individual beside him likely possessed an abundance. Ye Lin shrugged and said, "All right then, how about waiving the cost of this demonic blood transformation? Now that's more like it. I shall reluctantly accept this offer." Upon hearing about the waiver of the transformation costs, Shi's eyes sparkled with delight, though she endeavored to maintain an air of indifference. Ye Lin shook his head, refraining from further discussion, and turned to Bai Chun, saying, "Your turn next?" "Certainly." Bai Chun, adjusting his glasses without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. He then approached the demonic blood tree, only to find it once again unresponsive. Ye Lin, understanding its needs, waved his hand to retrieve a significant quantity of demonic flesh from the storage and tossed it towards the tree. With ample nutrients to absorb, the demonic blood tree immediately revived from its dormant state. Its roots surged forth from the earth, with a portion penetrating the demonic flesh to extract sustenance. The majority entwined around Bai Chun, swiftly encasing him like a mummy. At this juncture, the process of blood transformation commenced, Time passed, and after 6 hours of transformation, dusk descended. The roots of the demonic blood tree gradually receded back into the depths of the earth. Bai Chun, ever prepared, retrieved a set of clothing and quickly changed. Once he completed his transformation, Ye Lin nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to retire for the night. However, after taking only a few steps, Bai Chun called out to him, "Wait, let me show you something." Upon hearing this, Ye Lin stumbled slightly, fearing that this fellow's interests had changed along with his transformation. Beside him, Song Shi's eyes ignited with curiosity, her strikingly beautiful eyes darting back and forth between the two. It must be said that the more exquisite a woman, the more she secretly delights in the notion of male intimacy. Yet, regrettably, her expectations were dashed. When Bai Chun approached Ye Lin, he merely unveiled his personal panel. "Is this it?" Song Shi was left dumbfounded, having anticipated some astonishing spectacle. Instead, it was merely a glimpse of a personal panel. "You should have said so earlier. Bai, you made me look forward to it." Ye Lin shot an irritable glare at Song Shi, then took a couple of steps back and remarked, "If we're just looking at the panel, why are you standing so close?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Bai Chen's panel. Name, Bai Chen, talent. I have truth, theoretically, this I can perceive all, though that remains theoretical. Level, perfect, title, absolute control, possesses complete mastery over current powers. This title is 1 in a million. No, 1 in a billion. Attributes. Upon his first glance at Bai Chen's personal panel, Ye Lin was utterly astounded. An eye of truth that can perceive all. The ability to completely master one's current powers. An absolute control title. He had previously thought that Song Shi's talents and titles were formidable enough. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen's were even more extraordinary. After reviewing the panel, Bai Chun tucked it away. Ye Lin cast a deep glance at him before turning back towards the house. Initially, he had also intended to undergo the blood transformation. However, regrettably, aside from not having reached the ultimate limits of his perfect level attributes, the demonic blood tree communicated certain information to him. The essence of it was that Ye Lin's foundation was too formidable, differing from the average perfect level, and that the energy required for the transformation was far too great. This energy threshold had already surpassed what the demonic blood tree could currently sustain. Thus, even if he were to elevate all his attributes to the perfect level's limits, he would still be unable to undergo the blood transformation. He would have to wait until the demonic blood tree ascended to the epic level before it could bear the energy he needed for the transformation. A forced transformation would not only fail, but could also lead to irreversible side effects. With this understanding, Ye Lin refrained from hastening the blood transformation. Instead, in the days that followed, he focused on consuming perfect-level mutated fruits to enhance his attributes, while simultaneously providing the demonic blood tree with sufficient quantities of demonic blood flesh. Both of their strengths were steadily and methodically growing. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Ye Lin had not forgotten what John had told him earlier. The black market would open in a week's time, lasting only 12 hours. That time was today. In the evening, without delay, he arrived early in Haicheng, seated in the Rose Tavern, awaiting John's arrival. Bai Chun and Song Shi naturally followed suit, eager to witness the intricacies of Haicheng's black market. Ye Lin, treating the gathering, ordered each a glass of the signature rose Sprite. Before long, the drinks were served. He took a sip, casting a glance at Bai Chun, and lowered his voice, inquiring, "Do you have limits to your talent?" "Indeed," Bai Chun acknowledged, nodding. "I can perceive information up to the epic level, but beyond that, the true I cannot penetrate." Upon hearing this, Ye Lin nodded slightly, as he had anticipated the response. "You're true, I should be capable of observing any object, correct?" "Yes," are you implying? "Well, the outcomes of our venture into the black market will hinge on your true eye, old Bai." "I understand," Bai Chun realized Ye Lin's intent. He aimed to utilize Bai Chen's true eye to uncover hidden treasures within the black market, while players could discern general information about items. Certain aspects remained undisclosed by the game system. Chapter 94, Treasure Hunting in the Black Market. The Eye of Truth, however, is markedly different. This talent is not only formidable, but also remarkably comprehensive. Although it is primarily an auxiliary ability, its significance should not be underestimated. The Eye of Truth can observe the intricate details of all items, including weapons, equipment, materials, and their specific uses. Do you think that is all? Not at all. The Eye of Truth extends far beyond that. It is capable of analyzing an opponent's attacks during combat and swiftly identifying their weaknesses. It can even predict the adversary's next move. Such a capacity for aiding in battle is undeniably powerful. Thus, the Eye of Truth ranks among the elite talents among all players. The three individuals sat sipping their drinks, engaging in casual conversation as time gradually slipped by. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the Rose Tavern, two tall figures clad in knightly armor appeared. They were none other than the brothers John and Joel. "Ha ha! My friend, it has been a long time. You have indeed advanced to the perfect level." Joel's deep voice boomed even before they approached. "Joel, you have done well too. Have you also succeeded in your breakthrough?" Ye Lin inquired with a smile. "Of course. For someone like me, achieving a mere perfect level is a piece of cake." Before he could finish, John raised his hand and gave him a light smack on the back of his head, displaying a hint of exasperation. "Enough of that. Hurry up and sit down to drink." All right, dear brother." Joel rubbed his slightly sore head and pouted. Once seated, John glanced at Bai Chun and Song Shi, noticing that their auras were significantly stronger than before, even subtly surpassing that of his brother. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "After just a week apart, Ye Lin, your friends have also attained the perfect level. It seems fitting that they are your companions." "Just luck," Bai Chun replied with a smile. "Ah, so you two are merely lucky, huh?" Ye Lin remarked, taking a sip of his drink with a wry expression. At that moment, Joel suddenly rose, holding his drink, and approached Song Shi, attempting to perform what he believed to be a gallant gesture. "Oh, beautiful lady, your beauty utterly captivates me. May I have the honor of dancing with you here?" Upon hearing this, the table fell silent. The drink John was about to consume halted midair. His expression soured as he gripped his cup tighter. Meanwhile, Ye Lin and Bai Chun exchanged glances, clearly amused by the unfolding scene. After a brief silence, Song Shi, regaining her composure, crossed her arms and declared emphatically, "No. Ah, what a pity. Then perhaps this lovely lady would consent to simply share a drink with me. Yes? Fine." Eventually, Song Shi reluctantly agreed to share a drink with Joel. Just as he was about to continue his advances, John's stern voice cut through the air. "Yeah, come back and sit down. Do not disturb that young lady." "Oh, my dear brother, I merely wish to converse with this beautiful lady." With a snap. At the sight of her brother's clenched fists and increasingly sour expression, Ye promptly returned to her seat in a compliant manner. The idle chatter ceased, and the conversation swiftly shifted to the matter at hand. Through John's narration, Ye Lin learned that the black market would commence in 3 hours. After partaking in a few drinks, the group departed from the Rose Tavern, arriving at the typically bustling marketplace. Under John's guidance, they navigated through winding paths until they finally reached the entrance of the black market. In a deep, shadowy alley, a faint azure mist materialized. Of course, this was not a genuine curtain of water, but rather the gateway to the black market. The individual capable of opening such a passage must possess strength beyond the epic level. Encountering this caliber of power for the first time, Ye Lin felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, seeing John and Ye step through, he steeled himself and followed suit, as did Bai Chun and Song Shi behind him. Upon stepping through the mist, they were engulfed by a wave of dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, the surroundings had transformed entirely. Before them lay an endless street lined with stalls, shops, and various buildings. A throng of people drifted by, most cloaked in black, rendering their faces and figures indistinguishable. Once they arrived, John addressed Ye Lin, saying, "You may wander freely within, but be sure to keep your hands clean. Once you exit the black market, theft is prohibited and duels are outlawed in Haiqing. So, if you see something you fancy, feel free to make a purchase." "Oh, and do you see that building in the center? That is the auction house, where the items are of superior quality and higher price, requiring shell currency for purchase. Of course, bartering is also an option." "Well, that is all for now. My friend, Ye and I have pressing matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Good luck to you." With that, he hurriedly departed with Ye, clearly in a rush. Just before leaving, Ye turned back and winked at Ye Lin, adding, "The ninth shop on the right offers the best deals, aside from the auction house." "Thank you. Ye Lin replied, waving his hand with a smile. Once John and his figures faded at the end of the road, the three of them redirected their gazes. What shall we do next? She inquired, crossing her arms with a stern expression. Bai Chun glanced at Ye Lin, awaiting his decision. After surveying the surroundings, Ye Lin shook his head and replied, what else can we do? Let's take a stroll and see what we find. With that, he set off towards a nearest stall. Bai Chun and she exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, yet they still followed. At the stall, Ye Lin continuously scanned the array of items displayed before him. Unknown or level. Unknown description. Unknown herb, level. Unknown description. Unknown potion, level. Unknown description. Goodness. Everything here is shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. There is not a shred of useful information. What purpose does this game system serve? Ye Lin silently lamented, his thoughts drifting towards Bai Chun, who stood nearby. He shrugged and casually inquired, have you made any discoveries? Without needing any prompt, Bai Chun approached the stall and activated his talent, the Eye of Truth. A swift glance revealed nothing but inferior, worthless items. There was not a single useful object to be found. He slightly shook his head in disappointment. No, let us move on to the next location. All right, let us go, Ye Lin nodded, feeling unsurprised. After all, valuable items are not so easily stumbled upon. If only one possessed a talent for fortuitous encounters, perhaps treasures could be unearthed with mere wandering. Alas, such was not the case for any of them. Time passed swiftly. Ye Lin, Bai Chun, and she scoured the area, and to their dismay, they found not even a single worthwhile item. This is truly exasperating. For a black market, it resembles nothing more than an ordinary marketplace outside. Chapter 95. The Mysterious Elderly Woman, Master of Skill Advancement Cards, and the Swift Blade Master. He pondered silently as he walked. Yet, this was a misconception. Players and natives are distinct entities, each with vastly different needs. Players often find little utility in certain materials and items, leading them to perceive the wares here as inconsequential. In contrast, the natives, those belonging to the local factions, are more likely to require these materials and items to varying extents. It can thus be said that the black market caters primarily to the local powers within the gaming world, showcasing a significant divergence from the goods desired by players. Before they knew it, the trio arrived at the location of shop number 9 on their right. Ye Lin glanced upward, confirming that the sign read shop number 9. Is this the establishment that Ye spoke of? They decided to enter. Bai Chun and she expressed no objections and followed suit. Upon entering, the initial impression was somewhat disappointing. The shop appeared rather cluttered, resembling a general store more than a specialized shop. Ye Lin stood before the shelves, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the items, hoping to uncover some hidden treasures. Bai Chun, upon entering, activated his talent, the Eye of Truth, and both of them were thoroughly entertained by their findings. Meanwhile, she leaned against the doorway with her arms crossed, her gaze vacant as she stifled a yawn, seemingly bored. Suddenly, a voice, slightly hoarse and deep, resonated from behind them. So, young ones, have you found anything of interest? Who is that behind us? Where did they arrive? The unexpected voice jolted Ye Lin's senses. With his current perceptive abilities, even an epic-level presence should not be able to approach him silently within a radius of several dozen meters. Let alone now, with someone merely 2 or 3 meters behind him, and he had been completely unaware. An entity of epic caliber? Or is there some special means at play? Bai Chun, too, was startled, furrowing his brow in concern. If this person intended to harm them, it would likely be over in an instant. Ye Lin turned to see an elderly woman dressed in a black robe, slightly hunched and wielding a cane. Greetings, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive us for our uninvited presence. Regardless of the old woman's strength, her ability to appear here undetected signifies her extraordinary nature. It would be prudent to adopt a respectful stance. This is not called cowardice, but rather strategic humility. What merchant would deny entry to their customers? It is indeed a blessing for my little friends to visit my humble shop. The old woman spoke with a warm and kind demeanor, casting a long, scrutinizing glance at the group, particularly lingering on Ye Lin. Ahem, esteemed elder, may we continue to peruse the items here? Ye Lin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. Hastily replied, "Goodness, it would be different if a beautiful young lady were staring at him. You, an elderly woman on the brink of the grave, have been gazing for quite some time. What? Are you entranced by my youthful form?" The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Moments later, the old woman withdrew her gaze and, with a benevolent expression, spoke gently. "Of course, dear children, feel free to look around. Just let me know what catches your eye." With that, she glided behind the counter, reclining in a chair and closing her eyes as if to sleep. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lin and Bai Chan exchanged glances and ultimately resolved to continue observing. This establishment was recommended by Yuer. They couldn't afford to leave without making the most of their visit. A few minutes later, Bai Chen approached, holding a book. Inside, he had discovered an advanced skill progression card. He lowered his voice to a whisper as he explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin, who had previously harbored some doubts, suddenly felt a spark of excitement and inquired eagerly, "Are there any other treasures?" "None," Bai Chen replied. "I just employed my true vision to survey the items here and found this one useful item." With this revelation, Ye Lin abandoned his quest for more hidden gems. He approached the counter, clutching the book interspersed with valuable content. "Grandmother, I would like this one. How much is it?" As his words echoed, the seemingly napping old woman gradually opened her eyes, surveyed the scene, and slowly responded, "A trinket of little value. If you like it, my dear, you may take it." With that, she closed her eyes once more and resumed her slumber. A gift? Is this truly happening? Ye Lin, puzzled, glanced at the old woman. Upon realizing she had no intention of accepting payment, he reclaimed the book with gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother." After expressing his thanks, the trio turned to leave. Just as they stepped over the threshold, a low, raspy voice emerged from behind. "Young one, when you reach the epic level, do return to shop number 9 to find me." Ye Lin paused, turning back to find the old woman had vanished from her reclined position behind the counter. What is this? Could it be haunted? She had arrived silently and departed just as quietly. This old woman certainly harbors secrets. She mentioned seeking her out only upon reaching the epic level. Quite perplexing indeed. Ye Lin shook his head slightly, choosing not to linger any longer. He called to Bai and Song Shi as they exited shop number 9. The trio continued to explore the black market, unconsciously gravitating toward the central auction house building. "Hey, should we take a look inside?" Song Shi suggested, pointing toward the bustling auction house with intrigue. Ye Lin nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's go take a look." With that, they made their way toward the auction house. Entrance required a fee of 300 shell coins. It was not much, and after paying, the three hurried inside. Inside, a large stage dominated the center, surrounded by seats and viewing areas. At that moment, someone was performing on the stage. After a while, a woman clad in revealing attire ascended the stage, presenting an item. The auction had officially commenced. As several items were presented, Ye Lin found himself rather uninterested in most of them. To speak accurately, it holds little value for the players until this particular item emerges. This tome encapsulates the insights of the Wind Blade Master. Although it is merely at a rudimentary level, it is still remarkably impressive. The starting price is set at 10,000 shell coins. As the words of the woman on the stage fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To be recognized as a master of the blade, one must at least possess the prowess of an epic-level warrior. Thus, the insights of such a being are inherently priceless. However, it appears that most of the content pertains to the understanding of the sword, and at a foundational level which inevitably diminishes its value significantly, leading to a lack of enthusiasm among the majority. Yet, being insights from a master of the blade, it still attracted quite a number of bidders. Ye Lin was among them. Although he practiced the art of the saber, historically, the sword and saber have always been closely intertwined. Moreover, he believed that the Wind Blade Master's comprehension could not be limited solely to the sword. As time flowed on, after an intense bidding war, he ultimately succeeded in acquiring the book, spending a staggering 29,000 shell coins. This tome consumed nearly half of Ye Lin's shell coins. Consequently, the remaining items at the auction house became unattainable for him. Chapter 96. The Master of Blade Techniques. Insights from the Swift Wind Swordsman. After acquiring what he desired and realizing his purse was rather light, Ye Lin glanced at Bai Chun and Song Shi, shrugging casually. I think I shall take my leave. What about you two? All right. Their financial means were not as ample as his. The combined shells they possessed wouldn't suffice to purchase even a fraction of the items on the auction stage. Merely watching was quite a bore, so they chose to depart alongside him. Upon exiting the auction house, the trio made their way directly towards the black market exit. The outing had yielded satisfactory results, and staying any longer would likely yield no further rewards. Rather than squander time, it was wiser to leave. Swish, swish, swish. The three traversed through the pale blue water curtain, returning to the dark alley once more. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally emerged. Within the floating castle, Ye Lin produced a card and casually tossed it to Bai Chun, who was not far behind. Here, this is your reward. A basic skill advancement card? Thank you. Bai Chun caught the card and, upon discerning its purpose and details, his eyes brightened. Don't mention it. You contributed during this endeavor as well. Ye Lin waved dismissively. At that moment, Song Shi, with a petulant expression, interjected, What about mine? Why does he receive one while I do not? This is unfair. Bai Chun merely cast her a calm glance, adjusting his glasses without uttering a word. However, Ye Lin retorted with irritation. Yours? What effort did you exert during this venture? Is it because of your pretty face or your ample bosom? Oh yes, your bosom is indeed quite impressive, he added. At this remark, Songshi immediately flared up, crossing her arms and shouting indignantly, Ye Lin, you are shameless. Last time, you saw me in a state of undress, and now I request a basic skill advancement card. What's wrong with that? She aimed to leverage this to procure compensation. Regrettably for her, Ye Lin was unyielding. Police, you forgot to wear clothes. That is hardly my fault. If you want a basic skill advancement card, you'll have to trade it for magic crystals. There is no way you'll get it for free. You despicable Ye Lin. I curse you to a lifetime of solitude without a girlfriend. Song Shi seethed, mentally cursing him. Moments later, she acquiesced to trading magic crystals instead. Fine, I'll owe you for the magic crystals. Ye Lin found this rather exasperating. It seemed that in this day and age, everyone demanded money like it was their birthright. Nonetheless, he tossed her a basic skill advancement card without much thought. Upon reflection, having this woman work off her debt to him seemed like a beneficial arrangement. Song Shi, you wouldn't want to be unable to repay your debt, would you? Cough, cough. What an insidious thought. My apocalyptic. Ye Lin quickly suppressed the wicked notion that flitted through his mind. He then chose to ignore the two and swiftly ascended to the highest level of the castle. Once there, he retrieved the mastery skill advancement card acquired from the black market and concentrated his thoughts. Copy. In the blink of an eye, a stack of advancement cards materialized in his hands. It was as simple and straightforward as that. He then entered the Sea City, making his way to the enhancement hall. Ye Lin activated the machine for skill upgrades, utilizing the proficiency skill advancement card. With a swift flash of white light, the game system's enhancement followed suit. Notification, congratulations. The skill swordsmanship proficiency has advanced to swordsmanship expert. Swordsmanship expert? In the next moment, Ye Lin felt a torrent of memories regarding swordsmanship surge within his mind, accompanied by the muscle memory of his body. After a brief pause, he digested these memories and opened his eyes, a striking brilliance illuminating his gaze. At that moment, he resembled a drawn blade, radiating sharpness. So this is what it means to be a swordsmanship expert. How formidable. Ye Lin exhaled deeply, clenched his fist, and couldn't help but marvel. The difference between swordsmanship proficiency and swordsmanship expert seemed minimal, yet for an ordinary person, even a lifetime of effort might not suffice to transcend proficiency and reach the expert level. Skill, swordsmanship expert LV1, swordsmanship power 60. Swordsmanship speed 60. Power and speed had surged from the previous 40 to an impressive 60. Such a fundamental increase in statistics was indeed extraordinary. However, there was still one more item that might significantly augment his combat prowess. While pondering, Ye Lin exited the enhancement hall and made his way back. Upon returning to the pinnacle of the floating castle, he took out the book he had acquired at the auction. Insights of the Gale, Swordmaster, level Unknown. Description. Although merely the most primitive insights, they might hold unexpected significance for you at this moment. The primitive insights of the Gale Sword Master. Unexpected significance, you say. After reading the description, Ye Lin attempted to replicate it. Unfortunately, his once unfailing copying talent had inexplicably failed this time. It felt as though replication was impossible. His brow furrowed in concentration. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Upon closer examination, Ye Lin realized that it was not his talent that had faltered, but rather the status of this item far exceeded his current capabilities, surpassing the limits of what he could replicate. Given this, he had no choice but to use it directly. He shook his head in regret. Then, with his hands pressed together, he forcefully struck the book. Crack! The book shattered like glass, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Immediately, countless specks of light surged into his body. In an instant, he felt the world around him fall silent. No, one sound remained, that of the wind. Gradually, the gentle breeze transformed into a fierce gale, rushing towards him with a howling roar. Subsequently, a vague figure emerged, drawing a sword from its waist. No, it was a long knife, but that was of little consequence. The strike came swiftly, slicing through the wind with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack! The wind was cleaved. Such a spectacle was visible to the naked eye, as if a single stroke had severed the tempest, bringing the howling gales to an abrupt halt. As the scene drew near its conclusion, that figure seemed to cast a glance over its shoulder. At this moment, the tableau was irrevocably finished. Puffing and panting, Ye Lin emerged from the experience, cold sweat beading on his brow, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a brief moment, that astonishment transformed into exhilaration and fervor. The wind, facing the wind, cutting through the wind. So that is how it is. I understand now. With this realization, he swiftly drew a long knife from his backpack, mimicking the figure from the earlier scene, swinging the blade repeatedly. The more he practiced, the more entranced he became, as if he had completely immersed himself in the act. Not far away, Songshi observed Ye Lin's fervent frenzy, a flicker of concern appearing in her gaze as she could not help but voice her thoughts. Is he going to be all right? Who practices swordplay with such madness? It's as if he has fallen under a spell, utterly oblivious. Beside her, Chun remained silent, having activated his innate ability, the Eye of Truth, from the very beginning. He could barely discern the subtle changes surrounding Ye Lin. After a moment, he slowly remarked, "He is fine. He is likely on the verge of a breakthrough." Chapter 97. Core Skills, Blade Momentum. Is it nearly accomplished? Upon hearing these words, Songshi's expression momentarily froze, followed by her inquisitive response. Accomplished in what? Ascending to immortality or divinity? In response, Bai Chun cast her a bemused glance, elucidating. Is about mastering the blade momentum or blade intent, I suppose. Oh, Songshi pondered, her understanding wavering, as she scratched her head, feeling a certain vexation, a vexation that required intellectual effort to resolve. Swish, swish, swish. On the uppermost level of the castle, Ye Lin faced the gentle breeze, continuously wielding his long blade. His expression and movements seemed frozen in time until a powerful gust swept through. Witnessing this scene, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with realization as he softly exclaimed, "Now is the moment." Wind. Slash. He slightly pivoted his body, rotating the blade in his hand, and executed a strike. This slash, imbued with the momentum of the wind, cut through the air, manifesting a visible blade aura. But that was not all. Wind. Reversal. Against the wind slash, Ye Lin shouted with all his might, striking forcefully against the wind. Crack. A faint sound echoed. He lifted his gaze, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The wind had been split apart by his strike. Thud. After accomplishing this, Ye Lin collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lying motionless, after retrieving a vial of life water from his backpack, he gulped it down in one go and began to feel somewhat rejuvenated. Sitting up, he reflected on the techniques he had just executed. He named these two slashes. Wind slash. Against the wind slash. As the name suggests, the wind slash harnesses the force of the wind to unleash a powerful blade aura capable of slicing through metal. Conversely, the against the wind slash utilizes the wind's power to deliver a full force strike against the wind, making it even stronger and swifter than the wind slash. However, it also demands significantly greater energy. Given his current strength, he could only perform it once at full capacity. If the wind slash is regarded as a formidable offensive skill, then the against the wind slash is akin to a grand move, a profound technique. Although he had yet to reach the level of the tempestuous swordsman seen in earlier visions, Ye Lin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Creating a powerful skill of his own, he wondered who could rival him. He opened his personal panel to check the skill section, only to find no entries for wind slash or against the wind slash. Instead, there was only the blade momentum skill. Blade momentum LV1, self-created core skill, significantly enhances strength. The higher the level of blade momentum, the greater the enhancement to self-created skills. Blade momentum, you say? It appears that wind slash and against the wind slash fall under the category of blade momentum. Ye Lin shook his head slightly and closed the panel. Stretching towards the sea, he felt a sense of lightness enveloping him. After grasping the blade techniques he desired, his heart felt particularly clear. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It had been a full 30 days since the emergence of the Overlord. On this particular morning, Ye Lin, as was his custom, admired the sun rising over the sea. The slight upward curve of his lips indicated a remarkably good mood. Since he comprehended the essence of the blade and devised his own skills, his strength experienced a remarkable surge once again. With a formidable offensive ability, dealing with the corrupted creatures became astonishingly effortless. He could eliminate monsters of the same rank with a single strike, while Bai Chun and Song Shi, without their talents activated, required considerable time to achieve a kill. Such was the disparity. However, in the next moment, an unexpected notification from the game system shattered someone's blissful mood. Area notification. A month has passed, and, as time elapses, the Dominator's prowess grows ever stronger. Warning, the Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain, has ascended to the perfect level. Warning, the Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain has reached. Warning, the Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain. Following the area notification was a series of alarming warnings. Upon witnessing these alerts, Ye Lin's cheerful demeanor vanished instantly. Oh, splendid. Is this a game to you? I've only just grasped the essence of the blade, and the game system throws this at me? That's a perfect level Dominator, for heaven's sake. At that moment, Ye Lin felt an immense weight in his heart. Previously, he had struggled to overcome even the rare level Dominator at its peak. Although he had now comprehended the essence of the blade and created a powerful skill, the Dominator's level had also risen. This left him feeling quite uncertain. Yet, a more troubling revelation awaited him. Personal notification. Due to your provocation of the Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain, and the slaying of its split body, the Dominator harbors an intense hatred towards you. Personal notification. After the Dominator's level ascended to perfect, it has gained considerable agility and will seek you out until it tears you apart. Well then, yet another piece of disheartening news. After reading the notifications, Ye Lin felt an inexplicable calmness wash over him. He had grown accustomed to it. Subsequently, he shared these personal notifications with Bai Chun and Song Shi. Upon reading them, their expressions turned grave. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the Dominator. Now, with the Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain elevated to the perfect level, even Bai Chun and Song Shi, both of perfect caliber, would stand no chance together against it. Would they not face total annihilation if confronted? No, not necessarily. With him present, given his strength, he should be capable of contending with the newly ascended Dominator, corrupted flesh mountain. At the very least, he could manage a tactical retreat. With his thought in mind, Bai Chun turned to Ye Lin, his expression serious as he inquired, "Do you have confidence?" "Who knows?" Ye Lin shrugged in response. He remained uncertain about the extent of the perfect Dominator's enhanced strength. Nevertheless, he was confident that with his current abilities, he would not be easily crushed. The measure of strength would need to be determined through confrontation. However, being targeted by the Dominator undoubtedly increased his pressure. To avoid being caught off guard, Ye Lin instructed Ada to heighten vigilance and patrol the area with the Wildman Legion. Following that, additional precautionary measures were put in place. Once everything was prepared, Ye Lin contemplated the strength of his own lineup. Even apart from himself, there were numerous perfect-level fighters among them. Bai Chun, Song Shi, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada are all of impeccable caliber. Following the transformation through demonic blood, their combat prowess has become quite formidable. Among them, Bai Chun, Song Shi, and Ada are equipped with a complete set of flawless grade gear, significantly enhancing their capabilities. When facing demonic creatures of comparable rank, they are capable of overwhelming dominance. It is worth noting that while Ada's equipment comes at no cost, the flawless grade armaments adorning Bai Chun and Song Shi were procured through the exchange of demonic crystals obtained during their recent hunts. Observing this, it may seem as though Ye Lin is exploiting them. However, one must remember that, at this stage, flawless grade equipment is unattainable even with ample funds. As members of the same team, he has not only provided them with avenues to acquire such gear, but has also offered them at a preferential price. This is indeed commendable. Subsequently, Xiao Tuan also utilized a flawless grade upgrade stone, elevating her to the same level. Nevertheless, her strength remains significantly inferior to that of flawless grade demonic beings, thus relegating her role in battle to that of clearing minions behind the Wildman Legion. Chapter 98. The Overlord Approaches. Ye Lin consolidated all available combat forces and meticulously arranged the division of labor for the impending battle. The Overlord would not arrive alone. It was certain to be accompanied by a horde of corrupted creatures, relentlessly advancing for its cause. Thus, Ye Lin's forces also needed to mobilize, establishing a hierarchy for their strategy. The Wildman Legion was tasked with eliminating the lesser minions, specifically the corrupted beings below the rare tier. The small team was responsible for dispatching the rare tier corrupted creatures. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Ada were assigned to clear the perfect tier corrupted beings that could emerge at any moment. As for Ye Lin himself, he prepared to confront the Overlord, the monstrous embodiment of corruption. Bai Chun and Song Shi would provide support from behind, their talents proving invaluable in battle. Whether it was guaranteed hits or the Eye of Truth, their abilities could unexpectedly alter the course of the conflict at critical moments. Time gradually passed. 2 days swiftly slipped by. During this period, they had not caught a glimpse of the Overlord's monstrous form. The tension that had gripped them began to ease. Just then, a distant danger drew closer. Beneath the floating castle, a colossal dark shadow emerged from the depths of the sea. Bubbles began to rise on the water's surface. Due to the angle of their view, the group failed to notice it immediately. It was Xiao Tuan, busy in the fields, who sensed the impending threat and urgently called out, "Big brother, be careful." "What?" Ye Lin began to inquire, but before he could finish, the surface of the sea below began to churn violently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thick, crimson tendrils sliced through the air, striking mercilessly towards the floating castle. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The floating castle shook violently from the impact of the tentacles. The sudden onslaught nearly caused the group to lose their footing. The Overlord's monstrous form had arrived. At the instant the crimson tendrils appeared, Ye Lin immediately recognized the foe. He shouted for everyone to adhere to their prearranged plan. Drawing his long blade, he leaped from the floating castle. Triple slash. Dozens of tentacles surged forth in an instant, the air crackling with the force of their advance. Ye Lin seized the opportunity, executing his triple slash skill. In less than 0.1 seconds, he delivered 3 rapid strikes, swiftly breaking through the encirclement of tentacles. His emergence successfully drew the Overlord's full attention, diverting its focus away from the floating castle. Ye Lin had just checked the floating castle's durability. With those few strikes, the castle's durability plummeted by 1,000. The defenses of the floating castle were utterly inadequate against the Overlord's might. Suddenly, a massive, shark-like corrupted creature burst through the water's surface just as Ye Lin was about to descend, its gaping maw poised to consume him. Ye Lin remained oblivious to the scene. For in the next moment, swoosh, 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 3 arrows were swiftly released from above, piercing through the monstrous being and pinning it back into the sea. Instantly, The surrounding waters were stained a deep crimson with its blood. With a splash, Ye Lin successfully landed on the surface, his feet skimming the waves as he dashed forward. Glancing back towards the floating castle, there he spotted Song Shi, bow in hand, standing resolutely. It was evident that the arrows had been loosed by her hand. Ye Lin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, appreciating her efforts. Song Shi, clutching her longbow, responded with a dismissive huff. Ye Lin chose not to linger on her reaction, turning his attention back to the battlefield. Increasing numbers of corrupted creatures began to surface from the depths. After a brief survey, he redirected his focus. Suddenly, the ominous sound of slicing wind heralded another assault from the dominant flesh mountain. Ye Lin scanned his surroundings, realizing he was surrounded by an onslaught of crimson tendrils. At the same moment, the sea beneath him was being breached by an unseen force. Whoosh, 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 crash. All around him, above and below, were writhing tentacles. This attack left no room for retreat. Ye Lin's expression hardened as he gripped his blade tightly, closing his eyes momentarily. Within less than a tenth of a second, he reopened them, his gaze now sharp and piercing, akin to a blade itself. In a remarkable display, he unleashed a strike. The knife's intent was the wind slash. With a whoosh, a visible wave of blade energy formed. Slash, slash, slash. It severed every approaching tentacle, soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Seizing the opportunity, with no tentacles obstructing his path, Ye Lin executed a rapid 3-hit combo, escaping the encirclement. He then turned to survey his handiwork. Roar! Dozens of tentacles lay severed, the sky painted with splattered crimson, remnants falling as the dominant flesh mountain bellowed in pain. Yet, to Ye Lin's astonishment, those severed appendages regrew in less than a second. Goodness, its regenerative ability has escalated. Bang, bang, bang. The dominant flesh mountain erupted into a frenzy. Hundreds of tentacles began to thrash violently against the sea surface. The waters for miles churned violently, resembling a colossal sea monster wreaking havoc. The tumultuous waves made it difficult for Ye Lin to maintain his footing, forcing him to continuously execute his 3-hit combo to evade. Fortunately, his strength had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The energy cost of each 3-hit combo was manageable. However, that previous wind slash had consumed a tenth of his stamina, unlike the exhausting wind slash, which drained all his strength. The wind slash allowed him to moderate his energy expenditure, ranging from a minimum of 1/10 to a maximum of 1/2. As the relentless tentacles continued their assault, Ye Lin found himself entrenched in a war of attrition. The battle grew increasingly arduous, and he felt the weight of suppression. Primarily, the sea was the territory of the dominant flesh mountain, imposing a greater drain on his stamina. Moreover, this creature was a veritable abomination of tentacles. The 500 or 600 thick, scarlet tentacles lashed out with a ferocity that was nothing short of lethal. Ultimately, their regenerative power was astonishing, and it appeared that their energy consumption was minimal. In any case, Ye Lin surmised that in a war of attrition, he would be the first to succumb. The dominant, demonically transformed mass of flesh was nothing less than a monstrosity. Its recovery and endurance were maximized. Even against an epic-level opponent, it would merely result in exhaustion. With a surge of momentum, Ye Lin unleashed his blade's might once more. After an hour, he broke through the hundreds of tentacles that encircled the formidable mass. This time, he adjusted the angle of his attack, allowing the blade's energy to strike its flesh-like form. The impact was far from negligible, leaving a gash over 10 meters long. However, for a behemoth of several hundred meters, this was hardly a fatal wound. Within less than 2 seconds, it had healed completely. Furthermore, Ye Lin estimated that even if it were cleaved in two, it could recover in a remarkably brief span of time. Chapter 99. No one can prevail over another. What on earth are we supposed to do? Ye Lin lamented. In the next moment, hundreds of tentacles surged forward, interweaving to form an intricate net. Just as he was preparing to slice through it with a gust of wind, a flurry of arrows shot forth, all striking a single point, reminiscent of the alignment of 9 stars. With a piercing sound, the arrows found the weakest spot of the tentacles, instantly tearing the net apart. Without hesitation, Ye Lin executed a threefold slash. With 3 swift advances, he distanced himself 300 meters from the tentacles. At that moment, Bai Chen's voice echoed from the floating castle. Ye Lin, strike at the center of the Overlord's back. That is its vulnerable point. Finally revealing the weakness of the monstrous Overlord, Bai Chen had remained silent not out of reluctance, but because the creature's status was far beyond his expectations. Even with his utmost effort and the use of his talent, the Eye of Truth, it took considerable time to discern its weakness. Every being possesses vulnerabilities. If one were truly flawless, devoid of any weakness, they would ascend to the divine. Upon hearing Bai Chen's hint, Ye Lin's eyes brightened. He then unleashed his skills in a relentless threefold slash, quickly closing in on the Overlord and maneuvering to its rear. The Overlord, sensing his approach, roared and directed all of its tentacles towards him. With a fierce shout, Songshi intervened once more. Thanks to her talent and the title of sharpshooter, she managed to create a narrow opening in a short span of time. Although the gap was small, it was sufficient for Ye Lin to pass through. "Thank you," he called out as he surged through the opening, preparing to unleash his full power. With a mighty slash of the wind, he expended half of his stamina to execute his strongest gust strike. The blade energy sliced through the center of the Overlord's back, nearly cleaving it in two. A torrential spray of crimson blood erupted, drenching the surrounding waters for hundreds of meters, inciting the frenzied assault of the mutated creatures attacking the floating castle. The upper and lower halves of the Overlord's body were barely held together by a few strips of flesh. The scene was gruesome, bizarre, and repulsive. Yet, despite such horrific and severe wounds, it did not perish immediately. In fact, it was far from death. At the fracture, flesh buds began to sprout, slowly reconnecting the two halves. The speed of recovery was astoundingly slow, a stark contrast to the rapid regrowth of the tentacles earlier. Gasping for breath, Ye Lin gripped his long knife tightly, fixated on the Overlord. Strangely, at that moment, no one made a move. Ye Lin contemplated dispatching the foe with a decisive blow, yet found himself with less than 10% of his stamina remaining. The relentless use of his abilities had taken a toll on him, particularly the recent wind slash, which had consumed half of his energy. Ye Lin valued his life greatly. In his current state, engaging in combat could easily result in a fatal counterattack from his adversary. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he flickered into position atop the floating castle, brandishing his long blade with an impassive expression, surveying the scene from a height. The monstrous embodiment of flesh, the Overlord, refrained from launching further assaults. Its two severed halves had been reconnected by grotesque flesh, though this was merely superficial. Internally, much of its blood and flesh remained unhealed, as Ye Lin's previous strike had struck its core, its critical weakness, significantly diminishing its regenerative capacity. Nevertheless, it retained the potential for a desperate counterattack. Had Ye Lin pressed on in his assault, they might have perished together. Meanwhile, the mutated creatures surrounding the sea seemed to have received a directive, ceasing their attacks on the floating castle. A booming roar erupted from the Overlord, prompting all mutated beings to plunge into the depths of the ocean. Gradually, the Overlord's immense form sank, vanishing into the abyss. After a while, witnessing the Overlord's retreat, Ye Lin exhaled deeply, his tensed body relaxing somewhat. However, an overwhelming fatigue soon enveloped him, compelling him to unceremoniously collapse onto the ground while gasping for air. "Are you all right?" Songshi approached, arms crossed, and her expression icy. Despite her cold demeanor, a flicker of concern shone in her eyes, and a hint of exhaustion was visible beneath the surface. She had exerted her abilities significantly during the battle to create opportunities for Ye Lin against an opponent stronger than herself, which was immensely draining. Although she too felt fatigued, she had not succumbed as quickly as Ye Lin. "I'm fine, just need to rest for a bit," Ye Lin replied with a slight smile, reassuring her not to worry. Taken aback by his rare display of friendliness, Songshi frowned and retorted disdainfully, "Humph, as long as you're not dead." With that, she turned and walked away. At that moment, little Tuan scampered over, cradling a bottle of crystal-clear water in her hands. "Big brother here, the water of life, drink up." Ye Lin felt a wave of gratitude wash over him at her thoughtfulness. He smiled as he accepted the water of life, gently ruffling her hair before consuming its contents in one go. "Ah, I feel revitalized," he exclaimed, wiping his mouth and savoring the rush of energy returning to his body. As he began to recover, Chon approached slowly from a distance, his expression calm as he spoke. "The overlord of the demonic flesh mountain has been grievously wounded by you. Logically, this should be the most opportune moment to pursue it. Alas, the vastness of the sea presents a formidable challenge, compounded by the fact that we are not in our own territory. It is likely that before we locate the overlord, we would succumb to the relentless onslaught of the demonic creatures it dispatches. By the way, what is the status of the blood tree of demonic transformation? When will it ascend to the epic tier?" After contemplating his analysis for a moment, Ye Lin responded, "Your observations are indeed astute. Pursuing the overlord of the demonic flesh mountain within the ocean is nearly impossible. The sole method to achieve this would be to possess power that vastly exceeds its own. As for the blood tree of demonic transformations level, it still requires some time, approximately another week of nourishment to reach the epic tier. Ascending to the epic tier is no trivial matter. The blood tree of demonic transformation merely requires ample flesh and blood to provide sustenance for its continual advancement. However, as its level increases, so too does the difficulty of its ascension. Consequently, the time required will also extend. A week, you say? That should be sufficient time. The overlord's next level up cannot occur so swiftly. Once you undergo the transformation through demonic blood and elevate its level to the epic tier, it is likely that you will be capable of vanquishing the overlord of the demonic flesh mountain." Chon adjusted his glasses, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes as he meticulously analyzed the situation. Chapter 100, The Tree Man Form, Epic Level. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin nodded slightly, recognizing the validity of the statement. With his current flawless strength, he could engage in a fierce battle with the dominant demonized flesh mountain, resulting in mutual destruction. Once he ascended to the epic level, his power would increase significantly, and it would be even less challenging. He began to believe that he could potentially vanquish it. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Thus, he promptly approached the demonized blood tree. This week, Ye Lin decided to personally feed it. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a large chunk of demonized flesh mountain from his storage and tossed it over. The appearance of the flesh instantly drew forth a dozen roots breaking through the soil. At that moment, a weak voice chimed in from behind. Big brother, I already fed it today." Ye Lin turned around, gently patting her head, and smiled. "It's all right. Let it eat more. For the next few days, you don't need to feed it. Big brother will take care of it." "Okay, then I'll tend to the other plants." "Go ahead, but don't overexert yourself. Plants below the perfect level don't require such meticulous care, you know." "I understand, big brother. I'm not tired. Taking care of these plants is truly fulfilling." After saying this, little Tuan scampered away on her short legs. Observing this, Ye Lin realized his attempts at persuasion were futile, so he merely shook his head and let her be. Thus, in the following days, he remained mostly beside the demonized blood tree, dedicating the majority of his time to practicing his knife techniques and skills. Occasionally, he would take a moment to feed the demonized blood tree a substantial amount of flesh. Time passed gradually. Before he knew it, a week had elapsed. At this moment, Ye Lin stood nearby, feeling that the demonized blood tree was but a step away from breaking through to the epic level. Hungry, blood flesh, more blood flesh. A muffled voice continuously echoed. Is this the voice of the demonized blood tree? Hungry? It craves more blood flesh? Very well, I shall provide it. Ye Lin steeled his resolve and directly retrieved half of the demonized flesh mountain from his storage, continuously feeding it to the demonized blood tree before him. Crack! An unknown moment, the trunk suddenly split open. This scene startled Ye Lin. Could it be that I have fed it too much, causing it to burst? Just as he felt regret for overfeeding, the crack in the trunk gradually transformed into a large mouth. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lin was left dumbfounded. Wait, why does it have another mouth now? However, as long as it wasn't completely splitting apart, he would count it as a blessing. With the additional mouth, The speed at which the demonized blood tree consumed its food increased significantly. Vines cascaded down from the treetop, eagerly pulling the flesh from the ground into its mouth, where it began to chew voraciously. To be honest, the sound of its chewing was rather terrifying. Were it not for the bright daylight, Ye Lin might have been startled into a cold sweat. He wiped away the non-existent perspiration from his forehead and couldn't help but mutter, "Why is this demonized blood tree becoming increasingly sinister? What if the transformation consumes me?" This thought made him hesitant to proceed with the blood magic transformation. Just as he lingered in uncertainty, the demonic blood tree had finally absorbed enough nutrients and energy, and its level began to rise. Buzz! The entire tree trembled slightly. Thus, 12 whole hours passed before the elevation of the demonic blood tree's level was complete. Without waiting for Ye Lin to examine its attributes, the demonic blood tree initiated another grand movement. A rustling sound echoed. To Ye Lin's astonishment, the tree's massive form began to shrink. Ultimately, it extended limbs and feet, transforming into a treant. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly checked this creature's current attribute panel. Demonic blood tree treant form, juvenile phase, talent, immortal, treant form. In treant form, the demonic blood tree possesses mobility. However, all attributes except for spirit will be significantly diminished. It can revert to tree form, and the treant form is currently in the juvenile phase, which will enhance as its level increases. Level: Epic, an exceedingly rare plant that can continue to level up by absorbing nutrients and energy from flesh and blood, among other conventional methods. Attributes: Strength 15, 51, Agility 20, 51, Constitution 29, 52, Spirit 51, Skills: Blood Magic Transformation, Blood Armor Bestowal, Vine Strangulation, Root Entanglement. Description: Enchant form. It is rather fragile, yet its tree form possesses considerable strength. What a lavish panel! Upon reviewing the attributes of the demonic blood tree, Ye Lin was once again astonished. He even entertained the notion that this being could contend with the perfect level Dominator, the demonic flesh mountain. Just as Ye Lin intended to inquire about the blood magic transformation, he saw the trench-shaped demonic blood tree open its arms and bring its hands together. Red roots emerged, gradually growing, taking root and sprouting to yield a fruit roughly the size of an apple. "Consuming this will suffice," the demonic blood tree remarked, its tone disjointed as it offered the fruit to him. Ye Lin, puzzled, picked up the fruit. In the next moment, the attributes of the fruit appeared. Blood magic transformation fruit. Level: Epic. Description: Consuming it will not only instigate a metamorphosis within your body, enhancing your strength, but also elevate your level, breaking through to the epic tier, along with unforeseen rewards. Incredible! Even the form of blood magic transformation has evolved. How convenient! Without hesitation, Ye Lin took a bite of the blood magic transformation fruit in his hand. Plump and juicy, sweet and tangy. Crunch, crunch. After finishing the fruit in a few bites, he immediately felt countless warm currents coursing through his body. Ah, how delightful! He then swiftly returned indoors, experiencing the transformation unfolding from within. Time slipped away, moment by moment. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had swiftly passed. Ye Lin slowly opened his eyes, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if burdened weights had been lifted. He sensed a significant enhancement in his strength as well. Additionally, he perceived changes in various other aspects. Indeed, it was something that could not be succinctly articulated in mere phrases. Eager to explore further, he decided to examine his personal attributes. He retrieved the survival manual from his pocket and promptly accessed his personal panel. Name: Ye Lin. Talent: Replication 1010 due to level restrictions. Unable to replicate items of epic grade or above. Ultimate sublimation, born from the fusion of various talents and unknown factors. This ability, when activated, will temporarily unleash the full potential of one's current level, resulting in a substantial increase in power. Caution: the after effects of this talent are exceedingly severe. Use with discretion. Title: Beastmaster. Level: Epic. Attributes: Strength 56, Agility 56, Constitution 50, 24, Spirit 50, 24. Skills: Blade Force LV2, Blade Mastery LV2, Tiger Roar LV3. Triple/LV10 Equipment. Mithril Longsword, Mithril Armor Set, Mithril Accessories Set. Description: an impressive attributes panel. It must be said, you seem to have grown considerably stronger.